Chapter 1. Traversing the Interstellar Beast World, Binding the Fortunate Childbirth System. Camp Planet, District 10. Here lies a crumbled city of ruins, shrouded in a haze of dark gray dust, resembling a dense fog that envelopes the area, exuding an air of desolation. General Darren, we have made a new discovery. An unidentified life signature has been detected on this planet. A hovering spacecraft relayed this report to the Supreme Commander of the Galactic Federation, General Darren North. Darren is the mightiest warrior from the Herschlet planet and the guardian of interstellar peace. Their mission here on Camp Planet is to collect samples. This planet is plagued by extreme nuclear radiation, continuously releasing toxic gases. Upon approval of the sampling report, the plan is to obliterate the planet. But how could life possibly exist in such an environment? Darren immediately initiated a detailed report. Indeed, amidst the ruins, he discovered a young girl clad in a white dress. This girl possessed alabaster skin, with cascading black hair draping over her frail back. She was petite and slender, her arms and legs marred by varying degrees of crimson blood. Amidst the chaotic gray ruins, she resembled a white rose blooming in a crevice. The usually stoic and iron-willed General Darren exhibited an unprecedented shock. After scrutinizing the data displayed on his holographic screen, Darren's gaze became fixated on a particular line of text. Race, ancient human, not a synthetic female, but a member of a species that had been extinct for 800 years. On such a severely contaminated planet, even their beastmen could hardly survive for long, let alone the inherently weaker ancient humans. This would be an extraordinarily significant discovery for the entire star system. With no time to waste before other planets catch wind of this, he must hasten to rescue her and ensure her protection. Darren maneuvered the spacecraft, swiftly heading towards the location of the girl. Upon arrival, Darren opened the hatch and leaped down. His combat suit deployed air cushions to slow his descent, allowing him to gently land beside the girl amidst the ruins. With trembling hands, he cradled her in his arms. Her body felt cold and weightless, delicate as silk. Upon getting a clearer view of her features, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. She was entirely different from the beastmen females. Darren dared not hold her too tightly, as if cradling a fragile porcelain doll. Amidst his excitement and anxiety, a surge of profound curiosity welled up within him. The ancient humans had perished due to nuclear radiation pollution 700 years ago. How had she managed to survive? Darren promptly carried her back towards the spacecraft's entrance. At that moment, the drowsy Lu Chubai was stirred by a voice. "Hello, host. You have bound the multiplicity and prosperity system before your demise. The system can only sustain your life signs for 31 days. Please complete the conception as soon as possible to earn reward points and life energy." Lu Chubai heard her own bewildered voice. "Where am I? Is giving birth the only way to continue living?" "Indeed, host. Welcome to the Interstellar Beast World, a realm inhabited by beastmen. The entire star system has suffered from varying degrees of severe nuclear contamination, leading to a decline in beastmen reproductive capabilities, while the females have long been extinct. Reproducing offspring and calming the frenzied instincts within the males have become pressing issues for the star system. To address this, the Academy of Sciences has produced numerous synthetic females, yet it has not resolved the fundamental problems. You are now the only gestating female in this interstellar beast world. Host, please note that a male beastman with an SS-level psychic ability has been detected. Name, Darren North. Race, Wolf Beastman. Age, 77. Personality, aloof and domineering. Talent, blank. Please seize this opportunity." Upon hearing this prompt, Lu Chubai instinctively inquired, "What is the highest psychic ability of a beastman male? Is this male exceptionally strong?" Psychic ability and talent signify the combat prowess and capabilities of the males. The currently known highest psychic ability level is SSS. General Darren North is a premium top-tier male. The stronger the quality of the male with whom one bears children, the more exceptional the offspring will be, and the rewards will also be greater. Note: 1. The countdown to life will cease the moment conception begins. Each child born will reward 3 additional years of life. 2. Points cannot be exchanged for life, but can be used to purchase any non-living items. Initial points 100. Please utilize them wisely. As a frail individual confined to a wheelchair for years, Lu Chubai's primary source of entertainment had been reading novels, particularly those featuring characters with golden fingers traversing worlds. Tears welled in her eyes as she never expected that one day, a golden finger would descend upon her. Her last memory was of the apocalypse's arrival, when her family, enduring the agonies of life, finally turned against the frail, wheelchair-bound, sickly child. Lu Chubai recalled being dismembered and consumed. When her family severed her arm, she felt little sensation, calmly accepting the reality. She was relieved to be liberated from the constant anxiety. Now this system could enable her to live healthily, and she was overjoyed. She opened the point store to see what she could purchase. Currently, the only items available to her were the male fertility pill, female fertility pill, twin pill, and rejuvenation pill, along with a pain-free delivery pill. Each of these cost 9 points. Many other items required task completion or reaching designated areas to unlock were presented in gray boxes. Lu Chubai glanced over the display. Almost anything could be purchased with points. The point store was truly omnipotent. It was simply magnificent. With her eyes not fully open, she suddenly sensed the warmth beside her beginning to fade. She realized that this was likely the system's suggested task target, the one who had saved her. Lu Chubai cautiously opened her eyes to take a glance. What met her gaze were a pair of fluffy white ears, concealed within silken silver hair, exuding a lively and adorable charm. Looking down, she beheld a strikingly handsome man, his features sculpted with exquisite precision. He was undeniably handsome, yet his cold demeanor and unapproachable aura made him appear somewhat intimidating. Moreover, he was exceptionally tall, robust, and strikingly refined. Clad in a custom deep green military uniform, his commanding presence overshadowed the dazzling medals adorning his shoulders. Lu Chubai's curiosity piqued as she surveyed the surrounding beastmen, whose sizes were evidently larger. Their features and attire, as well as the decor of the room, were imbued with a sense of advanced technology. Not only had she acquired a golden finger, but she had also entered a novel and extraordinary world. "Are you awake?" Darren looked down to find the girl in his arms gazing at him with eyes as pure and flawless as black grapes. Lu Chubai appeared terrified, her face pale, her glistening pupils trembling in fear, reminiscent of a startled fawn in the woods. "Who are you? Let me go." She struggled violently, flailing her arms. Smack! In a moment of miscalculation, her palm struck Darren's face. The illustrious general of the Interstellar Federation, adorned with numerous honors, was momentarily stunned. No one had ever dared to slap him before. The soldiers surrounding them were equally astonished at the scene of Lu Chubai striking out. Never has anyone dared to lay a hand on General Darren. After someone spoke, they nervously glanced at Darren, eager to gauge his reaction. Lu Chubai seemed to realize her mistake. Her eyes filled with panic and guilt, like an elf inadvertently wandering into the mortal realm, evoking pity. Chapter 2. The only female in the interstellar beast world seeking golden tickets. She bit her lip, displaying a conflicted expression of wanting to apologize yet feeling uneasy. But mostly, she remained in a state of resistance and vigilance, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Darren. Clenching her fists tightly, she stood ready to defend her safety at any moment. Darren moved the corners of his lips, attempting to muster a smile. His gaze was sincere, calm, and steady, easily instilling trust. "Don't be afraid, it's all right." Darren extended his hand towards Lu Chubai, his expression gentle and soothing. His voice was unexpectedly soft. "I mean you no harm, I only wish to save you." "Thank you." Lu Chubai timidly regarded him, adding, "And I'm sorry." Her obedient and remorseful demeanor inexplicably softened Darren's heart. Lu Chubai gently placed her hand in his palm. Darren grasped it, feeling the tension in his chest finally ease. He had never minded the slap on his cheek. His primary concern had been the possibility of the girl being frightened and harmed. Just as Darren was about to speak, he suddenly sensed something unusual. At this moment, Lu Chubai's other hand was curiously caressing the fluffy white tail that was gently brushing against her calf. Her eyes sparkled with a twinkling light. "May I touch it? This tail feels so soothing. It's adorable." Though she spoke in such a manner, she had already begun to stroke it. Darren was momentarily taken aback. A flush of warmth crept up to his ears. To put it accurately, he felt somewhat stiff. He had no idea when his tail and ears had become exposed. The tips of his ears involuntarily perked up, like two little signal towers adorned with a pink hue. For the first time, Darren felt a twinge of embarrassment and vulnerability. He was unsure why his body was entirely unresponsive. Perhaps it was the aura emanating from this ancient human? Yes. Darren seemed to regain his composure and replied awkwardly, striving to maintain a friendly smile. Fearful of scaring her, Lu Chubai appeared to relax, softly complimenting, "You are truly handsome." Darren was momentarily taken aback. The slight warmth that had just retreated surged back instantly. Heat rapidly spread across his entire face. There had been countless admirers, yet only the female before him could genuinely praise his looks. At this moment, Lu Chubai lowered her gaze, silently acknowledging that the male before her possessed a commendable temperament. She had struck him once, yet he remained so gentle. He was indeed reliable. With merely 31 days of life left, she needed to seize her time wisely. A serene smile graced Lu Chubai's lips. As she lifted her gaze, she suddenly noticed the male before her. His tail was perked up, quivering uncontrollably. Darren's mind roared. This is against the rules. How can he look so charming? The subordinates nearby widened their eyes at the scene. General Darren, a remarkably powerful male, could effortlessly conceal his species form, while weaker males could not suppress their ears and tails. Take General Darren. For instance, he was a wolf beast man, yet they had never witnessed him transform. Because he was exceptionally strong, it was utterly impossible for him to. Was the vigorous wagging of his wolf tail a sign of happiness and goodwill? Darren instantly, awkwardly retracted his ears and tail. He never anticipated that after so many years, he would lose control for the first time. To mask his embarrassment, Darren inquired, "May I carry you to the sleep chamber for some rest? It would benefit your health." Lu Chubai nodded gently. Darren lifted her into his arms. The girl's body was light, almost weightless. A pang of sorrow surged within Darren. Had he not discovered her today, how helpless she would have been, waiting for death. Darren glanced at the girl whose delicate hands could scarcely grasp his arm. Her fingers, as slender as jade, seemed as if they could snap with the slightest movement. Darren couldn't help but pledge, "As long as I am here, I will forever protect you. You have suffered many injuries for now. You should rest in the sleep chamber. I am taking you to the hospital for treatment." After saying this, Darren was about to head to the control panel when he noticed the girl had no intention of releasing him. At this moment, she appeared less fearful, her eyes now filled with trust. Darren settled down beside the sleep chamber. In the gentlest tone he could muster, he said, "I will stay right here with you. May I know your name?" "Lu Chubai. And you?" "I am Darren North, the Supreme Commander of the Galactic Alliance, a 5-star general." The two exchanged introductions, but it was mainly Darren who spoke of his family background. He was never one to be so talkative. Yet, seeing the girl before him gaze at him with admiration, he found himself divulging all his honors and assets. The spacecraft soon reached its destination, hovering above the Galactic Royal Hospital. The military and all high-ranking politicians of the Galactic Alliance were already waiting. They couldn't help but tilt their heads, gazing at the open hatch and the figure emerging from the descending steps. Lu Chubai stood at the hatch, hesitant to move, feeling the weight of many eyes upon her. For a moment, she found it difficult to adapt, feeling a surge of shyness. Noticing her tension, Darren cautiously asked, "May I carry you? You have injuries and shouldn't walk." Lu Chubai bit her lip, casting an embarrassed glance at Darren before finally nodding. "Then I must trouble you. In the interstellar beast world, females have long been extinct, replaced by artificially created ones, few in number and highly sought after by males. This resulted in most females adopting a haughty demeanor, often being domineering and willful. Thus, the act of being carried by him was quite ordinary. Some males would relish the opportunity to hold a female. It hardly constituted a trouble. Moreover, given her injuries and frail condition, she was deserving of a male's protection and care. Darren's gaze swept over Lu Chubai's delicate waist. He slipped his hand under her armpit and around her leg, lifting her effortlessly. The sweet scent of oranges wafted towards him, filling him with elation, and he instinctively tightened his embrace, yearning to hold her forever. Lu Chubai wrapped her arms around Darren's shoulders and smiled gently at him. Darren's gaze froze momentarily. He focused ahead, took a deep breath, and managed to suppress his ears and tail that threatened to reveal themselves again. As Darren carried Lu Chubai down, all eyes were fervently fixated on her, filled with excitement and anticipation. A myriad of complex emotions intertwined, eager to lean in and take a closer look at the girl. Darren was rather displeased with some individual's brazen behavior and furrowed his brow. The president of the Galactic Peace Federation, a 150-year-old tiger beast man, had already received Lu Chubai's complete profile. Seeing her in person, he remained relatively composed. "I am the president of the Galactic Peace Federation, Gol Alexander, and I sincerely thank you for your arrival on behalf of the entire Galactic Federation." Although the system had already briefed her on the interstellar beast world, having the president personally present truly astonished Lu Chubai. "I am also delighted to meet you, President." "Excellent, excellent." The president repeatedly expressed his delight and promptly summoned the medical personnel who had been waiting. As they escorted her into the medical chamber for examination, Lu Chubai reluctantly grasped Darren's arm. Darren softly reassured her, "This place is very safe. I won't stray far. Please, just get a thorough checkup first. I will be waiting for you outside." Darren wished to remain by Lu Chubai's side. Yet the emergence of an ancient human was a momentous discovery and would be a significant day recorded in the history of the interstellar beast world. With the president present, Darren had to personally report the findings to him. Additionally, he needed to ascertain why Lu Chubai had appeared in such a perilous location on Camp Star. Lu Chubai obediently nodded. "All right, I will be out shortly. Please wait for me." Her eyes were filled with him, regarding him as her sole pillar of support. Yet, she felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed unlikely that General Darren would return after he left. Chapter 03. The Guardian of Lu Chubai, Seeking Golden Votes. Faced with Lu Chubai's trusting yet vulnerable gaze, Darren's heart softened immensely. "All right, certainly." He gently squeezed her hand, but as he watched Lu Chubai enter the medical pod. He finally turned and made his way to another conference room, which was already filled with people. The blue screen at the center displayed Lu Chubai's physical information and condition, laid bare for all to see. She astonishingly possessed no psychic power, and her physical state was alarmingly frail. She required our utmost protection. At merely 22 years of age, she was still considered a young adult among the beastmen. How could she have appeared alone on a planet ravaged by nuclear radiation and suffered such grave injuries? Which heartless beastman could have done this? We must swiftly locate the perpetrator, or delve deeper into the investigation on Camp Planet. Perhaps there are others like her, ancient humans. The assembly was filled with indignation over Lu Chubai's plight, their voices laced with both outrage and compassion. President Alexander was equally incensed. Ancient humans were a species of immense rarity and value. Yet she had been abandoned in such a wretched place. Truly despicable. But the deed had been done, and they would certainly unearth the guilty party. The immediate priority was to find the most suitable guardian to care for her attentively. After a brief moment of silence, Darren was about to speak when President Alexander interjected. "I know everyone is extremely upset and feels for her. Since we are all gathered here, let us first discuss her future guardian. A female can have multiple guardians. Although a guardian is not a spouse, they typically spend the most time with the female and often become her mate in the end. Therefore, a guardian is the best avenue to foster a bond with her." As soon as President Alexander finished speaking, the screen displayed the most outstanding males in the interstellar age who were unpaired. Darren glanced at it and noticed he was ranked third. While he was indeed exceptional, there were many others in the Interstellar Peace Federation who were even more distinguished and influential. For instance, the top-ranked candidate was none other than President Alexander's son, the Crown Prince Lansun. Darren's head drooped in disappointment. President Alexander's eagerness was unmistakably aimed at making Lu Chubai the royal daughter-in-law. Darren found himself at a loss for words, for the Crown Prince was undoubtedly remarkable, deserving of Lu Chubai, and no one could contest him. As a female, it was only natural to select the finest among the best as her mate. Never had Darren felt such profound self-doubt and loathing for his own inadequacies. The other senior politicians in the conference room also quelled their thoughts, reassuring themselves that they would have their chance eventually. For this birthing female could not possibly have only one potential mate. That a decision was swiftly reached, and President Alexander's face broke into an uncontrollable smile. General Darren, you are the greatest contributor this time. Shortly, the Peace Federation Council will bestow upon you the highest honor. For now, you may return and rest. Darren abruptly raised his head, astonished as he looked at President Alexander. It was evident that the president had discerned Lu Chubai's deep reliance on General Darren and was intentionally attempting to dismiss him. Darren asked in a low voice, "Mr. President, may I wait a little longer? I wish to bid her farewell." When she emerges, that he recalled the reluctant, dependent look in the young female's eyes, feeling a pang of unwillingness to leave her side. President Alexander chuckled lightly. Rest assured, the Crown Prince, as her primary guardian, will arrive shortly to take good care of her. That a respectful attendant was already waiting to escort General Darren away. Clenching his fists, he could only comply with the order. Upon returning to his residence, as soon as Darren entered the room, his repressed tail and ears sprang forth, and his body ignited with heat and agitation that he felt as though he were losing control. The sweet orange fragrance of the young girl enveloped him, and the sensation of her soft skin lingered in his arms. A wild beast within him surged, desperately seeking an outlet. Suppressants, bring all the suppressants quickly. General Darren was experiencing his first estrus since reaching maturity. Royal Hospital Lu Chubai rejected Lansun Alexander's embrace, merely asking, "Where is General Darren?" He said he would wait outside for me. Lansun observed the female before him. Truly, she was unlike any artificial female in the galaxy. Initially, he had dismissed the idea when he received the news. The president was his father, and he could not easily contravene his orders. However, upon meeting Lu Chubai for the first time, he was deeply captivated. Lansun smiled politely. "General Darren has temporarily stepped away. I am the Crown Prince of the Interstellar Peace Federation and will henceforth be your guardian, responsible for your care." Lu Chubai's eyes fell in disappointment, and she remained silent. Her arms, as pale as jade, rested on the edge of the medical pod, her delicate feet dangling as she unconsciously swayed them. "Host, please be advised, an SS-level psychic beast man has been detected. Name, Lansun Alexander. Species, Tiger Beast Man. Age, 75. Personality, cold-blooded and cunning. Talent, slaughter. Please seize this opportunity." From the moment she saw the president, Lu Chubai realized that Darren might no longer have the right to be by her side. There were many top-tier males superior to him. Yet Lu Chubai believed Darren would be easier to manage, especially compared to the proud Crown Prince Lansun before her. Biting her lip, Lu Chubai softly asked, "Can I refuse you?" The proud Lansun furrowed his brow, somewhat incredulous at her words. While females were precious and birthing females even more so, he was the Crown Prince of the Interstellar Peace Federation. His status noble and his power unquestionable. With an air of arrogance, Lansun lifted his chin. "Of course, you have that right, but remember, this is your only opportunity. Are you certain you wish to decline me?" Without hesitation, Lu Chubai nodded. "Yes, I am certain." Lansun inhaled sharply, but his royal upbringing tempered his reaction, allowing him to gradually regain his composure. "Then please, take care and rest." With that, Lansun left, his expression cold and somber. Lansun was the most exceptional Tiger Beast man in the Interstellar Federation. Any child born of you two would undoubtedly be remarkable. Consequently, the rewards bestowed by the system would also be greater and more advantageous. "Host, you should not refuse him." Lu Chubai surveyed her surroundings and replied slowly, "But he does not like me." "Host, as the only birthing female in the Interstellar Beast era, you possess significant charm. Moreover, you can emit a sweet orange pheromone that drives males to distraction. This pheromone can also soothe agitated males. You are no longer the ordinary girl of modern society. Host, please make the most of your advantages." The system was evidently anxious. Lu Chubai chuckled playfully. "Well, I am about to take action." Chapter 04. General Darren, are you certain you do not want me? Lu Chubai leaned against the medical pod, her head lowered as she chuckled softly. "Do not rush." A hint of cunning flickered across the young girl's radiant cheeks. Barefoot, Lu Chubai stepped onto the cold floor. As she exited the ward, she noticed a crowd gathered at the end of the corridor. Lansun was among them, along with a physician in a white coat who was quietly reporting. General Darren has entered estrus prematurely and has fallen into a frenzied state. The suppressants are proving ineffective. He has now been moved to an isolation pod, and we must quickly find a suitable female mate to stabilize and assist in his recovery. The more formidable the male, the more prone he was to lose control during a frenzied state. But if his psychic energy remained in a manic state for too long, he would completely lose his rationality, forever remaining in beast form. Upon hearing this, Lu Chubai retreated to her room. See, the opportunity has arrived. This was merely the first floor. Lu Chubai could easily climb out the window to get outside. Finding the hospital map, she made her way directly to the isolation pod at the same time. President Alexander learned from Lansun that Lu Chubai had refused him. He first instructed the doctor, who had just reported. General Darren's sudden estrus may have been influenced by the nuclear radiation. Please wait a moment. I have already granted him priority access, and a highly compatible artificial female will be arriving shortly. Understood. The doctor left in haste. President Alexander then earnestly advised Lansun, her physical and mental condition is extremely fragile. It is quite normal for her to harbor reservations about you. You both need to gradually cultivate your relationship. President Alexander cast a furtive glance at Lansun, understanding that as the royal heir, he must become the first mate of this viviparous female, with no room for negotiation. Lansun was aware that the offspring born from a viviparous female would undoubtedly be distinct and superior to those from an artificial female. He grasped the good intentions of the president, and thus, with a grim countenance, he made his way back to the ward. To his surprise, he found that Lu Chubai had already vanished in the isolation chamber. Lu Chubai observed Darren, who was crouched in the corner, clutching his head and turned away from her. The floor around him was littered with used suppressants, numbering in the dozens. That it seemed his condition was indeed quite severe. General Darren, Lu Chubai pressed her palms against the small window, tapping the glass until she captured Darren's attention. His eyes were red-rimmed as he stared at her for a moment before suddenly dashing over. The closer he drew to Lu Chubai, the more potent the pheromones emanating from him became. Darren felt a flicker of calm wash over his frenzied nerves. He inhaled deeply, a surge of desire blossoming within him, an overwhelming yearning to possess more of her essence. Yet, amidst this turmoil, Darren retained a sliver of rationality, shaking his head at Lu Chubai. Leave now. Do not come near this place. He was acutely aware of his precarious state and feared he might inadvertently harm her. However, Lu Chubai offered him a gentle smile, her serene and beautiful visage exuding a soothing quality. She regarded Darren with understanding, urging the system within her to release as much pheromone as possible. Darren was momentarily taken aback. Then his pupils dilated in horror as he witnessed Lu Chubai's actions. She opened the door of the isolation chamber and, before he could react, leapt into his embrace. That Darren's body stiffened. His arms held out in a hesitant gesture of welcome, and for a long while he dared not reciprocate her embrace. Lu Chubai nestled her cheek against his chest, her delicate form appearing even more fragile against his broad frame. Her soft, sweet voice, tinged with a hint of grievance, broke the silence. General Darren, do you not want me anymore? Darren's throat rasped, his entire being trembling. How could that be? He greedily closed his eyes, convincing himself that merely holding her would suffice. The alluring scent emanating from her enveloped him, drawing him deeper into a state of blissful surrender. The chaotic elements within him seemed to subside, granting him a moment of respite, lowering his gaze. Guided by her intoxicating aroma, he could not help but lean in for a kiss. Lu Chubai stood on her tiptoes, entirely cradled in his large hand, imprisoned in his embrace. She pressed her palms against his solid chest, enduring his increasingly wild kiss. Despite her prior preparations, she could not quell the rising fear within her. General Darren, release her, came a furious roar from behind. Lansun and the other beastmen had arrived, the other soldiers. Seeing the scene unfold, instinctively raised their shields to protect the president. The rampaging beastman was a terrifying force, with strength and speed multiplied many times over. Should he lose control, the individuals present would stand no chance against him. Weapons were drawn, yet Lu Chubai remained ensnared in Darren's grasp. General Darren, let her go! The earlier furious shouts transformed into pleas. All eyes were tense, fixed on Darren, but he appeared to regain a measure of clarity. Gazing down at the trembling girl in his arms, Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and her delicate lips were swollen and red from his unbridled affection that Darren's hand trembled as he tenderly cupped Lu Chubai's face. "You must go now that I cannot control myself. I might hurt you. Why? Are you in heat?" Darren nodded. "I am a female. I can soothe you. General Darren, are you certain you do not want me?" Her soft voice was imbued with a beguiling quality. Gentle, yet capable of dismantling resolve, that Darren's arms tightened around her involuntarily, bringing Lu Chubai closer, that he hesitated, finally asking, "Do you truly consent to having me as your mate?" "General Darren, are you prepared to become a traitor to the entire Galactic Federation?" Lansun's voice seethed with fury. Though he held no personal feelings for Lu Chubai, it was undeniable that she represented the future of the Galactic Federation. Her unique constitution warranted her a mate worthy of her stature. As the Prince of the Galactic Federation, he had never deigned to share with other males that Darren's gaze remained fixed on President Alexander. "Your Excellency, does she possess the autonomy to choose her mate? Or is she solely the property of your royal family?" This inquiry resonated with the others present, who shared a similar curiosity. The royal family should not be so selfish. Such a viviparous female should rightfully be an opportunity for all. Which family would not desire a viviparous female to bear exceptional offspring? The room was filled with skeptical glances directed at President Alexander. After a moment of contemplation, he unreservedly granted the guardianship rights of the viviparous female to Prince Lansun. He was indeed exceptional, and none could obstruct him. However, if Lu Chubai were to remain solely within the royal family, reserved for Prince Lansun, the others would not abide by it. Upon hearing this, Lu Chubai instinctively shrank back into Darren's embrace. Hoping he would take decisive action, she did not wish to lose her freedom while fulfilling her mission that in the interstellar beast realm, an exceptional female could select her mate without limitation, provided a willing male was present. Yet, if claimed solely by the royal family, she would be reduced to a mere breeding tool. Stripped of her autonomy, that Lu Chubai's distrust of the royal family deepened. Sensing her unease, Darren resolved within himself that he could not allow Lu Chubai to remain in this place. President Alexander pondered for a moment, then smiled slightly. The choice lies in her hands. It is her right to select whomever she wishes as a mate. However, General Darren, your current state is perilous, and she lacks the mental fortitude to soothe you. You may inadvertently harm her. Can you bear that? This single point struck a chord within Darren, and he truly could not bear the thought. Yet, the girl in his arms clung tightly to him, expressing her desire not to abandon him. Lu Chubai burrowed deeper into his embrace, her small hands grasping his clothing. "General Darren, I am so afraid of those people." Her soft, trembling voice ignited a reckless determination within Darren that he turned to President Alexander and Prince Lansun. His tone low yet filled with immense pride. "She has chosen me that I will be her first mate." With that declaration, Darren summoned a flying vessel, cradling Lu Chubai in one arm as they departed the hospital. Others attempted to pursue them, but President Alexander intervened that we must not let her come to harm. Seek the finest doctors in the Galactic Federation to attend to General Darren at his residence. Once aboard the flying vessel, all semblance of self-control slipped away from Darren. His eyes reddened as he fixated on Lu Chubai with an almost predatory intensity. Clenching his fists, he struggled to restrain his anger. "I am also dangerous to you. I will take you to a safe place." That Lu Chubai grasped his hand, cradling his tightly clenched fist. "Are you in pain? Please do not hold it so tightly." That male was undeniably strong. Even in this state, he retained some semblance of reason. Darren withdrew his hand, tensing his back as he turned away. "I am fine. You should go to the other cabin." As his words fell, another door of the vessel opened. After a brief wait, the silence behind him piqued Darren's curiosity. Just then, he felt a soft embrace around his waist. Startled, he looked down to see Lu Chubai's delicate arms attempting to encircle him. She pressed her cheek against his taut back and placed a gentle kiss there. Her voice, soft and laced with a hint of tears, pleaded, "I do not want to go. I wish to stay here with General Darren. You saved me, and I want to help you." Darren reached to extricate her arms from around him, but she took advantage of the moment, slipping her small hand into his heated palm. "You know, General Darren, I have chosen you that I do not regret it. Please do not let me go." Darren felt a nerve in his mind snap. He turned, pinning her against the cabin wall, his deep gaze appraising the courageous yet timid girl before him. "I will give you one more chance. Will you leave? After consuming the 4 fetal pills, you expect me to leave?" Lu Chubai smiled softly, her delicate fingers entwining around his neck as she rose on her tiptoes. Willingly presenting herself to him, that I in this secluded space. No one could disturb or hinder them any longer, that Lu Chubai belonged to him, and he would possess her entirely. General Darren cradled Lu Chubai's fragile form with utmost care, kissing her inch by inch with a reverent devotion. Dressed in his most distinguished military attire, General Darren entered the president's office. Lansun sat nearby, his expression dark and brooding, his penetrating gaze fixed intently on the upright figure of Darren. He mused that Darren must be feeling quite triumphant at this moment. President Alexander's tone was frosty. Are you suggesting that she, devoid of spiritual power, can still provide you with solace? With his chest puffed out and chin held high, Darren stood like a proud peacock, arms straight down the sides of his trousers, radiating an air of success. Indeed, Your Excellency, General Darren, you have still defied military orders. The president noted gravely that I accept all punishments. President Alexander narrowed his eyes and summoned assistance. Ordinarily, General Darren would face imprisonment, but given that Lu Chubai had chosen him as her mate, he bore the responsibility of safeguarding her. Thus, the punishment was altered to 300 strikes with an electric whip. Even ordinary beastmen would struggle to endure such a punishment, let alone the daunting number of 300. This sentence undoubtedly bore the weight of personal animosity from President Alexander. Yet, Darren accepted it with grace. Following the soldiers down the corridor, Lansun, unable to conceal his resentment, spoke up. Father, why did you consent to General Darren becoming Lu Chubai's mate? Is this something I could prevent? Lansun, you have already squandered an opportunity. Had you been able to win Lu Chubai over during your time in the hospital, there would have been no need for General Darren. Moreover, it was crucial to note that General Darren was the Empire's mightiest warrior. His contributions to the Galactic Federation and the entire Noth family's influence rivaling that of the royal family at that time. Numerous politicians were observing, eagerly awaiting their chance. President Alexander could not continue to favor Lansun in this matter. Father, I understand. After all, he had already submitted the necessary information regarding Lu Chubai's guardianship while in the hospital. He could not afford to lag behind Darren. Congratulations, host, on successfully conceiving. The seed of hope has already sprouted. This system will continuously monitor your health. You need not worry. As twilight descended, Lu Chubai awoke to the system's call, finding herself in Darren's private residence. The classical, opulent European style imparted a sense of solemnity akin to that of St. Peter's Basilica. Barefoot, she stepped onto the pink carpet, and just as she approached the door, it swung open. Darren appeared in a black loungewear ensemble, one hand holding a cup of heated nutritional liquid, upon seeing Lu Chubai standing barefoot on the floor. He immediately extended his strong arms, effortlessly lifting her into his embrace. Lu Chubai wrapped her arms around his neck, keenly aware of Darren's furrowed brow and the metallic scent of blood that lingered around him. Darren, are you hurt? Darren carried Lu Chubai back to the bed, his voice gentle. Do you still feel pain? The doctor had already examined Lu Chubai, and the results were not promising. Darren's deep-set gaze concealed profound concern. Realizing what Darren meant, Lu Chubai's cheeks flushed as she shyly burrowed under the covers. Darren found her adorably endearing, his heart melting at the sight. What should I do with you being so shy? I still need to apply medicine. That he felt a pang of guilt. She was so delicate, and he had been careless aboard the spacecraft that Lu Chubai poked her head out from the blankets, her eyes sparkling like a fawn's. General Darren, are you now my mate? Her hopeful gaze revealed her disregard for her injuries. All she desired was to be with him. Chapter 06. She did not need a guardian who did not care for her. Lu Chubai's words should have brought Darren joy. Yet he wore a troubled expression. He had rushed directly from the Royal Palace to the Galactic Information Management Bureau, only to be informed that the information network was undergoing maintenance and could not yet record mate information. That's all right. I can prepare for our bonding ceremony in the meantime. Not why that Lu Chubai did not pursue the topic further, turning to survey her surroundings. That I asked this General Darren's residence? Yes, it will also be yours from now on. Darren tightened his grip on Lu Chubai's hand, lifting the nutritional liquid. You should replenish your strength. Allow me to feed you. Initially hesitant, Lu Chubai found herself enveloped by Darren's broad chest as he gently pulled her into his embrace. His care was indeed meticulous. Faced with the green liquid, she found it difficult to swallow. In this advanced technological world, there was no indulgence in sweet sodas or delightful barbecued delicacies. The scent of the liquid deterred her from drinking. And before she could voice her refusal, there was a commotion outside that a male servant knocked and entered, announcing, "General Darren, Prince Lansun has arrived." Darren's expression darkened as he held Lu Chubai tightly. She looked alarmed and asked, "General Darren, do you still not wish for me to stay by your side?" "Not at all," he promptly assured her. Sensing Lu Chubai's reluctance to engage with the royal family, he resolved silently to shield her. Lu Chubai recalled the events in the hospital and quietly inquired, "Prince Lansun mentioned he is my guardian. Will he be joining us? Does that mean I can no longer reside with you alone?" From Lu Chubai's tone, Darren gathered that she only desired him and relied heavily on his presence, which filled him with happiness that he made a solemn promise, as the sole heir of the Noth family. "I vow to protect, respect, and cherish you." Lu Chubai leaped into his arms like a fledgling returning to its nest. "General Darren, I believe in you." When Lansun entered, he found Darren lost in a moment of tenderness, cradling the petite girl's chin in his hand as he kissed her deeply. The usually stoic and brooding General Darren displayed an unprecedented warmth. Lansun clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking as Darren quickly shielded Lu Chubai behind him, eyeing the doorway warily. "General Darren, I have come to take Lu Chubai." "Prince Lansun, you must be aware that she has already chosen me." Lu Chubai, concealed behind Darren, peered out to see Lansun as previously indifferent expression, now replaced with an unmistakable possessiveness. Yet she understood that this male did not truly care for her. He merely resented being rejected by someone he deemed superior. Males instinctively compete for females, viewing them as possessions not to be shared. "General Darren, as the only five-star general of the Galactic Alliance, you should comprehend that she is a treasure of our entire Federation, not belonging to any single male. She belongs to the Galactic Alliance as a whole. You should not claim her for yourself." Lansun realized that if he were to confront Darren aggressively now, he would not yield. Given Darren's fervent affection for Lu Chubai, raising this issue would only exacerbate tensions. Lansun was gambling on the loyalty and responsibility Darren and the Noth family held toward the Galactic Alliance. With this thought, he couldn't help but glance at the innocent girl behind Darren. She gazed at him with naive curiosity, her bright, clear eyes devoid of any ulterior motives. Unlike her cold demeanor when they were alone in the hospital, would she now trust Darren as her protector? Lansun smirked. He should make Lu Chubai aware of her worth, ensuring she was not merely a delicate pet in Darren's care. Darren recognized the threat implicit in Lansun's words that he had contemplated this issue as well. Yet given Lu Chubai's trust in him, he did not wish to disappoint her. However, the laws of the Galactic Alliance stipulated that they must respect the choices of females. "She has chosen me," Darren reiterated firmly. "Abandoning you." Lansun's eyes shimmered with a ghostly light. His proud demeanor gradually crystallizing into frost, he unleashed a formidable mental force, attempting to subdue Darren. Darren's talent was assassination, despite the overwhelming pressure. He was faced with Lansun. Lansun's talent was replication. He could mirror any ability and return it in kind. I end this moment. Lansun dealt with Darren ruthlessly, the aura of slaughter swirling back towards him. A familiar oppression enveloping Darren. Although he could withstand it, the volatile elements, recently soothed by Lu Chubai, were once again awakened. This was Darren's first encounter with the might of replication. Lansun smiled with confidence, pressing Darren further. How bothersome, Lu Chubai thought, disliking the sight of others fighting, especially before her. With a pained expression, she let out a soft whimper, attempting to halt their confrontation. "General Darren, I am feeling rather unwell." Lu Chubai frowned, glaring discontentedly at Lansun. Darren retracted his mental force, tenderly embracing Lu Chubai. Unbeknownst to them, their immense mental strength elicited little reaction from her, save for a slight grimace. Lansun too realized that Lu Chubai was intentionally diverting Darren's and his own attention. She feared for Darren's safety, which further fueled Lansun's sense of defeat. The female before him, merely a precious rarity, seemed to hold him, the crown prince, in such low regard. "Prince Lansun, you might harm her. Her body is frail. You claim to be her guardian, yet she does not require one who lacks compassion," Darren exclaimed, cradling Lu Chubai with care and turning to the haughty Lansun, reprimanding him as the esteemed crown prince of the Galactic Alliance. He had never been yelled at in such a manner, save for his father. Darren, known for his unwavering discipline, momentarily lost control and spoke to him thus. Lu Chubai, with a pained touch, caressed Darren's cheek and turned to face Lansun. Her youthful visage was soft, yet her tone carried a stubborn strength and a hint of authority. "Prince Lansun, you are too fierce. I kindly ask you to cease your disturbances." For Darren, she disregarded the superior conditions of the royal family. The words of Lu Chubai stung Lansun, igniting his competitive spirit that a surge of anger welled within him as he temporarily withdrew from Darren's residence, pondering his next move. "Your Highness, regarding General Darren's desire to record his pairing information with Lu Chubai. Shall we continue to refuse?" Upon returning to his quarters, Lansun received this message, and the thought of those cold, resistant eyes directed towards him ignited an uncontainable rage. Refuse. Subsequently, Lansun disseminated the news of General Darren's uncontrollable arousal. At the Noth estate, the elder matriarch was the first to receive this news and promptly contacted Darren's residence's steward, Nelika, to confirm the details of Darren's predicament, that is the sole heir of the Noth family. Darren's delayed arousal was indeed concerning. Over the years, Darren had remained inactive, leading to rising doubts within the family and disquieting rumors that pressed heavily upon the elder matriarch. Without delay, she reached out to her connections to expedite Darren's matchmaking information, which had been relegated to the bottom of the list. General Noth Darren was a prominent figure within the Galactic Alliance, and countless artificial females viewed him as their ideal partner. Soon, the matchmaking system presented numerous compatible candidates. The elder matriarch selected several suitable artificial females and arranged meetings with them. The next day, upon awakening, Lu Chubai found Darren absent, despite having fallen asleep in his embrace the previous night. She wandered to the first floor's parlor, where she encountered an elegantly poised artificial female seated gracefully with a teacup. Malanxi, highly perceptive, quickly stood upon noticing Lu Chubai's arrival. "Who are you in relation to General Darren, and why are you here in his residence? Were you specifically summoned to find him?" Malanxi nodded, her tone laced with pride. "I am here to court him. General Darren is urgently seeking a partner, and I have the highest compatibility with him." Malanxi had discerned that Lu Chubai's presence in Darren's abode was anything but ordinary. She scrutinized Lu Chubai, sensing an unusual air about her that did not align with that of an artificial female. However, if she were to be deemed a female, it was unfathomable that in the wake of a severe environmental disaster, the Galactic Alliance's natural-born females had long since perished. Should a natural-born female appear, it would send shockwaves throughout the Alliance. And Malanxi would undoubtedly have been informed that Lu Chubai's expression did not reflect the anger Malanxi anticipated. Instead, she offered a gentle smile, her sweet face exuding innocence. "But General Darren promised me. I am his alone." "Surely, there must be a misunderstanding. Did General Darren send you?" Malanxi furrowed her brow. This matter could not possibly be mistaken. "Where is General Darren?" Lu Chubai glanced around, realizing he had seemingly left early that morning. Malanxi stamped her foot in frustration and hurriedly departed. Lu Chubai strolled through the expansive lawn of the residence. She overheard two male servants discussing the recent events that seemed the entire Galactic Alliance was now aware of General Darren's predicament, with many eager artificial females vying for his attention. The earlier visitor was no ordinary individual. She was the daughter of a renowned mech engineer, although she had already taken 9 beast husbands. She had openly expressed her desire to marry General Darren. As the two conversed, they noticed Lu Chubai's curious gaze upon them. "Miss Chubai, are you searching for General Darren?" one servant asked, flustered that Lu Chubai displayed a gentle smile. "Does General Darren have any other engagements?" The servants, momentarily entranced by her radiant smile, lost track of their intended responses. "General Darren likely has no other engagements, but he has remained without a partner for many years. The elder matriarch has been quite anxious and frequently arranges matches for him." Another servant, more astute, quickly interjected, "Miss Chubai, rest assured that you are the first female to reside within General Darren's residence. He truly cares for you." Lu Chubai smiled lightly, fully aware of this fact. Before long, she found Darren in a room within the castle's courtyard, tending to a wound on his back, shirtless. His arms were insufficiently long to apply the medication effectively. After several unsuccessful attempts, he was relieved when Lu Chubai arrived and took the medicine from him. Darren turned, a hint of anxiety in his demeanor as he attempted to rise. Lu Chubai placed her hand on his shoulder, urging him to stay seated, "Do not move. How did you sustain such a severe injury?" Gently, she blew upon the wound, her fragrant warmth enveloping him, causing his body to tense, exacerbating the bleeding, that it's merely a small injury. Darren replied, shaking his head slowly, unwilling to divulge the circumstances of his punishment. Seeing his reluctance to elaborate, Lu Chubai refrained from pressing further. After treating his wound, Darren embraced Lu Chubai and returned to his quarters. At that moment, a video call from the elder matriarch reached Darren, prompting him to glance nervously at Lu Chubai. Lu Chubai blinked, as if just realizing something, that I will step away for a moment. From now on, I shall tend to your wounds. You must not do it alone. Darren nodded, watching her depart. As Lu Chubai reached the courtyard, she noticed a flying ship hovering above, a staircase extending from it. A stunningly beautiful artificial female descended. Meanwhile, in his study, Darren grasped the situation upon hearing the elder matriarch's words. Melanxi had likely informed her of Lu Chubai's presence, which filled him with dread. If the elder matriarch were to discover Lu Chubai's existence, she would undoubtedly rush over, and given her nature, the entire Galactic Alliance would soon learn of Lu Chubai. This posed a significant danger for Lu Chubai. For now, Darren wished to keep her identity concealed. However, he was equally anxious, fearing that Lu Chubai might misunderstand and think he was courting another artificial female, which would surely hurt her deeply. Darren hastily made his way to the front courtyard, only to find Lu Chubai facing a stunning artificial female, Tiffany, who was inquiring about her background. Little did they know, General Darren had already hidden a rare treasure away, and now he was to court others. Perhaps merely to humiliate her. Darren instinctively glanced at Lu Chubai, resolutely determined to keep her unaware of the matchmaking. The thought of Lu feeling hurt or angry was unbearable. Chapter 8. General Darren. When shall we become spouses? In his anxious state, Darren failed to notice that Lu Chubai's expression revealed no surprise, that he merely wished to conceal this matter from her for the time being, as it had nothing to do with her. Furthermore, I have never expressed any intention of matchmaking. I kindly ask you to leave. His tone was exceedingly cold as he positioned himself protectively behind Lu Chubai, blocking Tiffany's view entirely. Tiffany clenched her teeth, her expression darkening. That is, a synthetic female who was often pursued by many males. She had never encountered such a blatant rejection. Were it not for Darren's exceptional qualities, she would not have come here in person. General Darren, you truly lack gentlemanly decorum. With a disdainful glance at Lu Chubai, shielded behind Darren, Tiffany stormed off in anger. Darren, visibly anxious, turned his attention to Lu Chubai. Holding her hands gently, Lu, please do not misunderstand me. I have never wished to partake in matchmaking. All I desire is to be your spouse. Lu Chubai withdrew her hands, biting her lip as she softly replied. General Darren, this is already the second visit today. Darren's expression reflected regret. It is all my fault, but I assure you, my intentions are pure. Lu, I will resolve this matter. Lu Chubai nodded in response. Darren retreated to his study to handle the situation, while Lu Chubai basked in the sunlight in the courtyard. That moment, a male servant approached, presenting her with a box. Inside lay a luminous device adorned with red gemstones. Resembling a bracelet, Lu Chubai reached for it. The device seemed to recognize its owner, locking onto her wrist. The servant, expecting to persuade her further, was taken aback when Lu Chubai accepted the gift without hesitation and promptly left. Opening the device, Lu Chubai saw her blue avatar frame, accompanied by detailed information and social accounts. Most notably, one section contained her private information, indicating her primary guardian, Lansun Alexander. Lu Chubai raised an eyebrow, instantly realizing that this device had been sent by Lansun. Just then, a notification appeared regarding General Darren's matchmaking search, confirming her suspicion. Darren had already surged to the top of the trending list. As Lu Chubai perused the comments about Darren, she noted that most were effusive praises of his accomplishments, looks, and noble lineage. His popularity within the Interstellar Alliance was undeniably high. Following the comments, she located the account of Old Lady Norse. 10 hours prior, Lady Norse had posted an update, actively seeking a match for General Darren. That moment, Lu Chubai observed, witnessing Lady Norse comment on various Interstellar netizens' photographs. The online discussions regarding Darren's matchmaking remained fervent. Even 3 hours later, meanwhile, Darren, who had promised to handle the situation, was summoned away due to urgent matters and hurriedly boarded a spaceship after a brief word with Lu Chubai. It was not until evening that General Darren returned. Enveloping Lu Chubai in his embrace, his fluffy tail wrapping around her slender waist as his head repeatedly nuzzled her collarbone. The usually aloof and composed General Darren appeared increasingly like an affectionate puppy in Lu Chubai's presence. Utterly devoted to her, Lu Chubai tilted her face upwards and asked, "General Darren, you seem quite busy today." Darren nodded wearily. Lu, I am here to accompany you now, that I never realized how occupied I was until now. It seems I cannot always be at home with you. Why is that? Lu Chubai refrained from engaging in his teasing, instead asking, "Have you resolved the matters you needed to handle?" Darren's gaze flickered slightly. "Everything has been taken care of. No more synthetic females will come to me for matchmaking. Please do not be upset with me, Lu. How could I possibly be upset with General Darren?" Lu Chubai's cold cheeks brushed against his chest as her hands unconsciously stroked his tail, prompting him to pull her closer. Darren could not resist kissing a trail from Lu Chubai's forehead down to her collarbone. His chest, oblivious to her distracted thoughts, Lu Chubai pondered the latest information she had seen before Darren's return. Someone had inquired if General Darren had already chosen a spouse. Lady Norse had responded, "Not yet." Was she not the only live-born female in the interstellar beast world? Was she not sufficiently exceptional? Why, then, had Darren not revealed her existence to his family? Moreover, how had he resolved the issue of the matchmaking synthetic females? Over the following month, Lu Chubai remained dutifully in the other palace, her body having fully adapted to the interstellar environment. Early one morning, Darren arranged for a doctor to conduct a thorough examination of Lu Chubai's health, resulting in similarly poor findings. Darren's concern deepened as he recalled Lansun's recent suggestion for Lu Chubai to stay at the royal hospital. However, he hesitated, knowing that such a move would inevitably bring Lu Chubai closer to Lansun. Lu Chubai noticed a change in the color of the nutritional liquid Darren brought her upon his return from seeing off the doctor. Feeling displeased, she remarked, "I believe my health is improving." "General Darren, must I still drink this?" Darren gently coaxed her, "Dear Lu, this nutritional liquid has been specially formulated for you, that it is beneficial for your health. Please, just try a little, all right?" Lu Chubai stubbornly shook her head. She was acutely aware of her own body. The system had forcibly repaired her, and the results were understandably grim. Now that she was pregnant, the system had paused her life value, and she knew she would be fine. All she needed to do was wait for a smooth delivery to gain life value and other rewards. There was no need for anything else, least of all this peculiar nutritional liquid. Darren, exhibiting remarkable patience, continued to persuade Lu Chubai to consume at least a little. Simultaneously, Lansun received the detailed report from the doctor, and he scrutinized one particular line, his eyes glinting with intrigue. The live-born female, appearing so delicate, had managed to conceive so quickly. Lansun felt a twinge of regret for not heeding his father's advice. Otherwise, the first child that Lu Chubai bore would have been his, clenching his fists. He opened the messaging app on his device and typed, "Have you and General Darren become spouses?" When Lu Chubai received this message, she had just finished the unpalatable nutritional liquid. Darren tenderly wiped the corner of her mouth. Praising Lu, "You did so well today. You finished it all." In a fragile voice tinged with a hint of grievance, Lu Chubai replied, "General Darren, I feel my health has improved. I do not wish to drink this nutritional liquid any longer." "Is that all right? Just a little longer, please, dear Lu. The doctor says your body is still quite weak. Tomorrow, I will arrange for a special nutritionist to create a fruit-flavored nutritional liquid for you. I am certain you will enjoy it." Though Darren was gentle, he was unyielding regarding the nutritional liquid. Regardless of Lu Chubai's apparent irritation, he steadfastly adhered to his principles, unwilling to bend for her. "Could General Darren take me to the hospital for another comprehensive examination? I feel that the doctor's assessment was rather superficial." Lu Chubai wished to caution Darren that the doctor had already been bribed by Lansun. Over the past few days, she had received numerous messages from Lansun, who believed he was being discreet. However, Lu Chubai had seen through his attempts to sow discord. Yet, Darren's behavior had indeed left her feeling quite disappointed. Glancing at the incoming messages on her device, she grasped Darren's hand and inquired, "General Darren, when can we become spouses?" She could comprehend Darren's predicament, but wished to extend him another opportunity. Chapter 9. Agreement to Matchmaking. Seeking Gold Tickets. Lu Chubai understood that Darren bore a heavy burden. He was responsible for the honor and duties of the entire Norse family. With Lansun exerting pressure from behind the scenes, it was likely that in caring for himself, Darren was overwhelmed. Darren held Lu Chubai close, inhaling the delightful scent of sweet orange that enveloped her. In that moment, he felt all his weariness dissipate. The information network is still undergoing maintenance. I shall inquire shortly. Are you so impatient, Lulu? Darren's tone was teasing. Noticing the girl in his arms lowering her head, he assumed she was shy and gently cupped her chin, leaning in for a kiss. Lu Chubai's eyes dimmed, her delicate brows barely furrowing as she pushed him away. Are you upset, Lulu? Darren tightened his embrace as he felt her attempt to struggle. No, I am simply a bit tired. Immediately, Darren carried her back to the room, tucking her in a bed and sitting beside her. Rest well, Lulu. Darren gently coaxed Lu Chubai, observing her steady breathing before stepping outside. As he made his way to the study, he activated his holographic device. General Darren, I've discovered that it was someone under Prince Lansun who leaked your estrus information. He reported. Moreover, it appears that the information network has long been repaired. The previous virus intrusion was not the work of outsiders. Upon hearing this, Darren's expression darkened, the warmth he had just emanated from Lu Chubai's room swiftly transforming into a chilling aura. It seemed the royal family would not let this matter rest easily. Yet what surprised him was Lansun's use of such base tactics. That moment, the holographic communication from Elder Lady Norse appeared. Glancing at it briefly, Darren continued, since my information is currently trending online, we needn't worry about it. Just ensure that Lulu's identity remains undisclosed. Her status is too special, and given her current frailty, she cannot withstand any turmoil. Should her identity be revealed, it would undoubtedly attract various factions vying for her with dire consequences. Simultaneously, Darren recognized another issue. If he were to register a partnership with Lulu, her information would inevitably be exposed as well, especially considering his own heightened visibility, that he was increasingly concerned that becoming Lulu's primary partner would provoke harsher tactics and retaliation from the royal family. Understanding Lansun's competitive nature, he knew he would not simply back down, thereby jeopardizing Lulu's chance for a peaceful life. Considering all these factors, Darren resolved to postpone any decisions regarding partnership. After issuing his directives, he finally answered Elder Lady Norse's call. Darren, I thought you were residing in another palace, avoiding even the most basic forms of communication. Elder Lady Norse was reproaching Darren for not responding to her call for so long. Fully aware that he had intentionally ignored her, Mother, is there something you wish to discuss? Why have you rejected all the high-quality artificial females I selected for you? Do you have any idea how the entire family is speaking of you? Darren, you are the sole heir of the Norse family. You are not alone. Your every word and action represents the entire Norse lineage. I hope you remember this clearly. Darren had initially intended to reiterate his refusal of any matchmaking arrangements. But recalling his prior instructions to his subordinates, he fell silent. Yes, Mother, rest assured. Elder Lady Norse was somewhat taken aback by Darren's demeanor, especially since he had previously been adamantly against matchmaking. She could not fathom what had caused such a rapid change in her son's attitude. Yet she was pleased with his current stance. Does this mean you agree to the matchmaking? Darren replied solemnly, I agree. However, I find the candidates you have presented to be rather unsatisfactory, I believe further meticulous selection is necessary. It would be ideal to also consider females from other nations within the galaxy. The female I seek must not have any other partners and must possess a gentle and kind disposition. Darren thought that increasing the difficulty for Elder Lady Norse would likely prevent her from presenting him with unsuitable candidates. Elder Lady Norse understood Darren's intentions, yet felt relieved that he was willing to compromise. My son is exceptional. After all, he is the strongest warrior of Hezelit Star, and many high-quality females would be willing to forego other partners for you. Darren merely smiled faintly, neither affirming nor denying her statement. After dismissing Elder Lady Norse, he arrived at his study and opened the military updates. I asked there any progress regarding the exploration of Camp Star. Have any useful findings emerged? The military responded promptly. We have conducted preliminary explorations and found no signs of life on Camp Star. During a deeper exploration, our small team suffered from nuclear contamination, resulting in injuries to 2 soldiers. However, Prince Lansun has invited scientists from the Galactic Federation Agricultural Institute to visit personally. They are puzzled as to why we have suddenly intensified our efforts on Camp Star. After reporting, the officer could not help but ask, Camp Star is merely an abandoned waste planet. General Darren. What exactly are we searching for there? Do not inquire about what should not be questioned. Inform me immediately of any new developments. Having ended the call, Darren intended to check on Lu Chubai's sleeping condition. However, he soon heard voices from downstairs. Lansun had arrived with a group. Darren immediately went on high alert, scrutinizing Lansun's movements. Prince Lansun, I see no reason for so many strangers to enter my residence. Lansun smiled gracefully. These are prepared for my ward, that I've heard her appetite has been lacking lately. So I brought the royal family's top nutritionist to create her favorite nutritional supplements. As he spoke, Lansun ascended the stairs, continuously referring to matters concerning his ward, that I believe Miss Lu would be eager to meet her guardian. That is impossible. Lu has no desire to see you. The usually composed Darren was now visibly agitated. Even contemplating blocking Lansun's ascent, Lu had clearly expressed her aversion to royal figures. She relied solely on herself and wished to be with him. Lansun smiled subtly, his expression laden with meaning. Is that so? Are you certain, Prince Lansun? If there is nothing further, I must ask you to leave. That I in the face of a rival. A male naturally felt possessive and defensive. Such a wonderful Lu. He had no intention of sharing with anyone. Yet Lansun glanced over Darren's shoulder. Miss Lu, what do you think? Lu Chubai's gaze was icy, directed at the increasingly distressed Darren. Chapter 10. A choice once more, seeking gold votes. Lu Chubai was reluctant to treat Darren this way. But she found herself in a difficult position. Darren was also gazing at Lu Chubai, rushing towards her to shield her from Lansun's gaze, his demeanor softening considerably. Lu, do not worry. I will not allow anyone to take you away. Lu Chubai slowly shook her head. That I invited Prince Lansun here. That Darren's expression was one of confusion. Momentarily unable to process her words, that Lu Chubai explained. Prince Lansun mentioned there would be a conference today regarding the new generation of artificial females. And I wish to attend. But your identity, this could be very dangerous. To Lu, if you want to go, I can arrange for someone in charge to explain everything to you personally. Darren sought to dissuade her. Unwilling for Lu Chubai to expose herself publicly, that Lu Chubai furrowed her brows, her gentle gaze fixed on Darren. Yet it filled him with an inexplicable sense of anxiety. Lansun chuckled lightly. General Darren, is there anything I can accomplish that you cannot? Darren was puzzled by Lansun's implication, but Lu Chubai had already descended the stairs. That Lu Chubai seemed oblivious to Darren's call, not turning back as she boarded the flying vessel, looking down below. Darren stared at her, his face a mixture of disbelief and panic. Lansun offered her a glass of pink nutritional liquid, the sweet scent of strawberries wafting through the air. Would you like to try this new nutritional supplement? Lu Chubai shook her head. Lansun said no more, placing the cup aside, and then turned his holographic device towards her, displaying a blue screen. With remarkable patience, Lansun began to explain the history of the decline of females in the interstellar beast world, detailing the strong opposition faced by the research on artificial females, leading to the present day, where they had become indispensable life forms in the interstellar beast realm. Without females, males would likely regress into primal forms amidst repeated mental breakdowns. Thus, on behalf of the interstellar beast world, I thank you for your existence. Lansun had undergone considerable change. At the very least, in their interaction during this journey, he had set aside his royal arrogance. Lu Chubai concluded, artificial females are quite remarkable. She recalled the harsh words constantly directed at her by her mother, who often repeated, "It's all your fault. You ruined my body to give birth to you, leaving me with ailments, and yet you are still so useless, a burden to our family." She remembered that in her time, many women were reluctant to bear children, viewing it as a constraint upon themselves, laden with immense risk and responsibility. While children are adorable, no one wished to gamble with their own well-being. In contrast, artificial females relied on scientific methods, allowing for external fertilization without impacting their bodies. Devoid of pain and after-effects, compared to a woman's body, external fertilization was remarkably accommodating. Lansun perceptively detected the shift in Lu Chubai's emotions. However, he had never been so gentle with a female before. Today, achieving this level of kindness was his limit. Lansun cautiously inquired, "Are you thinking of Darren? Do you regret coming out with me?" Not at all. As the airship gracefully descended, Lu Chubai rose to her feet. The somewhat awkward Blazin retracted his hand, which had been poised to embrace her, in an effort to appear deliberate. The two entered the inner chamber through the VIP passage, where Blazin had already ensured the area was cleared. Lu Chubai noticed no one else around her. Prince Blazin, the renowned scientist Spencer Rudolph, greeted him, his eyes fervently fixed on Lu Chubai. Lu Chubai maintained a gentle demeanor, yet a hint of indifference lingered in her gaze. She took the initiative to introduce herself. "Hello, Professor Spencer. I am Lu Chubai." Hello, that I can hardly believe it. You are truly an ancient human." His hand trembled as he reached out, yearning to shake her hand. However, before Lu Chubai could raise her own, Blazin interposed himself before her. "Professor Spencer, let us begin," he stated. Spencer regretfully withdrew his hand, realizing he had allowed his excitement to get the better of him, and promptly invited them into another room. Inside, a new generation of artificial female models was displayed. Had it not been for their vacant expressions, one might easily mistake them for real humans. Their skin, warmth, and pores all resembled those of genuine humanity. Spencer meticulously explained and demonstrated to Lu Chubai, who gleaned insights into the developmental history of interstellar beasts and the vital connection between male mental prowess and female entities through his words. Outside the press conference, an exhibition hall awaited. Observing Blazin and Spencer engaged in conversation, Lu Chubai wandered alone, admiring the displays. Here, numerous remarkable females from history, artificial females, and cellular genetics were showcased artistically and commemoratively before her. She eventually found herself captivated by a canvas dominated by white hues. The painting depicted Lu Chubai herself, lying on a hospital bed, her complexion rosy yet frail. Her long, dark hair, reminiscent of seaweed, cascaded over the pillow as her slightly tilted face portrayed a serene sleep. An expression that was both guarded and inexplicably alluring, reminiscent of a languid kitten basking in comfort. Her entire being seemed to radiate a gentle luminescence, dazzling yet possessing an inexplicable allure that in a world muted. She alone stood as a beacon of light. Lu, just as Lu Chubai was lost in thought, she felt a wave of warmth enveloping her. She turned to find the tall Darren, his head bowed, gently tracing her dangling fingers with his own. Upon noticing the large white tail behind him and the drooping ears atop his silver hair, he appeared to be in a state of contrition. "What brings you here?" Upon hearing Lu Chubai address him, Darren swiftly embraced her, inhaling the sweet scent of her pheromones. Lu, I was wrong. I apologize. Please don't be angry." "General Darren, I am not angry." Lu Chubai affectionately ruffled his tousled hair. Relishing the tactile sensation, Darren grasped her hand, kissing it softly, his gaze filled with hurt as he implored, Lu, will you follow Prince Blazin from now on? I am the primary guardian of Miss Lu Chubai." "Naturally, she will accompany me," Blazin interjected, approaching. "The royal family possesses the finest medical care, ensuring Miss Lu Chubai's swift recovery." Darren tightened his embrace around Lu Chubai, his voice deep and resolute. "No, you cannot take her away." Tension crackled between the two men once more. As she contemplated leaving, Blazin's gaze met hers. "Miss Lu Chubai, I believe I am your best option." Darren's anxious eyes turned to Lu Chubai. Lu, I will do my utmost to care for you." Their gazes were fervent, both awaiting Lu Chubai's decision. Whom would she choose to accompany? Chapter 11. Hear me out. Seeking golden tickets, Blazin was undeniably determined. He had already showcased his gentlemanly demeanor, confident that Lu Chubai's impression of him had shifted. With Darren now embroiled in a courtship, no matter how gentle Lu Chubai presented herself, she undoubtedly harbored reservations in her heart. Having accompanied him thus far, the distance to take her home felt mere moments away. Blazin raised his chin slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Darren, who appeared quite anxious, like a child caught in wrongdoing. Lu, can you punish me? Let us return home, and I will explain everything properly." The softness of his voice startled Blazin. Wasn't he this against the rules? How could a stalwart male exhibit such petulance? Yet as Blazin scoffed internally, he heard Lu Chubai's voice. Darren's face brightened, lifting Lu Chubai into his arms and striding toward the exit. Blazin quickly regained his composure. "Miss Lu Chubai, I believe you should think this over more carefully. Thank you for bringing me out today, Prince Blazin. I had a delightful time." Upon hearing Lu Chubai's words, Darren paused, a flicker of guilt crossing his face. Blazin exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Chubai, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he replied, "It is my honor, Miss Lu Chubai." Realizing he had been overly eager, Blazin watched as Darren successfully whisked Lu Chubai away, holding her tightly aboard the airship. His silver hair brushed against her collarbone, and he cautiously placed a kiss upon it that Lu, I thought I might die from worry, that Lu Chubai absent-mindedly toyed with Darren's ears. But you are the renowned warrior of the stars. General Darren. What do you have to fear? I do, he confessed. I fear Lu might leave me. Promise me you won't abandon me. Darren was perplexed by the tumult in his heart as he observed Lu Chubai departing with Blazin. An overwhelming sense of panic and pain surged within him, prompting him to follow closely behind, willing to do whatever it took to bring Lu back. Unbeknownst to him, Darren had already begun to realize how indispensable Lu Chubai had become to him. General Darren, you seem quite reliant on my pheromones. Not at all. It is solely because of you. With urgency, Darren cradled Lu Chubai's face, pressing his forehead against hers, his eyes brimming with swirling affection. Unable to contain himself any longer, he embraced Lu Chubai, gripping her waist and kissing her fervently. His eagerness was palpable, as he enveloped her completely, leaving no space between them, as if he longed to consume her whole. The airship swiftly returned to the alternate palace, and Lu Chubai, rendered weak by Darren's kiss, was cradled gently in his arms, her heart swelling with happiness. The butler, Nelika, approached them. Miss Lu Chubai, General Darren, Lady Noth has arrived. Darren's demeanor shifted instantly, the satisfaction on his face replaced by a chilling frost that Lu Chubai, resting her head against Darren's chest, sensed his tension as she slowly glanced at the imposing castle nearby. At that moment, Darren abruptly changed direction. That Lu, may I take you to meet my mother another day? She is quite lively and might startle you. His mother was boisterous and loved to boast. If she were to meet Lu today, news of her would surely spread across social media before they even left the palace. And then, Lu Chubai's tone remained flat, her gaze growing colder. However, Darren remained oblivious to her sentiments, his mind solely focused on ensuring Lu Chubai's safety. Wishing to keep her hidden from the world, he felt trapped in a corner, consumed with the desire to keep Lu Chubai safe from prying eyes. Darren glanced back at the airship. I have another estate, Lu. Would you like to accompany me there? Yes, Darren instructed Nelika. Ensure my mother is unaware of my visit. But Nelika hesitated, fully aware of Lady Noth's fiery temperament. I will return. Darren's words were resolute as he swiftly led Lu Chubai to a secluded estate. Gently placing Lu Chubai on the verdant, synthetic lawn, he watched as animals roamed and butterflies danced among the flowers. A faint smile tugging at his lips. Welcome home, General Darren. The butler, accompanied by 4 male servants, approached, their expressions filled with astonishment as they beheld Lu Chubai in Darren's arms. That Lu Chubai cast a glance at their astonished faces, silently thinking that their inner monologue must be, the young master has brought a woman home for the first time. As Lu Chubai surmised, the Noth family was unaware of Darren's hidden estate, for he seldom returned. Darren believed this place to be secure, and after introducing Lu Chubai to the staff, he guided her around the estate before taking his leave. Standing on the second-floor balcony, Lu Chubai observed Darren lingering at the airship's entrance, reluctant to bid her farewell. Lu, I will return shortly. If you miss me, please video call me. I am always waiting for your messages. All right. As soon as Darren departed, Lansun made his appearance. He descended from the flying vessel, and the astonished male servants instinctively positioned themselves in front of Lu Chubai. Some of the male servants had already sent messages to the recently departed Darren. Just as Darren concluded his video call with old Lady Nors, he received the report from the male servants. Clenching his fist, he recalled the words spoken by old Lady Nors, ultimately responding, there is no need to resist Prince Lansun. He reassured himself that while he could not accompany Lu, he would allow Lansun to temporarily fill that role that moment. Lansun and Lu Chubai basked in the sunlight beneath the estate's parasol. Lansun presented Lu Chubai with a hefty tome bound in sheepskin, a high-level protected artifact from the museum, which even General Darren could not easily procure, aside from his royal status. Lansun gazed at Lu Chubai with pride, hoping to catch a glimpse of admiration on her face, but regrettably, her focus remained solely on the book. Lansun continued, in those days, the interstellar realm had not yet suffered such severe nuclear pollution, and various flora and fauna still thrived. The contents of the book have now been converted into digital formats, and everything that could be preserved has been sealed using special methods that on their way to the press conference. Lu Chubai had casually inquired about the detailed historical development of the Interstellar Beast era, asking if there were any physical copies that to his surprise, Lansun had managed to bring one in such a short span of time. It seemed that her neural interface contained a locator for Lansun, and she would need to address that issue at her earliest convenience. This truly possesses great aesthetic value. Thank you, Prince Lansun, Miss Lu Chubai. You need not be so formal with me. Perhaps I may address you simply as Chubai? Lu Chubai nodded. Of course, Lansun. Upon hearing her address, Lansun felt a sense of triumph. Shortly thereafter, a notification chimed on his wrist device. After glancing at it, he smiled subtly and said, Chubai, allow me to show you something. Though phrased as a question, he had already sent the photo received on his device to Lu Chubai. She casually glanced at it, her expression growing somewhat frigid. Chapter 12. A heroic rescue. Lansun revealed a photograph depicting Darren dining face-to-face with an attractive artificial female in a restaurant, and it appeared that Darren had said something amusing, causing the female to lower her head and giggle shyly. Lansun scrutinized Lu Chubai's expression, noting only a hint of derisive amusement at the corners of her lips, with no further reaction. So, General Darren has hidden you away here, only to rush off to dine with other females? Prince Lansun, please take me there immediately. Lansun was momentarily taken aback by her request. With a smirk of irony, Lu Chubai continued, this way, I could chase away that artificial female and have my own rendezvous with General Darren. Lansun clenched his jaw in frustration. You are being rather lenient towards General Darren. Even after he abandoned you for other females, you still wish to be with him? Lu Chubai nodded. Of course, General Darren has saved my life. Upon hearing this, Lansun's smile took on a more profound significance. How can you be so certain that it was General Darren who rescued you, and not that he deliberately left you on that desolate planet to stage a heroic rescue? Lu Chubai frowned. What do you mean by that, Prince Lansun? We have already dispatched 2 teams to explore that desolate planet, and there is no sign of any life forms, let alone someone as delicate as you. An ancient human. Furthermore, you arrived from that wasteland without any signs of nuclear radiation damage, while our well-equipped soldiers returned tainted by radiation. Thus, I can reasonably deduce that this must be the result of General Darren's contrivance. Leaning back in her chair, Lu Chubai raised an eyebrow. So, Prince Lansun, where do you think I truly came from upon her arrival in the Interstellar Beast era? Someone had already inquired about her origins while she was in the hospital. However, Lu Chubai merely shook her head, claiming to have lost her memory and recalled nothing. This is a matter I am currently investigating, Miss Lu Chubai, so there is no need for you to fret. We will certainly uncover the mystery of your origins and ensure your protection to prevent any further harm. Ultimately, Lansun was subtly conveying the message that General Darren was exceedingly dangerous and not suitable for her companionship. Thank you for your assistance, in Lansun's eyes. Lu Chubai appeared remarkably composed, leaving him with the sensation of striking a punch in a cotton, that he suddenly realized that this female was indeed quite astute. Resolving to remain patient, he refrained from offering further comments, accompanying Lu Chubai as she familiarized herself with the Interstellar Beast era until he had pressing matters to attend to, at which point he took his leave. Miss Lu Chubai, here is your nutritional supplement for today. Following Darren's instructions, a male servant presented the specially formulated nutritional liquid. Lu Chubai glanced at it, suddenly nostalgic for Lansun's strawberry-flavored nutritional supplement. Place it here. I will drink it later. She was struggling to adapt to the nutritional liquids available here and couldn't help but inquire with the system, could you provide me with some food from my era? The system replied, unable to comply, but offering a friendly reminder that when the host was capable, such food could be obtained. Upon hearing this, Lu Chubai gently caressed her flat abdomen, beginning to anticipate the prospect of children. General Darren specifically instructed me to ensure Miss Lu Chubai consumes it. Lu Chubai mused that this male servant, with his pointed ears and tendency to blush, must have forgotten to include the word must. She couldn't help but recall the photograph Lansun had shown her, realizing that Darren was indeed putting in a great deal of effort, even while on a date with a beautiful woman. He still remembered to ensure she wouldn't go hungry. Turning her gaze to the male servant before her, she smiled and remarked, "Why is your tail sticking out?" The male servant's face flushed deeper at her words. As he immediately attempted to cover it with both hands, his gaze became entranced, captivated by the enchanting smile of the young woman before him, as if he were submerged in a pink bubble, unable to extricate himself. Internally, the male servant was overwhelmed, nearly suffocating under the aura of charm radiating from Lu Chubai. Holding her nutritional supplement, Lu Chubai rose and asked, "May I stroll while I drink?" "Of course, beautiful Miss Lu Chubai, that you're so considerate," that Lu Chubai smiled, cradling the cup as she wandered further across the lawn. Behind her, another male servant approached, covering his mouth as he listened to the previous servant recount Lu Chubai's captivating antics. Seizing the opportunity while their attention was diverted, Lu Chubai discreetly poured the contents of her nutritional supplement behind a decorative rock. With a peculiar sound, the liquid splashed. Startled, Lu Chubai peered over, only to discover a figure curled up in a depression behind the rock. The entirety of her nutritional liquid had cascaded onto his head, and he lay there, eyes closed, mouth agape as he drank it in. Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed in her mind. "Host, please be advised, a male beast man with a mental power exceeding SSS has been detected. Name, Angus Cooper, species, serpent beast man, age, 29, personality, ruthless and obsessive, talent, healing. Please seize this opportunity." The revelation of such high mental power piqued Lu Chubai's interest. She glanced back at the male servants engaged in conversation, then leaned against the decorative rock, curiously observing the individual before her. His body bore numerous scars, and his complexion was pale, indicating significant weakness that it appeared he was grievously injured and had sought refuge here. Tentatively, Lu Chubai prodded his arm and softly called out, "Hey, are you all right?" There was no response. His eyes remained motionless, suggesting he had lost consciousness. "Miss Lu Chubai, the sun is becoming increasingly intense. To prevent skin damage, shall we return?" The two male servants approached, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lu Chubai immediately straightened, positioning herself to shield the injured man behind the rock. All right. She worried that if the male servants discovered him, they might drive the injured individual away. The territorial instincts among males were exceedingly strong. Any unauthorized intrusion could lead to legal repercussions that Lu Chubai could only hope that this frail youth could endure until she found a moment to rescue him. When Lu Chubai finally announced her intention to take a midday rest, the occupants of the room departed, allowing her to evade surveillance. She returned to the decorative rock, finding the youth still in the same position she had observed earlier. Touching his forehead, she noted it was quite cool, as was the rest of his body. Observing the blood on the ground and his injuries, Lu Chubai grew concerned that he had lost too much blood and was at risk of hypothermia. Such a formidable male, capable of sustaining such severe injuries, indicated that those pursuing him were even more formidable. Calling out to him yielded no response, so she decided to drag him back to her bedroom. Lu Chubai retrieved a medical kit and performed a rudimentary treatment on his wounds, unable to resist stealing glances at his face. This youth was truly strikingly handsome, possessing a beauty that was almost surreal. Chapter 13. The Injured Youth, a man of both talent and beauty. Lu Chubai couldn't help but poke at his high-bridged nose and long eyelashes, marveling at their exquisite perfection, resembling an artfully crafted male ideal. However, keeping him confined within her room was hardly safe. If Darren were to arrive, he would undoubtedly discover him at once. Recalling a storage room at the end of the corridor, Lu Chubai deemed it a relatively safer option to hide him there. Thus, she exerted considerable effort to drag him into the storage room, for the lingering scent. Lu Chubai could only mask the serpent beastman's aroma with her own pheromones, resulting in the 5 servants in the manor becoming dazed. Lost in the thick, intoxicating scent, General Darren entered the room. He immediately noticed the peculiar expressions on the male servants' faces, flushed with unspoken desires. His face darkened like ink. "What are you doing? Get out. From now on, do not approach the second floor without my permission." The servants, startled, quickly bowed their heads and stood at attention. "Yes, General Darren, forgive us." Darren chose not to pursue the matter further, as he detected a strong pheromone in the air. Even he struggled to withstand the overwhelming scent, let alone the weaker male servants. Simultaneously, he grew increasingly worried about Lu Chubai. He quickened his pace upstairs, gently opening the door. What greeted him was the sight of a graceful body sprawled upon the soft white bed. The covers had been kicked off, and her dress had shifted to reveal her thighs. Any further intrusion of his gaze was forbidden. A rush of blood surged through Darren as he beheld the scene. Utterly electrifying, he focused on her delicate pink toes and the jade-like curves of her feet, reaching out to touch them. They were not particularly cold, Darren could cradle both of Lu Chubai's feet in one hand, while with the other he gently pulled up the covers to cover her. Fearing he might lose control if he continued to look, he warmed her feet before lying down beside her. Cautiously, he wrapped his arms around her, and the sweet citrus pheromones enveloped him, prompting a satisfied sigh that Lu Chubai, still in a daze, felt a warm, moist breath against her neck. Upon opening her eyes, she realized it was Darren, who was occasionally kissing her nape. Unsettled, she feigned sleep and murmured, "What is that smell?" Darren froze. Suddenly afraid to move, he remained rigid for a long moment until he sensed Lu Chubai's breathing had steadied, at which point he lowered his head to sniff himself. Nothing that he recalled maintaining a distance from the artificial female, ensuring her scent would not taint him. Had it not been for her introduction through Lansun's mother, he would have been reluctant to meet her at all. Thinking of this, along with how Lansun had sent him away to keep Lu Chubai company, filled Darren with frustration that he needed to resolve this situation swiftly and become Lu Chubai's primary mate. Not daring to remain beside her any longer, he quietly got up and made his way to the study. He called his subordinate, Sean, through video that is there any movement from the royal side. They had been monitoring Prince Lansun's every move, who was currently commissioning a pink mech, presumably as a gift for Miss Lu Chubai. Darren was taken aback. The usually proud Lansun was surprisingly adept at winning over females. Why hadn't he thought of crafting a pink mech for Lu Chubai? However, he quickly realized that Lu Chubai would likely have no use for such a mech, as wherever she went, he would accompany her. Moreover, given Lu Chubai's status, even after they became mates, she could not easily venture out. Otherwise, they would attract more males vying for her attention. At this moment, Darren selfishly wished to possess Lu Chubai entirely. "Get me in touch with the best mech engineer. I need to speak with him." Did I in the room? As soon as Darren left, Lu Chubai sat up. In truth, she hadn't detected any scent on Darren. She had merely wanted to provoke him with her earlier comment that Lu Chubai was acutely aware of her growing aversion towards Darren. The photos Lansun had shown her still made her uneasy. She disliked Darren's indecisiveness and timidity. Despite being the strongest war god of the interstellar beast realm, he appeared so fearful when it came to their relationship. Darren had spent only a limited amount of time with Lu Chubai. After this brief respite, he would have to attend to military affairs. This left Lu Chubai with ample time to visit the injured youth. Thanks to him, the nutrient solution in her possession would not go to waste. That day, Lu Chubai placed the nutrient solution on the windowsill. Angus, just awakening in a daze, immediately hid upon seeing the cup. Though he felt some recovery in his strength, his wounds still pained him greatly. He suppressed the urge to cry out as he crouched behind a tool, warily watching the window. Suddenly, a pair of delicate, white fingers appeared at the window, followed by an astonishingly beautiful face. Eyebrows like ink, eyes sparkling with emotion, exuding a playful and alluring charm. This remarkable young lady swiftly climbed through the window with grace. She radiated a pure vitality, yet possessed a captivating allure, each smile brimming with youthful elegance. Angus noticed her gaze fixated on the spot where he had previously lain and furrowed his brow. Was he gone? This fellow had slept for 4 or 5 days without even a word of thanks. Slipping away quietly, Lu Chubai let out a soft sigh, promptly climbing back out of the window. However, she did not venture far. Returning to her room, she positioned a mirror at the window, perfectly aligned to reflect the outside of the storage room that Lu Chubai had long sensed the serpent beast man hiding in the northeast corner. His watchful gaze was too sharp and guarded to ignore. She did not wish to simply be a benefactor without him knowing who had saved him. In the storage room, Angus caught the faint scent of sweet citrus pheromones in the air and frowned. He greatly disliked this aroma, feeling quite uneasy. Yet his stomach growled with hunger. His eyes fell upon the cup left behind by the young lady. Filled with nutrient-rich liquid, he refrained from touching it, glancing at his bandaged wounds. Ensuring the area was clear before he climbed out the window to Lu Chubai. So he really did leave. Chapter 14. Treat me as a hostage. Perhaps feeling guilty, Darren arrived early the next morning with a suit of armor. Pink and Lu Lu, would you like to try it on? His face brimmed with anticipation as he looked at Lu Chubai. Lu Chubai couldn't help but twitch her lips at the sight of the pink armor. Wasn't Darren supposed to ask if she would like it first? Why did you prepare pink? Darren was momentarily taken aback by her inquiry. He had always assumed that Lansun commissioned the pink mech for her because she had expressed a fondness for the color. Thus, he had ordered the armor in pink, hoping to ensure Lu Chubai's safety. Upon hearing her question, Darren paused for a moment before breaking into a smile that he was pleased to realize that Lu Chubai had not revealed her preferences to Lon Sr. Does Lu not like pink? Lu Chubai nodded. Then I'll have someone change the color immediately. What color do you prefer? We can customize it, that I understand. Darren promptly instructed his subordinates to make arrangements. Upon returning, he swept Lu Chubai into his arms. General Darren, aren't you busy today? Not busy. I will spend the day with Lu. With Darren by her side, Lu Chubai hardly needed to touch the ground. He constantly held her. Can you take me out for a stroll? She yearned to experience the interstellar beast realm firsthand, as being confined to the manor was rather dull. Darren readily agreed, assuring her that he would not let her come to any harm, especially since he had received news that Lansun was on his way. He had no intention of allowing Lansun to see Lu Chubai. Thus, Darren escorted her to the largest shopping center in the interstellar beast realm. ILL arranged for a clearance of the area. No need. I can just conceal myself. Darren pondered for a moment, then went to the mall to procure a specially crafted outfit for Lu Chubai. This dress was of high-tech design, capable of disrupting her natural scent and altering the retinal perception of those who gazed upon her, thereby creating a visual illusion that in this manner, no one would easily discern Lu Chubai's true identity. Her appearance would also transform in the eyes of others, preventing any unwanted disturbances that Lu Chubai obediently watched as Darren dressed her in the new attire. Lu, shall we? She glanced at Darren's exposed ears and large tail before turning to walk towards the cabin door. Darren could only administer a dose of suppressant to himself and embraced Lu Chubai from behind, planting a gentle kiss on her ear. Come, let me show you around. Darren was a figure of renown, known throughout the galaxy, and his recent venture into matching with artificial females had drawn even more attention to him. Yet, as he held the young girl in his arms, curious glances filled the air. Had General Darren already chosen a mate? But the female he cradled appeared rather unremarkable. Intrigued, the onlookers hesitated to approach, deterred by a cold glance from Darren. Let me down, Lu Chubai said, tapping Darren's shoulder as they paused at the entrance of a store. It was filled with clothing and accessories, all quite appealing in the interstellar beast society. These adornments were far less valuable than in modern times, yet their beauty was undeniable, with some gems intricately embedded in garments. Upon entering, Lu Chubai selected several outfits, and Darren noticed a joyful smile finally gracing her face, his gaze turning indulgent. The current Lu exhibited a lively spirit, indicating that he ought to spend more time accompanying her on such excursions in the future. Wrap all of these up, he declared, feeling rather generous as someone finally spent his star coins. Just then, an arm reached out from behind, presenting a light brain to him. Darren's expression shifted, and he turned to see Lansun. Charge it to my account. The shopkeeper was a canine humanoid, and at that moment, curious eyes scanned from Lu Chubai to Darren and Lansun, filled with gossiping intrigue. Other artificial females drawn by Darren's presence also cast their gazes, unable to restrain their curiosity. What did this mean? Were Prince Lansun and General Darren competing to pay for such a frail female? Though both ranked high on the mate list, they were known to have no interest in artificial females. All eyes turned toward Lu Chubai, eager to discern her capabilities that moment. Lu Chubai held a cup of strawberry-flavored nutrient liquid, which Lansun had given her upon entering, just as she felt thirsty. It was indeed a pleasant refreshment. The atmosphere had become tense between Darren and Lansun. With a cold expression, Darren silently met Lansun's gaze for several seconds before reclaiming his light brain. Then I shall thank Prince Lansun on behalf of Lu. Lansun smiled slightly, as her primary guardian. It is my duty. The tension resumed, yet Lu Chubai had already moved on to the next store, prompting them to hurriedly gather their things and follow her. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the mall as a male figure fell from above, landing right before Lu Chubai. She looked up to see a familiar silhouette on the third floor. It was the injured youth. Clad in a hooded sweatshirt, his face obscured by shadow, that he was flanked by several males, Lu Chubai quickly signaled him. The youth retaliated, throwing something back, but was struck by a laser on his lower back, rolling on the ground before scrambling to flee in another direction. The mall descended into disorder, with many rushing for the exits. Lu Chubai observed the direction he fled, then glanced back at Darren and Lansun, now isolated by the panicked crowd, before swiftly making her way aside. Lu Chubai took the escalator down to the basement, where she soon spotted the familiar figure waiting by a pillar. The youth seemed to be anticipating her arrival. She halted, quickly surveying the surroundings, though uncertainty lingered in her heart. Despite the elevated status of females in the Interstellar Beast Society, there was no guarantee that this boy would not harbor ill intentions towards her. "You can't escape now," he said, seemingly ignoring her presence, fixated on Lu Chubai. The basement's dim lighting obscured the youth's expression. "That I can help you. You may take me as a hostage to leave safely." Lu Chubai spoke earnestly, exuding a sweet orange scent. However, this pheromone had no effect on the youth, who approached her step by step, grasping her wrist and pulling her closer for a thorough examination. He furrowed his brow and inquired in a low voice, "Who are you to Lansun and Darren?" He had witnessed the scene in the mall and recognized Lu Chubai as his savior. Chapter 15. Shall we go to the registration office to pair up? He showed no hint of gentleness, grasping Lu Chubai's wrist firmly, causing her discomfort. She whimpered softly, attempting to break free, but his grip tightened. "They are my suitors, so I can assist you in escaping. Please do not harm me," she pleaded, her voice tinged with desperation, her delicate features evoking sympathy. Angus glanced at the slender wrist in his palm. Indeed, the female before him appeared far more fragile than the artificial ones. Yet he did not relent. Hoisting her onto his shoulder, Lu Chubai struggled. He pressed one hand against her backside to "Don't move. I want to show mercy to females." Upon hearing his command, Lu Chubai immediately complied. Upon exiting the basement, the crowd had vanished, leaving only fully equipped soldiers. The moment they spotted Angus, they aimed their laser guns at him. The leader, clad in a white lab coat and possessing a hunch, had one arm replaced with a steel prosthetic. "Angus, you can't escape. Come back quietly." Angus set Lu Chubai down, twisting her hands behind her back. One hand secured her wrist while the other brandished a weapon pointed at her. "If you don't release her, I want to show mercy to this female. Stop." At that moment, both Darren and Lansun arrived. "Stand down and lower your weapons that do not harm my mate," Professor Ralph interjected. "Do not harm my ward." Both Darren and Lansun spoke simultaneously, their tension palpable. Onlookers nearby were astonished by this scene. Their curiosity about Lu Chubai's identity piqued, with some even broadcasting the encounter live. Angus leaned close to Lu Chubai, his chilling breath brushing against her ear. "It seems you are indeed important." Lu Chubai glanced at the agitated Darren and whispered, "General Darren, I am so frightened." Instantly, Darren pivoted, positioning himself between her and the weapons. "In the name of the galaxy's only 5-star general and highest commander, I command you to lower your weapons." A powerful wave of mental energy emanated from him, his threatening growl reverberating at that moment. Darren cared not about the youth's crimes. He only wished to ensure Lu, safely in his grasp, remained unharmed. She had already been frightened, and should she suffer any further injury, he would not forgive these individuals, nor himself for failing to protect her. Though Lansun did not physically shield Lu Chubai with his body, he stood before Professor Ralph. "Professor Ralph, do you intend to defy my orders?" Ralph's gaze was frenzied, fixated solely on Angus. "Prince Lansun, General Darren, we cannot allow that snake beast man to escape. Rest assured, I will not harm the female. Professor Ralph, I warn you on behalf of the entire North family that if you do not stand down, I will mobilize all my resources to ensure you pay a heavy price." Ralph frowned, feeling that Darren's words were excessive. Then Lansun spoke, "As a royal prince, I warn you, do you wish to oppose the royal family?" At that moment, Darren and Lansun stood united. Ralph gritted his teeth, a flicker of resentment in his eyes, yet he ultimately ordered the lab robots to lower their weapons. Simultaneously, Darren, anxious, turned to Angus. "Release my mate, and you may leave safely." Angus retreated step by step, revealing his venomous fangs to threaten Lu Chubai's delicate neck should Darren approach. Both Darren and Lansun hesitated. Angus led Lu Chubai to an alley beside the mall, where an old flying ship appeared overhead. "Are you going to take me away?" Lu Chubai asked, her voice calm and curious. "You wish to accompany me? Very well. You are quite beautiful." She did not hide her admiration in her gaze. However, Angus abruptly shoved Lu Chubai aside, boarded the flying ship, and vanished in the blink of an Lu. Darren pursued closely, enveloping Lu Chubai tightly in his embrace. Following closely behind, Lansun attempted to reach out, But the sight of Darren's assertive hold left him feeling somewhat displeased. Lu Chubai, are you all right? I'm fine. Darren, still holding Lu Chubai, made his way towards the flying ship, entirely disregarding Lansun. Exasperated, Lansun clenched his fists. Vowing to expedite bringing Lu Chubai to his side, he summoned a soldier, stating, "There are numerous individuals recording and live streaming, eager to spread the word that our esteemed General Darren is, in fact, a scoundrel. Despite harboring a young female, he still rushes to find a mate. But do ensure the protection of Miss Lu Chubai." "Yes, Your Highness." lands on AT that moment. Darren cradled Lu Chubai, tenderly clasping her delicate hands. Her skin, notably fair, bore a distinct ring of red marks around her wrist. Darren, filled with sorrow, pressed kisses upon her, yet remained silent. Lu Chubai pondered the expression Angus wore as he departed, hoping that upon their next encounter, his wariness and ferocity might soften. She relished such challenges. Fatigued, she fell asleep upon returning to the manor, but was soon roused by a commotion. Drowsily opening her eyes, she found Darren kneeling by her bedside. His face awash with tears. One hand concealed his cheek, while the other grasped hers. Such a robust male was now silently weeping. "General Darren, what troubles you? You don't believe you've perished, do you?" Lu Chubai withdrew a hand to gently touch Darren's ear. He did not lift his gaze, suddenly collapsing into her embrace, wrapping his arms around her waist and passionately kissing her. "Lu, I am so sorry. It is my fault for not protecting you." "It's all right." Lu Chubai was taken aback by Darren's intense reaction, astonished that the famed war god of the stars could weep so freely. Her heart softened. She cupped his face, kissing away the tears from his eyelids. "General Darren, please, do not cry." A fervent spark ignited in Darren's eyes. "Lu, may I?" He pressed his lips to the corner of her mouth, inquiring softly, could Lu Chubai possibly refuse? Darren's hands had already tugged at her clothing, his rough touch ascending to heights unknown. "Lu, I am so frightened," he murmured in her ear, repeatedly confessing his fears. He dreaded Lu Chubai's injury, terrified of her departure. Unbeknownst to him, he had long been ensnared in the gentle embrace of Lu Chubai, unwilling to awaken from this blissful reverie. Darren was gentle, entwining with Lu Chubai until the depths of night. He had already carried her to the bay window, where they gazed at the immense moon above while catching their breath. Darren's voice was hoarse as he spoke. "Lu, tomorrow we shall witness the arrangement for the mate's ceremony and register our bond. Shall we? I aspire to be your first beast husband." At that moment, behind a rock formation in the manor, a pair of golden-hued slit pupils fixated intently upon them, his expression frigid as he overheard Darren's murmurs, revealing a chilling demeanor. Chapter 16. You cannot become her first mate. Angus fixed his gaze upon the girl pressed against the soft cushions, rendering her appearance even more delicate. She was not an artificial female, yet her endurance intrigued Angus even further. What piqued his curiosity was that Lansun, the crown prince, also seemed to harbor an interest in her. In the room, upon hearing Darren's fervent declarations, Lu Chubai exhibited little reaction. Darren exerted his strength. "Lu, do not lose focus." Lu Chubai frowned. "I am weary." Her indifference was unmistakable in her eyes. Darren's heart sank slightly. Hastily concluding, he lifted Lu Chubai to the bathroom for cleansing. With someone else attending to her, Lu Chubai could simply indulge in the experience. As Darren dried her hair, Lu Chubai had already succumbed to slumber. The following day, Lu Chubai groggily awoke, noticing Darren's absence. Descending the stairs, she passed the study, where Darren's voice resonated. "Eradicate everything online. There is no need for explanation. Those males speaking of Lulu's identity must be summoned one by one and made to sign confidentiality agreements. I shall report this matter to the president. Ensure you handle the online situation." As Darren spoke, he paced within the study, his expression serious and irritable. Upon opening her light brain, Lu Chubai discovered that the video of her as a hostage had just been refreshed, only to vanish. It seemed Darren's subordinates were remarkably swift in their dealings. When Lu Chubai descended the stairs, she noted a change in the male servants. "Good morning, Miss Lu." The four newly arrived male servants bowed respectfully, their eyes averted from her. Lu Chubai's expression grew colder as she proceeded outside. "Miss Lu, repairs are underway outside. You cannot go there." Glancing at the deserted courtyard, her gaze hardened further. Just then, Darren approached, kissing her cheek and lifting her into his arms towards the dining table. Lu, we have new strawberry-flavored nutrient liquid today. Come and try it. Appeared. Darren was oblivious to the earlier restrictions placed on Lu Chubai's freedom by the male servants. Lu Chubai said nothing. Obediently seated in Darren's embrace. After finishing the nutrient liquid, Darren took her up to the flying ship. Lu, shall we depart? Yes. While Darren was busy pouring water for her, Lu Chubai opened her light brain. Lansun had sent a message 10 minutes prior. The entire manor is now equipped with invisible glass screens and numerous weapons. Lansun. Photos. Lu Chubai glanced at the images. The manor appeared as an ordinary mountain from the outside. Crown Prince Lansun. I am to bind my mate relationship with General Darren today. Just as she closed her light brain, Darren approached with the water. Lu, I am so nervous. The thought of soon becoming Lu's first mate filled the battle-hardened Darren with anxiety, prompting him to take deep breaths. He had made arrangements and sought connections, determined to register their mate bond today. Lu Chubai sipped her water, her expression neutral. Do not be anxious. For Lu Chubai did not wish to see Darren become her first mate. Soon, the flying ship came to a halt, and Darren carried Lu Chubai down. They entered the Federal Information Bureau through another entrance, where a man awaited their arrival. Upon their entry, his gaze fixated intently on Lu Chubai. Darren slightly turned to shield her face. Speed, please. Yes, General Darren. Right this way. He led them into a room. Once seated, Darren transmitted their information from his light brain to the man opposite him, who sat before a blue screen. Beginning to input the data, Darren tightly grasped Lu Chubai's hand, glancing at her intermittently. You both just need to align your pupils here. To his surprise, the process was swift. Darren, filled with excitement, leaned closer to the blue screen. Ready to input his iris. Lu, it's your turn. After Darren completed his input, he brought Lu Chubai to the blue screen. Lu Chubai shook her head. General Darren, I do not wish to. Darren chuckled softly. Lu, there is nothing to fear. It does not hurt at all. No. What I mean is bang. Before Lu Chubai could finish, the door was forcefully kicked open. Standing in the doorway, Lansun elegantly adjusted his outer robe, raising an arrogant brow at Darren, then flashed a smile at Lu Chubai. General Darren, as the highest commander of the stars, do you know that there is currently a riot outside? Darren abruptly stood from his chair. You just stated that I am the highest commander of the stars. Do you expect me to handle such street riots? If it is not your responsibility, then I shall represent the commander here to disperse the crowd. Preventing any mishaps, Lansun had anticipated this moment, ready with his rhetoric. Now, I kindly ask everyone to retreat to a safe location. Upon hearing this, Darren's fists tightened. Crown Prince Lansun, what do you intend to do? With an air of superiority, Lansun replied, You guessed correctly. You cannot become Miss Lu Chubai's first mate. You, in an instant, Darren's aura surged, a powerful energy radiating from him, nearly causing Lu Chubai, standing closest, to stumble from its force. The other weaker females shielded their eyes, fleeing in panic. Amidst the chaos, only Lansun remained steadfast, observing Darren as one would a jester. Initially, Darren was oblivious until he sensed the sweet orange fragrance fading from his nostrils. Turning in realization, he saw Lu Chubai moving away from him. Lu, Darren, not knowing why, instinctively reached out, desperate to hold Lu Chubai in his arms to feel secure. General Darren, I no longer wish to become your mate. Lu Chubai stated calmly. Why? Darren gazed at Lu Chubai with a heart full of anguish. Lu. His voice was a haunting melody, steeped in pain and reluctance. He yearned to pursue Lu Chubai, yet his vision was obscured by Lansun. General Darren, I believe you have missed your best opportunity. Prince Lansun, the royal family should not resort to such despicable tactics. Darren growled, attempting to take action once more, but Lansun merely chuckled coldly. General Darren, as Miss Chubai's primary guardian, I am merely adhering to her wishes. Impossible. Darren steadfastly refused to accept that Lu Chubai would be unwilling. She desires it. She adores her own. With Lansun's cover, Lu Chubai managed to leave without heading towards Lansun's flying ship. However, as she exited through the back door, a youth clad in a black hoodie abruptly appeared before her. Lu Chubai raised her gaze, locking eyes with his shadowy, malevolent orbs, her expression changing dramatically. Chapter 17. Responsibility awaits. Lu Chubai contemplated taking a gamble, for her current abilities rendered her incapable of survival alone. Yet, venturing towards Lansun would only ensnare her in a cage akin to Darren's. Host, this male is perilous. He is not easily subdued like Prince Lansun. Should you choose to go to Lansun now, he will undoubtedly cast aside all pride to care for you. After a moment's reflection, Lu Chubai turned to leave. Angus would not allow her to escape. Draping a massive cloak over her, he hoisted her effortlessly onto his shoulder. "Stop. It's uncomfortable for you to carry me like this," Lu Chubai protested urgently. Angus paused momentarily before lifting her into his arms, cradling her securely. From this vantage point, she could only observe the sharp contours of his jawline. "Are you surrounded again?" She inquired. "No, I have come for you." "Why?" Angus flashed a wicked grin. Withholding his answer, he led Lu Chubai to a dilapidated flying ship. Setting her down in a seat, where white laser locks bound her hands to the armrest, Lu Chubai surveyed her surroundings. Disbelief washed over her. Rusted and in disrepair, the conditions were abysmal. Sparks occasionally erupted from the central control panel, creating an atmosphere fraught with the potential for explosion. "That we are currently in flight, and I cannot simply jump out. Might I be released?" Lu Chubai attempted to negotiate with Angus. Yet he merely cast her a cold glance before retreating to another compartment. Lu Chubai's light brain had already been disassembled by Angus during their journey, and she now had no idea where it had been placed. Sighing softly, she glanced down at her abdomen, noting that her loose-fitting dress concealed her pregnancy, making it less apparent. "System, how long until I can give birth?" Lu Chubai needed to expedite her strength. "There are still 2 months remaining, host, so there is no need for haste. At present, you are safe." Indeed, observing Angus's demeanor suggested he intended to abduct her. As she pondered this, Angus reemerged. He aimed the light brain on his wrist toward Lu Chubai's cheek, revealing a blue screen displaying Lansun and a brooding Darren beside him. "Lu, Miss Chubai," both called out in urgent tones that I am fine. "He has not harmed me." Lu Chubai's gentle features radiated warmth as she gazed tenderly at Angus. However, Angus, a man of blunt disposition, did not reciprocate her gaze. He coldly withdrew the video feed, stating, "She is in my possession. If you desire her safety, fulfill my conditions." Angus tapped the blue screen a few times, sending a list of demands before abruptly hanging up. Disregarding any response, that "I am thirsty. Could I have some nutrient solution?" As Angus turned to leave, Lu Chubai's request halted him in his tracks. That he knelt before her, pinching her fingers gently. "Esteemed female, I presume you have never known hunger, nor experienced hardship." That Angus's tone dripped with self-mockery. Observing her delicate fingers that betrayed a life of privilege, Lu Chubai frowned. "Then from this moment forth, experience our suffering," he retorted, leaving her to approach the control panel. After a prolonged flight, the ship finally descended. Lu Chubai awoke in a disheveled room, unceremoniously tossed by Angus. Outside, a group of disheveled males gazed at her with predatory eyes. These males, of various kinds, all bore marks of varying degrees of injury. In the distance, smoke billowed, shrouding the planet's sky in a black haze. "Where am I? Noble female, you are in Sassan Garbage Star, a haven for the wandering beastmen. Are you afraid?" Angus smirked wickedly. Lu Chubai pressed her lips together. Feeling unwell from the lack of nutrient solution, she regarded Angus with a calm demeanor. Not detecting any fear in her eyes, Angus turned away in disappointment. Most of the males followed suit, seemingly unconcerned about her potential escape. Meanwhile, Angus was preparing to stash Sassan's only flying ship in the basement. As the males assisted, one asked, "Angus, is that female your mate? She appears so fragile, yet resembles a legendary flower in her beauty." "Your taste is commendable. We have no resources left, but who knows if this little female can endure such hardships." The males observed the female Angus had brought with a sense of excitement, believing he deserved a better life given his impressive mental prowess and talents. "She is not mine. That I have no interest in such a female." That Angus's voice dripped with disdain. "Everyone, keep a close watch outside District 7. It is highly likely that resources will be brought in to exchange for that female." Angus tossed aside a rag and turned to leave, leaving the males bewildered. What does this mean? Is that female merely a bargaining chip for resources? Upon returning to his chamber, Angus used his healing abilities to tend to his wounds. His current frailty diminished the effectiveness of his healing. Such trivial injuries lingered longer than they ought to. Just then, he heard commotion outside. Peering through the windowless frame, he beheld a group of males encircling Lu Chubai. She appeared somewhat flustered, timidly surveying her surroundings. Beautiful, stunning. It's been ages since we've seen a female. Can we take her as our mate? The scent of a female is truly intoxicating. May I draw nearer to inhale? The males were eager, their intentions clear. Suddenly, Lu Chubai stumbled and fell to the ground. Noticing the blood on her palm, she felt a wave of injustice wash over her, her eyes glistening with tears. Desperately, she scanned the crowd until her gaze landed on Angus. "Save me," she silently pleaded. Angus, however, remained impassive, a faint smirk of derision playing on his lips. Disheartened, Lu Chubai lowered her gaze. A smile creeping on her face, it seemed Angus had no inclination towards chivalry. Thus, she resolved to adopt a different approach. Grabbing a stone from the ground, she hurled it at a nearby male's head as he approached. "Get away!" Lu Chubai rose, striking the male repeatedly with the stone. She shed her previous delicacy, transforming into a bloodthirsty demon. The other males, taken aback by her sudden ferocity, dared not approach. Observing this scene, Angus leaped from the third floor, seizing Lu Chubai's arm mid-attack. With blood staining her fingertips, she turned to him and smiled. "Do you still consider yourself a male? Since you brought me here, you must take responsibility for me." Chapter 18. Do you wish to return? Males are inherently born to battle for survival, to fight for females. In a sense, Lu Chubai was the prize Angus had claimed, that it was only natural that she belonged to him. Yet, Angus had not anticipated that this pampered female, nurtured by the galaxy's foremost commander and the prince, would harbor such beliefs. Was she genuinely seeking reliance in her plight, or was it heartfelt? Angus was reluctant to delve deeper. Standing tall, he towered over Lu Chubai, whose height barely reached his chest, gripping her wrist. He treated her as a mere trinket. Though exquisite, he certainly held no affection for such a female. Angus released her and kicked a nearby male. His voice, low and tinged with annoyance, warned, "Do not provoke her." Just as he turned to leave, a thought struck him, intended for both Lu Chubai and his subordinates. "She is of great value. We can exchange her for substantial resources." That a single sentence encapsulated the value of Lu Chubai. Although the surrounding males harbored feelings of reluctance, they remained obedient. Soon, only Lu Chubai was left in this desolate place. She lowered her gaze to the blood on her hands and tugged at the corners of her lips. She intended to wash her hands while also familiarizing herself with the environment. However, to her dismay, she found that there was no water here, only parched earth, air filled with swirling dust and crumbling ruins. Alongside lifeless beastmen, how did they manage to survive? Unconsciously, Lu Chubai wandered for quite some time, until the blood on her hands had dried. She turned to survey her surroundings, greeted by a sea of gray and black. This world seemed to exist on a different plane from the technologically advanced main city of the Galactic Federation. It was even worse than Camp Star. Suddenly, Lu Chubai stumbled and fell, her knee scraping against a sharp stone. Drawing fresh blood, a sharp sting accompanied her fatigue. She decided to sit on the ground for a moment at that moment. Angus approached. He had actually been following Lu Chubai closely, and upon seeing her fall, and remained still for a while, he wondered if something was amiss. Angus recalled the incessant messages from Darren and Lansun, emphasizing that as long as the female before him was safe, they were willing to do anything, particularly General Darren, who would gladly sacrifice the entire Norse family for her safety. Angus looked down at Lu Chubai, realizing that her knee injury was minor compared to the wounds suffered by the beastmen in this place. Her pain was insignificant. Indeed, the modern female had become rather delicate. The soil here was tainted with residual nuclear radiation, and prolonged contact with her wound could lead to infection. "That I'm tired," Lu Chubai murmured, shaking her head gently. She held significant value for Angus now, as her injuries on her hands and knees necessitated his healing abilities. "That if you don't want to die, get up quickly," Angus replied, his tone rife with irritation. Females were truly troublesome. Had the Galactic Federation not prepared the resources he required? Lu Chubai reached out, her slender arm akin to a tendril. Angus cast his gaze downwards, a thought stirring within him. As if her outstretched hand would forever entangle him, that Lu Chubai pursed her lips, her bright eyes reflecting a hint of stubbornness. "That I only need you to pull me up." If she hadn't truly exhausted her strength, she wouldn't trouble him. Angus snorted dismissively, but ultimately extended his arm. Then Lu Chubai grasped his arm to stand, but before she could steady herself, Angus swiftly withdrew his arm, eager to depart. Beneath her feet lay an abundance of sand and stones. She had yet to regain her balance and nearly stumbled again. Da-da. She let out a brief scream. Just as she regained her composure, her hand was seized by Angus, who firmly grasped her waist. Lu Chubai glanced back, noticing something peculiar in the palm of his hand. That a fleeting sensation suggested that the air around his hand felt different. The pain from her injuries began to dissipate. She surmised that Angus was using his healing abilities on her. This youth was indeed tough on the outside, but soft-hearted within. Lu Chubai glanced down at her soiled dress and knee. "I'm so dirty. Is there truly no water here?" she lamented while still holding on to Angus's arm. "You can hardly survive and still care about being dirty," Angus retorted sarcastically. "You make a valid point." Lu Chubai mused, nodding thoughtfully. This time, she voluntarily released Angus's arm and began to walk back. Yet, after just 2 steps, her injured leg gave way, and she nearly fell again. The expected pain did not come. And a flicker of joy surged within her. She had made the right gamble. Angus caught her from the side, and this time he did not hesitate to lift Lu Chubai into his arms. Exclaiming, "What a bother!" As he furrowed his brow in displeasure, Lu Chubai cast a glance at her knee, where the injury had vanished, leaving only a smudge of blood. Despite having healed her, Angus refused to acknowledge it. Unable to suppress a smile, she noticed Angus glance down, catching sight of her upturned lips, that he suddenly realized that the cunning female must have deliberately sought his sympathy. Regaining his composure, Angus halted, his voice icy and laced with menace. "What are you laughing at?" Lu Chubai blinked innocently, replying, "I laughed because there is some dust on your face." Like a little kitten, that as she spoke, she reached out to wipe his cheek with her fingers. Angus instinctively turned his head away, leaving Lu Chubai's hand suspended in midair. Feeling somewhat helpless, "I'm not mocking you. I simply find the dust not so unpleasant." Unfazed by Angus's reluctance, Lu Chubai's hand swiftly brushed against his cheek. Angus's gaze froze, suddenly recalling a moment when he was unconscious, and someone had used a towel to wipe his face, that time in the manor. This female had selflessly rescued him, never surrendering herself to the soldiers. "You would despise this dust." Angus resumed walking, his tone brusque. Lu Chubai rested a hand on his shoulder, looking down at the dust on her white dress. That a bitter smile formed in her heart. What did dust matter? Hunt rolled in the mud at some point to survive. Angus carried Lu Chubai back to her room, provoking curiosity among the males present. Just moments ago, they had merely referred to her as a hostage. And now he was carrying her. Before they could delve into Angus's thoughts, a beast man came scrambling towards them. Several spacecraft adorned with the Galactic Federation's insignia were approaching. Upon hearing this, the other males immediately became alert, wielding scraps of metal as weapons. Angus, too, had heard the beastman's words just as he placed Lu Chubai back onto the bed. He reached out to wipe the dust from her cheek, his voice laced with danger. "Do you wish to return?" Chapter 19. This is dangerous for Lu Chubai instinctively glanced towards the dim sky. "Have they brought what you need?" she inquired. That moment. Did she still have the composure to care about such matters? Angus scrutinized Lu Chubai's expression, failing to detect any urgency. Did she not wish to return? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Angus dismissed it. He warned her with a fierce expression, "Stay here. Otherwise, I will show no mercy." Angus believed that Lu Chubai's words were merely a ploy to gain his trust before making her escape. That as he departed, he instructed 4 males to watch over her while he himself went outside the 7th District, where Darren and Lansun had already arrived. The two were enraged upon witnessing the desolate environment, veins bulging on their necks. The 2 parties faced off, and Angus emerged from the crowd. 3 hours. You haven't been quick. It seems this female is not so important to you. Darren clenched his fists. "Where's Lulu? I want to see her. Rest assured, she rather enjoys it here. That you're asking for death." Darren erupted, an invisible pressure radiating from him as the atmosphere grew heavy with bloodlust. The already weakened males around them succumbed to their knees. Angus spread his arms, a wave of energy counteracting the oppressive aura, shielding the beast men. Angus, still recovering, was no match for Darren's strength. He gritted his teeth, swallowing the blood rising in his throat, struggling to protect his beastman companions. Lansun interjected. General Darren, stand down. We are here for amicable negotiations, not to fight. Upon seeing this, Darren reigned in his ferocity. Angus glared at him. The renowned five-star general of the Galactic Federation, undeniably formidable in his deadly demeanor. Lansun gestured for the soldiers to bring forth the prepared nutrient solutions and several machines. This is just a portion. As for the spacecraft and manufacturing machinery, they will not arrive until tomorrow. Now, let me see her. Darren threatened in response, if a fight breaks out, your forces cannot withstand the entire Galactic Alliance. So tread carefully. Lansun frowned, disapproving of Darren's impatience. The opposing party was originally from a research institute. Surely their minds were not entirely sound. What if they harmed Lu Chubai? Angus, of course, understood the peril of their transaction. However, they were at a dead end. Any course of action could lead to death, so it was better to take a gamble. Thus, upon realizing how much both Lansun and Darren valued that female, who was not even artificial but of significant identity, he felt compelled to act. Angus instructed the beastmen to inspect the items brought. When will the remainder be delivered? Lansun assured him, by tonight at the latest. Darren, growing anxious again, pressed, let me see Lulu, and I can offer you 3 million star coins. With these star coins, they can procure additional materials for manufacturing the nutrient solution. Therefore, I shall wait for another 2 hours. If I do not see what I require within that time, you shall never lay eyes on her again. Angus hastened the countdown, casting a glance at the formidable armed soldiers. Leave. Darren seethed with anger, but was restrained by Lansun. Do not be hasty. Yet in such an environment, Lulu is in grave danger. Her health is already precarious. As Darren spoke the last words, his voice trembled. He was consumed by fear, terrified that Lu Chubai might encounter misfortune or injury, that we must depart. Any reckless action on your part will only endanger her. Lansun furrowed his brow, signaling Darren with a glance, then forcibly pulled him away. The two ascended to the flying ship, and it was then that Darren realized Lansun had ordered the armed soldiers to stealthily infiltrate from the opposite side of the planet. This is far too perilous. It poses a great threat to Lulu, Darren protested. Lansun replied calmly, we cannot allow ourselves to be led by that serpent beast man. Rest assured, I share your concern for her and will ensure her safety. After a few seconds of Darren's cold gaze fixed on Lansun, he remained silent. Meanwhile, Angus observed the jubilant beastmen, unable to suppress a smile at the corners of his lips. Angus, this nutrient solution is exquisite. It has such a delightful aroma that it has been ages since I last tasted such pure nutrient liquid. It is truly delectable. With the machine, these ingredients, protective gear, and medicine, we can survive. This should suffice for a year. Right? Splendid. Angus, thank you. The crowd rallied around Angus, expressing heartfelt gratitude. These items are well planned. We must utilize them judiciously. You all go and transport them to my flying ship, and those who are injured come to me for healing. Angus swallowed the sweet, metallic taste in his mouth, reminding himself that he could not falter now. Time was of the essence that a beastman inquired, Angus, why must we transfer the items to the flying ship? Because we are about to leave this place, and the sooner, the better. Upon hearing this, the other beastmen immediately grew vigilant. They understood that the two individuals who had just arrived could not be trusted. Hence, Angus intended to lead them in search of a new home. Upon hearing this, everyone swiftly began to gather their belongings. Angus used his healing abilities to tend to the beastmen injured by Darren's powers. Then forced himself back to his quarters. He leaned against the wall, his heavy breaths failing to alleviate his weakened state. Just as he closed his eyes, he sensed someone approaching. Angus abruptly opened his eyes to find Lu Chubai standing nearby. Are you injured? Lu Chubai asked with concern as she approached. Angus leaned his head against the wall, his gaze calm as he looked at Lu Chubai. Lacking the strength to respond, Lu Chubai offered him the nutrient solution in her hand. Drink some. As her words fell, Angus heard the rumbling of her stomach, that he frowned slightly and hoarsely questioned. Why? Why not drink it yourself? Why go to such lengths to please me? It offers you no benefit. Angus believed that the female before him should understand her value and recognize that he would not harm her for the time being. That Lu Chubai chuckled lightly, twisting open the bottle and bringing it to Angus's lips. Angus's lips curled into a sardonic smile, convinced that Lu Chubai was deliberately trying to ingratiate herself to gain his trust. Did she think he would not drink it? With that thought, Angus seized the bottle and downed the nutrient liquid in one go. However, upon glancing at Lu Chubai's face, he felt a twinge of disappointment. She showed no surprise. Instead, she smiled with satisfaction. Why are you so kind to them? These disabled beastmen are of no use, cast aside by the entire Galactic Federation. They can only await their demise. That Lu Chubai was curious. Could there truly be individuals who selflessly dedicate themselves to strangers? However, moments ago, Lu Chubai had witnessed Angus, despite his illness and injury, exerting his powers to heal them. Now he could no longer endure it. Angus did not respond, but instead asked, "Aren't you hungry? Why give a nutrient solution to me?" Of course, Lu Chubai knew she would soon be leaving this place. She believed that once Darren and Lansun discovered her whereabouts, they would come to rescue her. Moreover, Lu Chubai feared that the nutrient solution might be toxic, potentially laced with sedatives. She could sense that Angus's demeanor softened as he looked at her, the coldness in his gaze diminishing. "You need it more than I do," Lu Chubai said with a gentle smile, her eyes filled with warmth. Angus was momentarily taken aback by her smile, lost in thought for a while. The scent of sweet citrus pheromones filled his nostrils, prompting him to instinctively take a deep breath. Feeling his previously weak mental state ease significantly, "That I do not require your pity." Angus, regaining his composure, stood up in a fit of rage. That Lu Chubai reached out, grasping his broad palm. "That do you feel a bit better?" Angus lowered his gaze, his voice low as he questioned. "That scent, as long as it works for you." General Darren said, "He likes the scent I carry. It calms him." That Lu Chubai revealed her worth. Angus's gaze toward Lu Chubai turned inquisitive. She understood he was now weighing the decision of whether to turn her over to Darren. If she could indeed soothe him, he would not need to worry excessively about his overexertion of abilities and the resulting mental fatigue. Angus realized his greater value. Just as he was deliberating, Lu Chubai suddenly stepped forward and embraced him. The sweet citrus pheromones enveloped Angus entirely, their fragrant essence penetrating his spirit, allowing him to relax. Angus looked down at the female whose height barely reached his chest. Her frail form seemed easily breakable with just a slight force. Yet she was resilient. Images of her delicate body, illuminated by moonlight, flickered in Angus's mind, akin to satin drifting in the grasp of a wolf beastman. So beautiful. A surge of restlessness rose within him. His hand found its way to Lu Chubai's shoulder, and he exerted force, attempting to distance her from himself. That Angus's voice turned hoarse as he commanded, "Release me, or I shall throw you out." Lu Chubai lifted her face, pouting slightly with feigned grievance. "I merely wish to help soothe your mental state." Without waiting for Angus to act, she released her hold. The sudden loss of warmth from his chest left Angus feeling disoriented, his gaze dark and profound as he watched Lu Chubai approach the window, a triumphant smirk gracing her lips. Her voice rang sweetly. "They are ready. We can depart." Angus regained his focus, clenched his fists, and swiftly exited. Lu Chubai followed leisurely behind, nearly bursting into laughter at the sight of the youth's flustered haste. She had clearly sensed Angus's change. His body had tensed up. However, Lu Chubai was concerned. She did not wish to return to Darren's side, yet accompanying Angus seemed fraught with challenges. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Chubai voluntarily boarded the flying ship. They had only one vessel, yet the number of beastmen here was considerable. The ship would need to make at least 3 trips to evacuate everyone. The healthier males were the first to board. "You all go ahead. Do not worry," the males below waved, not contesting for the first opportunity to leave. They accepted the situation with remarkable composure. Lu Chubai glanced at Angus, who radiated a potent, somber aura, a mix of helplessness and guilt. "Why can't we take everyone with us?" On the flying ship, the other males remained silent, unwilling to confront the outcome they faced. "That if only we could all leave together." "Leave 5 boxes of nutrient solution for them," Angus instructed as he entered the control room. "No, we have enough here to last. We can manage. You should keep it and seek a new home. With these, we have more than enough to sustain us. We've never tasted such delightful nutrient solutions before. Please hurry and find a suitable place. We will wait for your return." The males below vehemently opposed Angus's decision. Yet ultimately, they left extra nutrient solutions for those remaining behind. That it seemed they had grown accustomed to fleeing. Currently, there were few habitable planets within the galaxy, most occupied by the Galactic Federation, which relentlessly pursued those exiled or who had erred. This evacuation might see them drifting through space for an indeterminate time. The atmosphere on the flying ship was heavy. Lu Chubai sat in a corner, observing Angus that he was studying the interstellar map, calculating whether their fuel would suffice to reach the next habitable planet. Suddenly, the ship lurched to a halt, and Lu Chubai was nearly thrown from her seat due to the inertia, but thankfully, she managed to grip the chair. "That we've been intercepted," an orc shouted nervously, and soon, a voice resonated from the control center. "I have prepared 2 of the largest flying ships for you, along with 5 million star coins. Sufficient fuel and nutrient solutions." That IT was Darren's voice. That Lu Chubai stood up, and Angus turned to glance at her. Immediately after, Darren's voice echoed once more. "I came here alone, representing only myself. That I only want Lulu." Darren's tone was heavy and cold, yet tinged with a hint of anxiety. The highest commander of the interstellar realm, his voice ultimately bore a plea. "Let me see her, please. You may propose additional conditions." Angus listened intently to the voice over the intercom, his vertical pupils fixated on Lu Chubai. The orc scoffed. "This female is indeed valuable, to elicit such a request from the unyielding General Darren." With what General Darren offered, they could retrieve the remaining companions. "Angus, if he speaks the truth, this deal is entirely feasible." Angus remained transfixed on Lu Chubai, aware that on the day he took her away, they had been intending to register their partnership. However, Lu Chubai had sought to escape. Otherwise, he would not have easily taken her from Darren, who longed to hold her close at all times. Silently, Angus's gaze seemed to ask, "Are you willing to go with him?" Angus himself hesitated, that Darren's actions undoubtedly reinforced the female's worth. She possessed pheromones capable of effortlessly soothing mental strains. Angus contemplated that this was unparalleled, transcending all artificially created females. Unbeknownst to him, Angus was striving to convince himself with irrefutable reasons to keep Lu Chubai with him. Chapter 21. Disfavor of abandonment. At that moment, Darren's voice rang out again. "The Prince of Lansun has arrived on the planet behind you. He will not spare those you leave behind. Return Lulu to me, and I can buy you time to take your companions away." This condition was far more enticing than the increased star coins. Angus stepped closer to Lu Chubai. Her pupils trembled as she gently shook her head. "Am I truly valued only for those things in your eyes?" The reality was that Lu Chubai would inevitably be taken back by Darren. However, she did not wish to endure her hunger in vain any longer. She despised the notion of being abandoned. Lu Chubai was fiercely vengeful. She would not allow herself to remain passive. Before leaving, she aimed to instill a sense of guilt in Angus. Lu Chubai gambled on his kindness towards the disabled orcs, believing that he would feel remorse for her as well. Unaware of the depth of emotion reflected in her eyes, Angus furrowed his brow tightly. After gazing at her for several seconds, he spoke in a low voice. "Open the hatch." "Yes." The orc happily approached to open the hatch. That Darren's ship aligned alongside Angus's, with a bridge connecting them. As Darren beheld Lu Chubai's appearance on the opposite side, his excited pupils trembled. "But Lu," he hurriedly approached. Yet Angus seized Lu Chubai, pulling her back, insisting that she would walk over on her own. Angus was wary of Darren employing further schemes and did not wish to let him come too close to the flying ship. He also secured a light ring around Lu Chubai's waist. "When she reaches the middle, you will give me the items, and I will sever the ties." That Darren's infatuated gaze lingered on Lu Chubai's face, his eyes roaming her form. That a mere day's absence felt like an eternity. His Lulu's dress was soiled, and she appeared utterly exhausted, akin to a flower tainted by dirt, yet still retaining its beauty. Darren's heart ached for her. His Lulu should be a vibrant and noble blossom, untouched by the filthy grime. Anger surged within him, but he suppressed it fiercely. For now, he needed to hold Lulu in his embrace and ensure her safety. He stepped back, extending his hand. "That Lu, come here, don't be afraid." The wind lifted the hem of Lu Chubai's dress. Dust clouded her vision, prompting her to squint slightly. She cast a glance at Darren across the way, then turned to look at Angus. Angus stood tall and straight, his gaze elevated yet devoid of any compassion for Lu Chubai. He did not look at her. That Lu Chubai chuckled lightly. "With these, you will be able to live safely in the future. Won't you?" Her voice was soft, entwined in the wind. Though somewhat diminished, it still reached Angus's ears to TO him. It sounded like reproach. The female was weak. She should not bear the resentment of the wandering orcs. She had exchanged her fragile form for their future stability. They ought to be grateful to her that a strange sensation blossomed within Angus's heart, a seed breaking through the soil and swiftly spreading. Enveloping his very core, he anxiously lowered his head, attempting to discern the slender girl before him. But she had already withdrawn her expressive, clear eyes, leaving him with only her retreating figure and her icy words. I dislike being exploited, and I loathe being abandoned. The wind howled as Lu Chubai slowly traversed the bridge. Darren could hardly contain himself, constantly inching closer, welcoming Lu Chubai with each step. Angus did not intervene in such small gestures. His vertical pupils harbored an inexplicable emotion as he remained fixated on her frail shoulders. Angus could not help but wonder, with such delicate arms, would she embrace him when the moment came? It was all too fleeting. He had not even had the chance to savor that minimal warmth. Midway across the bridge, Darren eagerly approached, producing a luminous box from his hand. Within it was a storage space containing the flying ship. Bags of dazzling star coins and nutrient solution materials. The quantity was laid bare on the blue screen of the box. After displaying it, Darren tossed the box to Angus. Angus did not reach out. His gaze was coldly fixed on the girl tightly held in Darren's embrace. It was evident that Darren cherished her immensely. That moment. Trembling hands cupped her face, his voice laced with pain and regret. Lulu, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for not protecting you. The orc eagerly caught the box, glancing at the light Angus held. Angus, you can release the light ring now. Upon hearing this, Darren also looked toward Angus. In Angus's hand was the glowing rope. Yet he hesitated, failing to fulfill his promise of loosening it from Lu Chubai. With a mere flick of his wrist, Lu Chubai could be reclaimed. Darren could not help but tighten his embrace around Lu Chubai. She turned her head from Darren's hold to face Angus, who remained silent, ignoring the orc surging behind him. Angus, we need to hurry back to retrieve the other companions. Angus, you can let go now. The orcs looked at Angus in confusion. Angus seemed lost in thought, glancing down before ultimately loosening his grip. Darren watched as the light rapidly receded towards him, preparing to lift Lu Chubai into his arms. Suddenly, bang, the unexpected occurred. Both parallel flying ships came under attack. The vessels shook violently, and the bridge began to fracture. Instinctively, Darren tightened his hold on Lu Chubai, and the two began to plummet. Angus, witnessing the imminent danger to the pair, prepared to act, but was obstructed. There's an ambush. Angus immediately sensed that it could be Darren's men, that we must return to rescue our companions, an orc suggested. Angus gazed at the falling couple, reassuring himself. Darren will not let her come to harm. Let us go. Angus retracted his gaze, piloting the flying ship swiftly back. Meanwhile, Darren, in freefall, was once again attacked. A sharp pain shot through his back, causing his body to stiffen. Lu, don't be afraid. Darren retrieved protective armor and a new flying ship from his storage space. He realized he had fallen into a trap. He needed to keep Lulu safe while he was still conscious. Lu Chubai gazed enviously at the wrist device that resembled a watch on Darren's arm. It was said that storage spaces could hold many items, aside from living beings that, of course, only orcs with exceptionally high talent levels could activate and utilize them. Those below the SSS rank would find them utterly useless. Just as Darren activated the protective armor for Lu Chubai, darkness enveloped him, and Lu Chubai glanced at the rapidly approaching ground, exclaiming, General Darren, if we keep falling like this, we'll end up in pieces. Her body could not endure such turbulence. Just as she was about to take action, a sudden force surged towards her. In the blink of an eye, she found herself in another person's embrace. Instinctively, she looked over and saw Darren crash heavily to the ground, dust swirling around him. He lay unconscious. Chapter 22. There are four in the blink of an eye. Lu Chubai found herself within a luxurious flying ship. Lansun smiled as he pulled the blanket from Lu Chubai's body. Chubai, are you surprised? Lu Chubai. Lansun is like that yellow bird, but he knows that Darren will certainly be concerned about me and will return. And he has orchestrated this entire scheme. Lu Chubai inquired, will General Darren be all right? Rest assured, he is the Supreme Commander of the Interstellar Federation. I will ensure his safety. Lansun's lips curled into a confident smile. Chubai, you were always meant to be my female. After a moment of silence, Lu Chubai expressed, I would like to take a bath and change my clothes. In truth, she was also a bit hungry. Of course, everything has already been prepared. Lansun handed Lu Chubai a cup of nutrient solution. The bathwater is ready, just waiting for you. Lansun was quite self-assured, relishing the feeling of control over everything. The spaceship arrived at Lansun's palace at breakneck speed. The opulence and intricacy of the place were unmatched, adorned with extravagant sculptures, soaring spires, and vintage, mysterious stained glass windows that seemed to belong to a different galaxy entirely from Shasun. Lansun carried Lu Chubai up to the third floor. This is your room. I have been preparing it for you, that I am not entirely certain of your specific preferences, so if you dislike anything, feel free to let me know, and I will happily make changes. The decor of the room was in the style of medieval romanticism, visually appealing but perhaps excessively lavished. Lu Chubai had no particular demands and went straight to the bathroom. When Lu Chubai emerged from her delightful bath, she found 3 rows of male attendants standing in the hall. Clearly, they had already received Lansun's instructions and were acquainted with Lu Chubai. As she descended the stairs, they immediately bowed and exclaimed in unison, "Welcome, Miss Chubai." "Hello," she replied that Lu Chubai had successfully settled into Lansun's castle, enjoying the meticulous care of the male attendants and a variety of creatively prepared nutrient solutions. The pleasant days passed swiftly. Lansun did not hinder Lu Chubai from using the light brain, for he was confident in himself that he believed that after experiencing the extraordinary conditions of his castle, Lu Chubai would never wish to leave for another place than on the 3rd day of her stay. Lu Chubai accessed the internet through the light brain and discovered information regarding Darren, that he indeed had no significant issues. It was publicly stated that General Darren was ambushed while pursuing a group of rogue beastmen. This matter had not spread widely online, originating from Darren's refusal of treatment upon waking from the hospital. As he searched for a female, Lu Chubai clicked on a video of Darren in the hospital. In the video, Darren was filled with rage, frantically grabbing at medical personnel in the hallway, demanding, "Where's Lulu? Where's my Lulu? Tell me, is she injured?" Everyone was intimidated by Darren's intensity, some speculating that he was out of control due to heat. Worrying about his mental state, Lu Chubai scrolled through the comments below the video. "Who is Lulu? What kind of female could make our Supreme Commander lose control like this? Is she Darren's new romantic interest?" One commenter claimed, "My cousin works in the Information Bureau, and according to reliable sources, Darren took a female for first mate registration 4 days ago. She must be named Lulu." After this comment, they shared a photo in which Darren's broad and upright figure carefully cradled a petite female. Her wrist rested on the male's shoulder, and if one did not look closely, they might mistake it for a special medal. Her long seaweed-like hair cascaded down the male's muscular arm. Though her face was obscured, the exposed hand and hair suggested she was an exceptionally beautiful artificial female, worthy of the usually indifferent Darren's protection. "I really want to see what she looks like. I adore her long hair. She must be a stunning older sister. I could use this picture as wallpapered." As discussions flourished in the comments. One stood out at the top. "This female is not Darren's romantic interest. She has been raised in a separate palace, and she is not an artificial female." That a single sentence carried immense weight. While Lu Chubai was perusing this, Lansun entered with a doctor. "Chubai, I believe we should conduct a comprehensive examination of your health." Lu Chubai nodded and put away her light brain. That Lansun's medical facilities were exceptionally well equipped, indicating prior preparation. Following the doctor inside, the examination concluded in 10 minutes. Lansun had already received the report and showed no signs of discretion as Lu Chubai approached. The doctor stated, "Miss Chubai, although your physical characteristics are quite weak, remarkably they have not hindered your daily activities. That of course," Lu Chubai thought, "because I am currently pregnant. All bodily strains have been suspended. Your fetus is also very healthy, with an expected due date in 5 weeks. The development is progressing nicely." After the doctor finished, Lansun handed the report to Lu Chubai. As she gazed at the yellow image, she felt a profound realization of her impending motherhood. Within her, these tiny lives were crowded together. The doctor, suppressing his excitement, added with a smile, "There are 4, 2 males and 2 females." Lansun, unaware of this detail, was taken aback by the doctor's tremulous revelation. Point 4? 2 females? The doctor nodded vigorously, growing more animated. "Yes, Your Highness Lansun. I am absolutely certain. There are 2 females and 2 males. I have confirmed it 5 times. The doctor's joy was palpable as he eagerly requested, "Your Highness, Miss Chubai, please allow me to monitor Miss Chubai's health closely and assist in the delivery of the first live-born baby in our interstellar history." No, no, no. There are 4, the doctor exclaimed, excitement overtaking his words. Lansun looked at Lu Chubai with unrestrained joy. Chubai, you are truly magnificent, but Lu Chubai couldn't help but worry about her own frailty. With so many children. The space was so confined. No wonder they were kicking her. She caressed her protruding belly, pondering how much it would stretch. Seemingly sensing Lu Chubai's anxiety, the system spoke again. Host need not worry. This fetus will not adversely affect your body, and it will recover immediately after giving birth. Chapter 23. My child, what do you intend to name him? Lu Chubai smiled gently, a hint of maternal radiance shining through her expression. The doctor took up residence in the castle, conducting daily examinations for Lu Chubai. With the system's reassurance that she would not be harmed, she didn't refuse the doctor. Lansun was exceedingly pleased, almost dedicating time each day to accompany Lu Chubai and discuss the considerations for the later stages of pregnancy. Every day at 2 p.m. was Lu Chubai's nap time. She was perusing the information on her light brain, which contained messages from Darren sent daily over the past month. There were texts and voice messages, all of which she listened to attentively. Darren was extremely anxious and in great pain, worried for her that Lu Chubai placed her hand on her belly, where their child resided, contemplating whether or not to inform him. At the very least, she wanted him to know she was safe, even if she didn't return to his side. Lansun carried Lu Chubai up to the 3rd floor, seemingly guessing her hesitation that I met with Colonel Darren yesterday. Although he appeared somewhat haggard, there were no other issues that he knows he must find you. Thus, he will not allow his body to deteriorate. That much was indeed true. Lu Chubai felt reassured that Lansun was not deceiving her. Leaning against Lansun's sturdy chest, she inquired, "What do you plan to name our child?" Lansun visibly stiffened for a moment. "That of course not." Lansun smiled elegantly. "Chubai, I think you do not yet comprehend the significance of this pregnancy. This will be a monumental turning point in the history of the entire Interstellar Federation. You are also the hope for our entire Interstellar Federation, including your child." Currently, Lu Chubai was the only live-born female in the entire galaxy. A fact that was already astonishing enough to shake the cosmos. Moreover, her daughter, like her, was a rare and priceless gem that Lu Chubai understood Lansun's stance. Once her child was born, she feared never seeing her father again, as the royal family would undoubtedly prioritize his upbringing, perhaps even sending him to a research institute. That Lu Chubai's gaze turned cold. It seemed she could not remain passive any longer. Lansun gently placed Lu Chubai on the bed and lay down beside her. "Chubai, I am your primary guardian and can also be your first mate. Everything that is yours is mine, that I possess the capability to care for you, as well, that Lu Chubai has never encountered someone as eager to assume the role of a father as Lansun, who cradles her face in his palm and, as is his custom, bestows a kiss upon her forehead. Yet this time he does not release her immediately. His kiss lingers, trailing down to the corner of Lu Chubai's lips. Just as she intends to decline, Lansun's voice, imbued with an ethereal quality, resonates. "Chubai, you are destined for royalty, so do not entertain other thoughts. Remain by my side, and I assure you, I shall devote the entirety of the royal family's resources to provide you with the utmost care. I will respect and cherish you." Lansun reclines beside Lu Chubai, passionately kissing the corner of her lips. That Lu Chubai feels the veiled threat within his words, and her body, initially inclined to resist, succumbs to obedience. Lansun's hand glides down her gown, resting upon her gently rounded abdomen. "That I sense life here," he murmurs. "Chubai, I am unlike Darren." Lansun positions himself above her, his dark gaze brimming with desire. Lu Chubai furrows her brow, questioning, "Do you believe my body can withstand this?" Lansun gently presses his fingertip against her lips. "That I have consulted Dr. L. He assures me it is permissible and may even support your pregnancy hormones. Rest assured, I shall exercise caution." With that, Lansun descends to kiss her once more. That Lu Chubai squints her eyes, observing his eagerness as he hastily discards her delicately adorned garments, revealing his sun-kissed, muscular physique, taut skin stretched over sinewy muscles. Exuding a primal allure, Lansun brushes his lips against hers, his breath infused with the rich scent of sweet citrus pheromones that he cannot help but exclaim, "Chubai, you are even sweeter than I had imagined." Just as Lansun is fully captivated and prepares to advance further, Lu Chubai suddenly winces in pain, her delicate features contorting. "Lansun, my stomach." Lansun's body tenses, immediately inquiring with concern, "What is wrong?" "It hurts." Upon hearing this, he swiftly calls for Dr. L. While hastily dressing, the Lu Chubai watches him, poised to spring into action, yet compelled to halt, and a smile tugs at her lips that Dr. L arrives promptly. Conducting a thorough examination of Lu Chubai, Lansun stands nearby, his attire slightly disheveled, a grim expression etched upon his face that Dr. L states, "Miss Chubai's body is still too frail. She may not be suited for." The implications are clear, and Lansun's countenance darkens, especially as he gazes upon the enchanting figure nestled within the soft bedding, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her lips slightly swollen from his kisses, now biting them gently, exuding both innocence and seduction. Lansun curses softly under his breath, dismissing Dr. L and striving to soothe Lu Chubai, urging her to rest at Lu Chubai, her beautiful brows knitted in concern. Shyly asks Lansun, "Shall we continue?" Lansun feels a pang in his heart, inhaling deeply, suppressing his earlier ardor to know, "Your health is paramount." His words serve as both reassurance to Lu Chubai and a reminder to himself that there will be ample opportunities ahead. Lansun kisses her forehead gently, instructing, "You should rest." "All right," Lu Chubai replies obediently, nodding. Lansun's eyes glisten with unshed emotion. She worries that if she inquires further, he may lose control. That would lead to complications he can scarcely bear. Observing Lansun's somewhat unsteady departure, Lu Chubai covers her face with the blanket, allowing a laugh to escape her lips freely. When Lu Chubai awakens again, darkness has enveloped the world outside. She instinctively reaches out, her hand brushing against a firm chest. Lansun takes her hand, kissing her fingertips. "Are you feeling hungry?" he inquires at Lu Chubai, now fully alert, sits up, noting that Lansun has donned an oversized, dark green silk robe. His regal elegance unmistakable. Her gaze falls upon the faint marks on his arm, remnants of injections. "How dare he approach my bed?" Lansun, fully recovered, informs her, "I have prepared some nutritious liquid for you. It is just outside. Let me fetch it." The male servant places the nourishment in the small refrigerator of the outer chamber. Lansun consumes a bottle of white liquid and retrieves a bottle of yellow liquid for Lu Chubai, flavored with pineapple, that he watches her drink it all before embracing her once more. Even if they cannot engage in anything further, simply inhaling her fragrance is a comfort. Now, with Lu Chubai's acceptance, Lansun lowers his demeanor even further. The tasks once performed by servants now fall to him as he meticulously cares for her, following Dr. L's advice with utmost diligence that Lu Chubai safely navigates the next 4 weeks. Her form rounder yet still appearing delicate against Lansun's towering presence. Today marks Lansun's birthday, and as the Crown Prince of the Interstellar Federation, his celebration is naturally grander than most. This occasion also serves as an excellent opportunity for socializing among the leaders of various planets. Early in the morning, Lansun discreetly brings Lu Chubai to the royal castle, although she cannot accompany him as his official partner during the festivities. Their time spent together has led Lansun to regard her as his intended mate. He had previously suggested entering their partnership details, but Lu Chubai had declined, citing her desire to bear a child first. "Chubai, please wait here for me," he instructs. The Crown Prince will be quite busy today, so he leaves Lu Chubai in a room on the top floor. She nods, reclining lazily on the sofa. Lu Chubai feels a twinge of danger in Lansun's decision to bring her to the royal stronghold, given the throngs of people present. However, considering her condition, Lansun does not want to leave her alone. President Alexander gazes intently at her belly. I have stationed guards throughout the entire floor. As long as Miss Chubai remains calm, she will be quite safe. The statement carries an undertone of intimidation. Lu Chubai glances at the father and son standing before her, their gentle smiles exuding a reassuring regal presence. She nods, feeling fatigued. "Thank you, Mr. President." Lansun kisses her forehead, instructing, "Rest for a while." "All right." Having risen so early, Lu Chubai indeed feels weary. Soon, the two depart, leaving Lu Chubai alone with 4 male servants stationed at the door, each possessing formidable strength yet hesitant to approach her. Keeping a respectful distance, that Lu Chubai gazes out the window, placing a hand on her abdomen. Giving birth in Lansun's care is undoubtedly the best scenario, but she worries that once the child is born, they may take it away, leaving her unable even to hold it. The royal family could very well act in such a manner. Though they would not harm the child, Lu Chubai cannot permit the child to remain within the royal confines. At the very least, it should be given to Darren. Lost in thought, she suddenly catches a glimpse of movement outside the window. Instantly, she sits upright on the bed, eyes fixed on the balcony. How could Darren possibly navigate such heights? Surrounded by traps? Outside, Darren locks eyes with Lu Chubai, his expression filled with urgency as he quickens his actions. Armed with a weapon, he employs a specialized laser to cut through the sealed glass. Lu Chubai watches intently as he gracefully lands within the room, rushing to wrap his arms around her. Lu, he breathes, his voice choked with longing. After such a long separation, Darren's emotions overflow as he holds her tightly. Lu Chubai caresses his head, softly asking, "Are you well?" Seeing Darren again stirs a complex mix of feelings within her. Months apart have rendered him more weathered. He remains handsome, yet there is a hint of age in his features. Darren releases Lu Chubai, kneeling beside the bed, cradling her face in his hands as he fervently captures her lips with his OWIT is as if in that kiss. He seeks to grasp the reality of the moment. A fleeting sense of solace washes over him before he finally relinquishes her. Lu Chubai exchanges a knowing glance with Darren, who nods in understanding that he stealthily moves behind the door, retrieving a small silver gun, and fires at the unsuspecting servant stationed at the entrance. With a thud, several caught off guard collapse to the ground, unconscious. Now free from concerns, Darren returns to Lu Chubai's side. Lu, I have missed you dearly. Darren held Lu Chubai tightly in his embrace, but he had been searching for her tirelessly during this period. From his initial panic to a later calm contemplation, he suddenly discerned that the attitude of Prince Lansun, who had been continuously reinforcing his military presence, was somewhat amiss. Although he did not harbor the same affection for Lu as Darren did, his reaction seemed inappropriate. Darren found Lansun's demeanor peculiar, which prompted him to keep a close watch on Lansun during his search. At last, an opportunity presented itself. Just days before the royal castle's banquet, the third floor underwent sudden renovations, with concealed mechanisms and various security measures being installed. A sense of foreboding began to take root in his mind. This marked Lansun's 50th birthday and the 10th anniversary of his ascension as crown prince. The banquet would undoubtedly be grand. Consequently, it was only natural that Lansun would wish to attend alongside his consort. Darren's thoughts immediately turned to Lu Chubai. Lu, will you come away with me? Time was of the essence, and Darren had no room for further discussion. He needed to take Lu Chubai away first, and I'm afraid I cannot. Lu Chubai replied, shaking her head. Lu, are you blaming me? I am so sorry, so very sorry. During his time of fruitless searching for Lu Chubai, Darren was consumed by endless worry and guilt. Lu Chubai lifted the quilt, revealing her gown, which encased her prominently rounded belly. Darren was left in sheer shock, utterly speechless. Lu Chubai grasped his hand and placed it upon her abdomen. As if responding to his touch, the baby inside her kicked suddenly. Darren instinctively withdrew his hand, but upon realizing the situation, he gently placed it back. That moment, tears welled up in Darren's eyes, and he trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed by emotion. The strongest war god of the Interstellar Federation was rendered speechless. Lu, his voice was hoarse, heavy, and laden with complexity. An overwhelming rush of emotions washed over him, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. It is yours, for in total. What? This revelation struck Darren with even greater astonishment. His pupils trembled as he found himself engulfed in an abyss of blankness. Just then, a commotion erupted from the door. The lock was turned, and before Darren could react, Lansun strode in. Upon sighting Darren, Lansun immediately grew agitated. Without hesitation, Darren encircled Lu Chubai in his arms, bracing himself against Lansun's instinctive aura of authority. Lansun quickly regained his composure, retracting his overwhelming presence as he advanced further. His expression darkened. General Darren, release my consort. Darren comprehended everything at once, harboring disdain for Lansun's unscrupulous methods. Prince Lansun, Lu carries my children. You cannot alter this fact. Lansun clenched his fists, a tumult of resentment brewing within him. Yet he could not deny the significance of this firstborn child, regardless of whose it was. It held immense importance for the entire galaxy. Darren rose to his feet, but Lu Chubai shielded him from behind, confronting Lansun with a frosty countenance. With so many beastmen gathered below, let everyone witness your Royal Highness's true abilities, to Darren's surprise. Lansun exhibited no fear of this threat. You know her health is fragile. Lansun spoke slowly. Your actions have already compromised her identity. Otherwise, we would not have attracted rogue beastmen, that if the crowd below learns of her identity, the entire galaxy will descend into chaos. General Darren, are you certain you can protect her? Each of Lansun's words pierced Darren's heart like a dagger, as if he was pulling the blade out only to plunge it back in with every syllable. Darren gritted his teeth. This is all your design. The chaos online is entirely orchestrated by you. Prince Lansun, I must take her away today. Darren cradled Lu Chubai in his arms and began to move toward the exit. But Lansun blocked his path, torn between the desire to strike and the fear of harming Lu Chubai. Lansun trailed closely beside Darren, that I have prepared the finest medical facilities here. General Darren, Chubai is about to give birth. It is not wise for her to be on the move. She requires immediate hospitalization. Darren hesitated. A sudden scream echoed from downstairs that a soldier rushed in to report. Prince Lansun, General Darren, there has been an extreme beastman attack. 2 artificial females have already been abducted. Chapter 25. For treasures. Upon hearing this, Lu Chubai instinctively glanced toward the window. Could these extreme beastmen be Angus? Had they exhausted the resources they had exchanged so quickly? If Angus was indeed attempting to repeat his previous tactics, he would truly be a villain. Darren and Lansun exchanged glances. Lansun stated, General Darren, this is your duty. Since it is a royal banquet, the security detail comprises elite soldiers, all of whom are under your command. Regardless of circumstances, I will ensure the safety of all beastmen in the Interstellar Federation. The implication was clear. At this moment, Darren had to discern the gravity of the situation, highlighting Lansun's utter lack of principles. Lansun, too, felt his own inadequacy. Today was a banquet held in honor of his birthday, and such an incident occurring under his watch was unacceptable for a crown prince. He frowned and revised his stance. First, let us secure Chubai in the royal safe room, where she will be safest. Darren nodded. At this juncture, carrying Lu Chubai could pose risks. It was wiser to ensure her safety first. Thus, the two reached an agreement as Lansun led the way to a secure room on the 2nd floor. Unbeknownst to them, as they hurried to place Lu Chubai inside, a shadow crept in stealthily through the door that was about to close. Lu, can you wait for me? Chubai, we will return once we resolve the situation outside. Given the circumstances, they had no choice but to set aside Lu Chubai's predicament for the moment, that as long as she was safe. That was paramount. The question of her fate could be addressed later. All right, Lu Chubai, too, wished to avoid danger. Darren and Lansun settled Lu Chubai into the safe room before quickly departing. Lu Chubai lay on the bed within the safe room, her gaze drifting to several glass refrigerators filled with an abundance of nutrient solutions. The supply was sufficient to last for a year without issue. In the center of the wall, a black box was also present, resembling a storage space that was several hundred times larger than the one Darren had previously provided to Angus. However, Lu Chubai lacked the inclination to explore this storage space at that moment. Since the time spent on the 3rd floor, she had been feeling her abdomen tighten increasingly. Host, you are about to give birth. Please lie on the bed. The system will assist you. Take deep breaths. The initial discomfort is normal. If necessary, the host can exchange for a birth elixir from the Points Mall to ensure a painless delivery. Lu Chubai opened the Points Mall, noting she still had 91 points remaining. However, the pain had not yet begun. She could still endure it. Nevertheless, she opted to redeem a birth elixir in preparation. As the contractions hastened, Lu Chubai found herself drenched in sweat. Following the system's advice, she gradually crawled to the center of the bed, curling her legs open, awaiting the moment. Suddenly, she noticed a figure emerging from behind the black box. Startled and tense, she felt a jolt in her abdomen. She gasped involuntarily. The figure turned to glance at her. It was Angus, cloaked in a black cape that shrouded him. Angus showed little concern for Lu Chubai, merely casting a cold glance at her abdomen before swiftly collecting all the nutrient solutions. Lu Chubai clutched the quilt tightly, inquiring, "Were you the one inciting the chaos below?" Not at all. Angus merely sought to take advantage of the situation. Lu Chubai felt a wave of relief wash over her upon hearing this. Yet, before she could fully relax, a warm sensation enveloped her, followed by the overwhelming stench of blood filling the room. Looking down, Lu Chubai realized she had given birth to a child. She glanced at Angus, who appeared equally surprised, his gaze fixed intently on her. With little time to spare, she exerted herself once more, and soon after, the second, third, and fourth babies were born, each wriggling their tiny hands that Lu Chubai lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling an odd sense of disbelief. Angus witnessed the entire scene, his expression icy, yet internally, he was engulfed in turmoil. This was the first time he had seen a live birth from a female. To witness for being born all at once was utterly shocking. As he observed the pool of blood surrounding Lu Chubai, he noticed her relaxed posture on the bed and wondered, could she be dead? Angus rushed over. Are you all right? He extended his hand, channeling his healing abilities towards Lu Chubai. Meanwhile, Lu Chubai was absorbed in the voice echoing in her mind. Congratulations, host, on giving birth to your first wolf beastman cub, a male with an SSS spirit. You are awarded 3 additional years of life, 100 points, 1 million star coins, and you have successfully unlocked a space farm with 100 cubic meters of usage rights. Congratulations to the host on the birth of the second wolf beastman cub, a male with a mental rating of SSS. You are awarded an additional 3 years of lifespan, 100 points, and 1 million star coins, along with the talent blink. Congratulations once more on the arrival of the third wolf beastman cub, a female also with a mental rating of SSS, granting you the same rewards. Furthermore, congratulations on the birth of the fourth wolf beastman cub, another female with a mental rating of SSS, which awards you an additional 3 years of lifespan, 100 points, and 1 million star coins, as well as a mechanical armored flying ship. The incessant voices echoing in her mind left Lu Chubai feeling overwhelmed. However, she couldn't help but feel elated. The system had indeed not disappointed her. Once the system had finished announcing the rewards, it proceeded to restore Lu Chubai's body. Host, your body has been restored to its optimal state, and the countdown for your life has resumed. Please take good care of yourself. Exhausted, Lu Chubai opened her eyes to find Angus using his talent to heal her. Upon seeing her awake, a flicker of surprise crossed Angus's eyes, though his expression quickly returned to its usual indifference. You truly are unfortunate. The Crown Prince of Lansun and General Darren seem to care for you, yet they are absent during such a perilous moment of your childbirth. Meanwhile, Angus inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he had somewhat compensated for his previous actions towards Lu Chubai. You certainly know how to strike at the heart. Though Lu Chubai appeared weak and drenched in sweat, she sensed an unprecedented vitality coursing through her body. How wonderful! Before her next conception, she still had 12 years and 1 month to live. She looked at the 4 squirming children and said to Angus, "Hand me a knife that Tio cut the umbilical cord dough." Angus retrieved a black knife from his possession and handed it to her, his gaze fixed on Lu Chubai's actions, his heart still trembling. Previously, he had only heard about viviparous females from Dr. Ralph, but witnessing it firsthand left him feeling oddly pleased, compelling him to reach out. Chapter 26. Where are the children? Step away. Lu Chubai suddenly gathered all the children in her arms, glaring at Angus with both anger and wariness. Normally gentle and obedient, she could mask her displeasure. Yet now, the coldness emanating from her eyes and face was utterly chilling. In that moment, Angus felt a shiver run down his spine, staring blankly at Lu Chubai. Unable to reconcile the fierce female before him with his previous impressions, his hand froze midair. He was aware of a mother's instinct to protect her offspring, yet he was genuinely intimidated by Lu Chubai. I mean no harm. Angus withdrew his hand, attempting to explain, but his words did little to ease her tension. Noticing her fatigue, he took 2 steps back. I won't do anything to you or your children. I'm only here to acquire the nutrient solution formula. Angus decided to maintain his distance, retreating to a safe distance before approaching the black box. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from outside. Angus nervously peered through the one-way mirror, observing the royal guards in a standoff with a group of black-clad rioters. The presence of an artificial female among them made the royal forces hesitant. Outside, chaos reigned, and noises from beyond the secret chamber echoed ominously. The rioters were not merely causing disruption. They were likely after the black box as well. Lu Chubai tightened her embrace around the children, feeling a surge of insecurity. System, can I place my children in the spatial farm? Host, the spatial farm is divided into 5 levels. Only beings of level 1 or higher may enter the spatial farm alongside the host. How can I upgrade? The host may upgrade by giving birth, or by planting and raising to gain experience points. That Lu Chubai clenched her teeth. This meant concealing her children within the spatial farm was not yet feasible. She quickly sent messages to Darren and Lansun. But before the transmission completed, a hole was cut into the wall of the secret chamber. Two figures clad in black wielding laser weapons entered, releasing white gas from their weapons upon spotting Lu Chubai. Angus rushed over to shield her and the children before quickly transporting Lu Chubai into the storage space, which was somewhat cramped and filled with nutrient solutions. Wait. Angus listened intently to the commotion outside. Are they here like you, looking for that black box? Lu Chubai inquired. Yes. What is inside that black box? Angus turned to glance at her, seemingly pondering whether to divulge the information. However, seeing the weakened female before him posed little threat, especially given her recent childbirth. This storage space was difficult for even entities beyond SSS rank to breach, let alone a female who currently displayed no visible mental power. The black box contains a special nutrient solution formula, as well as a formula for purifying air and water that was newly developed by Dr. Ralph. That I contributed to this achievement, enduring quite a bit of hardship in the process. So, the black box held such significance. Is it safe here? Will we have to hide here indefinitely? It is certainly not safe, for the main access to this storage space is controlled by Darren. Only he can approach and think of this storage space to gain entry, which makes it very dangerous for me. Stay here. Angus only felt sympathy for Lu Chubai, lending her assistance casually, but he was also here for the black box, and he could not let anyone take it away. Angus quickly exited. Lu Chubai could still hear the chaotic sounds outside, and the 4 babies in her arms had fallen asleep without her noticing. She wondered if Darren and Lansun had arrived yet. Lu Chubai desperately wanted the black box. It was an enormous storage space, containing 2 vital formulas. With this thought, she wrapped the 4 children in a blanket and placed them in the storage space. Intending to return once they had rested, Lu Chubai swiftly exited the storage space, only to find Angus engaged in a struggle with 2 individuals, though Angus wielded a less powerful weapon than his opponents. His adaptability and agility were remarkable. Lu Chubai's gaze shifted to the black box, and seizing the opportunity while they were distracted, she activated her talent, Blink, and swiftly transported the black box into the spatial farm. Lulu, just as Darren cleared the last of the riders outside, he spotted Lu Chubai crouched on the ground. He rushed forward and enveloped her in his arms. Lulu, are you all right? Upon noticing the bloodstains on her, he quickly realized her abdomen had returned to normal. Where are the children? You have given birth. Shock coursed through him, intensifying his feelings of guilt, pain, and anger as he gazed at Lu Chubai with deep concern. Lu Chubai shook her head. That I'm fine, and the children are safe. That Darren's brow furrowed tightly. He couldn't afford to dwell on anything else at this moment, but he turned his attention to the skirmish within the room, immediately recognizing Angus among the combatants. Upon seeing Darren approach, Angus swiftly fled in another direction. He could not afford to be captured. Lu Chubai instinctively pursued him, but Darren used his electric net to ensnare the 2 riders before cradling Lu Chubai in his arms. Lulu, where are the children? I'll take you to safety. Darren had no intention of chasing after Angus. His priority was Lu Chubai and the children, ensuring they were no longer endangered. There with Angus. In the storage space, after Lu Chubai spoke, she broke free from Darren's embrace and quickly blinked to catch up with Angus. Stop! Lu Chubai blocked his path. Angus glanced around, quickly understanding her intent. That building. He indicated a nearby structure. Lu Chubai nodded, aware that there could still be riders nearby. She followed Angus inside and soon arrived at the storage space. Where are the children? Lu Chubai suddenly screamed. Angus stepped closer and discovered that 2 of the 4 children were missing, both females. Lu Chubai angrily lunged at him, her knife slicing through Angus's arm, the dagger he had previously given her. Angus clutched his bleeding arm, retreating to a safe distance. Return my children. Lu Chubai's voice pierced the air. Angus frowned. I don't know what happened. Lu Chubai tightened her grip on the dagger, pointing at the spot where the children had been placed. I laid them side by side in the box. There were 4 in total. You remember, don't you? But now only 2 remain. Furthermore, the voice of Lu Chubai trembled, for the storage space was devoid of any cover. merely filled with containers of nutrient solution, easily observable at a glance. Angus could comprehend Lu Chubai's distress. He clasped his arm and began to rummage through the boxes that Lu Chubai joined in the search. Yet to no avail. Angus turned to Lu Chubai and spoke in a grave tone. There is only one possibility left. Chapter 27. Lulu alone with the child, what is it? Lu Chubai's voice was hoarse from her earlier agitation. She was overwhelmed with remorse, regretting her earlier decision to venture out and leave her child alone in this place. She should have remained by her child's side. The pain in her heart was suffocating. She had yet to hold her child properly. She had just embraced motherhood. Do not be overly agitated. It is detrimental to your health. Angus spoke soothingly, though he added, there is also the possibility that a being of higher mental capacity has torn through the dimensions, entering the storage space to abduct the child. Lu Chubai was taken aback. She had believed the storage space to be the safest sanctuary, accessible only to its master and those granted permission. She had never anticipated that such a powerful mental entity could breach dimensions. Otherwise, it would not have merely taken her 2 daughters. That individual was undeniably aware of her daughter's immense value. I am sorry. Angus lowered his gaze, acknowledging his partial responsibility in this matter. He should have sensed the rupture in the storage space. Yet he had been preoccupied with the conflict and had overlooked it. Angus vowed, I will assist you in finding your children. That Lu Chubai clutched her remaining 2 children tightly, unable to contain her tears. After a considerable time, she finally inquired, is there any clue? Angus glanced at the storage space. Once I locate the breach, I may be able to trace some remnants. That Lu Chubai understood the hope was slim. Since the intruder had left no trace in the storage space, it was likely that the breach would yield no evidence either. Observing Lu Chubai squatting on the ground, embracing her 2 children in silence, Angus hesitated to offer comfort, unsure of how to approach her. After a while, Lu Chubai composed herself. Mourning would serve no purpose. She needed to find her children swiftly. Inform me if you uncover any leads. That Lu Chubai provided her contact information and subsequently exited the storage space. Angus followed closely, noting that Lu Chubai did not return to the royal castle. Concerned for her mental state, gnawed at him. That do not follow me. Lu Chubai snapped, glancing back. But it is dangerous for you to be alone. That if you truly feel guilty, focus on finding clues. Lu Chubai replied coldly. Yet deep down, she recognized that she could not wholly blame Angus, that he had only sought to protect her and her child. It was she, the mother, who had been negligent. Even if you had been in the storage space, you would not have been a match for someone capable of tearing dimensions. Angus continued to attempt to console her, yet he halted his steps, watching as Lu Chubai walked further away before resuming his pursuit. His concern for her well-being lingered. That Lu Chubai searched online for a highly secured residential community. The place was exquisitely decorated and ready for immediate occupancy, albeit at a steep price. Upon checking her account, she found a mere 4 million star coins, sufficient only for a modest 99 square meter 3-bedroom apartment, the smallest available. Those who could afford to live in this community would not opt for such a diminutive space. But for Lu Chubai, it was entirely adequate. She swiftly completed the necessary paperwork, leaving her account with only 100 star coins. Fortunately, she possessed the system's gift of wolf form, which allowed her to maintain her identity without exposure. After moving in, Lu Chubai registered her iris, thus fully transferring ownership of the property. The sales representative smiled and bowed. Dear customer, may you enjoy your new life. Should you require anything further, please do not hesitate to contact me. I will send you a detailed guide for this community shortly. Please keep an eye out for it. Thank you, Lu Chubai replied, eager to usher them out. She sensed that her 2 children in the bag had already awakened, feeling sorry for their discomfort. However, she was unwilling to return to Darren or Lansun's side. The sales representative departed promptly, and Lu Chubai secured the door, meticulously checking all the security systems and closing the windows. Only then did she cautiously retrieve her 2 children from the bag. She filled the bathtub with water, aware of the preciousness and high cost of the water resources here. Despite its quality, she chose not to use it, for within her spatial farm flowed a crystal-clear stream of spiritual spring water, renowned for its extraordinary taste and efficacy. This spatial farm provided her with a sense of security. The 2 children had awakened, and Lu Chubai placed them in the bathtub, gently washing them with water. Their tiny hands waved unconsciously until they grasped her sleeve, their striking azure eyes fixed intently on her. Lu Chubai smiled and playfully poked their cheeks. They were irresistibly adorable, plump and soft. Looking at her children, a wondrous feeling surged within her. Big treasure, little treasure, your sister will be safe. Rest assured, I will bring her back to you. At this moment, Lu Chubai felt certain that her two daughters were not in immediate danger, for the entire galaxy acknowledged the preciousness of live-born females. Regardless of who it was, they would surely take good care of her daughters. Lu Chubai had time to clean her children up. As she looked at their heads adorned with silver curls, she noted that they had entirely inherited Darren's features. The fluffy curls felt delightful to the touch. After washing them, she wrapped them in a blanket, kissing each one before laying them on the bed. The two children kicked their tiny legs and opened their mouths wide. Host, the two little ones are already hungry. You can exchange points for lactation pills or redeem nutrient solutions for feeding. The system's voice chimed in. Lu Chubai opened the point store and discovered numerous product images illuminated. Does feeding the nutrient solution require heating? Is it cumbersome? Is it as effective as breast milk? Although Lu Chubai lacked knowledge in this area, she had heard that breastfeeding was better for children and more convenient. Rest assured, host, the system guarantees top quality. You may also utilize the mechanical armor flying ship, which serves as both a flying vessel and a fully intelligent robot. Lu Chubai was astonished. She first exchanged points for nutrient solution, spending 9 points to acquire a box containing 12 bottles. Each one 80 ml. Observing the ample amount in each bottle, she wondered how much her children could consume at once. Lu Chubai summoned the mechanical armor flying ship, which reconfigured before her eyes into a robot. It held 2 bottles of nutrient solution, and 5 words appeared in its palm. Heating in progress. In just 3 seconds, the nutrient solution was heated, emitting a faint milky aroma. The robot cradled one child in its arm and offered the nutrient solution to them. Since the nutrient solution was designed for infants, each bottle came equipped with a nipple. Lu Chubai widened her eyes as she watched her 2 little ones devour the solution voraciously. In no time. One bottle was nearly empty. Is it possible they're eating that much? Chapter 28. And Xiao family. Lu Chubai was not distressed. Rather, she was astonished. Based on her knowledge, newborns should not consume so much so soon. After the robot fed the children, it began to pat their backs to help them burp, executing the task with remarkable professionalism. Before long, both children burped and fell asleep again, gazing at the 2 little figures nestled on the bed. Lu Chubai felt her heart melt. She caressed their hands, then their tiny feet, and ruffled their hair. Turning her gaze toward the robot, which stood still like a statue, she couldn't help but marvel at the system's brilliance. When the robot had patted the children's backs, a soft cushion emerged from its shoulder to prevent the children from being bumped against its steel exterior. From now on, I shall call you Xiao Huihui. Please watch over the children for me. Yes, Master. Lu Chubai turned and stepped into the space farm. Having been preoccupied with concerns regarding her children, she had yet to take a proper look around the space farm. Although the current area measured a mere 100 cubic meters, it still appeared quite expansive. The azure sky was dotted with fluffy white clouds, and not far off stood 3 bamboo cottages amidst the verdant grass. A gentle stream, and the melodious chirping of birds. Upon entering the space farm, Lu Chubai was enveloped by a sense of tranquility and ease. However, she had no time to indulge in such feelings. She needed to upgrade the space farm swiftly so that her children could reside there safely. Lu Chubai walked into the courtyard in front of the house, where she noticed a few small characters on the vacant ground. Cultivate and harvest. With a mere thought, several empty slots appeared above the word cultivate. The first row contained the names of seeds. The initial seeds available were cabbage, corn, and sugarcane. For now, these were the only 3 she could plant. Manipulating these seeds, the grassy area in the courtyard swiftly transformed into a 4x4 grid of 16 black plots of soil, totaling 32 plots, standing on the small path in the middle. Lu Chubai planted a greater number of corn and cabbage seeds, while dedicating 8 plots to sugarcane. The harvesting time for these crops was 3 minutes in total. To upgrade the space farm to level 1. She required 1,000 experience points, but with only 32 experience points gained from this harvest, Lu Chubai felt a bit exasperated. However, if she strategically planted more, reaching level 1 could be accomplished more easily. Lu Chubai reminded herself to remain patient, and assured herself that the current location was secure. She then opened the point shop, where most of the illuminated icons were related to task completion. Though some were for daily use, such as a versatile cooking pot in the interstellar beast world, all plants and animals had vanished, and everyone relied on specialized nutrient solutions to maintain their bodily functions, leaving no other food for cooking. Consequently, the kitchen layout in homes had become obsolete. Nonetheless, Lu Chubai was unaccustomed to nutrient solutions. They were simply too unpalatable. Even the various fruit flavors failed to appeal to her. Therefore, when she spotted the option to exchange for the versatile cooking pot in the point shop, she acted without hesitation, spending 9 points to acquire it. Despite currently dining alone, Lu Chubai preferred to prepare her own meals. Good food should never be taken for granted. In her previous world, while in a wheelchair, she often experimented with delicious dishes. Now, with extra time on her hands, she was even more determined to delve into culinary exploration. Moreover, with the space farm at her disposal, she could cultivate fruits and vegetables and even engage in animal husbandry, leading to a more abundant food supply in the future. After obtaining the versatile cooking pot, Lu Chubai washed it in the flowing waters of the stream, which seemed to vanish into the mist, leaving her unaware of its ultimate destination. She was not concerned about the water's cleanliness. Once the pot was cleaned, the vegetables she had just planted were ready for harvest. Lu Chubai initiated the harvesting process, and all the produce was transferred to the storage. Upon inspection, she found she had harvested a total of 96 corn and 12 cabbages. While the sugarcane yielded only 8, thus, lunch would consist of corn. She then evenly replanted the remaining plots with cabbage and sugarcane. The harvested vegetables had already been processed by the system. As she exited the space farm, Lu Chubai took a piece of sugarcane to nibble on, savoring the long-awaited sweetness that filled her palate. She felt an instant wave of comfort. The flavor of food grown in this rich black soil was truly satisfying. Once outside the space farm, Lu Chubai filled the versatile pot with water and tossed in 2 ears of corn to boil. This versatile pot resembled an air fryer she had seen before, albeit with far more comprehensive functions. The display screen showcased a dizzying array of cooking options, even allowing her to stir-fry. It was incredibly intelligent. However, Lu Chubai sometimes preferred to cook manually, especially since she had her little helper, Xiao Huihui, around. Having prepared everything, Lu Chubai peered into the room to check on her children, who were still peacefully asleep, while the robot Xiao Huihui stood vigilantly nearby, its eyes fixed on the 2 little ones. Exuding a sense of security, Xiao Huihui glanced at Lu Chubai and spoke softly. "The little masters are expected to sleep for another 3 hours. You may proceed with your tasks. Should the little masters awaken, I will relay the information to your light brain." Surprisingly, the robot had already accepted the new name Lu Chubai had bestowed upon it. She then looked at her light brain, which displayed a small robot icon. Upon clicking it, a message appeared: "Greetings, esteemed master. Xiao Huihui will assist you to the best of its abilities." Is this robot connected to my light brain? Lu Chubai inquired. "Indeed, host. Xiao Huihui has connected to and modified your light brain. It will monitor it around the clock, ensuring your well-being even when you are not nearby. The highest authority of Xiao Huihui is derived from you." A friendly reminder. You may directly authorize Xiao Huihui with your brainwaves and send instructions through thought, akin to conversing with the system in your mind. Just think it and it works. Lu Chubai raised an eyebrow. The gifts from the system were indeed remarkable. Xiao Huihui was akin to an additional brain for her, likely possessing other undiscovered functions. However, Lu Chubai was not in a hurry to explore these possibilities. Since her children still needed rest, she re-entered the space farm. 3 minutes passed, and Lu Chubai harvested again. This time obtaining 2 new seeds, sweet potatoes and rice. She promptly planted the new seeds. That moment, her light brain flickered to life. "Greetings, master. The corn is finished cooking. Would you like me to turn off the power to the versatile pot?" Xiao Huihui's voice was as intelligent as ever. "Turn it off," Lu Chubai commanded the light brain. The light brain displayed a message. "Received. Power to the versatile pot has been turned off." In that moment, Lu Chubai truly felt the power of the interstellar intelligent era. She took a bite of the corn, and her gaze fell upon the black box resting within the space farm. Chapter 29. The fate of the daughter. Lu Chubai studied the black box for a while. It appeared to have no opening, being entirely seamless. She sought assistance from the system, asking, "How do I open this box? What is my mental strength level?" "Greetings, host. Your mental strength cannot be detected. However, your mental strength level has long surpassed that of all the beasts in the current interstellar realm." If aware of Lu Chubai's thoughts, The system continued. To access this storage space, you simply need to place your hand on it for more than 3 seconds, and you will gain complete control over the storage space, thus becoming its new master. Following the system's instructions, Lu Chubai placed her hand on the box that in an instant. The scene before her changed, transporting her to a place surrounded by white, box-like structures. This was the interior of the black box. In the center stood a cabinet, surrounded by various nutrient solutions, each a different hue. Approaching the cabinet, Lu Chubai noticed several documents neatly arranged inside. After a cursory glance, she recognized that the top document contained the detailed recipe for the advanced nutrient solution mentioned by Angus. It stated that the newly developed nutrient solution was rich in nutrients and could sustain human bodily functions. Consuming 500 milliliters could stave off hunger for up to 5 days, providing an exceptionally strong sense of fullness. Truly a boon for the beasts. Another document detailed the advanced purification formula for water and air, accompanied by a small vial of experimental liquid. The green liquid appeared unremarkable, yet the document claimed that just a single drop could purify over 1,000 cubic meters of water and air. The document was thick, containing numerous experimental reports. Other documents were various records submitted by research institutions from different years, along with correspondence and contracts with major planetary leaders, which Angus and his cohorts required. However, at present, these documents held no value for Lu Chubai. What captivated her was the immense space, which appeared to be significantly larger than the current area of the space farm, capable of storing a multitude of items. Drawing from her prior experience, Lu Chubai voiced her concerns. Will there be higher-level spiritual entities that could tear through dimensions and invade this storage space? Rest assured, host, you possess the highest mental strength in the interstellar beast realm. Furthermore, the storage space is currently within the space farm, and without your authorization, no one can enter. Even if they manage to enter the space farm, they cannot access the storage space that Lu Chubai obtained a crucial piece of information from the system. As long as she wished, other orcs could enter the spatial farm. Impossible. Lu Chubai sneered, for apart from her own children, no one could possibly know of the spatial farm's existence. Her past experiences had instilled a deep-seated distrust toward anyone, including orcs. After finishing her meal, Lu Chubai harvested the mature sweet potatoes and rice. This time, she also acquired seeds for potatoes, tomatoes, and peaches. However, the maturation period for peaches was a lengthy 20 hours, which was rather excessive. Nevertheless, Lu Chubai desired to indulge in them, so she planted peaches in 2 plots of land, while the remaining seeds for potatoes and tomatoes were evenly distributed among the other plots. Just as Lu Chubai emerged to check on her children, her light brain received a message. Upon seeing it was from Angus, she promptly opened it, that I have traced the presence of the individual who tore through the storage space. Following the trail, I arrived at the Interstellar Federation Agricultural Academy, that I am currently searching the vicinity. But the trail has gone cold due to the overwhelming number of people here, all of whom are exceptionally talented students with high mental capacities. That Lu Chubai immediately initiated a search for information regarding the Interstellar Federation Agricultural Academy. There was an abundance of details available online about the institution, which had garnered numerous accolades from the Interstellar Federation. Notably, Lansun was a graduate of this academy, and his photograph graced the homepage of the official website. Coincidentally, the academy was not far from her residence and was currently enrolling new students. Upon reviewing the admission requirements, Lu Chubai realized she did not meet any of them. More specifically, she lacked a valid identification within the Interstellar Federation, making it impossible to find concrete information about her identity online. However, she soon stumbled upon a news article stating that a prodigious student from the Interstellar Federation Academy had successfully cultivated a remarkable plant, which was anticipated to thrive in the unique soil of the Federation. A plant. Such a significant announcement. The comments below revealed that netizens were quite excited, eager to witness the long-awaited botanical marvel. Lu Chubai recalled the various plants in her spatial farm and mused that plucking a few of them would surely surpass the singular sprout depicted in the images. This presented an opportunity. Thus, Lu Chubai extracted a blossoming tomato from her spatial farm. Once removed from the special soil of the farm, the tomato would not grow as rapidly. She carefully packaged the tomato and penned an application letter for admission, enclosing it with the tomato. Using her light brain, she placed an order with the Interstellar Federation Agricultural Academy. Shortly thereafter, a flying robot appeared at her window that Lu Chubai allowed the robot to enter. Depositing the package in the box it carried on its back. Order received. Swift flight, punctual delivery at every moment, the mechanical voice of the flying robot announced as it prepared to take off. However, to her surprise, it almost plummeted to the ground, startling Lu Chubai into instinctively reaching out to steady it. The flying robot seemed unprepared for the weight of its cargo and revved its engines. Successfully lifting off again, albeit with noticeable effort, Lu Chubai watched as the flying robot delivered her package to its destination. Yet, she did not allow herself to relax. While diligently gathering information about the Interstellar Federation Agricultural Academy, she encountered a video featuring Darren that he appeared haggard, his eyes bloodshot, and he spoke to the camera with tears streaming down his face. The comments below were filled with disbelief, with some unable to fathom that the male in the video was indeed the legendary General Darren. The greatest warrior of the Interstellar Federation, Darren was searching for her. The next video featured Lansun, who was holding a press conference. Although he did not disclose his name, he did reveal his status as the primary guardian. The proud Lansun bowed multiple times to the camera, stating that he was willing to pay any price to find his ward. The fact that both Darren and Lansun were seeking the same individual sent the online community into a frenzy, with many speculating about the identity of this artificial female that Lu Chubai had anticipated this development. However, she swiftly blocked any information regarding Darren and Lansun, merely skimming through the details before preparing to enroll in the Interstellar Federation Academy. She needed to locate her daughter as soon as possible. Chapter 30. All the royal soldiers are looking for you. Lu Chubai spent a tranquil day indoors, primarily accompanying her children and harvesting crops from the spatial farm. The children mostly slept, as they were still quite young. When they awoke, it was usually due to their needs, which little Gray could manage efficiently, allowing Lu Chubai to simply observe that Lu Chubai purchased diapers using her points. A box contained 96 pieces for just 9 points. However, she realized that the 2 babies could use up to 8 a day, with 4 required each night, which amounted to quite a significant consumption. With little Gray's assistance, caring for the children proved easier than she had anticipated, greatly relieving Lu Chubai's worries. The following day, Lu Chubai successfully upgraded the spatial farm to level 1. Overjoyed, she immediately attempted to bring her 2 children into the spatial farm, with little Gray accompanying them. She spread a blanket over the grassy area, and the 2 little ones slept even more soundly. The temperature within the spatial farm was perfectly comfortable, alleviating any concerns about the children feeling too hot or cold. It was a far superior environment compared to staying outside, and there was no fear of insects or wild beasts, granting her a profound sense of safety. With this newfound security, Lu Chubai felt free to venture outside. After spending the previous day planting and harvesting, she had successfully acquired all the basic seeds for vegetables and fruits. Currently, she was cultivating various herbs on the left side of the farm, while the right side was dedicated to fruits and vegetables. There was no rush to upgrade further. The experience and crops she had gathered could be utilized for tasks, which would eventually grant her the qualification to construct other processing facilities. Lu Chubai had begun to comprehend that any workshop could be established within the spatial farm. Although it required experience in crops, these could be tackled gradually. Now, Lu Chubai was filled with confidence and no longer relied on males. However, she still needed to complete the more children, more blessings task, as the rewards were substantial and would enhance her strength. Just as Lu Chubai observed her children drifting off to sleep, she received a message from outside. Upon stepping into the living room, she spotted a flying robot hovering outside the window. Lu Chubai opened the window, and the delivery robot handed her an envelope. Inside, she discovered an acceptance letter along with 3 pages of somewhat excited text, welcoming her to enroll. It seemed that her pot of tomatoes had proven to be quite effective. The start date for classes was just 3 days away. After placing her children in the spatial farm, Lu Chubai decided to explore the vicinity of the Interstellar Federation Agricultural Academy. The mental entity capable of tearing dimensions and entering storage spaces must be immensely powerful, and the system would undoubtedly provide her with a prompt upon encountering it. Lu Chubai rode Little Gray to a safe location before storing it within the spatial farm to watch over the peacefully sleeping babies. She then set out to explore the terrain surrounding the Interstellar Federation Agricultural Academy. The school occupied a vast expanse with uniquely designed teaching buildings that attracted many visitors. With the impending school year, the area was bustling with people that Lu Chubai, adopting the form of a wolf beastman, went unnoticed by others. However, after completing her circuit, she failed to detect any high-level mental entities nearby. Just as she contemplated entering the campus for a closer look, she was abruptly pulled aside by a force. Instinctively, she attempted to resist, only to catch a whiff of a familiar scent. It was Angus. Angus enveloped Lu Chubai between the wall and his embrace. "Stay still." Upon hearing his voice, Lu Chubai ceased her struggles and quietly observed. A squad of royal soldiers passed by. Lu Chubai remained still, nestled in Angus's hold, until the soldiers had walked past, at which point Angus released her. "Those are Prince Lansun's men. All the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation are out searching for you." Lu Chubai had suspected this all along and stared intently at Angus, astonished that he could recognize her disguise. She awaited an explanation from him. "I have been keeping watch outside your residence, worried that you might encounter danger." Lu Chubai's expression darkened. "You are the greatest danger." Angus lowered his gaze, refraining from rebutting her statement. "Once I help you find your children, I will leave." Angus understood the significance of a child to a mother. He contemplated that Lu Chubai's current status was inherently challenging, and he ought to offer her assistance. Angus reasoned with himself in this manner. Lu Chubai pushed him aside and walked into the campus. After a while, she turned her head, only to find Angus's figure had already vanished from sight. At this moment, Lu Chubai was also quite wary of Angus. After all, no one had witnessed the beast man tearing through dimensions. It was possible that Angus was merely a thief shouting to catch a thief. That Lu Chubai, feeling uneasy, inquired of the system. "I remember Angus's spiritual entity is exceptionally strong. Can he truly tear through dimensions?" "He can, but his body has suffered long-term abuse from drugs and mistreatment, leaving him quite weak, with his mental energy continually depleting." Mistreatment, drugs. Lu Chubai had never delved into Angus's past, being an experimental subject who escaped from the research institute. He had been subjected to various studies since childhood. Lu Chubai seemed to gain a slight understanding of him. Currently, he was the strongest male spiritual entity present around the host, and it was advisable for the host to complete the task of having many children as soon as possible. However, Lu Chubai was not in the mood for that. Without responding to the system, she wandered around the Interstellar Federation Agricultural Academy. Although the place was vast, there were far fewer students than she had envisioned. It appeared that to enter the Interstellar Federation Agricultural Academy, one needed exceptional abilities. While Lu Chubai was pausing in front of the honor roll in the school, a gust of wind swept past her. It was Angus again, but this time, several security personnel were pursuing him. Only then did Lu Chubai remember that he was also a wanted individual in the Interstellar Federation. She turned and headed in the opposite direction. She received a reminder from Xiao Huihui that the baby should wake up within 10 minutes. That Lu Chubai found a secluded spot and summoned Xiao Huihui. Xiao Huihui transformed into a flying ship. And just as Lu Chubai was about to board, Angus appeared before her. "Someone is chasing me." Lu Chubai's gaze turned icy. "What does that have to do with me?" Seeing her indifferent demeanor, Angus furrowed his brow. This female could really change her expression rapidly. Since leaving Shasun Star and escaping danger, she had not looked at him with such a fragile gaze again. Angus spoke in a low voice. "I have gathered some new leads. Don't you want to hear about them?" Chapter 31. "Do you have thoughts about me?" Lu Chubai felt a surge of anger, regardless of whether Angus's words were true or false. She could not afford to miss this opportunity. Angus was leveraging this point to manipulate her, and she disliked it immensely. "Get on." Lu Chubai glanced toward the ship and decisively led Angus aboard the flying vessel. Xiao Huihui activated and swiftly ascended into the AI. Lu Chubai sat in the central control chair and gestured to a nearby seat. "Sit there. Also, bind your wrist to the chair." Angus. Angus recalled the time he had kidnapped Lu Chubai and felt a twinge of vengeance. Yet, inexplicably, he found this version of Lu Chubai to be genuinely endearing. Observing her cold expression, Angus complied with her instructions. "Speak. What leads do you have?" "I suspect that the high-level spiritual entity capable of tearing through dimensions is within the Interstellar Federation Agricultural Academy." "Are you implying that it is a student at the academy?" Angus shook his head, uncertain. "Can I release one hand?" Lu Chubai raised an eyebrow. Angus clarified, "I have obtained all the student records from the academy and can send them to you." Lu Chubai pondered for a moment, then approached Angus. "I'll transmit it myself." Lu Chubai looked at the holographic device in his hand. This chair had a special function. It could suppress the mental energy of the entity confined within, diminishing its power. Thus, having him seated there was the safest option. Lu Chubai noticed that Angus was still using an older model of the holographic device. No wonder he lacked voice commands. Lu Chubai opened the device and performed an iris scan. Angus, compliant and unafraid of any secrets within, lowered his head to authorize his iris. Unlocking the device, as Angus observed Lu Chubai's actions, he inquired, "You weren't afraid of me on Shasun Star. Why are you so fearful now?" "Do I seem afraid of you?" Lu Chubai had already located the information and sent it to her contacts, pausing when she noticed Angus had labeled her as Little Cat. Angus also noticed this and immediately turned his head away. His expression awkward. Lu Chubai straightened up, watching his ears flush with color, and let out a light laugh. The sweet citrus scent wafted over to Angus's side, causing him to tense up even more. Though his expression grew increasingly frigid, coldness was merely his facade. Lu Chubai asked, "Do you have thoughts about me?" Angus remained silent. Lu Chubai continued, "Are you here to help me find the child? Or are you deliberately trying to get closer to me?" "No," Angus hurriedly denied, turning his head only to realize that Lu Chubai was leaning in close, their noses nearly touching. The sweet citrus fragrance overwhelmed his senses. Angus fell into Lu Chubai's clear, lively brown eyes. Momentarily forgetting to breathe, his mind clouded. All he could hear was the frantic beating of his heart until Lu Chubai mischievously withdrew. Angus blinked rapidly, taking a sharp breath. "Actually, I feel quite guilty towards you. Males are meant to protect females. Yet I watched helplessly as your vessel fell. Because of you, my companions could eat their fill. That I should be thankful to you. Moreover, your child was lost from my storage space." This was the first time Lu Chubai had heard Angus speak so many words in one breath. His expression was so sincere, simply wishing to make amends. Lu Chubai chuckled softly, instructing Xiao Huihui to hover nearby. "You can leave now." Angus silently regarded Lu Chubai for a moment before activating his wristband and walking toward the hatch. Just as he was about to disembark, Lu Chubai suddenly called out, "Wait!" Angus immediately turned back, his cold, deep gaze sparkling with unexpected brilliance, a realization he himself had not anticipated. Lu Chubai spoke coldly, "Do not appear near my residence." "Understood." Angus lowered his gaze, stepping off the flying ship and turning back towards the Interstellar Federation Agricultural Academy. Lu Chubai entered the spatial farm, where the two children had already awakened, lying on the blanket with wide eyes, neither crying nor fussing, behaving exceptionally well. Lu Chubai changed their diapers and fed them nutritional liquid. After playing with the two children for a while, she began examining the student records from the academy. She selected all those with a ranking of SSS or higher, with the foremost being Lansun. "He shouldn't be possible." Lu Chubai then looked at the second name, Douglas Luther, a Black Panther beast man with a spiritual energy level of SSS, who was set to complete his studies at the academy this year. Moreover, he was the one extensively reported in the news for developing the grass sprout. Along with another 10 talented students, Lu Chubai laid out their records and investigated their movements. Ultimately, she zeroed in on Douglas Luther, as he was the only one qualified and had indeed been invited to Lansun's royal banquet that day. His suspicion was the greatest. Currently, he was engaged in research for a graduation report, which would significantly impact his future reputation. That if he discovered that his precious daughter was a fetal female, he would undoubtedly be tempted to take her back for study. Everything seemed plausible. Lu Chubai gazed at the photograph of the handsome Black Panther beast man, her eyes filled with a fierce, killing intent. During dinner, Lu Chubai prepared garlic eggplant, stir-fried shredded potatoes, and steamed rice. The long-awaited spicy flavor compelled Lu Chubai to indulge in 2 bowls of rice. After dinner, she returned to the spatial farm to harvest all the mature crops. That tonight's meal felt insufficient. There was no meat. Lu Chubai gritted her teeth, using 300 experience points to exchange for livestock farming, arranging for pens for chickens, ducks, geese, cattle, and sheep. However, each initially came with only a quantity of 1 to purchase more required 9 points, which Lu Chubai hesitated to spend. She couldn't afford to squander her points. They needed to be preserved for the children. For now, she could only await the task rewards that would yield livestock. As the enrollment period approached, Lu Chubai prepared the 2 children and placed them in the spatial farm. Afterward, she headed straight for the Interstellar Federation Agricultural Academy. Just as she disembarked from the flying ship, Angus appeared out of nowhere again, that he glanced at the admission notice in Lu Chubai's hand. "This is too dangerous," that Lu Chubai simply asked. "Do you have any suspects?" "Yes." Angus nodded slightly, his gaze settling upon a figure not far away, that of Douglas Rood, a Black Panther beast man, who stood at the entrance of the Galactic Federation Agricultural Academy as a welcoming senior for the new students. Many freshers, upon seeing him personally greet them, expressed their astonishment, with some approaching to take photos. His popularity was palpable. Angus remarked, "The Rood family holds significant prestige within the Galactic Federation. I suggest you seek assistance." Perhaps from General Darren. Chapter 32. Seizing her hand. A breach of etiquette. Lu Chubai slowly curved her lips into a faint smile. Angus seemed to underestimate her capabilities. Surely, Darren would extend his help. After all, she was his daughter. Nevertheless, Lu Chubai had no desire to return to his side, confined and devoid of freedom. She was determined not to remain a flower sheltered in a greenhouse any longer. Pushing past Angus, she strode directly towards Douglas at the school gate. Douglas maintained an air of cool detachment, his expression unyielding despite the numerous infatuated gazes directed at him. Suddenly, however, he encountered someone who stood out distinctly from the rest. At first glance, she appeared no different from the other beast men, yet Douglas sensed an unusual aura about her, particularly in her eyes. Clear and pure, resembling a fawn lost in the woods, yet infused with the wildness of nature. Furthermore, her beauty was striking enough to momentarily lead Douglas to believe she was not male. Lu Chubai lingered briefly before him, then bypassed him to approach two professors nearby. "Hello, I am here to register," she stated, presenting her admission notice. Douglas furrowed his brow. The living emblem of the Galactic Federation Agricultural Academy. He was accustomed to being approached by both junior brothers and sisters eager to converse with him upon their enrollment. Yet this individual did not follow suit. "Welcome to the strongest academy in the Galactic Federation. I am Claude Pillar," one professor introduced. Lu Chubai extended her hand, responding, "Pillar, hello, I am Bai Chu." She used an alias after exchanging pleasantries. Lu Chubai turned to a young professor who was examining her admission notice. Upon raising his gaze, a flicker of light passed through his deep-set eyes. "Is it true? The tomatoes you sent. Did you cultivate them yourself?" Lu Chubai nodded. "Hello." She hesitated, unsure how to address the peculiar professor, whose gaze felt somewhat unsettling, that he seemed to finally register her presence, and extended his hand. "Welcome to the academy. I am Professor Locke." "Hello, Professor Locke," Lu Chubai greeted politely, attempting to retract her hand, only to find that Professor Locke held on to it, not releasing it immediately. A frown of displeasure crossed Lu Chubai's face. The man's gaze was decidedly unsettling, and he exuded no discernible aura. Realizing his breach of conduct, Professor Locke quickly released her hand, adjusting his thick glasses. "I apologize. I became a bit too excited." A sliver of doubt lingered in Lu Chubai's mind. If a mere blade of grass could incite such a commotion, then surely her pot of tomatoes would astonish these individuals as well. Professor Locke's voice was hardly subdued, drawing the attention of surrounding students. Douglas, visibly agitated, stepped forward, seizing her wrist. "Did you truly cultivate those tomatoes?" His tone brimmed with skepticism, his grip firm, yet fervently eager. His usually aloof demeanor was now replaced with palpable excitement that he had endured countless days and nights over the past year. Investing immense resources and efforts to finally cultivate that plant, he sought to use this honor to cap off his academic journey splendidly, hoping to secure a place within his family after graduation. However, unexpectedly, a wolf beast man emerged on the scene. He recalled the day when the school's administration convened with his family to deliberate the plant's placement, a symbol of honor, just as they argued amongst themselves. A courier arrived. When the principal opened the unassuming box to reveal the casually placed plant inside, everyone was left speechless for a full 3 minutes. The principal trembled with excitement, and Douglas vividly remembered the astonished expressions on everyone's faces that day. Later, a single fallen red fruit was sliced into dozens of pieces. When they each received their minuscule portion, some even fainted upon tasting the exquisite flavor. Not from poisoning, but from sheer delight. No words could encapsulate the surprise and shock they felt. It was she. She had usurped all his glory. Douglas gazed at Lu Chubai, a mixture of astonishment and admiration in his eyes. Meanwhile, Angus, observing from the shadows, focused on Douglas's firm grip on Lu Chubai's wrist. He noticed Lu Chubai's discomfort and felt an urge to intervene. Lu Chubai's expression was cold as she slowly uttered two words. "Let go." Her voice was soft, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Realizing his impoliteness, Douglas stepped back, apologizing. "I am sorry." Lu Chubai coldly retorted, "You mean to say you were merely overly excited? Is that so?" Douglas lowered his gaze, a hint of guilt evident. "Please forgive my earlier rudeness. As a form of compensation, let me show you around the campus." IT was indeed rather awkward. Professor Pillar chimed in amiably. "Douglas is an exceptionally talented student at our academy. Consider this a fortuitous encounter. Let him guide you through enrollment and a campus tour." With Professor Pillar's endorsement, Lu Chubai nodded, and the two set off through the campus, attracting considerable attention. The earlier scene at the school gate quickly spread online, with headlines such as Galactic Federation Agricultural Academy's Genius Student, Tomato Freshman, and Douglas loses control trending, overshadowing the news of Darren and Lansun's search for Lu Chubai. Meanwhile, Darren, anxiously awaiting updates, cast a fleeting glance at the trending topics. Unfazed, yet irked that the buzz surrounding his search for Lu was eclipsed. Just as he contemplated taking action, a subordinate contacted him via video call. "General Darren, I have received some information that we have identified a suspicious male who recently moved into the mansion in District 13. Darren immediately felt a surge of suspicion. Perhaps this male had abducted Lu. He resolved not to overlook any potential leads. "Send me the exact address. I will head there at once." On the other hand, Lansun, lacking the time Darren had, was entirely focused on finding Lu Chubai. He was summoned to President Alexander's office to sample a particular delicacy. On his desk lay a pristine white plate, adorned with a single, vibrantly red fruit, glistening with droplets of water, appearing utterly translucent. Lansun remained still, prompting President Alexander to sigh. "I understand your urgency in locating her, but this matter is equally significant. You will represent me at the Agricultural Academy to meet the new student and convey our regard for her." Chapter 33. Closer. Physical contact. The Agricultural Academy boasts an expansive campus that Lu Chubai had never attended school before. Due to her health, she had always relied on self-study at home, gathering knowledge independently. The prospect of experiencing student life was unexpected and exhilarating. With little time to spare for leisurely exploration, Lu Chubai opted for the campus shuttle. Douglas first escorted her to the dormitory area, which served as a significant selling point in the academy's recruitment efforts. Each dormitory was a single room, spacious enough to rival the three-bedroom apartment Lu Chubai had purchased, fully equipped with daily necessities and fresh nutrient solutions provided daily. While Lu Chubai was not particularly interested in such luxuries, she was nonetheless slightly taken aback by the living conditions. Was it due to a shortage of students or the institution's excellent faculty? Throughout their time together, Douglas remained by her side, observing her discreetly without uttering much. "If you require anything, feel free to approach the dormitory supervisor." Douglas cast a glance at Lu Chubai's hand. "You may place your luggage here for the time being. I can register your information now, and you shall be able to settle in today." Lu Chubai was still contemplating. She was reluctant to stay here. Douglas continued, "Your tomato plan has caused quite a stir throughout the galaxy. There may be several unscrupulous organizations eager to take you away. Therefore, I suggest that you reside at the school, but we will do everything in our power to ensure your safety. Our security measures are exceptionally robust. Generally, no one can breach the school's defenses." Lu Chubai raised an eyebrow. How did Angus manage to get in? Is he not considered an ordinary person? Nevertheless, his suggestion was not without merit. Living here could indeed spare her many troubles. Lu Chubai proposed a condition. "I require tranquility." Implicitly, she did not wish for the school's personnel to disturb her. However, Douglas misinterpreted her intent. There is indeed a solution. He unilaterally acquiesced to Lu Chubai's stipulation, confident that the institution would accommodate her modest request. Douglas then escorted Lu Chubai to a quaint standalone villa, which was modest in size with only 2 stories and gardens both front and back. Lu Chubai could not help but twitch her mouth. It was indeed quiet here. The distance between each villa was approximately 100 meters. Not spacious, but the environment was quite pleasant. Is this acceptable? Douglas inquired. Lu Chubai felt an overwhelming sense of regret for having spent several million star coins on that small house. She could have been a little wealthy lady, Well, perhaps she could see about selling it later. This will do, she replied. Douglas nodded, guiding her through the security system registration for the house before taking his leave. Lu Chubai ascended to the bathroom, then turned to enter the spatial farm. The two children had already awakened. Xiao Huihui had changed their diapers and fed them well, now waving a blade of grass enticingly before them. The two children stretched their chubby little hands, earnestly trying to grasp the grass. As Lu Chubai approached, both children turned their gazes toward her. She embraced her two treasures, planting a kiss on each of their cheeks. From now on, our home will be here. She seated the children on her lap. Their round little heads burrowed into her embrace. She assumed they were seeking her breast for nourishment. However, Lu Chubai felt no discomfort and had no intention of breastfeeding. It was perhaps for the best. Since they would be residing long-term in the spatial farm, acquiring a bed was essential to Lu Chubai access the Points Mall and exchange 9 points for a crib, a 2-meter by 2-meter bed, complete with a mattress, ample enough for her and the children to lie down together. She spent an additional 18 points to purchase onesies for the two children, bringing their total to 3 outfits each, sufficient for their needs. After spending an hour playing with the children in the spatial farm, she awaited their slumber before stepping out. She had already heard someone approaching outside, and, with the visitors still lingering, she took her time. Only emerging once the children were settled, to her surprise, upon opening the master bedroom door, she found Angus standing in the corridor, and he appeared equally astonished, having sensed no presence of Lu Chubai in the master's suite moments prior. Lu Chubai narrowed her eyes. She had checked the villa's security system, which was rated A-class for protection, yet Angus had somehow infiltrated. With a frosty demeanor, Lu Chubai inquired, "What brings you here again? Is everything all right?" Angus's tone was filled with concern. Lu Chubai nodded. The latest news indicates that Douglas's recent experiments relate to ancient humans and viviparous females. Doesn't that imply you? Angus cautioned, "Be careful when you approach him." Lu Chubai refrained from responding, aware of his aversion to her presence. "I will be nearby. Send me a message if you need anything." With that, Angus departed. As noon approached, several professors from the school came by to offer their condolences. Lu Chubai replied with minimal words and escorted them out. As she watched them leave, she intended to re-enter the house when Professor Locke suddenly turned his head toward her. His hair was somewhat long, obscuring his eyes, which were hidden behind thick lenses. Lu Chubai realized she could scarcely recall Professor Locke's appearance, and his gaze always struck her as peculiar. Once inside, Lu Chubai saw that the children were still sound asleep. She took to the internet to research Professor Locke. His credentials were impressive, yet his background was somewhat tumultuous. It was said that he had been abandoned by his family due to a lack of talent and frail health. Later, the elderly Marquis Luther had sought him out before his passing. Notably, Bill Locke was the nephew of Douglas Luther. However, at the school gate, it appeared the two had little interaction, perhaps because Professor Locke had only recently been reconnected with his family, making the absence of familial bonds understandable. Still, Lu Chubai recalled the peculiar look in Locke's eyes, which left her feeling uneasy. System, do you possess any more detailed information regarding Bill Locke? Host, no additional data on Bill Locke has been detected. Wait, it appears that Bill Locke has some special shielding signal. Lu Chubai was taken aback. Could one truly shield himself from the system? What advanced technology was this? Yet she pondered, why would someone want to employ such a special shielding signal? Lu Chubai felt she ought to regard this individual with more seriousness. Host, I need to conduct a more thorough scan. It would be best to find a way to come into physical contact with him. Understood. That moment, the security system alerted her of another approaching presence. Lu Chubai opened the door to find Douglas standing outside, holding a transparent tablet. I apologize for the interruption. I have some questions regarding the tomatoes testing report. Do you have a moment? Douglas's tone was humble, devoid of the aloofness he had displayed at the school gate. Clearly, he was genuinely intrigued by the tomato. Lu Chubai angled her body, gesturing for him to enter. Please come in. Douglas stepped inside without hesitation. Chapter 34. Where have you hidden my child? Lu Chubai glanced around the vicinity of the house. It was nighttime, and no other beasts were present. It was indeed very quiet here. And easily defensible she closed the door. She swiftly exchanged points in the mall for a truth pill. Drinking the truth pill would compel one to speak the truth, allowing Lu Chubai to uncover her daughter's whereabouts. Feeling apprehensive, Lu Chubai asked System, will he remember anything after taking the truth pill? No, he will lose that segment of memory. That's relieving, she thought, as it spared her from numerous complications. Douglas stood in the center of the room. Awaiting Lu Chubai, who did not invite him to sit, he remained politely upright, like a pillar. "Make yourself comfortable," she smiled, then poured a glass of water. Dissolving the truth pill within, Lu Chubai presented the concoction to Douglas. "Have some water." Lu Chubai then took a seat opposite him. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Douglas wrinkled his nose. "You possess a rather strange scent." "What scent?" Lu Chubai inquired. "It resembles the secretion of a lactating female mammal." "You mean the scent of milk?" "I didn't notice it, but I did consume a nutrient solution that tasted like milk. It's a new product. Would you like to try it?" Douglas appeared quite cautious. "Sure." Clearly, he was more inclined to trust his sense of smell than Lu Chubai. She glanced at the water before him. "Why don't you have a sip first?" Douglas, with an expression of seriousness, replied. "Did you not say I could sample the milk-flavored nutrient solution?" "To be honest, I've never tried this flavor before." "As a brilliant research student, how could you have never tasted it?" Lu Chubai maintained her cheerful demeanor. "Very well, I'll fetch it." She rose and entered the storage area, retrieving a bottle of the new nutrient solution. Additionally, she released some of her sweet orange pheromones. Upon her return, she found that Douglas's glass of water remained untouched. He appeared cold and reserved, yet his vigilance was unmistakably high. Lu Chubai handed him the nutrient solution. Douglas raised his gaze to meet hers, his dark eyes serious. "Your scent has changed. It is a pheromone that can only be emitted by females." Lu Chubai. She released just a hint of it, attempting to mask the scent of milk on her body. She speculated that this aroma was likely connected to her offspring. Lu Chubai was also somewhat concerned that her milk might come in. After giving birth, it had not arrived, and she had not paid much attention to the matter. "Your nose is quite keen." "I just sprayed a bit of perfume," Lu Chubai remarked, sitting opposite Douglas, "as you mentioned that I had an odor." Lu Chubai subtly hinted that Douglas was being impolite by persistently fixating on her scent. Douglas, however, felt no guilt and chose not to dwell on the subject, instead steering straight to the purpose of the day. "May I inquire how long it took to cultivate that tomato plant?" 27 days. Upon hearing this response, Douglas frowned, finding it utterly implausible. Just as he was about to speak again, Lu Chubai lifted her chin in a gesture. "Senior, let us not be so serious. Perhaps you should drink some water before asking, there's something wrong with this water? You seem quite eager for me to drink it." Lu Chubai felt somewhat speechless. Having initially thought him to be shrewd, only to realize he lacked insight, that it is merely my hospitality. When guests arrive at my home, I cannot deny them even a glass of water. Lu Chubai spoke. She suddenly noticed a fleeting shadow outside the window. It was Angus, intentionally revealing himself to her. She calmly averted her gaze. "If you believe there's an issue with the water, it's perfectly fine not to drink it." Lu Chubai had begun to discern aspects of his character. Employing this reverse psychological tactic should prove effective, given that Douglas had approached her with a desire to learn that if he remained so guarded, she would reciprocate with equal distance. Douglas and Lu Chubai exchanged silent glances. His profound gaze resembled a frigid pool, scrutinizing her with evident curiosity. Douglas assumed Lu Chubai would feel guilty, yet she merely smiled politely. Exuding confidence, after a few tense seconds, Douglas took a sip of water. "It's quite good." "How perfunctory." Lu Chubai couldn't help but chuckle. "Did you even have a drop?" Nevertheless, she was not anxious. She trusted in the system's efficacy. Even a single drop could potentially bring Douglas to his knees. Douglas recorded Lu Chubai's words on his tablet and asked, "May I ask where you sourced the soil?" The research report on the soil had already been released, revealing it to be exceptionally robust in all aspects. Moreover, the soil contained peculiar substances that remained a mystery to them. Currently, the soil across the entire Interstellar Federation was contaminated by nuclear radiation. Douglas pondered that if he could acquire this soil in abundance, it would surely yield plants. This soil is specially formulated, a unique recipe. She suddenly inquired, "Senior, are you jealous of me?" Douglas, who also seemed averse to deceit, looked at Lu Chubai, trying to discern if she had already ensnared him. She was somewhat uncertain whether the truth elixir had taken effect. That Douglas's previously impassive expression shifted slightly. "That jealous," Lu Chubai interjected. "So, do you wish to harm me?" Upon hearing this, Douglas furrowed his brow slightly. "You are quite talented. You have cultivated a long-lost plant, and I harbor no desire to harm you." Lu Chubai nodded thoughtfully. Then, "Do you like my pheromones?" As she asked this question, She leaned in closer. The person who had previously held his shoulders straight now blinked rapidly at her sudden proximity. The tips of his ears flushed subtly, although his sun-kissed skin concealed much. Lu Chubai sensed the rising warmth emanating from him. The distance between them was intimate, their eyes capable of holding nothing but each other. Lu Chubai awaited Douglas's response. Douglas leaned back, maintaining a semblance of composure as he denied. I do not prefer males. That he did not comprehend why Lu Chubai posed such a question, but he understood her implication. There were indeed males within the Interstellar Federation, but he did not have an inclination towards them. Still, he found it natural that the wolf beast man before him would take an interest in him, considering his own exceptional qualities. Moreover, I have yet to complete my inquiry. Noticing the shift in Lu Chubai's expression to one of icy resolve, Douglas perceived that the individual who had previously radiated mating pheromones now appeared as if encased in frost, exuding a chilling aura. Are you researching ancient humans and viviparous females? This was Douglas's secret, one he would not easily divulge to a relative stranger. This male. Douglas hesitated briefly before nodding. Yes. Lu Chubai immediately pressed on. Where have you hidden my child? Chapter 35. The search begins. Lu Chubai obstructed Douglas's gaze, unwilling to overlook any detail. Yet, a flicker of confusion appeared in Douglas's pupils. That I have not hidden your child. I have never seen any child that no. Lu Chubai's complexion tightened as she anxiously questioned. Did you not attend the birthday banquet of Prince Lansun? I did. Then you did not take advantage of the chaos to abduct my child. I did not that time. I escorted my mother back. Lu Chubai fell silent for a moment, as if deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing onto the tea table behind her. Douglas, observing Lu Chubai's despondent demeanor, wished to console her, but found himself at a loss for words. He felt as though his mouth had been glued shut, rendering him speechless. Please leave. That Lu Chubai no longer wished to engage with him. Douglas glanced at the tablet in his hand, sensing that he had forgotten something important. Nevertheless, he complied and departed. After he left, Lu Chubai sat there, dejectedly covering her face. Just when she had grasped a glimmer of hope, it had all slipped away. After a moment of despair, she suddenly remembered Angus. She approached the door and, as expected, found Angus lurking behind the faux foliage. You deceive me. Lu Chubai felt Angus was misleading her. Angus remained silent, but Lu Chubai felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Rationality reminded her that Angus was not definitively Douglas. They were merely speculating. I will continue to search. Angus observed the sorrow etched upon Lu Chubai's face before turning to vanish into the night. Lu Chubai composed herself and entered the space farm. The children were still asleep. She embraced the two little ones, inhaling their scent, which brought her some solace. The artificial moon hung in the sky like a celestial disk. Suddenly, the security system on Lu Chubai's wrist chimed with an alert. Intruders detected. That Lu Chubai jolted awake and exited the bedroom. Upon activating the surveillance, she saw Angus curled up in the grass, trying to conceal himself within the artificial foliage. The landscaping in the yard was entirely fabricated. His towering frame was hardly suited for hiding. Angus appeared quite helpless, his injuries causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Lu Chubai watched the monitor, remaining still. Host, can the task be accomplished tonight? The system suggested she take advantage of the situation. However, Lu Chubai felt that she need not intervene. Angus had already succumbed to her allure. She would wait until Angus could no longer withstand the pain and succumb to unconsciousness before taking action. She opened the door and gently nudged his body. Angus, are you all right? Angus, somewhat dazed, squinted at Lu Chubai. You again, you saved me once more. Regrettably, this time, the female was not as gentle as when they first met, for he had caused her harm. That I'm sorry. Angus mumbled, cradling his head in his hands. It was evident he was severely injured. Struggling to distinguish between reality and dreams, that Lu Chubai realized she could not drag Angus herself. She glanced around to ensure no one was watching and summoned Little Gray to assist in bringing Angus inside. This villa appeared to have 2 stories, but contained only one bedroom. That Lu Chubai worried that placing him on the sofa might draw attention, so she instructed Little Gray to take Angus into the master bedroom. After all, she would not be resting there that night, allowing Angus to mistakenly believe she had offered him the master bedroom, thus deepening his sense of guilt. Little Gray tended to Angus's wounds and removed his clothing. Only then did Lu Chubai notice the numerous scars adorning his body. His arms were riddled with needle marks, while deep impressions marred his wrists and ankles. Seeing Angus in such a pitiful state, Lu Chubai frowned sympathetically that he was so young yet had endured so much. Little Gray retrieved a needle embedded in Angus's flesh. Master, the substance within this needle can induce deep sleep, causing significant harm to the internal organs. Lu Chubai glanced at it. The needle bore the emblem of the Agricultural Academy. She recalled Angus saying he would continue searching. She rolled her eyes in exasperation, wondering what kind of treatment he truly needed. His talent lies in healing. Once he awakens, he will be able to cleanse his body of the toxins within. At present, he is in need of a nutrient solution, having gone without sustenance for an extended period. Furthermore, he has sustained a critical injury, a fractured arm. Xiao Huihui gently touched his arm, indicating that it could also heal itself, albeit at a slower pace. That Lu Chubai suddenly realized that possessing the gift of healing is indeed remarkable. It is akin to being the ultimate support. Very well, let him rest. Just as Lu Chubai was about to close the door and step outside, she heard voices from beyond, soon followed by a knock at the door. Upon glancing at the surveillance, she noticed two males clad in security uniforms outside, accompanied by two robots and two robotic dogs. They conversed, stating, "Hello, there have been some incidents on campus, and we need to conduct a search." Lu Chubai stored away her holographic device and descended. What is there to search for at this late hour? The security personnel smiled at her, explaining, "A thief has been spotted on campus, and we have traced their path to here. May I ask if you have seen any beastmen or heard any unusual sounds?" "No," Lu Chubai shook her head. "I have been in a deep slumber." She presented herself as someone who preferred not to be disturbed. The security personnel, aware of the commotion surrounding this new student, politely replied, "We apologize for the intrusion, but for your safety, we must conduct a search." To Lu Chubai nodded. "Please proceed." Simultaneously, she messaged Xiao Huihui to temporarily move the unconscious Angus into the spatial farm. The security personnel, along with the robots and robotic dogs, began their search. Woof! At that moment, the robotic dog halted at her master bedroom door, which was ajar, having detected Angus's scent. The security personnel glanced at Lu Chubai, standing at the staircase, and remarked, "This seems suspicious. May we enter to investigate?" "Is that convenient?" Regardless of convenience, they would enter to search. In that moment, Lu Chubai regretted her earlier choice of revealing her beast form. Had she opted for a synthetic female, these individuals would not be barging into her room at such an hour. "Search quickly," Lu Chubai yawned. "I cannot keep Angus in the spatial farm for too long." The security personnel, not wishing to delay, quickly conducted a brief search. Yet the robotic dog remained, barking incessantly. However, the room contained nothing of interest. They were just shy of searching through the floorboards. That Lu Chubai, puzzled, inquired, "Is there something in my room? Why does this dog keep barking?" The security personnel, somewhat embarrassed, responded, "There may have been a programming error. That we apologize for the disturbance. We shall take our leave." As the group exited, Lu Chubai could hardly contain her impatience and instructed Xiao Huihui to bring Angus out. For the little ones in the spatial farm had awakened. Woof! The robotic dog in the yard suddenly stopped and began barking at the master bedroom again. Chapter 36. A list of strategies. Lu Chubai stood by the window, casting a glance downward. The security personnel had all halted in their tracks. She decided to step onto the balcony, that if the dog refuses to leave, perhaps it could stay with me, she mused, leaning against the railing. The security personnel discerned the jest in her words, and with apologies, they bent down and attempted to pull the robotic dog outside. When that proved futile, they simply lifted it. "Apologies, please rest well," they said as they departed hastily. Upon returning to her room, Lu Chubai discovered that Angus was missing from the bed. "Come out," she commanded, and a noise emanated from the wardrobe. Approaching to investigate, she found Angus curled up inside, drenched in sweat and looking feeble as he gazed at her. His expression bore a mix of surprise and pity. "I thought you were going to hand me over," he said, hastily concealing himself, only to forget the injury on his arm, resulting in further harm. Lu Chubai twitched her lips. "A free assistant to help me find my daughter. Why not take advantage of it?" Her tone was icy. Angus lowered his head and stumbled out from the wardrobe. "I will clean out your wardrobe tomorrow. You should rest early. I will hide in the bathroom on the first floor." That Lu Chubai found his cautiousness somewhat absurd. Hiding in the bathroom? Is this a deliberate act of self-pity? She retorted, "The master bedroom is yours that no. That is not permissible, that I am already grateful for your assistance in saving me, that Lu Chubai's demeanor was unyielding, that if you refuse to stay, then you may leave." That Angus's golden vertical pupils lingered on Lu Chubai for several seconds. If he were to step outside now, he would undoubtedly encounter the searching security team. With a sigh, he remarked, "Previously, when you feigned compliance, I found it disingenuous. However, now that you are so fierce, I find myself wishing you were a bit more compliant. Lu Chubai, currently, you are at my mercy." Thus, she felt no obligation to be kind. "You show concern for Douglas, ensuring he drinks water. I had thought your hospitality extended similarly to me." Yes, Angus spoke. His eyes involuntarily conveyed a sense of grievance. After all, he and Lu Chubai had known each other first. Regardless of her previous demeanor, he had deemed it normal. Yet now, observing her close affinity with Douglas, always fretting over his hydration, a twinge of jealousy stirred within him. With this thought, Angus lowered his head once more, sincerely apologizing. "I am sorry. Can you forgive my past actions?" No, Angus's pupils quivered. "That I need to rest." "Oh." Angus returned to the master bedroom and lay down obediently. After a moment, he shifted slightly. "I will leave half the space for you. Dream on." Lu Chubai shot him a disdainful look. Angus, observing her haughty demeanor, felt an inexplicable urge to smile. Although he was not Douglas, he firmly believed that the suspect must be within the agricultural college that I have attempted to tear through dimensions, but my mental strength is lacking. That individual must possess a superior mental capacity. While I did not find a stronger mental entity at the agricultural college, I am aware of a suppressor that can restrain one's own mental power. Angus transmitted a report to Lu Chubai. "This is the list of suppressants secretly sold by Dr. Ralph." Angus, who had exerted himself to articulate so much, was already fatigued. Lu Chubai glanced at the list before raising her gaze, only to find Angus had succumbed to slumber. She exited and turned into the spatial farm, first spending time playing with the children until they drifted off to sleep before examining the list. None of the names bore any connection to the agricultural college. However, one question lingered. Why had the security team from the agricultural college been dispatched when Angus had stolen Dr. Ralph's list? This list was confidential, as the suppressants he sold were not sanctioned by the Interstellar Federation. The transaction must have been clandestine. Otherwise, he would expose his illicit sales. Yet he would certainly inform those who purchased the list about the leak, allowing them to devise a strategy. This implies that the buyers must be within the agricultural college. That it follows that the security team could respond so swiftly. However, there was another possibility. Angus's arrival might have drawn the attention of the security team. Lu Chubai remained uncertain. Nevertheless, she proceeded to search according to the list. Unsurprisingly, all those listed were formidable figures: planetary lords, diplomats, tycoons. Their publicly available data indicated an SSS rating. Yet the mere ability to purchase suppressants suggests their mental capacities exceeded SSS. While SSS is the highest known mental strength, advancements in technology by the Interstellar Federation have led those with power and wealth to strive for greater strength. That it is not uncommon for some to possess mental capabilities surpassing SSS, such as Angus. This information, however, was of little use to Lu Chubai. She could only wryly remark, "This list might serve as a somewhat useful strategy guide." The following day, the little ones awoke early, rousing Lu Chubai from her slumber. After giving the two little creatures a bath and spending some time playing with them, Lu Chubai was reluctant to venture outside. However, the surveillance indicated that Angus was awake. Reluctantly, she instructed Xiao Huihui to keep the children entertained as she emerged from the bathroom downstairs. To her surprise, Angus, upstairs, had cautiously opened his door, hesitating to step outside for fear that Lu Chubai might have guessed who would detect his scent. Lu Chubai ascended with a nutrient solution in hand. "Stay here for now and drink all the nutrient solution daily. What if I finish before you?" he inquired. "Didio, not worry. I shall not starve myself to nourish you." Lu Chubai can cook for herself in the space farm. Even boiling noodles is far more delectable than consuming nutritional solutions. I am heading to the classroom now. Lu Chubai glanced at the time. It was getting late on the first day of class. She needed to arrive a bit earlier. Moreover, she had to cautiously probe Professor Locke. After contemplating the matter yesterday, although Dr. Ralph's list did not include anyone from the agricultural college, they could all be adept at disguising themselves. Couldn't they? She couldn't overlook even the slightest hint of suspicion. She examined the schedule and noted that the first class of the day was indeed with Professor Locke. Upon arriving at the classroom, Lu Chubai found only 6 classmates present. The classroom was quite spacious. With the division of specialized interests, the number of students in each classroom dwindled that Lu Chubai had already assimilated various information transmitted from the agricultural college via her holographic brain and was aware of their basic profiles. After politely greeting her peers, she deliberately chose a discreet spot in the corner. Soon, Professor Locke entered the room alone. As Lu Chubai had anticipated, his gaze began to scan the classroom upon his entrance. Although his glance was swift and casual, she still felt that Professor Locke was undoubtedly searching for her, that of course, she needed further verification. Chapter 37. Farewell to Lansun. Lu Chubai's holographic brain received a presentation file. Professor Locke stood at the front, projecting the file onto the large screen, that he provided a brief introduction before commencing the day's lecture. Without a single word of superfluous chatter, Lu Chubai observed that everyone was listening attentively while taking notes. The learning model at the agricultural college predominantly revolves around self-study. The faculty here is exceptionally robust. Any relevant material that the Galactic Federation lacks is available at the agricultural college. For instance, the botany course that Lu Chubai chose primarily involves laboratory work. Thus, after less than half an hour of lecturing, Locke activated a switch that caused the classroom to descend directly into the laboratory. Everyone changed into white lab coats that Lu Chubai, moving quickly, curiously approached a nearby glass enclosure. Originally, there was only one specimen within, that being Douglas's grass, but now Lu Chubai's tomatoes were prominently displayed at the front. She placed her hand against the thick glass cover, furrowing her brow. Is there a problem? Professor Locke had approached her from behind without her noticing. Must it be protected in this manner? Indeed, the nuclear contamination outside is too severe, and the air and soil are not conducive to the growth of tomatoes that we beast men have evolved to adapt, but these plants clearly cannot. Lu Chubai shook her head. No, I believe that the adaptability of plants far surpasses that of beast men. Are you implying that we cannot protect the plants? A voice suddenly interrupted from behind, that Lu Chubai turned to see Douglas standing there with 2 junior students, all of them gazing at her. His words seemed to carry an undertone of entrapment. Indeed, Lu Chubai replied with a smirk, my tomatoes do not require such protection to thrive. Your statement calls into question the expertise of the entire agricultural college and all the relevant scientists in the Galactic Federation. Douglas retorted, his tone tinged with anger. Although Douglas was typically aloof and spoke little, it was evident that he was being quite aggressive today. The others sensed the tension in the atmosphere and grew uneasy. Professor Locke stood silently beside Lu Chubai, offering no assistance, leaving her feeling isolated. Maintaining her composure, Lu Chubai raised her chin slightly and asked, have those individuals you mentioned actually succeeded in cultivating tomatoes? Douglas was momentarily rendered speechless, his anger only intensifying that Lu Chubai's words were audacious and dismissive. She did not hold back, tapping on the glass enclosure beside her, that I demand that this tomato be released. And have you not noticed that the fruits on it are already ripe? Such delicious produce. And you would rather let it rot? Douglas's cold demeanor began to falter, that a surge of unbridled anger welled up within him as he replied sternly. Do not presume that just because you cultivated this plant, you can make unreasonable demands that if you wish for the plant to be unprotected, you should first understand the current air quality and soil conditions of the Galactic Federation. Lu Chubai scoffed, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Professor Locke suddenly interjected, I will propose your request to the school. That Lu Chubai turned her gaze to Locke, offering a faint smile. The person who had seemed so sharp just moments ago now appeared unexpectedly gentle and courteous. Very well, she added, please assist me in proposing that I wish to plant this tomato in the garden of my residence. This statement caused all present to gasp in astonishment. Tio planted in her garden? How could she dare to suggest such a thing? Even if she had cultivated it, it should not be treated so carelessly. Professor Locke appeared somewhat taken aback, and Douglas furrowed his brow tightly. If this is intentional, I can apologize, but please respect this hard-earned achievement. Lu Chubai remained unyielding. Perhaps for you, this is a hard-earned result, but for me, it is not. Her words left all her classmates dumbfounded. You mean to say that you can cultivate more of them? Professor Locke's deep gaze sparkled with intrigue. Can you truly? Lu Chubai did not respond immediately. Instead, she merely smiled with satisfaction. After a moment of shock, Douglas coldly remarked, We all acknowledge your excellence, but there is no need for such arrogance oh, and what of it? Douglas was infuriated by Lu Chubai's demeanor. After returning home last night, he felt as if a portion of his memory had vanished. Quickly realizing that Lu Chubai had done something to him, most likely involving that cup of water. However, he had not suffered any loss, which only puzzled Douglas further. He had intended to inquire about the events of the previous night, but had forgotten entirely. Now, as he conversed with Lu Chubai, his anger flared once more, causing him to forget everything else. Clenching his fist, Douglas declared, "If you can cultivate another one, I believe the school will wholeheartedly support all your decisions without you needing to ask. One specimen would be enough to create a sensation throughout the Galactic Federation. According to reliable sources, the free-spirited beastmen beyond the Galactic Federation are already preparing to take action. That if you could manage to cultivate another. I dare not even imagine. This would become a momentous event of historical significance for the Galactic Federation." Lu Chubai recognized that Douglas was employing a provocation tactic. She cast a calm glance over the faces watching her, some filled with skepticism, others with anticipation, yet most were still doubtful. She had heard rumors online. Even the most authoritative doctors in the Galactic Federation could not cultivate such tomatoes. How had the young Lu Chubai accomplished it? Many were disbelieving, convinced it was mere gossip. Just as Lu Chubai was about to speak, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside, and it seemed everyone had arrived at a cheerful voice rang out as several elderly men escorted someone into the room. Before Lu Chubai could clearly see his face, she caught a whiff of a strong and compelling aura. It was Prince Lansun. That he was dressed formally, striding confidently through the crowd. That Lu Chubai frowned, making an effort to suppress the sweet orange pheromones that had inadvertently escaped her. She longed to leave this place. After 2 days of freedom, she did not wish to be pursued by Lansun again. That as she took a step, she found Professor Locke unexpectedly blocking her path. His voice was low, his gaze filled with mockery. "You have made such a significant contribution to the Galactic Federation. Prince Lansun has specifically come to see you. You should go greet him." That Lu Chubai shook her head. "I want to leave here." She appeared a tad anxious, as if she had something to hide. Professor Locke's eyes darkened, and he grasped her arm firmly. "This is your honor. You are the protagonist, and you cannot leave now." Chapter 38. Doubts about Professor Locke. Quick. Lu Chubai urged the system that present. Professor Locke was holding her arm. "Acquiring data. Please maintain contact. Do not interrupt." That Lu Chubai retaliated, grasping Professor Locke's arm. "Professor Locke, are you intentionally preventing me from leaving?" Professor Locke raised an eyebrow in confusion at her sudden grip on his arm, but quickly realized that she was anxious to evade something. Thus, he blocked her path. "Indeed, I believe you should receive this honor of a personal greeting from Prince Lansun." Professor Locke proclaimed pompously. "Host, please note, detected a male beast man with a mental capacity exceeding SSS level. Name: Bill Locke. Species: Tiger Shark Beast Man. Age: 77. Personality: dark and obsessive. Talent: sound waves. Please seize this opportunity." Lu Chubai inquired, "What is his specific mental capacity?" Due to his use of suppressants, the detection data is unclear, but his mental power is very high, and his inherent strength is formidable. The tone of the system carried a hint of vigilance. Given his character, the host needed to exercise caution regarding safety. The system warned, surprisingly. This time it did not urge her to hastily undertake the tasks. That seemed the situation was genuinely perilous. Lu Chubai released her grip and furrowed her brows, saying, "I kindly ask Professor Locke to let go of me." That he adjusted the heavy glasses perched on his nose and relinquished her hand. But Lu Chubai was still pondering the system's words, filled with skepticism towards Professor Locke. He was indeed a likely candidate for someone who could tear apart dimensions, and moreover, his research focus was related to ancient humanity. At that moment, Lansun and others had already approached Lu Chubai. "This is the student who cultivated the tomatoes by Cha." Principal Ryder enthusiastically introduced Lansun. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Prince Lansun." Lu Chubai lowered her voice and greeted him politely. Although she did not display any panic, she remained somewhat apprehensive about being recognized. The arrogant Prince Lansun, however, had no interest in scrutinizing Lu Chubai. His immediate attention was drawn to the tomatoes within the glass dome. The TO achieved such accomplishments at such a young age. "I express my gratitude on behalf of the entire Interstellar Federation." After offering his official praise, he stepped closer to admire the display. That Lu Chubai stepped aside, when suddenly, she felt a warm breath behind her. Turning around, she found Douglas standing quite close to her, nearly stepping on his foot. "Did I apologize?" Lu Chubai quickly moved aside. Douglas cast a glance at her, realizing she was significantly shorter than him, asa male. Her stature was rather underdeveloped. Just moments ago, he had caught a faint whiff of her pheromones. Lansun did not engage in further conversation with Lu Chubai. After a few token inquiries, he prepared to leave. Everyone escorted him to the door. Once Lansun departed, Lu Chubai quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. Professor Locke discreetly surveyed Lu Chubai and conveyed her earlier sentiments to the school leaders, who all gazed at her in astonishment. Lu Chubai confidently declared, "My goal is to diversify plant life across the entire galaxy." Arrogance. This was Douglas's immediate thought upon hearing her words. The reactions of the others were equally riveting. By Cha. "Perhaps you shouldn't." The principal glanced at the other leaders nearby. They exchanged glances, clearly perplexed that Lu Chubai's words were too self-assured for their liking, leaving them skeptical. Yet, she had indeed cultivated a single plant. Taking a step back, Lu Chubai proposed, "How about this? I will not take that plant away. I will cultivate more." "All right." They immediately agreed. All the students present shared the common goal of growing plants, and they relished the sight of a confident, diligent student. After the school leaders offered Lu Chubai numerous words of encouragement, they departed. Douglas followed closely behind Lu Chubai, remarking, "The pheromones you emit are quite peculiar." It seems intentional. Lu Chubai's gaze turned inquisitive. "Senior, I feel as though you are targeting me." Douglas found himself momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he awkwardly clarified, "You misunderstood. I am merely curious about this matter." In truth, he did find Lu Chubai somewhat irksome. But he had not anticipated her to address it directly. "That's a relief." Lu Chubai nodded, seemingly relieved. "I thought you disliked me." With that, she stepped directly into the classroom. Douglas stared at her retreating figure for a while before realizing that he had intended to pose a question, but had instead been led by her. He felt a twinge of frustration, sensing a hint of defeat in Lu Chubai. Lu Chubai had only 2 classes in the morning. Afterward, she first visited the restroom before stepping into the spatial farm. The children were awake, playing on the grass of the farm, with Xiao Hui keeping a close watch beside them. Lu Chubai embraced both children, kissing them one by one. The scent of milk on them eased her previously restless mood. After playing with the children for a while, they soon grew sleepy. Being so young, they spent most of their time sleeping. Lu Chubai accompanied them as they lay down, soothing them to sleep before exiting the restroom. As she opened the door, Douglas stood waiting at the threshold. "You've been in the restroom for nearly 2 hours." He glanced at the holographic watch on his wrist. "So, you waited for me for 2 hours?" Lu Chubai was taken aback by the tenacious nature of the so-called high and unattainable flower of the agricultural college. Douglas nodded, stating earnestly, "I must admit, I have something to request of you." His tone was overly formal, making it seem as if Lu Chubai were the one seeking his favor. "Did I refuse?" Lu Chubai replied, intent on finding Professor Locke. She was now seriously suspicious that it was Professor Locke who had taken her daughter. "Why do you refuse me?" Douglas inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion. "Why can't I refuse you?" Lu Chubai retorted. Douglas was momentarily taken aback. He had made an assumption that he had always been shrouded in an aura of admiration. No one in the agricultural college had ever treated him unfriendly. Conversing with him would likely bring joy to any student for an entire semester. Yet with Lu Chubai, he repeatedly faced rejection, after being turned down once more. Douglas opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. "Senior, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." Lu Chubai waved her hand and briskly headed toward the office building. Douglas watched her retreating figure, feeling a surge of anger mixed with confusion. That moment, Lu Chubai arrived at the teaching building but could not locate Professor Locke. You know where Professor Locke resides?" "I wish to consult him directly." Lu Chubai could hardly wait, convinced that her daughter was in grave danger. Chapter 39. "At last, I have found you." Lu Chubai wore an expression of urgency. "I have a very important question that I wish to ask Professor Locke in person." Upon hearing this, the person provided Lu Chubai with Professor Locke's address. Bill Locke did not reside on campus, but rather near the slums of District 29. Without delay, Lu Chubai set off, but as she walked along a narrow path, Angus emerged from the shadows. "Why haven't you returned?" Angus asked, visibly concerned. "I have matters to attend to," Lu Chubai replied, eager to leave. Do you have a lead? Angus discerned from Lu Chubai's expression that it was only concerning the children that she would display such urgency. Indeed. Then I must accompany you, Angus insisted without further inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chubai decided that an extra set of hands would be beneficial, and thus she brought Angus along. Despite his injured arm, it did not hinder his ability to walk. Lu Chubai summoned Xiao Huihui, and Angus gazed at the creature in astonishment. However, recalling Lu Chubai's previous proximity to Lansun and Darren, he found it quite reasonable for her to possess such an advanced nanny-mecha combination. Angus did not dwell on it further. The two soon boarded Xiao Huihui and arrived at District 29. That the environment here was chaotic, with the beastmen appearing either disabled or gravely unwell, that we should split up the search. Lu Chubai suggested that it's too dangerous for you to go alone, that it's not dangerous. I am in my male form, and one TB detected. Thanks to Angus's lineage, he found Lu Chubai's ability to transform into a wolf beastman unremarkable. After all, Dr. Ralph's laboratory housed many peculiar inventions. All right, Angus acknowledged the importance of the children. Nodding as he headed in another direction, Lu Chubai ventured into a narrow alley, where numerous beastmen lay on the ground, alongside various animals. More accurately, they were beastmen who had undergone regression. Their mental faculties diminished, they lacked sufficient star coins to purchase suppressants, and their abilities were too weak to attract attention from artificial females, leaving them to regress physically. The teacher had only informed Lu Chubai that Professor Locke resided in this area, but did not provide a specific location. Thus, she could only search as thoroughly as possible. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from behind her. Lu Chubai was thrown to the ground by a tremendous force as a wild boar charged toward her, just as she prepared to use her ability to evade. A robust figure appeared before her. The individual wielded a laser gun and swiftly dispatched the wild boar beastman. Subsequently, he holstered his weapon and turned to her. Are you all right? It is Darren, that he unexpectedly appears here. Standing before Lu Chubai in a specially tailored military uniform, exuding an aura of authority. After not seeing each other for a long time, he seems to have aged considerably, looking haggard and worn. Lu Chubai, lowering her head, realizes it is too late to leave. Noticing the person on the ground remains unresponsive, Darren inquires in a deep voice, Are you injured? Do you need my help? Lu Chubai shakes her head. Thinking to herself that if Lansun could not recognize her, neither would Darren. She rises slowly from the ground, stating, I am fine. Thank you, General Darren. She keeps her head down, eager to depart, but Darren blocks her path. Commanding, lift your head. Feeling somewhat anxious, Lu Chubai fears that if Darren recognizes her, he might follow her closely, severely restricting her movements. Seeing her lack of reaction, Darren seizes her wrist firmly, insisting, Raise your head and let me see. Gritting her teeth, Lu Chubai slowly complies. Before she can utter another word, Darren pulls her into an embrace, exclaiming, Lu, is that really you? His recognition surprises her. General Darren, she attempts to push him away, but he releases her. Gazing intently at her face, with a mix of excitement and trembling hands gripping her shoulders, he exclaims, Lu, I have finally found you nearby. In the alley, Angus witnesses this scene and retracts the steps he had taken to whisk Lu Chubai away. How did you recognize me? Lu Chubai asked, It is you, Lu. How have you changed so much? Darren gazes at her with concern. That is all a disguise. Lu Chubai decides to be forthright, recounting the loss of her two daughters. Darren's shock is palpable, as if he might shatter from the weight of the revelation that my daughters, my children. He struggles to contain his rage, his eyes wide with fury. Lu Chubai soothingly strokes his hair. Pleading, help me find the children. We must locate them as soon as possible. Yes, we must. They are too precious, he replies earnestly. They are as invaluable as Lu to my children must not fall into the hands of strangers. Lu, return with me. I will gather all my subordinates and exert every effort to find the children. Darren quickly regains his composure, suppressing his agitation, prioritizing Lu Chubai's well-being, that I will not return until we find the children. Darren, we need to split up, Lu Chubai insists. The ones who took the children are adept at disguise and possess high mental acuity. You must not draw too much attention. Otherwise, the children will be in danger. Darren nods, understanding that he wishes to say more, but Lu Chubai wraps her arms around his waist. He embraces her tightly. inhaling her faint scent, which offers him a measure of comfort. Yet he is reluctant to part from her so soon. Lu Chubai, resolute, pats his back and gently releases him. She cradles Darren's face, imploring, "Promise me you will do everything in your power to find the children, all right? Right now, locating them is our utmost priority. Everything else is secondary." Her eyes redden as she speaks of the children. Darren, moved, rests his forehead against hers. "All right." He finally concedes that he shares a heartfelt kiss with Lu Chubai, whispering, "Lu, please keep in touch with me." She agrees. "I have received word that the children may be near District 29. I will search for them first, not alarm them. Inform me as soon as you have any news." "All right," he replies, his voice thick with emotion, his gaze lingering on her. The Lu Chubai quickly departs once more. Darren watches her retreating figure, feeling as though their reunion was merely a dream. Fearing that Darren might reconsider, Lu Chubai hastens into the alley. Unexpectedly, a force yanks her into a nearby building. Chapter 40. What must I do for you to agree to kiss? Lu Chubai is startled again, and upon raising her gaze, she sees Angus, who is gripping her wrist with considerable force, his deep-set eyes hiding suppressed emotions that Lu Chubai frowns, attempting to pull away. Angus remains silent, fixated on her. "What are you doing?" Lu Chubai finds his stare unsettling. Angus continues to say nothing. When she tries to free herself, he does not relent. Lu Chubai furrows her brow and warns once more. "Let go of me." Angus still does not release her. Frustrated, she strikes him sharply across the face, the force considerable. His head turns to the side, and a chilling aura envelopes him, his anger palpable at her action. Realizing her impulsiveness, Lu Chubai contemplates fleeing, but before she can react, he forcefully pins her against the wall. Angus grips her neck, restricting her movements, and presses his lips against hers with a force akin to the earlier slap she delivered. His kiss is fervent and chaotic, his breath warm against her face, causing her lips to bruise. That Lu Chubai struggles, but Angus tightens his hold, determined to pry her lips open, just as she prepares to retaliate. Angus abruptly releases her, his gaze piercing as he coldly remarks, "This is how he kisses you. Why did you not resist?" He touches the moisture at the corner of her lips with his fingertip, his tone frigid yet tinged with a hint of grievance as he adds, "You do not strike him, either." Lu Chubai suddenly comprehends that Angus witnessed Darren kissing her and has developed a possessive streak. She pushes him away, disinterested in explaining. Angus embraces her from behind once more, pulling her close again. "That I do not like it when others hit me." He earnestly conveys that if you trap me like that again, I will hit you. Lu Chubai, unwilling to back down, retorts, "I have told you to let go." Yet, Angus persists in holding her tightly, causing her discomfort. "Very well," he muses before surprisingly agreeing. Lu Chubai is left speechless, finding Angus's mental state rather peculiar. The system had previously informed her that his prolonged exposure to Dr. Ralph's experiments had severely damaged his body, and it is not unexpected for his mind to be affected as well. "Get away," she exclaims, not wanting to linger. Angus seizes both of her hands, seemingly fearful of her striking him again. "But if I hit you, can I kiss you?" he inquires. "Why should you be allowed to kiss me?" Lu Chubai retorts coldly. "Then why can the wolf beast man kiss you?" he counters. "Because I consented," she replies, realizing she is now teaching Angus about such matters. Clearly, he is entirely ignorant in this regard, acting purely on instinct. Seeing Lu Chubai being kissed by another stirs discontent within him. Though he may not fully grasp the reason behind his feelings, he instinctively desires to possess her. "What must I do for you to agree to let me kiss you?" Angus asks earnestly. That Lu Chubai is left speechless, never before having perceived Angus as lacking emotional intelligence. Not wanting to argue with him, she states, "Step aside. I need to find someone." After pondering briefly, Angus obediently releases her. As Lu Chubai walks away, he follows closely behind. She chooses to ignore him, swiftly navigating through the alley. That if the system could detect those with high mental acuity, it would provide an alert. However, after searching extensively, she finds no suspicious individuals, and the system offers no warnings. Frustrated, she realizes it is getting late and must return. Otherwise, the chaos of District 29 will only worsen at night. That I will stay here to search. "You should go back," Angus volunteers. Before Lu Chubai can respond, she suddenly spots a familiar figure ahead. Professor Locke. That it's him. Lu Chubai softly exchanged a glance with Angus, and the two of them silently agreed to track their target from different directions. Bill Locke resided on the outskirts of Zone 29, where the surroundings were marked by inconspicuous dilapidated houses. That as Lu Chubai approached, she noted the absence of any occupants inside. There must be a basement, she thought. Upon entering the house, however, she could not locate the entrance and inadvertently triggered an alarm. The siren blared loudly, prompting Angus to rush in and whisk her away. Once they found a hiding spot, they cautiously peered in the direction of the noise. The sirens soon ceased, yet Professor Locke did not emerge. Instead, a gathering of beastmen came into view. Not far away, Professor Locke observed this gathering, which included wolf beastmen and serpent beastmen. One creature approached Locke and inquired, "Is this what she looks like?" Locke produced a photograph of Lu Chubai, affirming, "Yes, she has been lingering here for quite some time." That a cold smile graced Locke's lips. The wolf beast man evoked a sense of familiarity within him, suggesting that he, like Locke, concealed a certain identity. Locke instructed, "If she returns, deactivate the alarm and lure her to the basement." Regret washed over Lu Chubai. Just as she began to uncover a lead, she had startled the prey. She worried that Professor Locke might relocate. "Let us head back," Lu Chubai declared, rising to leave, but Angus remained still. "That we've been discovered. We should depart," she insisted. "That I will stay here to observe," he replied. Lu Chubai frowned but did not contest his decision. She returned to the school alone. After a brief shower and some time spent playing with the children, a knock at the door announced Douglas's arrival. As Lu Chubai opened the door, Douglas held up his light communicator. "We haven't exchanged contact information yet. It's unnecessary," she replied. "That I would like to send you the soil report and some data to assist you in growing tomatoes." That Douglas's demeanor had softened significantly. He no longer carried the aloof, educator-like air he once did. That Lu Chubai's gaze flicked across Douglas's face and suddenly recalled his connection to Professor Locke. While Locke appeared to be quite unapproachable, Douglas frequently sought her out. "Very well, thank you," she acquiesced. They exchanged friend requests. "Would you like to come in for a glass of water?" Lu Chubai offered. Upon hearing this, Douglas's brow immediately furrowed. "No need," he declined, evidently harboring reservations about her water. He turned and left. Leaning against the doorframe, Lu Chubai sent a message. "I've reviewed the materials. They are so detailed." "Did your uncle Professor Locke provide you with this?" Douglas responded with a question mark and quickly followed up with, "How do you know? Who exactly are you?" He sent 3 messages in quick succession, clearly surprised to learn of their connection. Lu Chubai chose not to reply, instead creating reasons for Douglas to continue seeking her out. She returned to spending quality time with the children. However, that night she did not rest in the spatial farm. Waiting until the children had fallen into a deep sleep, she finally stepped out, changed the bed linens and mattress, and allowed herself to rest. The following day, as she regained consciousness, she sensed something was amiss. Her body felt ensnared. Upon opening her eyes, she was startled to find a large, dark green snake coiled beside her. Lu Chubai's hair stood on end as she reached for her dagger, ready to strike. "It's me," came the voice of Angus from the serpent. He immediately transformed into human form, languidly pressing against her. "Your scent is delightful." Lu Chubai soon realized that something was off with him. His demeanor was peculiar. Chapter 41. "Carry me to bed." Lu Chubai nudged the figure atop her. "You need to get off. You're too heavy." He did not respond. When she touched his body, she found him unusually warm. Typically, serpent beastmen had cool skin, so this elevated temperature was concerning. "Are you feverish?" she inquired, feeling his forehead, which was not warm. "I fell into a trap. That my mental energy." Angus's voice trailed off, weak and intermittent. The host's mental energy has not fully recovered. His condition is poor. He has also been exposed to radiation waves. Lu Chubai remained silent, realizing that the trap must have been near Professor Locke's residence. Angus was indeed stubborn. She had no choice but to embrace him, attempting to release her sweet citrus pheromones. Gradually, she noticed her pheromones being absorbed by Angus, who remained unconscious yet held her tighter in his grasp until she unintentionally drifted off to sleep. When she awoke again, she found herself nestled in Angus's embrace. He appeared significantly improved compared to that morning. As she opened her eyes, she met his gaze. His dark eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. Lu Chubai shifted slightly, prompting Angus to release her. She sat up, and he followed suit, his eyes fixed upon her with an expression that was both cold and inexplicably endearing. "Are you hungry?" Angus inquired. "Not at all," Lu Chubai replied, glancing at the time and realizing it was already 3 in the afternoon. Your shirt. Angus gestured towards her chest. She looked down to see a large wet patch. The rich scent of milk wafting towards her, Lu Chubai pulled her collar aside, discovering that her milk had come in. Why now? She wondered aloud that it's likely due to the host stimulating too many pheromones, causing hormonal changes that activated the mammary glands. Lu Chubai felt a twinge of discomfort. The scent had clearly affected Angus as well. Where have you placed the child? He asked, his curiosity evident in the storage space. She replied. Angus considered this explanation, realizing it was the only possible answer. Yet, how could Lu Chubai access the storage space without any mental power? Was it possible that Prince Lansun or General Darren had specially crafted it for her? Lu Chubai found her clothing increasingly constricting. That I need to visit the storage space, she stated. All right, Angus nodded, then grasped her hand. Shall I wait here for you? Lu Chubai raised an eyebrow, unsure of his intent. Angus worried that she might not appreciate his presence while he was still weak. But seeing her reaction reassured him. You should check on the child. You can't stay in the storage space for too long. Yes, Lu Chubai agreed, her worry mounting. After spending half a day away, the 2 little ones must surely miss her dearly. Upon entering the spatial farm, she discovered that the 2 little ones had yet to rest. As soon as they spotted Lu Chubai, they opened their arms wide, having recognized her and eager for her embrace. Lu Chubai rushed over, picking one up in each arm, showering them with kisses as usual. Their laughter filled the air. Have the little ones eaten? She asked. Not yet, replied the little gray one. Perfect timing. Lu Chubai decided to nurse them. Host, the specially formulated nutrient solution possesses far superior nutritional value compared to breast milk and is more hunger-sustaining. Nursing may disrupt your bodily health balance. Lu Chubai paused, knowing she could trust the food produced by the system, as evidenced by the 2 increasingly plump little ones. She understood the system's warning. Once she began nursing, the children might develop a preference for breast milk, potentially rejecting the nutrient solution. This would necessitate a strict feeding schedule, which she currently enjoyed the freedom to avoid. Weighing her options, Lu Chubai tightened her clothing. Then I 1T nurse. The nutrient solution is perfectly fine. The little gray one went to heat the nutrient solution and feed the 2 little ones, while Lu Chubai took a shower and changed into fresh clothes. The 2 little ones had been subconsciously awaiting her return. Upon finally seeing her, they fell asleep while drinking the nutrient solution, nestled closely beside her. Lu Chubai lay between them, their little bottoms tucked in like 2 adorable balls on either side of her. She couldn't help but worry about her 2 daughters, wondering if they were warm enough and well-fed. Bang! At that moment, a sound echoed from outside. Lu Chubai did not hasten to step out. Instead, she awaited until the child was soundly asleep before venturing out. The room no longer harbored Angus's presence. Following the trail of his scent, Lu Chubai discovered him huddled in a corner of the bathroom. He was curled up, his golden vertical pupils now entirely transformed into a vivid red. Upon noticing Lu Chubai's approach, he hissed at her, a warning for her not to come closer. That he swiftly alternated between his human and beast forms, seemingly unable to control himself. Angus appeared to be aware of his state and immediately attempted to use his healing abilities. But within moments, the light emanating from his palm dissipated. His condition was dire, having exerted himself to the point of exhaustion. Be cautious, host. He has entered a frenzied state, and his mental faculties may be compromised. Was it truly that perilous? Indeed, he must have sustained severe injuries last night. Given his fragile constitution, had it not been for his formidable spirit, any other beastman would have perished by now. Such severity. Lu Chubai was taken aback. Angus, leading a group of wandering beastmen, had procured resources for themselves and should have been able to live comfortably for a time. Angus could have seized this opportunity to recuperate. Yet here he was, following her. Although Lu Chubai felt little guilt, the current situation presented an ideal opportunity to complete a task and further earn Angus's gratitude. She approached him, crouching before Angus. Are you all right? She inquired, gently cupping his cheek in her hand. Angus trembled slightly, his crimson eyes fixated on Lu Chubai for several seconds before he lunged at her, pinning her to the ground, his serpentine tongue flicking against her neck. Lu Chubai felt a surge of trepidation. After all, a serpent beast man was still a snake, and such creatures naturally instilled a certain unease. Angus glanced at Lu Chubai before sealing her lips with his own. I desire you. How do I proceed? Teach me. Angus's voice trembled with urgency, tinged with a hint of distress, that Lu Chubai wrapped her arms around his neck, imploring, "Take me to the bed." Without hesitation, Angus swiftly carried her to the bed, their sudden movement causing a corner of her clothing to lift. The sweet scent of milk wafted through the air, and upon catching a whiff, Angus tore at Lu Chubai's garment. Realizing his intentions, she instinctively reached out to stop him. "Wait. Even if it is not meant for the child, it cannot be for you." Chapter 42. How can I become closer to you? Angus paid no heed to Lu Chubai's protests. Forcefully pinning her hands above her head, that it was an assertive display of dominance. That it was only then that Lu Chubai noticed his previously injured arm had already healed. Angus stared down at her for several seconds before lowering his head and biting her. Hiss. The act caused Lu Chubai to draw in a sharp breath. Who said he was incapable? The male pressed against her chest, finally discovering the first breach. Observing Lu Chubai's reactions, he quickly grew more adept. Indeed, males were innately skilled at such matters. That Lu Chubai had been troubled by his poor health and frailty, wondering how he could be so vigorous now. Nevertheless, to ensure her own safety, she consumed 6 fertility pills. Congratulations, host, on successfully conceiving. The seed of hope is already germinated. This system will continuously monitor your health, and you need not worry. It was only upon hearing the system's voice that Lu Chubai succumbed to a hazy slumber. Unaware that Douglas had arrived outside, he sought Lu Chubai to present her with 5 seeds extracted from a fallen tomato. Even a single seed held immense research value. Representatives from both the school and research institute had come, hoping to cultivate tomatoes from these seeds. Douglas was genuinely curious to see if Lu Chubai could fulfill her grand claims, and intended to assist her by providing additional seeds. To his surprise, he was met at the door by the serpent beast man, who stood in the shadows with an icy demeanor, exuding an air of danger. "She is asleep." Douglas sensed Angus's vigilance and wariness. Only then did he notice the suspicious red marks on Angus's neck. Even without direct experience, he could discern their significance. Douglas furrowed his brow, now certain that the serpent beast man before him was male. This revelation brought with it a sense of astonishment, as if he had stumbled upon a secret. However, amidst that astonishment, an unsettling discomfort lingered. The school had regulations prohibiting the lodging of outsiders. Douglas instinctively spoke up, but Angus remained silent, as if oblivious to the meaning behind his words, his vertical pupils fixated warily on Douglas, who stood in the courtyard. The two exchanged a tense silence for several seconds. Douglas tightened his grip on the seeds. Saying nothing as he turned to leave, he pondered that perhaps he shouldn't have brought seeds for Lu Chubai today, allowing her to make such lofty claims that if she failed to grow them, she would learn humility. Angus silently shut the door and returned to the bedroom, where Lu Chubai continued to sleep soundly. Angus greedily enveloped her soft, irresistible form, captivated by the alluring fragrance that emanated from her petite frame, that he found himself overwhelmed with emotions he could scarcely articulate, feeling a joy he had never known before. How wondrous it was to discover the beauty of femininity. Lu Chubai awoke, roused by hunger, and upon opening her eyes, she caught Angus in the act of stealing a kiss. Instinctively, she pressed her hand against his approaching forehead. Angus's eyes narrowed in discontent. "Why do you stop me from kissing you again?" Angus was perplexed. "I need to get up." Lu Chubai assessed him, noting, "Your mental state seems quite well." Angus appeared displeased. Was her desire to soothe his mental state the reason she permitted him to kiss her? Did she feel pity for his injuries? Realizing this, Angus's expression grew colder. He grasped Lu Chubai's hand. "You saved me when I was injured. My mental state is poor, and you comfort me. Is that the only reason you allow me to kiss you?" Angus held Lu Chubai's hand against his face. "Then hit me. That way, you'll let me kiss you again." What kind of logic was that? Lu Chubai furrowed her brow, attempting to withdraw her hand, only to find Angus's grip unyielding. That's not how it works. "Angus, you wouldn't want me to be with you out of pity, would you?" Angus reacted slowly. Is there a difference? He didn't understand. He only knew that his goal was to grow closer to Lu Chubai, and the means to achieve that were secondary. Lu Chubai shook her head, realizing that Angus had many peculiar notions about handling emotions, likely stemming from his upbringing. "You must first love yourself. Only then can others love you more." Angus quickly inquired, "What is love?" "That is something you must experience for yourself. I cannot articulate it." But at the very least, you should respect my wishes that I need to get up now and check on the children in the storage space. Angus was somewhat reluctant, but seeing Lu Chubai frown as she tried to pull her hand away, he ultimately released her. Then I will wait for you here. Lu Chubai first went to the bathroom before entering the storage space. The method of entering the storage space and the spatial farm was the same, and Angus harbored no suspicions. Upon entering, Lu Chubai was greeted by the eager eyes of her two children. Upon seeing her, the little ones' faces lit up, their features brightened with joy. They crawled towards her eagerly, using both feet and hands that Lu Chubai dashed forward, scooping them into her embrace, before she could bestow a kiss on each of them. The two little ones wrapped their arms around her neck, squirming excitedly like slippery eels in her arms. They had grown so quickly that Lu Chubai found it quite manageable to hold them now. They have been waiting for you. Xiao Hui stood to the side, voicing sentiments that filled Lu Chubai with profound guilt and astonishment. The rapid development of the beastmen far surpassed that of humans. After all, a human infant of such an age would never crawl with such swiftness. Forgetting her hunger, Lu Chubai devoted her attention to entertaining the two little ones, instructing Xiao Hui to prepare a meal while she gathered the ripe fruits alongside the small creatures. With livestock now roaming, chickens, ducks, geese, cows, and sheep, Lu Chubai glanced at the experience points of her spatial farm and resolved to construct a kitchen. Otherwise, if she desired meat, she would have to toil for it herself. Once the kitchen was established, any cravings for meat could be effortlessly addressed. Before long, Xiao Hui had prepared a simple yet delightful meal. Shredded potato salad, spicy scrambled eggs, and a silky loofah and egg soup. The sight of the food ignited Lu Chubai's appetite. She placed the children atop the bed and began to eat, while they curiously gazed up at her, their little paws reaching out into the air. Clearly yearning for a taste of her meal, Lu Chubai playfully teased the little ones, withholding her food from them, completely oblivious to the anxious Angus waiting outside. Angus, having just received news, felt a sense of urgency. Unable to wait for Lu Chubai to emerge, he sent her a message. I have received clues regarding the children that I will go take a look. However, he withheld the address from her. Chapter 43, Trapped. Upon reading Angus's message, Lu Chubai felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, never expecting his sincere dedication. Yet, the two children showed no signs of wanting to sleep, clinging to the hem of her garment. Lu Chubai cradled them in her arms, gently patting their little bottoms. Do you remember that you have two little sisters? I wish to rescue them, that it's my fault for not protecting them well. Now that I have some leads, I want to check that I'm sorry, but I can't stay with you any longer. Can you both sleep for a while? Xiao Hui mentioned that you Haven T slept for 3 hours. As Lu Chubai rambled on, the little ones, who had been wrapped around her neck, suddenly released their grip and crawled toward the bed, seemingly eager to escape her embrace. Are you both ready to sleep? Following their momentum, Lu Chubai gently placed them on the bed, and to her astonishment, they nestled into their spots. Their ability to position themselves so neatly left her wide-eyed with surprise. You can understand my words. Continue. The two little creatures did not respond, their large eyes fixated on Lu Chubai. Her heart swelled with emotion, tenderness washing over her. You must understand and wish to see your sister soon. Right so. Will you sleep obediently? Initially, Lu Chubai was merely testing the waters, but unexpectedly, the two little ones closed their eyes. Truly, tears welled in Lu Chubai's eyes. She was not typically one to cry, yet at this moment, she felt an inexplicable urge. Climbing into bed, she embraced the two little ones tightly and placed a kiss on their cheeks. That I will leave for now, that I promise to return when I have the time. Until the very last moment of her departure, the little ones kept their eyes shut. Only after her figure faded did they finally open their eyes. Xiao Hui swiftly approached them, waving 2 flowers in the air to entertain the little ones. Lu Chubai, venturing outside, found no sign of Angus. He had already left. She activated her holographic device to message Angus for his location, but he did not respond. It was then that she noticed numerous messages from Darren. Since their encounter in District 29, she had unblocked his messages. Scanning through, she found him inquiring about the children. Yet none of the information proved useful. Frustrated by his incessant notifications, she replied, If you have no leads regarding the children, please refrain from sending me so many messages. Dulu, could you tell me where you are now? I miss you and would love to see the children. Can you return with them? We can search for our daughter together. Darren continued to send messages, but Lu Chubai chose not to read further. She surmised that Angus had likely returned to District 29 with Professor Locke occupied with classes at this hour. It was an opportune moment for Lu Chubai to investigate further. Casting a glance at Xiao Huihui, who was playing with the children, Lu Chubai boarded a public airship, swiftly arriving at District 29 and heading straight for Professor Locke's location. N01 was stationed to guard the area. Lu Chubai eyed the alarm system she had accidentally triggered last time and proceeded with utmost caution. Soon after, she noticed an unusual footprint beside a dilapidated cabinet, causing her to furrow her brow. Perhaps the basement lay nearby. Yet, would Professor Locke inadvertently leave such an obvious mark? Sensing a trap, Lu Chubai felt compelled to investigate for the sake of her daughter. Otherwise, her heart would remain unsettled. Carefully examining the area around the decrepit cabinet, she discovered a switch hidden behind it, free of dust. Without hesitation, she pressed it, and a door appeared in the ground behind her. Peering inside, she spotted a faint glow emanating from within. System, can you sense if the children are nearby? I cannot detect them. However, I can sense a signal jamming in this vicinity. All technological devices here will have their signals weakened. Lu Chubai bit her lip. If danger arose, she could always retreat into the spatial farm. However, she was determined to explore this place today. Before entering, she sent her location to Angus and Darren, then cautiously descended the stairs. Indeed, she found herself in a large basement. Well-constructed and meticulously designed, as she stepped inside, the basement door closed behind her. Lu Chubai felt no surprise, nor did she look back. The interior was bathed in blue light, casting rippling reflections on the walls. The surface of the walls revealed nothing significant. Pushing against the wall, she discovered a hidden door. The first room was empty, but the long corridor ahead suggested more chambers lay beyond. Lu Chubai proceeded to open the second door, revealing only a single chair inside. Noticing a switch on the wall, she moved on to the third room, which contained 2 rows of shelves. These spaces appeared quite ordinary, bearing no distinct features, resembling a laboratory. 2 additional rooms housed murky water. That moment, Lu Chubai was drawn in by the sound of children's laughter echoing from ahead. A wave of confusion washed over her. Her daughter was not one to laugh so heartily. The sound resembled that of slightly older children, unlike the quiet giggles of her own little ones. Nevertheless, Lu Chubai felt compelled to follow the laughter, quickening her pace toward the source. Before long, she stumbled upon a vast expanse, all painted in white. Hesitating, she realized that such an empty space could easily conceal traps. While Lu Chubai pondered her next move, a blue beam of light emerged behind her. Looking up, she noticed another beam overhead. Attempting to flee, she found herself surrounded by these laser-like lights. The moment she reached out to touch one, an electric shock coursed through her skin, causing her to instinctively recoil. Observing her surroundings, it became evident that she had indeed fallen into a trap. Host, you are in grave danger. You may be trapped. Please enter the spatial farm immediately. Lu Chubai harbored a cold smile within, for from the very beginning, she had been playing along with the scheme. She needed to unearth the person lurking in the shadows. Chapter 44. You too harbor many secrets. These beams of light gradually coalesced into a cage, and Lu Chubai soon found herself ensnared. Subsequently, she noticed a gas being sprayed towards her. Without hesitation, Lu Chubai purchased an antidote pill from the Points Marketplace. After consuming the pill, she felt relieved from the fear of being incapacitated by various gases. However, she still feigned collapse onto the ground. After what felt like an eternity, she finally sensed someone approaching. The scent was entirely foreign, imbued with the freshness of sea salt, yet laced with a chilling eeriness that sent shivers down her spine. Without needing to look, she knew the newcomer posed a significant threat. Nevertheless, Lu Chubai remained motionless on the ground, acutely aware of a gaze fixated upon her. That gaze lingered long enough for her to notice. Yet fortuitously, Lu Chubai possessed commendable mental fortitude, remaining calm as if she had truly lost consciousness. The person eventually lifted her into their arms, and she heard his low, haunting murmur, "It seems you, too, have many secrets." Lu Chubai cared not for the secrets that might be unveiled. Her sole desire was to ascertain whether this individual had captured her child. Meanwhile, outside District 29, Darren and Angus crossed paths unexpectedly. "What brings you here?" Darren regarded Angus with heightened vigilance. Angus, disinclined to engage in idle chatter, replied, "It was A. Chu who sent me the location." Darren furrowed his brow. He could hardly believe that Angus referred to Lu Chubai as A. Chu. What could their relationship be? Upon noticing Darren's reaction, Angus quickly understood that Darren had also received the coordinates, but he immediately stated, "The individuals here are quite deliberate. They may very well be the ones who took your child. A. Chu must have uncovered something, which is why she sent us the location." After speaking, Angus stepped into the building that as he neared, an ear-piercing alarm blared. Darren felt a wave of discomfort. Thoughts of Lulu and their child overwhelmed him, guilt suffocating him. Yet he knew he must gather himself. Darren composed himself and swiftly issued commands to his subordinates, instructing them to encircle the area and restrict all aerial vessels while conducting a thorough search. He orchestrated a comprehensive deployment. Upon entering the building, he found Angus had already opened the basement door. Darren followed closely behind as the two men explored the space that IT was merely an unremarkable patch of ground, devoid of anything else. They felt along the walls but found no switches that IT must still be here. Darren was about to voice his concerns when Angus transformed into his serpentine form, using his tail to bore a hole through the wall. On the other side, they indeed discovered additional space. Angus continued to dismantle the wall until the opening was wide enough to pass through. Angus entered first, but Darren hesitated to follow immediately. His neural interface was rapidly drafting a subterranean map of the area. Following Angus's path, Darren discerned the endpoint was at the very heart of the city. Impossible, he thought. District 29 is far too distant from the city center for such an expansive underground passage to go undetected. He sensed something was amiss, a secret lurking just beneath the surface. Without delay, he dispatched 3 additional military units from the command center, sending them critical positions to secure. Meanwhile, one officer at the command center relayed Darren's actions to Lansun. Since Lu Chubai's disappearance, Lansun had instructed Darren's officers to inform him of any significant movements, for they would undoubtedly pertain to Lu Chubai's situation. Upon receiving the news, Lansun immediately set aside his duties and hastened toward the location with his troops. At this moment, Lu Chubai remained oblivious to her surroundings, sensing no peculiar energies. The individual who had taken her had placed her in a sleep chamber and seemed to have departed. However, she could feel the restrictive bands on her wrists and ankles. Pretending to awaken, Lu Chubai opened her eyes and was met with the sight of a rustic wooden cabin, surrounded by towering trees, lush greenery, and the melodious songs of birds, with even butterflies and mosquitoes fluttering about her. No, she thought, this scene is far too surreal that IT was undoubtedly an illusion, a three-dimensional projection. Yet it was evident that her captor yearned for such a life. Beneath the grand trees, a yellow rocking chair awaited, sunlight streaming through the leaves to cast golden rays upon it. But if only she could recline in that chair, feeling the gentle breeze wafting through the woods, it would be utterly delightful. Glancing at the bracelet on her wrist, she noted that her neural interface had not been confiscated. She attempted to activate it, only to discover that the network had been severed. The device remained in her possession, yet she could not contact anyone. Rising, she took a few steps, finding that the restraints on her wrists and ankles did not impede her movement. That IT appeared, she was free to roam within this area. That Lu Chubai searched her surroundings, but detected no signs of life or any other presence. System, is there danger nearby? Are there any formidable males? No threats detected. That IT seems the individuals have departed. Had her captors already left? Lu Chubai glanced at her spatial farm, finding no disruptions. Her child played with Xiao Huihui, not crying or causing a fuss. That a sense of relief washed over her. She scoured the area, calling out several times. The solitude persisted for what felt like an eternity. After 6 hours, anxiety began to creep in. There was nutrient solution here, ensuring she would not starve for quite some time. Yet, it was evident that those who had taken her were aware of her concerns, deliberately avoiding her presence to amplify her anxiety as time dragged on. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chubai reminded herself that she carried a baby within her and could not afford to panic. Stay calm, she thought, making her way to the rocking chair to her surprise. It was tangible, not merely an illusion. Sitting upon it, she began to sway gently, her mood gradually settling. She soon drifted into slumber. When she awoke once more, she felt a tickling sensation at the tip of her nose. Before her consciousness fully returned, She caught a whiff of a familiar scent. Professor Locke's. Lu Chubai instantly opened her eyes to find a towering figure before her, a man far larger than Professor Locke. His muscles well-defined and stature imposing. Even standing, Lu Chubai needed to crane her neck to meet his gaze. Though not short among females, the man before her was among the tallest of males. Stepping back 2 paces, she could finally discern his features, that he was not Professor Locke, yet the scent emanating from him was unmistakably his. This is Professor Locke's true form. Lu Chubai murmured softly. Who are you? Chapter 45. Why have you brought me here? What is your purpose? Lu Chubai's face displayed a blend of fear and vulnerability, her words slightly faltering. Locke's dark, penetrating gaze fixed upon her. You've posed many questions all at once. Which would you like me to answer first? Lu Chubai pressed her lips together, while Locke's expression turned frostily severe. That if you wish for answers, should you not reciprocate with honesty? I do not comprehend what you are saying. Lu Chubai's heart raced with shock. It was evident that Locke was acutely aware of her identity. How could this be? The wolf-beast-man form bestowed by the system should not be easily discernible. Surely, he had manipulated something about her. Listening to the system's voice, Lu Chubai strained to remember. She had not directly interacted with Locke previously. That a sudden realization struck her. 2 cubs. Locke must have placed something on the 2 cubs to recognize her. However, Lu Chubai knew she could not admit this. Her innocent and fragile facade was her most effective disguise. Locke remained unhurried. Since you are unwilling to respond, then remain here. That he observed Lu Chubai's expressions closely. Recognizing her cunning nature and finding her intriguing, markedly different from artificial females. Please, Lu Chubai rushed forward, grasping Locke's arm. Return my child to me. What child? Locke regarded her with a bemused smile. That my child, Lu Chubai insisted. Although Lu Chubai is reluctant to reveal her identity as a viviparous female, it does not deter her desire to have her own child. Lu Chubai, I can no longer afford to wait. Locke extended his hand, effortlessly lifting Lu Chubai from the ground. That in his palm. She resembled a delicate doll, her diminutive stature a source of terror. It seemed Locke intended to intimidate her, as he proclaimed. I have no child of yours here. Lu Chubai clasped his arm with both hands, pleading, I can smell my child's scent on you. Please, return my child to me. I am willing to do anything. Her nose reddened, tears brimming in her eyes. She gazed at Locke with a fragile, pitiful expression. Yet Locke remained unmoved, mercilessly tossing her back to the ground. Sweetheart, it's time you demonstrated some sincere action. Just as Lu Chubai prepared to rise, a wave of dizziness engulfed her. Before she lost consciousness, she caught sight of the towering Locke striding away from her. When Lu Chubai regained her senses, she found herself inexplicably transported to the depths of the ocean, seated in a small boat amidst tumultuous waves. That a crashing wave did not capsize her vessel, yet it hurled her high into the air. Startled, Lu Chubai opened her eyes, realizing she was lying in her own bed at the school dormitory. Instinctively, she glanced at her body, finding no changes. Everything in District 29 felt like a fleeting dream. System, how did I return? You were sent back by Bill Locke. Did he do anything else? He placed you back on your bed and marked you with a scent. The marking of a scent, distinct from gland markings, serves to inform nearby males that this female belongs to him. Lu Chubai was taken aback. This man's behavior was truly unfathomable. To mark her, and then nonchalantly return her? She was at a loss regarding Locke's intentions. Just then, the doorbell rang. Lu Chubai prepared to enter the space farm. She had to pause to answer the door. Douglas stood in the yard, stating, You have taken 2 consecutive days off. Furthermore, your tomato cultivation has not yet begun. Also, how did you know Professor Locke is my uncle? Douglas bombarded her with questions. Lu Chubai frowned slightly, feeling displeased, but contemplating Locke's mark. She devised a plan. I learned it by chance, she replied. What is your purpose? Douglas sensed that Lu Chubai's intentions were not entirely pure. However, he knew she would not divulge the truth in such a direct inquiry. Lu Chubai shook her head gently. I have no ulterior motives. Before she could finish her sentence, dizziness overtook her once more. Just as she was about to collapse, Douglas swiftly caught her, but then recoiled as if shocked. Observing her pale complexion, he had no choice but to sternly guide her to the sofa in the living room. Are you unwell? Do you need the school nurse? Lu Chubai shook her head. I am fine, I just need to sit for a while. You need not worry about me." Yet despite her words, she curled up on the sofa, her pallor suggesting a delicate frailty, as if she might collapse at any moment. As her senior, Douglas felt he could not simply leave her there. "Did I feel a bit warm?" Lu Chubai murmured. Douglas leaned in closer. "What did you say?" "I said I feel warm." Her soft voice wafted breathily toward Douglas's face, causing him to stand upright in alarm. "That I should take you to see the school nurse that no." Lu Chubai grasped his wrist, and lacking strength, used her other hand to clutch him as well. "Senior, can I not see the school nurse?" "Why not?" Lu Chubai fell silent, tilting her head against the sofa as if drifting into sleep. The room was enveloped in silence, yet Douglas could hear the cacophony of his own heartbeat and breath. He was uncertain why he felt so restless. Shaking his head, he resolutely reminded himself that this junior already had a mate and that he was fully aware of his own feelings, that he absolutely did not favor males. However, Douglas found himself entranced by her soft, rosy lips, his gaze drawn to her eyes, and even her waist. He thought he must be losing his mind from the moment he first laid eyes on this junior at the school gates. He felt a loss of control over his own behavior. Struggling to regain composure, he intended to leave, but the air was thick with the alluring scent of sweet citrus pheromones. "Professor Locke, do you wish to kiss me?" Although Lu Chubai was currently male, she had faith in her pheromones that as they wafted through the air. She observed Douglas's expression shift dramatically. His face flushed, his eyes fixated on her, as if entranced. He struggled to contain the turmoil within him, his mind solely focused on the singular thought of embracing Lu Chubai. "What are you doing?" Douglas reprimanded sharply. Lu Chubai appeared somewhat aggrieved, her brows furrowing, her weak visage reflecting confusion. "What's wrong?" Her innocent demeanor stirred a pang of guilt within Douglas that a voice echoed in his mind. She may be completely unaware of her condition, as she was still unwell. The potency of the pheromones could not be so overpowering. Douglas, known for his self-control, exclaimed, "You are ill. Your body has undergone changes that do you not detect the scent emanating from you." Lu Chubai lowered her head, sniffing herself. "Not at all." Her pure and naive appearance rendered Douglas utterly duped. He harbored no doubts. "Have you noticed any changes in your body?" Lu Chubai nodded vigorously. "I feel very warm." "That's it. Don't worry. I'll find you some suppressants that no, I'm just feeling a bit uncomfortable." Longing for someone to watch over her, Lu Chubai gazed at Douglas with moist, pleading eyes that at this moment. She had come to a realization. Professor Locke must be the male who had taken her child. He had deliberately lured her into that basement and now returned her, seemingly intent on tormenting her. Since he had marked her, it was evident that he harbored some feelings for her. After all, she was the only viviparous female in the entire interstellar beast realm. Even if males did not favor her, they would still desire her to bear their offspring. The children born from viviparous females differed entirely in physique and talent from those cultivated from artificial females. The offspring of viviparous females were not only superior, but also had a higher survival rate. Professor Locke's current inaction was merely a ploy to compel Lu Chubai to seek him out, to plead with him, and to willingly follow him. The child was his bargaining chip. Unable to endure this indignity, Lu Chubai resolved to leverage her connection with Douglas, who was related to Locke. She was determined to see who would falter first. With her gaze cast downward, a hint of sorrow washed over her. For now, her two daughters would have to endure some hardship that Lu Chubai needed to hasten her efforts to win Douglas over. Inciting Professor Locke's possessiveness, compelling him to allow her daughters to see her, Douglas stood motionless, his emotions a tumultuous blend. Lu Chubai did not press him. Instead, she slowly closed her eyes, sinking into the soft embrace of her blankets. Her demeanor weak and fatigued, her lips whispering, "Senior, I am fine that I want to take up your time." She portrayed a selfless understanding, unwilling to inconvenience others. The current Lu Chubai was a stark contrast to the impression she had initially made on Douglas, once proud and radiant, now pale and helpless. Perhaps illness had stripped her of all defenses. Noticing Lu Chubai's steady breathing, Douglas finally approached her bedside, his tall figure casting a shadow that enveloped her completely. That he realized that this junior was indeed frail and diminutive, reminiscent of the male who had previously appeared in his home. Perhaps he was inherently suited for this. However, Douglas quickly dismissed the thought. He remained at the head of the bed, vigilant. Meanwhile, in the nearby woods, Bill Locke looked up, his vantage point revealing only half of the figure. his dear nephew, whose direction he presumed led to her bedroom. The air was tinged with a faint scent of sweet orange pheromones, indicating that she was, in fact, enticing Douglas, truly a wayward spirit. Did she not realize that she had already been marked, that she belonged to him? Bill Locke's gaze turned icy, a sly smile creeping onto his face as he sent a message via his light brain. Moments later, Douglas swiftly departed, and Bill Locke immediately climbed through the window from the second floor. The Lu Chubai felt a wave of suffocation wash over her. As she opened her eyes, she found herself beneath Bill Locke, who retained his schoolboy appearance, long, disheveled hair obscuring much of his features, complemented by heavy glasses that he exuded a kind of melancholic artistry, a stark contrast to his demeanor in the basement. He pressed down on Lu Chubai, his breath warm against her ear. She attempted to struggle, but Bill Locke trapped her arms. "You deliberately lured my nephew here to summon me, did you not?" he remarked with a light chuckle, nibbling on her earlobe, a damp sting coursing through her. "What do you intend to do?" Lu Chubai inquired. "My dear, it is my fault. I should have been direct," Bill Locke replied, his tone languorous, his palm gliding along her jawline. "Roaming over her form, that I wish for you to become my female," he declared, maliciously pinching her waist. "Then why did you bring me back?" "I have no desire for a biting female." Bill Locke nudged her with his nose and queried, "Will you agree?" Lu Chubai wrapped her arms around his neck in response. "That I will agree, but only if you return my child to me." Bill Locke raised an eyebrow in surprise, his expression one of disbelief. He grasped her chin, exposing her crimson lips to his gaze, making it easier for him to pluck them. His dark eyes roamed over her face, silently asking for permission, inquiring if she was willing. Lu Chubai smiled coyly, her lips curving enticingly. With a gentle pull on Bill Locke's shoulder, she leaned closer, her intentions unclear. Just as Bill Locke anticipated a kiss, she paused, their lips a mere breath apart. Their breaths entwined in such intimacy that Lu Chubai's bright eyes sparkled like spun sugar, ensnaring all of Bill Locke's attention. His heart skipped a beat. She resembled an innocent sprite, enchanting enough to drive Prince Lansun and General Darren to madness. "Professor Locke, do you wish to kiss me?" Lu Chubai asked softly, her breath fragrant as she inquired. Chapter 47. "My sweetheart. You are so sweet," that Lu Chubai cradled Bill Locke's face, her gaze flitting between his lips and the tousled strands of hair that fell over his forehead. She resembled a flower poised to bloom, awaiting Bill Locke's indulgence. Yet he too awaited, drawing ever closer, his robust physique asserting dominance over her. Even in her current male form, she remained exquisitely soft. His hand could nearly encircle her delicate waist entirely. In his eyes, Lu Chubai was akin to a pet, one that was cunning and fiercely independent. Bill Locke chuckled softly, his breath brushing against her eyelids. "That, of course, my dear. You are so sweet. But is this your true self?" He had yet to witness her authentic form, which he imagined must be even more alluring. Bill Locke's hand slid across her lower back, pulling her tightly against him. Lu Chubai's curves melded perfectly with his, and he seemed pleased with their closeness, his palm pressed against her back, urging her closer to his abdomen. That Lu Chubai understood his intent. He wished for her to revert to her female state. Anxiously, she squirmed, prompting an irritated inquiry from Bill Locke. "Why do you not employ your sweet orange pheromones?" This indicated that, despite her undeniable allure, she was reluctant to engage with him. She harbored no thoughts of herself, and her hormones had not shifted. Realizing this, Bill Locke's gaze turned steely. That he gripped Lu Chubai's chin tightly, forcing her against the bed. His voice turned cold and menacing. "Your deception is rather juvenile, my dear. You ought to refine your skills." That Lu Chubai showed no sign of panic at being discovered. She smirked lazily, her posture exuding a captivating charm. "Then, Professor Locke, will you guide me?" Although Lu Chubai had not released any pheromones, she was acutely aware of her magnetic pull on Bill Locke. Otherwise, he would not be entangled with her here. Unbeknownst to him, he had already taken the bait. Now, Lu Chubai was the one in control of this game. No longer passive, she reached out, gently caressing Bill Locke's cheek. "That I in my memory, you have always been my most esteemed mentor." Lu Chubai furrowed her delicate brows in feigned distress. "Regarding this face, I truly harbor no other thoughts." He concealed his true self, likely harboring his own concerns. Having said this, Lu Chubai forcefully pushed Bill Locke aside. As she stood, her previously languid beauty transformed into an air of aloof indifference, their essences now worlds apart. Bill Locke, propelled by her shove, reclined on the bed. He watched as Lu Chubai shed her garments, leaving only a thin, somewhat translucent shirt beneath. The silhouette of her form beneath the white fabric was accentuated by the interplay of light and shadow. An intoxicating allure wafting through the air as Lu Chubai entered the bathroom. She paused at the doorway, turning to brush her soft hair aside. I believe I should rest for a while. Professor Locke must have other matters to attend to. You may leave for now. Lu Chubai's black and white eyes flickered before she asked. Or perhaps, would you like to stay and assist me with a little cleaning? She appraised Professor Locke with a cold smirk before stepping into the bathroom. She wagered that Bill Locke would not dare to initiate another encounter. Indeed, when Lu Chubai emerged, the room was utterly devoid of any presence. Even the scent that once lingered from Bill Locke had vanished as if he had never been there at all. Approaching the window to survey her surroundings, she detected no other presence. Nonetheless, she drew the window shut and meticulously checked the security system, reinforcing its defensive measures before entering the spatial farm. Upon her arrival, the two little cubs were overjoyed, scampering towards her on all fours. Lu Chubai rushed over to embrace them tightly, planting several kisses on them, and felt her heart lighten considerably. You two must have waited for quite some time. I am sorry. Once again, I failed to bring your sister back. Have you been worried too? Gently ruffling their fur, the two little ones clung to Lu Chubai's neck, seemingly comforting her as they leaned in to plant a kiss on her cheek. Lu Chubai was overwhelmed with emotion. They were simply too adorable. These two cubs, soft and endearing, though yet to speak, seemed to understand everything. Ditto, how I adore you both. It turns out human cubs are so charming. No, I should say wolf cubs. Yet, Lu Chubai was curious why these two little ones had never transformed into wolf beastmen. Could it be that they were still too young? As such thoughts crossed her mind, she began to worry about her daughter. She had yet to hold her properly, missing out on so many intimate moments with her. Darn that Bill Locke. Lu Chubai vowed to find an opportunity to make him pay dearly. Realizing that the two cubs could now comprehend her words, Lu Chubai refrained from speaking too much in their presence and began playing with them. However, before long, the little ones showed no signs of fatigue. Suddenly, Lu Chubai heard commotion outside. She activated her light brain and noted that the security system had issued a warning. Glancing at the cubs, she said, I cannot stay to play with you now. I must step out for a moment. That I promise I will return soon to keep you company, all right? The little cubs made no further response, merely glancing at the side where Xiaohui was. Master, I will take good care of your two children, Xiaohui assured Lu Chubai, who knew he was indeed a trustworthy companion. Very well, Lu Chubai promptly exited the spatial farm, approaching her bedroom door. She was about to pull it open when Angus burst in, sweeping her into a tight embrace. Achoo! Angus held Lu Chubai so tightly that she struggled to breathe. She patted his back, intending to ask him to release her when Darren arrived on the scene. That Darren's expression turned cold as he beheld the two of them together, his eyes filled with disbelief and heartache. Although he had suspected it already, witnessing it firsthand felt entirely different. Lu let go of Lulu. Darren could no longer contain his anger, reaching out to pull Angus away. In an instant, Angus reacted defensively, shielding Lu Chubai behind him, his demeanor tense as he faced Darren. Seeing Lu Chubai nestled close to Angus, Darren's eyes reddened. Lu, have you forsaken me? Lu Chubai sighed, exasperated that the two of them had arrived together. How could she ever find a moment of peace now? Chapter 48. You will only bring danger to Lulu. Angus. Step aside. Lu Chubai frowned, issuing a stern warning. Neither of you is allowed to fight. Angus stubbornly refused to budge, believing that Lu Chubai would undoubtedly favor Darren, that he felt he could never compare to him. Allowing Angus to step aside would mean relinquishing Lu Chubai to another male's embrace. He gazed at her with pitiful eyes, attempting to elicit her sympathy. Though Darren was reluctant, he eventually relented. During the time apart from Lu Chubai, he had contemplated much and changed significantly, assuring her that he would not act against Angus. Angus, Lu Chubai called as she noticed his silence. Angus lowered his head, resembling a wounded little beast, standing close to her, yet appearing so pitiful and helpless. Did you receive my location at District 29? Lu Chubai had no time to soothe Angus. Darren nodded, and Angus chimed in, Yes, I was the first to go there. He was vying for her attention. What did you discover? Nothing done at that time. Darren began to speak, but was interrupted by Angus. The basement was just an empty space that I sensed something was amiss right away and used my tail to dig a hole. Following the tunnel, I found nothing inside. However, the basement was like a maze. Almost connecting to the city center, Darren glanced at Angus, who was eager for recognition, and stated in a deep voice, "Here's the terrain map from that area. At first glance, the basement appears unremarkable." He opened the map for Lu Chubai to see and positioned himself closer to her. Unperturbed by Darren's subtle maneuver, Lu Chubai focused on the map. Angus, standing on the opposite side of her, leaned in closely, sandwiching Lu Chubai between them. Lu Chubai scrutinized the terrain map. The distance from District 29 to the city center was considerable. However, she soon discerned a clue. The red line on the map represented the basement, seemingly extending towards the city center. Yet Professor Locke was a tiger shark beast man. He should reside in the ocean. The due south of the city center lay a pedestrian street, at the heart of which was a vast lake, Warner Lake. The largest body of water in the interstellar beast world. Lu Chubai's finger traced the lake's outline. Is Warner Lake particularly deep? Darren nodded, and Angus chimed in. "I've been to the lake's bottom." Lu Chubai immediately turned to Angus. "Did you discover anything unusual at the lake's bottom?" Angus shook his head. "Nothing at all. No. There must be something," Darren asked. "Did you uncover anything, Lulu?" Lu Chubai inquired. "Do you have the complete terrain map of the planet?" Darren swiftly produced the map, accessible only to 5-star generals. The planet map Lu Chubai beheld was more detailed than any available on the market, marking numerous military installations and even weapon depots. Darren blocked Angus's view, stating, "This is classified military information. Only Lulu is permitted to view it." Lu Chubai pointed to the northernmost part of the planet. "This area is oceanic, while it may be far from where we dwell. I noticed on the map that the deepest part of the sea aligns with Warner Lake. Thus, it could very well be Professor Locke's lair. However, considering the vastness of the planet, could they entirely connect that location to Warner Lake? It would be an immense undertaking." Yet Lu Chubai was not preoccupied with that at the moment. "Darren, initiate a comprehensive search of Warner Lake. But remember, no one can know. It must be reliable individuals." Darren did not question her reasoning. He nodded. "Lulu, rest assured, I will conduct the search." Darren regarded Lu Chubai, contemplating a return, but remembering that she had entered the Agricultural Academy as a student, he hesitated to obstruct her pursuits, understanding Darren's unspoken desire. Lu Chubai asked, "Do you wish to see the children?" Darren nodded eagerly. "May I take a look?" "Of course. They're your children as well." That moment, Lu Chubai showed no trace of reproach towards Darren. Yet, he felt a shift in the atmosphere. "That I have placed the children in storage, that I will now bring them out." After Lu Chubai spoke, she entered the spatial farm. Inside the room remained only Angus and Darren. "I believe you remember that you previously kidnapped her. Moreover, you are a fugitive wanted by the Interstellar Federation." Darren's expression darkened, his authoritative presence instinctively emerging. However, this did not intimidate Angus, with an icy demeanor. Angus had shed any semblance of the self-pitying figure that once lingered beside Lu Chubai. His gaze was devoid of emotion, unyielding. "And so what? Achu consents to my presence by her side." Angus uttered a single phrase that struck Darren like a thunderbolt. Indeed, Lulu would not allow herself to remain by his side. Without a hint of mercy, Lulu cast him aside. That a flicker of guilt and anguish surfaced in Darren's eyes. "You can offer her nothing. You are in danger yourself. You will only bring your peril upon her. As I convey these words to you, it is solely out of concern for Lulu." Darren believed their shared desire was the same, that they both wished for Lulu's well-being. Angus's gaze flickered momentarily, just as Lu Chubai emerged, cradling 2 children, the long-absent little ones, with their curious eyes darting around. Surveyed their surroundings with wonder, Lu Chubai smiled and asked, "Would you like to hold them?" Upon seeing the children, Darren's outstretched hands began to tremble. These were his children with Lulu. After such a long time, he was finally seeing them. The weight of fatherhood overwhelmed him, and an immense wave of regret engulfed Darren. He could no longer contain himself, and tightly embraced both the children and Lu Chubai. "Lulu, I'm so sorry," Darren choked, at a loss for words. Angus glanced at Lu Chubai, radiating a gentle maternal glow, and recalled Darren's earlier words. Bowing his head, Angus silently withdrew from the room. Darren held Lu Chubai and kissed her tenderly for what felt like an eternity until the 2 little ones. unwilling, pushed him away. Only then did he gather the children into his arms that Lu Chubai could not suppress a laugh. The little ones had clearly learned to protect her. I in Darren's embrace. The children widened their eyes in wonder. I am your father. I apologize for my late arrival. Darren spoke with regret that in truth, none of this was Darren's fault. Yet Lu Chubai did not deter him from conversing with the children. She observed how quickly they adapted to being with Darren. The bond of blood soon manifested as the three of them joyfully played on the bed. Watching from the side, Lu Chubai could not help but think of their daughter. If only she were here. It would be perfect. Chapter 49. May I be allowed to see you? Lu Chubai noticed that the children adored Darren. While playing with them, she had never seen them laugh so heartily. They were almost in perpetual fits of giggles. However, the children did not dare to bully her nor climb all over her. They treated Darren entirely differently than they did her. That Lu Chubai felt a surge of comfort, realizing that Darren would be a wonderful father. She was compelled to admire how, despite his rugged exterior, he had a remarkable knack for winning the children's affection, that he knew exactly how to engage them in play, ensuring the little ones cherished every moment. Within an hour, the children grew exhausted. Darren took the nutritional supplement Lu Chubai handed him, fed the little ones, and changed their diapers. After another 2 hours of play, the children were finally worn out. Lu Chubai and Darren bathed the sweaty little ones, who had thoroughly enjoyed their time, and they played in the water for quite a while. Only then did the children settle down, lying peacefully in bed, with Lu Chubai on one side and Darren on the other. The little ones nestled in between, their bright eyes darting from one parent to the other, each clutching an arm, reluctant to close their eyes. They had had such an exhilarating day. Although the children did not voice it, Lu Chubai could discern their joy stemmed from the presence of both their mother and father. This rare moment of familial bonding filled Lu Chubai with warmth as she glanced at Darren, whose brow was softened with tenderness. Eventually, she succumbed to slumber, that in a hazy stupor. She felt an itch on her cheek that as she absent-mindedly brushed it away, her hand was seized, followed by a moist sensation on her fingertips. Gradually, Lu Chubai regained her senses. Someone was kissing her. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld Darren, who was holding her close. That Lu. Darren's voice was hoarse, his gaze dark with longing. That I miss you. That as he caressed Lu Chubai. His eyes brimmed with affection, that he fervently pressed his lips against hers, initially intending to be gentle, yet he could not contain himself, passionately intertwining their tongues, desperately wishing to meld himself into her very being. A deluge engulfed Lu Chubai, and in mere moments, Darren led her into a new wave of passion. The tides crashed relentlessly, as if seeking to drown her, only to be rescued by Darren, guiding her to a different shore. Why? In her fading consciousness, she heard Darren's bewildered murmur that Lu Chubai did not comprehend his inquiry. After a brief slumber, she found herself still nestled against Darren's chest. That as she stirred, Darren awoke as well. Lu. He tenderly stroked her cheek, unable to tear his gaze away. Lu Chubai noted a shadow of sorrow in his eyes. Turning her head to check on the children, she saw they were still peacefully asleep. Outside, dusk had settled in. Lu Chubai rose to freshen up, and Darren followed closely behind, inevitably consuming her entirely once more. Darren held her tightly, claiming to help her wash, but his intentions were far from innocent. Whenever she moved, he adopted a sweetly clingy demeanor. Lu, I am your first beast husband, yet you have not allowed me to mark you. That Lu, you are still angry with me, are you not? Lu Chubai furrowed her brow. It was not by my choice that I fell unconscious while searching for the children. When I awoke, I had already been marked, but not in the gland. I find it rather strange. Upon hearing Lu Chubai's words, Darren finally understood. Yes, it was merely a scent marking. You carry the fragrance of another male. That Lu Chubai sniffed herself, but I cannot smell anything. Only I could detect it that it's not overpowering. But it is quite distinct. Lu Chubai's expression darkened, and annoyance bubbled within her. Do you know of any way to remove it? Darren shook his head. What perplexes me is how he accomplished it. After a moment's hesitation, Darren asked, what about him? Lu Chubai shook her head. There is nothing present. I only have you and Angus. Darren felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He could only console himself that he still held a place in Lulu's heart. As a researcher, he likely employed a unique method, for he too had disguised himself in a most extraordinary manner. He harbored many secrets. You could investigate him further. Darren painstakingly dried Lu Chubai's hair. Who is he? Bill Locke, a first-level mentor at the Interstellar Federal Agricultural Academy. Darren's eyes widened in astonishment. Is he the beast man from the Luther family who was lost? You know of him, of course. I was the one who escorted a member of the Luther family to retrieve him from the Matriarch garbage star. Darren recalled. He looked quite pitiful. There are many notorious beastmen on Matriarch. I wonder how he survived. Lu, are you certain he took our daughter? At present, he is the prime suspect, and there are numerous uncertainties surrounding him. Darren's brow furrowed tightly. I will investigate thoroughly. Lu Chubai then inquired. What about Angus? Just as she was about to step outside, Darren pulled her back. Lu, may I not see you more often during this time? Has it been Angus by your side? Lu, this makes me unbearably jealous. In your time of greatest need, I failed to protect you and was not there for you. Lu, Darren's voice trembled, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. For countless nights, he had endured sleeplessness until dawn, not knowing how he managed to survive, save for one thought that sustained him. To find Lu, he pressed his forehead against Lu Chubai's. Lu, I do not ask for you to return with me. Would you allow me to visit you? Of course. Lu Chubai rose on her tiptoes and planted a soft kiss on the corner of Darren's lips. As long as you do not go courting. You can come by any time. Darren's grip tightened, a flicker of panic crossing his gaze. I am truly sorry. That was not my intention. I only wish to protect you, fearing your identity would be exposed. My mind must have been muddled. There were so many other ways to handle this. Yet I chose this one. I loathe myself for it. I should not have made Lu sad. I am so sorry. Enough. Darren's flustered demeanor resembled that of a child, leaving Lu Chubai feeling somewhat exasperated. Grasping his hand, she said, if I were to hold you accountable, you would not be here now. Lu Chubai understood Darren's genuine intentions and, thus, decided to leave. The two of them stepped outside together. You stay here and watch the baby. I will go downstairs for a moment. Lu Chubai, after speaking to Darren, headed downstairs to search for Angus. Little did she know, as soon as she descended the staircase, a force yanked her into the shadows. An unfamiliar aura enveloped her, sending a shiver of cold across her skin. Chapter 50. I will ensure your comfort. Lu Chubai was taken aback to find Bill Locke daring to appear here. He exuded an ominous aura, his eyes glimmering with a dark light akin to a lurking beast. Before Lu Chubai could utter a word, Bill Locke pinned her against the wall, biting down forcefully. Lu Chubai had no intention of pushing him away, as she had anticipated Bill Locke's arrival. Yet, she was surprised by his audacity to wait for her on the first floor. Thus, where had Angus gone? A wave of concern swept over her. Noticing Lu Chubai lost in thought, Bill Locke bit down harder, eliciting a hissing sound. Lu Chubai frowned, finally directing her gaze to his face. You possess quite the audacity. Are you not afraid of exposing your identity? Bill Locke let out a cold laugh, his steely gaze lingering on the slight swelling at the corner of Lu Chubai's lips. He raised his hand, pushing aside her collar, revealing a series of red marks. It was evident that her previous encounter had been quite intense, that he had sensed it already. She had lost a fragment of her rationality and fled here. Bill Locke's fingers traced the marks on Lu Chubai's skin. Will you divulge my secret to others? His grip was painful as he attempted to erase the evidence on her body. Lu Chubai shrugged off his hand. Do you truly believe I would speak? Both were testing each other, their bodies inching closer. Bill Locke's breath brushed against Lu Chubai's eyelids. I believe you won't. Lu Chubai scoffed. Why? Because Bill Locke pulled her waist closer, drawing her into his embrace, aiming to make her truly feel his fervor. Yet, this did little to soothe him. Bill Locke leaned down, biting her shoulder at the collarbone, leaving a sharp imprint that sent tingles through her. I am far superior to them. I have studied and created artificial females. I understand the female anatomy better than anyone. I can certainly bring you more joy. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on her hand. Lu Chubai smirked. I prefer those who are more docile. She poked at Bill Locke's firm chest. You are too fierce, lacking in tenderness. Her face betrayed her disdain. Bill Locke frowned, his palm resting on her slender neck, tightening incrementally. You have yet to witness my ferocity, sweetheart. I have been quite gentle with you. Lu Chubai shrugged. I do not believe you. Bill Locke gazed at her, his hands slipping beneath her clothing, seemingly wishing to offer her a first-hand experience. Their breaths once more entwined, drawing ever closer. That moment, Darren's voice broke through the tension. Lu, Lu Chubai instinctively froze. Bill Locke, with a mischievous grin, held her in place and whispered in her ear, "So, you care for him so much. Are you afraid you will discover how close we are?" Before Lu Chubai could respond, Bill Locke's tone turned icy. "But I find it insufficient," as he kissed every inch of you at that moment. Bill Locke became dangerously intense, his grip tightening around Lu Chubai's neck, poised to snap it at any moment. Yet Lu Chubai remained unafraid, gazing at him with a calm smile. "Not just Darren," Lu Chubai murmured. "Anyone I fancy is fair game. After all, I possess that advantage. Who wouldn't he want to be beneath my skirts?" Suddenly, Bill Locke tightened his grip, lifting Lu Chubai by her neck at that moment. A roar shattered the night. Darren transformed into a wolf beast, his claws slashing towards Bill Locke. The force of the wind slammed Bill Locke against the wall, causing him to frown. Reacting swiftly, he jumped out of the window with Lu Chubai in his arms. Darren followed closely behind, relentlessly attacking. Bill Locke unleashed a tremendous wave of psychic energy, rippling through the air and striking Darren with fierce ferocity that Darren's expression shifted as he attempted to unleash his own powers, but was overpowered by Bill Locke's formidable presence. Veins bulged on Darren's forehead as he struggled free, lunging at Bill Locke once more. "Lulu, do not fear." Darren exerted every ounce of strength to rescue Lu Chubai. However, Bill Locke was faster, releasing a cloud of smoke to confuse the pheromones that he intended to whisk Lu Chubai away. Just as he prepared to act, he felt a chill at his chest. Looking down, he saw a dagger embedded in him. Lu Chubai released her grip, her face alight with joy. "That I've longed to do this, I in the darkness." Lu Chubai's stunning features shimmered with an almost ethereal glow. Her eyes were cold, and the curve of her lips exuded an air of haughty elegance. Radiant and extraordinary. Bill Locke looked on in a daze, never expecting that despite being in a position of power, Lu Chubai would stab him with such primal force, aiming for his most vulnerable spot, the heart. Yet simultaneously, it awakened a long-dormant fervor within him. For her, Bill Locke did not withdraw the blade. Instead, he grasped Lu Chubai's hand. "Well done." Quite ruthless, Lu Chubai pushed him away. "You may leave now," she uttered coolly, turning back to Darren. "This dagger, I will keep." Behind her, Bill Locke's frantic voice echoed, but Lu Chubai paid him no mind as she dashed into the fog, grasping Darren's hand. Though Darren's psychic abilities were at the SSS level and formidable, he faced Bill Locke, who surpassed even that, employing numerous underhanded tactics. The Darren's psychic energy was somewhat depleted. Upon sensing Lu Chubai's return, he immediately embraced her. "Lulu, I am sorry." He had once again placed Lu Chubai in danger. Lu Chubai leaned against his shoulder. "How many times have you uttered apologies to me?" Darren felt ashamed. "Let us return to check on the child." At Lu Chubai's reminder, Darren quickly grew anxious. They hurried back into the house. Not far beneath the trees, Douglas observed with a profound gaze that he had arrived a bit late and failed to discern who was in the fog. Yet he caught the sense of two males, both entangled with this junior. His private life is truly chaotic, Douglas thought with a hint of disdain before turning back to his villa, where the child was still resting. Lu Chubai was extremely uneasy that I placed the child in storage. Darren inquired curiously, "Lulu, how can you use storage space without psychic abilities?" "I may lack psychic power, but I can still soothe your spirit." "That is indeed true, that is a natural ability of gestational females." Darren did not dwell on the matter further. Lu Chubai placed the child into the spatial farm, and upon exiting, asked Darren, "Have you seen Angus?" "I don't know. What could he possibly be doing?" Darren disliked Lu Chubai mentioning him. He wrapped his arms around Lu Chubai, wishing to fall asleep together, but Lu Chubai gently pushed him away. "Have you arranged for the search of Warner Lake?" "I suspect Angus has gone off on his own." She prioritizes the safety of others above her own. Chapter 51. Innocent yet seductive Lu Chubai said to Darren, "You should go check that I am fine here." Darren appeared displeased, pulling Lu Chubai closer as he nestled his head in her embrace. "Lulu, we haven't slept together yet tonight, that I finally found you. And now you wish to send me away?" His expression was soft and pleading, like a puppy seeking affection. Lu Chubai ruffled his hair. "Darren, Angus has been helping me search for our daughter. I worry for her." Darren's face darkened. Words caught in his throat. Too fearful to speak further. "Do not worry. I was merely joking. I will do everything in my power to find our daughter." Darren silently vowed to himself that he must find his daughter before Angus. Otherwise, it would reflect poorly on his competence as a father that he was also deeply concerned and cautiously inquired. But that male just now, as a 5-star general of the Interstellar Federation, Darren was exceedingly perceptive. He understood that Lu must know who that male was. Therefore, he asked his question with a certain hesitance, fearing that Lu Chubai might think he was trying to control her and would thus resist him. "Nothing is more important than our daughter's safety. Do you understand?" Darren insisted. Regardless of what transpired, Lu Chubai was determined to locate her daughter first. She did not wish for Darren to be competing for her affection at this critical moment. Darren's gaze darkened momentarily. Then he nodded emphatically. "Understood. Contact me anytime if there's anything that I shall take my leave now." "All right," Lu Chubai replied, watching him depart. The following day, Lu Chubai awoke alone in her room. The night before, she had sent a message to Angus, who replied assuring her not to worry about him. After having breakfast in the spatial farm and playing with her 2 little ones for quite some time, she finally made her way to class. Upon arriving at the foot of the teaching building, she encountered Douglas. "Good morning, senior," she greeted. He ignored her and even quickened his pace. Douglas kept his gaze fixed ahead. Clearly unwilling to acknowledge her, Lu Chubai then produced a large tomato from her hand. Previously, the tomato she had given to the agricultural college was small, resembling a cherry tomato. The one she held now was a standard cooking tomato. And naturally, the produce from the spatial farm was significantly larger. That was almost too big for her palm to grasp. As she waved it in her hand, Douglas's peripheral vision caught sight of it. Causing him to slow down, Lu Chubai was aware of what could capture his attention. However, since Douglas had just ignored her, she decided to continue walking forward. After all, the bait had already been cast. Now, she was the one in control of Douglas. "Wait!" Douglas could no longer contain himself and blocked Lu Chubai's path. "May I see that?" His eyes gleamed with anticipation. "But this is my breakfast, senior. Do you want some?" Lu Chubai said, though she immediately took a bite, the sweet, tangy juice bursting forth, its aroma enticing. "You call this breakfast?" Douglas exclaimed, his voice rising in shock. Fortunately, they had arrived early, and there were not many people around. Douglas seized Lu Chubai's wrist. Noting how slender and smooth her skin was, that he felt impulsive and intended to release her, but he was concerned that she would devour the tomato before he could stop her. "Did you grow this yourself? Something so valuable for research, why would you eat it? Doesn't your dorm provide fresh nutrient solution?" Lu Chubai feigned innocence. "That I don't like those nutrient solutions, that I grow these vegetables to eat." Noticing Douglas's discomposed expression, she blinked and broke the tomato in half, offering a piece to his hand. "Since you wish to study it here, have a taste. It's no trouble. I can manage a meal without it." Douglas stared at the juicy tomato in his hands, instantly realizing its worth, and hurriedly cradled it. Dashing toward the laboratory, Lu Chubai observed his eager movements, bemused by the fuss over a mere tomato. What would happen when she presented other fruits and vegetables? They might be utterly astonished. Soon, it was time for class. The first lecture was with Professor Locke. As he entered, Lu Chubai rested her chin on her hand, her gaze fixed intently on him. Bill Locke's eyes did not linger on her, his demeanor indifferent, as if they were strangers. Despite his state, he appeared unaffected by any injury. Halfway through the lecture, Douglas suddenly appeared at the door, drawing everyone's attention. After all, Douglas was a renowned figure in the agricultural college. His unexpected presence during class prompted several students to murmur excitedly and begin recording videos. As opportunities to interact with Douglas were rare, Bill Locke furrowed his brow, obscured by strands of hair, while Douglas's gaze was solely fixed on Lu Chubai, seated in the far corner. "I'm looking for her. She needs to come out," he stated. "This is class time," Bill Locke replied coldly. Denying him, Lu Chubai's composed gaze shifted from Douglas's face to Bill Locke's features. But alas, Bill Locke was too inscrutable that a playful smirk crossed Lu Chubai's lips. With a hint of provocation, Bill Locke's eyes darkened. Sensing her intent, he suddenly found himself disliking this game. Most importantly, while he might not be able to prevent others, Lu Chubai could not flirt with Douglas under his nose. Yet, she was doing exactly that. Douglas, that Navi lad, was no match for her. After a moment's hesitation, Douglas stepped into the classroom. "In that case, I shall attend class with her," he declared, taking a seat beside Lu Chubai. He produced a bottle of nutrient solution and placed it before her, causing the entire class to suppress their laughter. astonished by the unfolding scene. What was the relationship between this newly admitted genius and their esteemed Douglas? Professor Locke, please continue. Douglas seemed to sense Bill Locke's scrutiny and urged. The lesson resumed, and he leaned closer to Lu Chubai, whispering, "Where did you plant that large tomato?" Lu Chubai merely picked up the nutrient solution on the table, her tone soft and teasing. "Thank you, Senior, for being considerate. You know I was hungry." A smile graced her lips, innocent yet mischievous, entirely unlike a male, but rather akin to a coy female in Heat. Chapter 52, Little Sweetheart. "You will beg me." Lu Chubai's eyes sparkled, solely focused on Douglas, her gaze causing him to fidget uncomfortably. "Please don't look at me like that," Douglas stammered, realizing the reason behind the influx of males in the dormitory. With her demeanor, who wouldn't he be drawn to her? His words lacked any semblance of intimidation. Instead, Lu Chubai leaned closer, nudging him gently with her shoulder. "Senior, are you only this kind to me?" "Absolutely not." Douglas quickly denied. "I was merely being helpful." "All right, Senior, no need to be agitated. Did I know it was just a casual gesture, like grabbing a watermelon-flavored nutrient solution?" Lu Chubai chuckled unabashedly, out of the corner of her eye. She noticed Professor Locke, who was lecturing, glaring at them ominously. Douglas felt heat rising from his cheeks to his neck. His fingers tensed awkwardly, that he deeply regretted seeking out Lu Chubai, yet the thought of the tomato made him restless. He was fully aware that Lu Chubai was intentionally teasing him, yet he found it hard to refuse her. Finally, when the class concluded, Douglas intended to leave first, but was halted by Lu Chubai gripping his wrist. "Let go," he reacted sharply. Lu Chubai blinked, feigning sadness as she released him. "All right then, is Senior busy? I wanted to show you that tomato." She turned to walk away, prompting Douglas to anxiously seize her wrist again. "Really?" he asked, his brows furrowing in concern. "You better not be lying to me. I wouldn't deceive you." Lu Chubai replied with a light smile, radiant as summer sunshine, and a hint of triumph, for she noticed Professor Locke still observing her from the podium. Even without turning around, she could feel his piercing gaze. They slipped out through the back door. "Wait, I need to grab something from the lab," Douglas said excitedly, eager to fetch some equipment. "All right, I'll wait for you." Senior Lu Chubai stood in the corridor as Douglas hurried away. Meanwhile, Bill Locke pulled her aside into a small room. He pressed her against the door. "You already have 2 beast husbands. Is that not enough?" Lu Chubai grinned mischievously and asked, "Am I limited to just 2? If she could only have 2, then Professor Locke would be excluded." "Little sweetheart, I dislike this behavior," Locke said, frowning as he grasped her chin. His dark gaze fixed on the corners of her smiling eyes. "You did that on purpose to provoke me. You are aware he is my nephew." Lu Chubai smiled lightly, reassuring Professor Locke that her senior was not as fond of her as he was. "I like you." The words seemed to strike a nerve in Bill Locke, that he slid his hand, which had been gripping Lu Chubai's chin, downwards, suddenly constricting around her throat, that as he watched Lu Chubai tilt her head back. His nose brushed against her ear, and he sank his teeth into her neck. The delicate pressure of his bite sent shivers coursing through her body. "Junior Bai." At that moment, Douglas's voice echoed from the corridor. Lu Chubai glanced outside, but was abruptly pulled back by Bill Locke, his fingertip pressed against the corner of her lips. "What do you intend to do with him?" "Of course, engage in the activities that lovers partake in," Lu Chubai replied, blinking innocently. The remark incensed Bill Locke, whose dark gaze fixed intently on her. Just as Lu Chubai braced herself for his response, he suddenly stepped back. "Little sweetheart, you will beg for me." He spoke with the confidence of one assured of his victory. "Professor Locke, allow me to see my daughter. Even if it's just through a video, I will acquiesce to your wishes." With that, Lu Chubai flung open the door and stepped outside. Douglas had already departed, convinced that Lu Chubai had once again played a trick on him. Not willing to linger, he left without a second thought. However, Lu Chubai was indifferent. Her objective had been achieved. Now, she awaited Professor Locke to provide her with a video, ensuring her daughter's safety. Returning to the villa alone, Lu Chubai intended to enter the space farm when she sensed something amiss in the air. Turning her head, she noticed white smoke wafting around. Moments later, 2 individuals in military uniforms descended from the second floor. Their attire did not resemble that of Darren's subordinates. "Miss Lu, please do not resist." "Accompany us," Lu Chubai inquired in a low voice. "Are you from Lansun?" Without pretense, they nodded. "Indeed, the Crown Prince of Lansun is currently visiting a neighboring country and will be returning shortly. That we kindly ask Miss Lu to come with us." Had it not been for a last-minute matter, it would have been Lansun himself coming to retrieve Lu Chubai. Now in her wolf beastman form, the fact that they could accurately identify her indicated they had thoroughly investigated her background. Just as Lu Chubai planned to enter the space farm, a shadow appeared before her, pulling her outside. They circled the vicinity twice before returning to his villa. Douglas frowned. What on earth have you done? How did you manage to provoke the royal army? He suddenly realized that Lu Chubai harbored many secrets that Lu Chubai had not anticipated Douglas would come to her rescue. The speed of the Black Panther Beastman was indeed impressive. She peered through the window, catching sight of a flying vessel streaking across the sky like a shooting star. Did you speak of my research on the larger tomatoes? Lu Chubai countered. Impossible, Douglas immediately refuted. Even if someone from the royal family learned of Lu Chubai's discovery, they would not dare to abduct her. I believe you are weaving a web of lies, Douglas said, casting a deep glance at Lu Chubai. Perhaps there were no large tomatoes after all, or perhaps she was incapable of cultivating them. He could no longer trust her words. Douglas walked over and opened the door. You may leave. His tone was cold, tinged with regret. He truly should not have intervened. He had no desire to deal with someone like Lu Chubai. Thank you, Senior. Lu Chubai departed hastily, rushing back to the space farm. Now, Lansun had caught wind of her whereabouts, and he was not as accommodating as Darren. Though she could evade him today, Lansun would return. Lu Chubai felt it prudent to leave the academy. However, once she departed, her chances of approaching Professor Locke would diminish. At that moment, Lu Chubai's light brain emitted a sound. Upon seeing it was Professor Locke, she quickly opened the message that it was a video that in the footage, two chubby cubs were joyfully crawling on a pink bed. Professor Locke's voice resonated. Come on, little sweethearts, say hello. The two plump cubs, their big eyes resembling black grapes, obediently waved their tiny hands at the camera and Lu Chubai's heart ached. They were her daughters, filled with excitement. She immediately dialed Professor Locke's video call. Chapter 53, Passionate. Your scent is truly delightful. Lu Chubai's call was abruptly terminated. Baby, I need to step out for a moment. She kissed the cheeks of the two little ones and hastily left the space farm. As she walked, she continued to dial, but Professor Locke still did not answer. Soon, Lu Chubai received a message containing an address. Without hesitation, she set off in that direction. That it led her to a laboratory within the school, one exclusively belonging to Professor Locke. Upon arriving at the door, the security gate of the laboratory slid open in succession. Lu Chubai entered and found Professor Locke engrossed in analyzing data on a screen. He appeared diligent in his work, but little did anyone know he was a villain who abducted other people's children. Standing outside the glass door, Lu Chubai fought to contain her simmering rage. The more anxious she felt, the easier it was for others to manipulate her. After a long pause, she forced a smile and pushed the door open. The water quality is truly poor. It is detrimental to the soil. Standing before the computer, Lu Chubai glanced at the data displayed. Indeed, the sunlight, water source, and soil required by plants were all inadequate. Professor Locke turned to face her. So, how did you manage to cultivate your tomatoes? Lu Chubai's mind raced. If the water source was subpar, it could be purified. That if the soil and sunlight were lacking, it could adapt. Suddenly, she recalled what she had seen in the basement, coupled with Professor Locke's identity and everything from the Vern Forest. Lu Chubai reached a conclusion. That day at the royal palace, Professor Locke's true target was not the children, that he was allied with those thugs. Their objective was a formula for purifying water. Now residing in her space farm, she boldly speculated that Professor Locke initially intended to tear through dimensions to access the storage space and seize that formula. However, he inadvertently entered Angus's storage space, and upon discovering her precious daughter, he took her along. This conclusion made everything fall into place. How to purify? Professor Locke's voice was LOW. That Lu Chubai frowned. I am merely experimenting. She turned to face Professor Locke. I want my child. That is acceptable, Professor Locke replied with a slight smile, but not at this moment. What conditions do you propose? Lu Chubai's expression turned serious. Concealed within her sleeve was a dagger, itching to plunge it into Professor Locke's chest. Professor Locke set down the tablet he held and suddenly advanced towards her, pinning Lu Chubai against the lab table. His gaze appraised her face. One hand, trailing down her arm, seizing the dagger she had hidden. Caught red-handed, he toyed with her fingers. That don't act rashly. What benefit would my demise bring you? I still intend to become your beloved husband. Would you not like to give it a try? I believe our child." His hand rested on Lu Chubai's abdomen. "Would undoubtedly be remarkable." Lu Chubai smirked. "Indeed, I trust in your abilities. However, Professor Locke must show some sincerity." Professor Locke remained unperturbed by the potential threat Lu Chubai posed, for he held a powerful leverage over her, enough to deter her from taking rash actions. That he lifted Lu Chubai's chin, his breath growing closer, his tone suggestive. "Your scent is truly delectable." At that moment, the glass door swung open, accompanied by a furious, incredulous voice. "What are you two doing?" Both turned to see Douglas standing at the entrance, his expression a mixture of cold fury and disbelief. He could not fathom it. He never expected that even Professor Locke, his uncle, would take an interest in this junior. How could they behave in such a manner? It was utterly chaotic. Douglas felt as though his entire worldview had been shattered. Professor Locke did not release Lu Chubai, his demeanor cold as he merely uttered two words, "Get out. This is my laboratory. Who permitted your entry?" Douglas stood his ground, pointing at Lu Chubai. "Then why is she allowed in?" "You too." Lu Chubai blinked innocently, wearing an expression of feigned innocence that if Douglas could come in, was it not Professor Locke's design that allowed it? He simply wished for Douglas to witness this scene. Professor Locke did not respond to Douglas. He turned back, grasped Lu Chubai's chin, and kissed her. His kiss was forceful and domineering, his broad frame pressing Lu Chubai tightly against the laboratory table, though it was deliberately performed for Douglas's benefit. Professor Locke did not squander such an intimate opportunity, that he kissed her with earnestness and depth. Douglas took a step back, his face contorted in surprise. "Do you truly prefer males?" he inquired, disbelief evident in his voice. Although he harbored little affection for this uncle, he was aware that their grandfather held great significance for this child, whom he had only recently reclaimed. At last, Professor Locke released Lu Chubai, their lips still lingering close together, their warm breaths intertwining, fervent and heated. Desire surged in Professor Locke's eyes. Douglas could no longer contain himself. His expression fractured as he staggered away, undoubtedly burdened by the day's revelations for quite some time. Uninterrupted, Professor Locke leaned in once more, eager for another kiss, but Lu Chubai turned her head, placing her hand against his chest to push him away. Professor Locke frowned, noting the pain from his wound. He understood the necessity of restraint and subdued his desires, seizing her hand instead. "Since you're injured, you shall tend to my wounds." "Very well." Professor Locke retrieved the necessary medicines that he obediently perched himself on a high stool, tugging at the hem of his lower garment, extending his arms to remove his shirt, carelessly tossing it aside. His robust chest emanated a strong scent of blood. Lu Chubai frowned. "Have you not treated this wound?" Professor Locke bore a glaring hole in his flesh, the surrounding skin curling outward, still seeping blood. Yet he appeared unaffected by the injury, his complexion unchanged. "Now you express concern." Professor Locke gazed quietly at Lu Chubai. She lifted her eyelids to glance at him, disinterested in providing a reply. She took the medication and began to treat his wound, intentionally pressing against his pectoral muscles. The flesh was undeniably real, devoid of any signs of artificiality. However, his true form was evidently far more robust than his current state, that if he had used suppressants to forcibly compress his body, were there not side effects? Professor Locke lowered his gaze, observing Lu Chubai's focused expression as she treated his wound. He was curious about what the other face of this person looked like, that if transforming into a male body could be so enticing. What would the appearance of a viviparous female be like? Professor Locke swallowed hard. "Tell me, what is your name?" Lu Chubai raised her gaze, her eyes locking onto his fiercely aggressive pupils. Such a gaze momentarily stunned her. If previously, Professor Locke's interest in her was merely based on her uniqueness, the oppressive possessiveness now cloaked in darkness was genuine, that he had become infatuated. Chapter 54. Why does everyone favor Lu Chubai? Isn't my name already known to you, Professor Locke? Lu Chubai chuckled lightly. Besides, what difference does it make to you whether you know my name or not? Her pupils sparkled with confidence, which only deepened Professor Locke's sense of darkness, evoking a hint of incomparable inferiority within him. Professor Locke realized he had lost his composure. He immediately stood up from the stool, despite his wound remaining unbandaged. At that moment, the light on his wrist computer flickered, providentially providing him an escape. Professor Locke answered the call and stepped aside. Meanwhile, Angus sent Lu Chubai a message, indicating something peculiar about the bottom of Warner Lake, accompanied by a photograph. Lu Chubai glanced at the image and then checked another message from Angus. Did you see it? There's a massive barrier ahead. The aquatic plants are merely a disguise that I will attempt to proceed. Lu Chubai looked over at Bill Locke, who was still engaged in a video call, and replied, "Be safe." She then left the laboratory. Lu Chubai sent another message to Angus, "Meet up with Darren." Yet, she remained uneasy. Promptly, she summoned Shelby to escort her toward Warner Lake. Shortly after her departure, Prince Lansun arrived at the agricultural college, where the leaders rushed over upon hearing his arrival. Is there a particular issue that has brought Prince Lansun here? The principal, upon hearing this, broke into a broad smile. Hadn't Prince Lansun already met her? One phrase suddenly rekindled his forgotten memory, that he finally remembered that Lu Chubai had been under his nose long before. He should have been the first to discover her. Lansun felt a pang of regret. He refrained from further conversation and promptly entered the villa, only to find no one there. Where is she? Lansun glared at the surrounding individuals, his frustration evident. He was utterly infuriated. Had he recognized Lu Chubai's identity at that moment, she would have already returned to his side. This was utterly intolerable. Perhaps she had stepped out. Just then, Douglas approached, having just reported the situation regarding Professor Locke to his family. Still feeling unsatisfied, but he said to Lansun, "The person you're looking for is currently in Professor Locke's laboratory." Lansun shot him a glance and immediately rushed to Professor Locke's laboratory, only to find it empty. Professor Locke was also absent. Unable to contain his fury any longer, he ordered, "Contact her. Use your school's authority to summon her back here." The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances at Lansun's agitation. Nonetheless, they complied and sent a message to Lu Chubai. At that moment, however, Lu Chubai had already reached the vicinity of Warner Lake. She had not checked her wrist computer, rejecting all video calls. The principal was in a cold sweat, while Lansun emanated an icy aura. "If she returns, notify me immediately and ensure she does not leave again." After stating this, Lansun departed with his entourage. The school's leaders were left in confusion. What connection did this student have with Prince Lansun? It appeared as if he was desperately seeking her. That moment, a professor timidly remarked, "Not long ago, Prince Lansun was searching for someone online, claiming that the individual was his partner." Upon realization, they noted that the time of his partner's disappearance coincided with Lu Chubai's enrollment. The revelation silenced the crowd, as they entertained a bold notion. Could it be that the partner Prince Lansun was searching for was actually a male? Their gazes revealed doubt, save for Douglas, who clenched his fist that he was aware of this junior's chaotic personal life, but had not anticipated the continuous shocks it would bring. Entangled with Professor Locke, now Prince Lansun also had connections to him. What could be the reason behind this? Why did they all favor this junior? Douglas couldn't help but picture Lu Chubai's visage. Warner Lake. Xiaowei transformed into a submarine and dove into the water. "Master, I sense numerous shielding signals within that I am experiencing some loss of control." Xiaowei flashed a warning signal from the control panel. With no other choice, Lu Chubai promptly led Xiaowei back to the surface. There, she encountered Darren's troops. General Darren here. Lu Chubai messaged Angus, informing him of her proximity to Warner Lake and her intention to find Darren. The soldiers glanced at Lu Chubai. "General Darren is not here. We are merely conducting routine patrols." Still feeling somewhat vigilant, Lu Chubai had yet to receive a response from Angus. She had waited for a considerable time near Warner Lake, but there was no sign of activity. Meanwhile, Darren was tasked with an assignment arranged by Prince Lansun, who deliberately aimed to divert him. Upon returning to the villa, Lu Chubai discovered records of illegal intrusions. Reviewing the automatic backup from the surveillance system, she spotted Lansun's figure, while other footage revealed nothing. It appeared that her villa had been tampered with. Fortunately, Lu Chubai had been prudent enough to set a 3-second automatic backup to the cloud. This indicated that Lansun had indeed come to seek her out, but if he were to arrive, the situation might escalate dramatically. Should he learn that Professor Locke was the assailant from that day at the royal estate, he would likely become even more unyielding. Lu Chubai had no intention of provoking Professor Locke, fearing that her time at the agricultural college was drawing to a close. She gathered her belongings and planted a tomato and a rosebush in the yard, the latter transplanted from her spatial farm, which would surely possess greater vitality. After planting, Lu Chubai promptly shielded these two plants. "System, will these plants perish?" she inquired, still somewhat anxious. After all, the current conditions of the interstellar environment, soil, sunlight, and moisture, were hardly conducive to plant growth. The crops transplanted from the spatial farm will not perish easily. The host can rest assured to plant them. Excellent. Lu Chubai entered the spatial farm just as Darren's video call came through. Lulu, I have to undertake a mission on a neighboring planet. Military orders are not to be defied, but I have arranged for my most trusted confidant to probe deeply into Warner Lake. Lulu, I will return as soon as possible. Lu Chubai hesitated to inform Darren that Lansun had also found his way here, suspecting that Lansun had likely positioned someone close to Darren. Therefore, she cautioned. There is a spy among your ranks who has exposed my identity. Be careful. Darren frowned. I understand. I comprehend. Without further inquiry, he ended the call and immediately issued a gag order to his most trusted subordinate. Lu Chubai still awaited Angus's reply, her worry mounting as she played with the children in the spatial farm. Suddenly, the system issued a warning, alerting her that a high-level psychic being was attempting to breach the spatial dimension. Chapter 55. If the child cannot be found, another can be born. The host should be aware that Bill Locke is attempting to intrude. Hearing the system's voice, Lu Chubai furrowed her brow. Professor Locke was indeed audacious. Perhaps suspecting she was in the storage space, and thus sought to force his way in. After ensuring the two little ones were settled, Lu Chubai exited the spatial farm. She ascended to the second floor and opened her bedroom door, where, as expected, Professor Locke stood inside. Professor Locke, what are you doing? Lu Chubai's voice was cold, her tone decidedly unfriendly. Had it not been for the formidable power of her spatial farm, she might have lost track of her children in the storage space. This man was truly insufferable. Upon noticing Lu Chubai, Professor Locke approached her immediately, enveloping her in his embrace. His voice was chilling, filled with suspicion. Where were you just now? Why weren't you in your dormitory? Lu Chubai's gaze flickered. That I was in the backyard. Why have you come to find me so suddenly? Professor Locke chose not to challenge Lu Chubai's fib, but instead took her hand, leading them both to sit on the bed. He instructed her to sit on his lap, gently patting her back. He recalled the events that transpired in his absence that afternoon, as well as the information received from Warner Lake. Professor Locke deliberately inquired. Did Prince Lansun come to find you today? Don't you wish to return with him? It appeared that the royal family was still unaware of the missing children, a fact that piqued Locke's curiosity. Lu Chubai could easily leverage Lansun's affections to achieve more, yet she had chosen to distance herself from him. What was her true intention? Lu Chubai did not respond immediately. Professor Locke continued. If you were to ask Prince Lansun for assistance in locating your daughter, I would surely be unable to conceal it any longer. Lu Chubai recognized that Professor Locke was testing her. She chuckled lightly. Are you implying, Professor Locke, that you are aware of the location where my daughter is hidden? Lu Chubai rolled her eyes and added with a mischievous smile, Are you asking this out of concern that I might conspire with others against you? Professor Locke burst into laughter, tightening his embrace around her. He then grasped her chin and kissed her. Unable to resist, he indulged in her taste, greedily kissing her for an extended moment. Once the kiss concluded, he quietly spoke, Do not entertain such thoughts. Your suitors are no match for me. Professor Locke's gaze was profound as he fixed his eyes on Lu Chubai, unable to refrain from the temptation. So, my clever little sweetheart, it would be wise for you to make a decision swiftly. Join me, and you shall be reunited with your daughter. This was the first time Professor Locke explicitly laid out his terms. As soon as he finished speaking, he observed Lu Chubai nodding. Very well. I am willing to leave with you as long as you return my daughter to me. I will follow. Professor Locke's expression momentarily faltered. A hint of surprise evident that it seemed those two children were indeed of immense importance to her. Lu Chubai did not conceal her feelings, affirmatively nodding. Yes, for my children, I am willing to do anything. Professor Locke narrowed his eyes, finding himself increasingly drawn to Lu Chubai the more he understood her. Moreover, her capabilities were impressive. When Professor Locke had visited earlier, he had seen the two plants in the yard. While his passion for botany did not rival Douglas's, he was nonetheless astonished by the vitality of those plants. Professor Locke promptly examined the soil surrounding them, noting its peculiarities. The soil closest to the plants was distinctly different from any found within the Interstellar Alliance. The soil was black, devoid of any nuclear radiation or harmful substances, rich in nutrients. This further reminded him of Lu Chubai's comments in the lab. She truly possessed a purification formula that could enhance soil quality. enabling plants to thrive while also purifying air and water sources. Was this not the very ability he desperately sought? Professor Locke felt an urgent need to obtain this purification formula that he could hardly wait. If he could secure Lu Chubai's assistance, he would be free from other obligations. Thus, he resolved to take Lu Chubai back with him. Initially, he had been merely curious about Lu Chubai's unique ability to bear female offspring. Later contemplating the idea of having her bear a child for his research, at that moment, Professor Locke felt as though he had discovered a treasure. Lu Chubai was that treasure, but he yearned to possess her entirely, keeping her by his side indefinitely. Hence, he was eager to proceed. Additionally, this afternoon, he had merely orchestrated a spectacle for Douglas, who had foolishly reported him to the Rude family. Reluctantly, he had to return home and received a warning, which irked him that he held no affection for that family. But he also recognized that there would be more interference at the agricultural college concerning his relationship with Lu Chubai that he needed to act quickly. Therefore, upon returning from his family, he hastened to find Lu Chubai and present his conditions that he had prepared himself for the possibility that Lu Chubai might refuse to abandon her suitors. However, he had not anticipated her straightforwardness. If she continued to be so compliant, Professor Locke would indeed allow her to reunite with her daughter. They could live together. This female was simply irresistible. Professor Locke believed she undoubtedly possessed even greater value, warranting the risks he was willing to take. After contemplating Lu Chubai for a long moment, he inquired with lingering concern, "Are you truly willing to forsake everything here, including those suitors, to accompany me?" "Of course," Lu Chubai affirmed with a decisive nod. "You need not doubt. I am entirely certain that I only wish to be with my children." Her sincerity was evident. Upon hearing her declaration, Professor Locke immediately took her to the balcony and summoned his flying vessel. "Then let us depart at once." Professor Locke remained cautious. "All right." Lu Chubai smiled gently. "May I see my children tonight?" Professor Locke let out a light chuckle, observing your demeanor, that if you perform well, I shall certainly arrange for you to see your child. "You dog of a man!" Lu Chubai couldn't help but curse inwardly, yet her expression remained gentle. "Very well, let us depart." Thus, the two ascended aboard the flying vessel, which soon took flight. At this moment, Lu Chubai wished to regret her decision. But it was too late. Professor Locke felt a measure of reassurance and could not help but speak. "With your capacity for nurturing, another child is entirely possible. We can still procreate in his years of understanding." The law of the jungle prevailed. Each creature had its fate. An female would jeopardize herself for the sake of her offspring, especially considering Lu Chubai's formidable potential, even if she could not locate her child. Professor Locke was confident she could bear another. Chapter 56. "Let me become your male." Lu Chubai scrutinized Professor Locke's expression, pondering his intent. Was he testing her, or did he genuinely possess no knowledge of the child's whereabouts? Doubts arose within her, but after a moment's contemplation, she adorned her face with a tender smile. "Indeed, I can bear many more children. However, my greatest desire is for each of my children to be healthy and safe by my side. As for danger, I believe I am capable of protecting both myself and my children. I possess that confidence and am willing to do anything for them. Do you understand?" Professor Locke. Professor Locke, of course, could not comprehend, for he had once been cast aside in such a manner. Eventually, he came to grasp this truth. Human nature is inherently selfish. Every decision is predicated upon self-interest, and no one is truly noble or selfless when it does not serve their own benefit. Lu Chubai perceived the professor's confusion and surmised that her words evoked thoughts of his own past. This was precisely her intent. She aimed to elevate her stature in his eyes. Lu Chubai engaged Professor Locke in conversation about soil purification, continuously presenting information like bait, compelling him to desire her presence without reservation. She understood that she and he were of the same ilk, self-serving individuals. To earn his trust, she had to showcase her strengths, making him feel that he could rely upon her. While he was distracted, she discreetly sent a message, not to Angus or Darren, for if they were to discover her departure with Professor Locke, they would surely go mad and act unpredictably. Yet Lu Chubai wished to leave a trail. Thus, she sent the message to Douglas as a form of apology, considering she had been toying with him during this time. She transmitted photographs of the two plants to Douglas, confident that he would seek them out and, in turn, find her. The disappearance of both Professor Locke and herself would undoubtedly raise his suspicions. If necessary, he would inform Darren and Angus. The flying vessel journeyed for an entire day before finally landing on a blackened planet, characterized entirely by scorched earth, crunching underfoot like sand. As Lu Chubai disembarked, Professor Locke swept her up from behind. "Professor Locke, why have you brought me here?" Bill Locke chuckled softly, lowering his gaze. "From now on, you shall accompany me." "Must you still address me so formally?" Lu Chubai blinked. "Bill?" The name, spoken from her lips, caught him by surprise, sounding unexpectedly delightful. "What is your name?" "Lu Chubai," she replied with candor, realizing that Bill Locke knew far more about her than she had anticipated. This planet hosted but a single dwelling amidst the undulating blackened hills. "Bill, you are not the sole inhabitant here, are you?" Bill Locke nodded. "Indeed. Now I have you. What about my child?" Lu Chubai's expression turned cold as she posed the question. "Do not fret," he reassured her. They entered the dwelling, where Bill Locke urged Lu Chubai to inspect her future residence. Though she lacked the inclination, he deliberately sought to provoke her impatience. Furrowing her brow, Lu Chubai inquired, "Are you the master of this planet?" Bill Locke affirmed, "Yes, the planet Bro is entirely mine. From now on, it shall also be yours." Lu Chubai internally rolled her eyes, though her face bore a faint smile. "This place is quite spacious, suitable for research. You should rest well." Bill Locke turned to head to the laboratory, but paused, as if struck by a thought. Lu Chubai seized his hand. "Let me see my child." Her voice was laced with both a plea and a hint of anger, revealing her dwindling patience for Bill Locke's games. Bill Locke gazed at her intently for several seconds before suddenly lifting her, carrying her upstairs. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed as he unceremoniously tossed her onto the bed. Climbing atop her, "I intend to taste," he declared. "That I've longed to do this." He grasped her chin and kissed her deeply, as if to devour her essence, striving to render her breathless until she could endure no longer. Finally releasing her, Lu Chubai's garments had been entirely torn away, and Bill Locke gazed upon her flawless form, his eyes sparkling with frenzied delight. "Marvelous! I adore this pure, unblemished version of you." Lu Chubai observed Bill Locke's expression, noting the traces of madness and infatuation. Yet she knew this was merely temporary. He craved her only in this moment. When he no longer desired her, she would revert to being a pawn, a tool for his use. His affections were swift to ignite and equally swift to fade. Lu Chubai placed her delicate, rounded toes upon his chest, precisely over a wound. "That if you do not return my child, do not lay a hand on me." Bill Locke's gaze darkened. "That if you refuse my touch, I shall prevent you from seeing your child." Lu Chubai raised an eyebrow, suppressing the chill in her eyes. Bill Locke chuckled darkly, tilting his head to kiss her toes. "That if I allow you to see your child, I would lose all leverage. You are only submitting to me now because your child is in my possession, and thus you present me with a smile." Bill Locke's palm traced the curve of Lu Chubai's waist, his touch lingering. "That at the very least, allow me to become your male." Lu Chubai smirked, her charm undeniable. "By your reasoning, even if I were to acquiesce to you now, I could still cast you aside later. What difference would it make? You would be better off letting me see my child sooner, lest my resentment towards you grow." Bill Locke lowered his head, nuzzling Lu Chubai's foot with his cheek. "Thus, I have conceived a most splendid solution, one that allows you to see your child while alleviating my other concerns." Lu Chubai's eyes narrowed with wariness. "What solution?" Chapter 57. The most ancient mating ritual. Bill Locke seized Lu Chubai's foot, enveloping it in his grasp, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "You shall soon find out." Lu Chubai furrowed her brow, aware of Bill Locke's nature as a scientist who had devised many peculiar inventions. Given his character, she feared those inventions might be extreme. Lu Chubai yanked her foot back, propping herself up with her arms as she slowly retreated. Bill Locke advanced step by step, akin to a predator poised to strike. With Lu Chubai as his coveted prey, he captured her, kissing her inch by inch, marking her with his essence. "Do not flee. Would it not be better to remain by my side forever? We finally have this opportunity." Bill Locke returned to Lu Chubai's crimson lips, tenderly savoring them. "Sweetheart, you possess such captivating allure. I am grateful for my strength, enabling me to fully possess and protect you. Sweetheart, entrust your heart to me." In a dramatic turn of events, Lu Chubai abruptly pushed Bill Locke aside at the last moment. His gaze, still ensnared in desire, momentarily faltered as he was jostled away, leaving a trace of bewilderment in his eyes. "Little sweetheart, I cannot acquiesce," Lu Chubai replied coldly. "Until I have seen my daughter, I shall not accept your terms." She glanced at Bill Rock, who seemed poised for action, and clenched her teeth. "Little sweetheart, do you wish for me to be more forceful?" Lu Chubai raised her chin defiantly. She exhibited no fear, her gaze sharp and tinged with sarcasm. "Then by all means, give it a or Lu Chubai suddenly adopted a dominant stance. Leaving Bill Rock feeling quite unsettled, he shook his head. "I do not appreciate this side of you, that I prefer the gentle little sweetheart." Lu Chubai let out a soft laugh. "I have never been that." She placed her foot upon Bill Rock's shoulder, smiling seductively. "You seem quite eager now, that I suppose you have never encountered a female before. Is it uncomfortable to hold back?" She continued, "Regardless, you must allow me to see my daughter. Why not do so now? Rest assured, I have no intention of fleeing. This planet seems quite agreeable, and I would be content to settle here." As Bill Rock attempted to step forward, Lu Chubai's foot pressed down with force, halting him. They faced each other for a moment, and eventually, Bill Rock relented that he was perplexed by his own willingness to comply before Lu Chubai. However, her reasoning was undeniable that it would be better to let her see her daughter sooner rather than later, thereby alleviating her persistent resistance. Yet before that could happen, Bill Rock had one more task to complete. He produced a box containing a substance reminiscent of paint. "What do you intend to do with this?" Lu Chubai asked. "It is for marking. The oldest bonding ritual," Bill Rock proclaimed with immense pride. Lu Chubai was somewhat speechless. Such a bonding ritual had been abandoned over a century ago. She was astonished that Bill Rock would resurrect it in his hand. He held a long, slender white bone needle. An excitement flickered in his eyes. "Little sweetheart, do you know? I have collected these pigments for quite some time that I have been preparing, and now I am finally ready to use them. Come, little sweetheart," Lu Chubai inquired. "Will this hurt?" Bill Rock leaned in and kissed her chest. "It will sting a little, but I can apply a numbing agent." His gaze was fervent as it lingered on her chest, slightly raised. Precisely where he desired to mark her. It was a rather intimate spot, one that would unmistakably declare him as her first beast husband. This ancient and sacred ritual was worthy of their formal bond. Lu Chubai wished to refuse, but Bill Rock seemed to anticipate her thoughts. "I promise you, once the marking is complete, I will take you to see your daughter. You shall be reunited. Is that true? Will you keep your word?" Bill Rock nodded earnestly. "Of course." He even swore, "If I do not honor my promise, let me be flayed and my bones stripped to make soup." This was the most severe of oaths. For during the time of coexistence with humans, the beastmen had feared nothing more than being captured, flayed, and consumed in a gruesome manner. Although that memory was a distant past, it was enough to instill terror in their hearts. Lu Chubai scrutinized Bill Rock, noting the unwavering determination in his gaze. Fixed upon her without blinking, by some mysterious impulse, she chose to trust him. "Very well, it is a pact," Bill Rock solemnly nodded. Thus, he took it upon himself to mark Lu Chubai, applying the numbing agent beforehand to ease her discomfort. However, her skin was already irritated, reddening in response. Bill Rock felt little sympathy. Instead, he became increasingly exhilarated by the vibrant HU that Lu Chubai sat poised, her gaze fixed on Bill Rock's actions. The open pigments appeared strikingly unique, likely derived from various stones, painstakingly refined through numerous processes. These minerals were indeed difficult to procure, and Bill Rock was quite meticulous, his expression serious as he observed Lu Chubai's skin. The first needle pierced her flesh, prompting an involuntary gasp from her. Bill Rock instantly kissed her to soothe her. "Do not fear, do not fear." Quickly now, she urged that in truth, the pain was minimal. It was merely the sight of the bone needle sinking into her flesh that caused her to grimace slightly. Yet soon, a robust and majestic shark design emerged. Curiously, Lu Chubai asked, "Isn't the Luther family associated with Black Panthers? Why then do you bear the mark of a tiger shark?" Bill Rock did not lift his gaze. Maintaining his focus. "Because I am a bastard child, that my father fathered me with another female. He betrayed his mate and later, due to my frail condition, sought to dispose of me. Yet I survived." His expression remained flat as he recounted his hardships, as if they were merely a sorrowful tale. All done, Bill Rock placed a fervent kiss upon Lu Chubai's chest, his eyes fervently tracking his own rhythm Lu Chubai glanced down and noted that his artistry was commendable. The tiger shark appeared vividly lifelike, though its expression was somewhat fierce. Did I ask that all there is to it? Bill Rock nodded. Yes, remember, I am your first beast husband. Lu Chubai's gaze flickered. The marking held no significance for her. Yet Bill Rock seemed genuinely pleased. Chapter 58. Forever merging into your bone and blood, Lu Chubai had already reverted to her original form. Her skin now even more delicate. The marked area appeared slightly red and swollen. Bill Rock showered her with kisses, asking, Do you like this design? Can we go see the child now? Lu Chubai had little interest in examining the marking. Bill Rock rambled on, eager to express his thoughts. This will never wash away. Even if you were to excise this piece of skin, it is etched into your bones. Just like me, forever merging into your blood and bones, becoming one with you. His tone resembled that of a witch's incantation. Lu Chubai frowned slightly, observing him more intently. Bill Rock cupped her face gently. Little sweetheart, I am very happy. Lu Chubai's gaze sharpened, fixing intently on Bill Rock. Her eyes posing a singular question. Bill Rock chuckled softly. Did I understand? Let us go. Lu Chubai immediately rose to her feet. Bill Rock extended his hand toward her, and she regarded him with a hint of confusion. Are we not holding hands? Lu Chubai inquired. She placed her hand into Bill Rock's palm, which he grasped firmly. She noticed a pleased smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Lu Chubai glanced down at their interlaced fingers. Feeling the warmth of their connection, it resembled something a couple in love might do, yet her lips could not suppress a hint of derision. Bill Rock guided Lu Chubai into a room that resembled a study. She observed the books on the shelves, many of which were rusted and weathered. After a brief glance, Bill Rock explained, These are books lost to the depths of the ocean. The Galactic Federation Museum has far fewer than I possess. This was indeed a point of pride, for even a humble blade of grass held great value. These books illustrated humanity's enduring presence throughout history. Bill Rock focused his gaze on a specific spot on the side of the bookshelf. And with a soft click, a hidden entrance opened. The briny scent of the ocean wafted in, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of waves. Be careful, Bill Rock cautioned, kissing Lu Chubai's hand. Together, they traversed the long tunnel. Descending deeper, the sound of the waves grew increasingly distinct, and before long, Lu Chubai beheld a pristine white beach and shimmering azure waters. The white foam of the waves cascaded repeatedly against the shore, while a small boat bobbed gently with the tide. The wind caressed Lu Chubai's face, bringing with it a profound sense of tranquility. Bill Rock seemed to comprehend the curiosity in her eyes. Brostar is composed of 70% ocean. Alas, it is all polluted. Here lies a section I have deliberately set apart. Yet the seawater here remains insufficiently purified. That a hint of sorrow emerged on Bill Rock's face. And Lu Chubai understood his meaning. For these oceanic beastmen, living within the ocean should be nothing short of ideal. However, with the current state of the polluted waters, their living conditions must be dire. Which also explains the rarity of oceanic beastmen within the Galactic Alliance. What about my children? Lu Chubai was solely concerned with this. Over there, Bill Rock pointed toward the shore not far off. Where a small white wooden cottage stood, Lu Chubai immediately dashed towards it. As she reached the door, her hands trembled slightly. For reasons unknown, her heart raced uncontrollably. She forcefully pushed the door open and stepped inside, only to find a glass tank containing 2 cribs. Inside lay 2 children, their eyes closed in slumber. They were so small, their complexions so pallid, devoid of vitality. What has happened to my children? Lu Chubai shouted in fury, stepping onto a nearby stool, ready to climb atop the glass tank. Bill Rock swiftly embraced her from behind, pulling her down. Lu Chubai kicked and struggled fiercely. Bill Rock, what have you done to my daughter? Calm down, please, listen to me. Lu Chubai took a deep breath, urging, let me down first. After a moment's hesitation, Bill Rock released her. Speak. Lu Chubai clenched her fists, her gaze towards Bill Rock glinting with cold fury. When I brought them back, they were already unwell. They must have been affected by nuclear radiation, suffering from frequent shocks and respiratory difficulties. That I employed numerous methods, only to discover that they could feel somewhat better in this purified seawater. This tank of seawater is the cleanest I could manage. It is entirely because you took them away that my daughter fell ill. It's all your fault. Lu Chubai trembled with rage. No, Bill Rock attempted to defend himself. The air in the Galactic Federation is indeed poor, rife with nuclear radiation pollution. Most beastmen have adapted entirely. However, newborns possess frail constitutions. Thus, Bill Rock considered these unfortunate occurrences rather normal. Not to mention the delicate female offspring. Even those birthed through scientific means in embryo tanks are prone to termination due to nuclear radiation infections from the outset. Yet, unbeknownst to Bill Rock, Lu Chubai possessed a spatial farm. Within her spatial farm, both crops and water sources were of the highest quality. Had her daughter been born within the spatial farm, she would definitely not be in such a state. Lu Chubai slapped him across the face with all her might. The force of her strike left a distinct red mark on Bill Rock's cheek that in an instant. The atmosphere shifted, that Lu Chubai felt the air around her tremble, accompanied by a low, buzzing roar in her ears, rendering her somewhat uneasy. Host, please be advised, Bill Rock has unleashed his talent. The system's voice barely completing its warning when Lu Chubai's discomfort vanished. Bill Rock had retracted it just in time. The slap had triggered an uncontrollable surge of temper within him, prompting an instinctive defensive response. However, he understood that the female before him was no ordinary being. He could not harm her, I am sorry. Bill Rock murmured softly, his head bowed as low as he could manage, though still towering over Lu Chubai. Lil dear, please do not be so fierce with me. Bill Rock spoke again, Lu Chubai remained unyielding. Bill Rock, if anything happens to my daughter, I will not let you off the hook. Her voice was as frigid as the blade of winter, piercing deeply into Bill Rock's heart, in that moment. He realized that Lu Chubai had never regarded him as her mate. Chapter 59, Never to be separated again. The hatred and disdain in Lu Chubai's eyes were genuine. This was her true sentiment. Such a gaze pierced into the softest corner of Bill Rock's heart, the only place of tenderness within him, uniquely belonging to Lu Chubai. Yet, she scoffed at it. Lu Chubai carefully climbed atop the glass tank. Cradling both children in her arms, perhaps sensing her presence, the two children slowly opened their eyes, as if recalling their mother's visage. Sambao emitted a faint sound, attempting to reach out her tiny hand to touch Lu Chubai's cheek. Lu Chubai felt a pang in her heart. My babies, I'm so sorry for coming late. My darlings, you've suffered. Lu Chubai gently kissed their foreheads and swiftly transported them into her spatial farm. Bill Rock was still lost in the depths of Lu Chubai's gaze, so he was not surprised by her sudden disappearance. He knew she possessed a storage space that he grew anxious. The environment within the storage space was not ideal either. It would be better for the children to remain in the seawater, to spare them some suffering. However, Lu Chubai ignored his words, disregarding his explanations to that moment. Bill Rock was unaware that the spatial farm Lu Chubai entered would provide the children with even greater comfort. Upon seeing Lu Chubai's arrival, the two little ones eagerly crawled towards her, while Xiao Huihui promptly approached, sensing Lu Chubai's intense, excited emotions. Master, I have detected that Sambao and Sibao's health is suboptimal, with lung murmurs and respiratory infections. Holding her two daughters, Lu Chubai's arms trembled involuntarily. She quickly scrolled through the points shop as the system chimed in, sensing her distress. Host, would you like to purchase repair pills for the children? Yes. Instantly, a repair pill materialized in her palm. Lu Chubai glanced at its effects. The pill could simply mend minor bodily injuries. I need too. Given the children's small size, the potency of the repair pill was quite strong. There's no need for concern. Just break it in half for each of them. Without hesitation, Lu Chubai promptly divided the pill. Xiao Huihui also presented 2 cups of warm water at just the right moment. The system reminded her once more that due to the children's fragility and incomplete physical development, after taking the repair pill, they needed to remain within the spatial farm to gradually regain their health. Rest assured, host, there is no need for undue anxiety. The children will be fine. Good. Dissolving the pills in the warm water, the 2 children obediently drank it all. They widened their eyes, curiously observing their surroundings. Lu Chubai noticed a slight improvement in their spirits and let out a sigh of relief. When she lifted her gaze, she found the 2 little ones gazing intently at their sisters in her embrace. Lu Chubai smiled with satisfaction. You remember your sisters, don't you? From now on, you shall never be separated again. This was Lu Chubai's promise to her children, as well as her determination. Sambao and Sibao soon fell asleep. Having not even consumed any nutritional liquid, Lu Chubai feeling uneasy, stayed by their side, while the previously lively Debeo and Erbao now sat quietly beside their younger sisters, seemingly guarding them. That Lu Chubai dozed off for a while. And upon awakening, she found Xiao Huihui feeding Sanbao and Sibao, the little ones drinking earnestly, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. That Lu Chubai smiled gently, wiping the sweat from their brows. Unbeknownst to Lu Chubai, she had spent 3 days within the spatial farm, witnessing the significant improvement in the complexions of Sanbao and Sibao, finally feeling reassured. The spatial farm was the safest place. However, Lu Chubai could not remain there indefinitely. She then recalled Bill Rock. Glancing at the mark engraved on her chest, she exited the spatial farm. Upon her emergence, she found Bill Rock lying on the ground, his skin wrinkled and his gaze dazed. Motionless, that Lu Chubai frowned, approaching only to discover that Bill Rock was dehydrated. Did he think that by subjecting himself to such torment, he could earn her forgiveness? Lu Chubai let out a derisive snort. "What are you doing?" Lu Chubai inquired in a hushed tone. Bill Rock moved his eyes, glancing at Lu Chubai, who stood beside him. His once handsome features now appeared as desiccated as tree bark. "Little dear," Bill Rock rasped, calling out to her. He did not cry for help. Instead, he reached out to Lu Chubai with a pitiful gaze, silently pleading for her to lend him a hand. Yet, Lu Chubai remained motionless. The two seemed locked in a silent standoff. Ultimately, it was Lu Chubai who took action. Bill Rock would not allow himself to perish. He was a brazen gambler. However, if he were to die, it certainly would not be before her eyes. Lu Chubai shattered the glass tank, seemingly to demonstrate that she did not require his efforts. Bill Rock felt that he had done everything possible to purify the seawater, sustaining the lives of Sanbao and Sibao. He believed he had exerted himself, but Lu Chubai showed no gratitude. The seawater gushed forth, most of it splattering onto Bill Rock. Suddenly, he sprang up from the ground, using his body to block the gaping hole in the glass tank. The shattered glass pierced his flesh, and the mingled seawater and blood dripped down through the cracks. Bill Rock remained oblivious. What about the child? There is no other purified seawater left. Lu Chubai quietly observed his performance. Bill Rock did indeed harbor good intentions for the child, yet his efforts had been exaggerated, rendering them insincere. Lu Chubai turned and walked outside. "Little dear," Bill Rock exclaimed in urgency, ultimately following her, but he wrapped his arms around Lu Chubai from behind. And they both tumbled onto the soft beach. Bill Rock grasped her arms and lifted them above her head, leaning down to kiss her. Lu Chubai bit down hard on his lip. "Let go." "No." Bill Rock's resolve was equally firm. The disparity in their strength was undeniable. Lu Chubai found herself unable to resist. Blood soon mingled at the point where their lips met, as both seemed unwilling to relent to the other. Bill Rock declared, "I will not let you leave me, regardless of the cost." His forehead pressed against Lu Chubai's, his breath heavy. Eventually, Lu Chubai succumbed to exhaustion. Bill Rock nuzzled her lips, promising, "I will dedicate myself to research. I will ensure the child is safe." That he refrained from uttering words of forgiveness, instead striving to perform actions that might earn Lu Chubai's pardon. Chapter 60. Hidden Mission. Lu Chubai did not inform Bill Rock that the child could be well without his research. Grasping her hand, he led her out of the secret chamber, placing no restrictions on her freedom. The entire planet was adrift, constantly changing its location. Additionally, with the special shielding devices in place, it was nearly impossible for outsiders to locate this place. Outside the planet, several protective layers surrounded it. Even with a flying ship, it would be difficult for Lu Chubai to depart easily. "Lulu, I'm heading to the laboratory," Bill Rock said, holding her hand. That Lu Chubai maintained a cold demeanor and turned to stride away. Bill Rock frowned as he watched her retreating figure. That Lu Chubai was aware of his gaze upon her, and when it finally waned, he entered the laboratory. Lu Chubai glanced into the spatial farm, where all 4 babies slept soundly, especially Sanbao and Sibao, whose faces were serene and features gentle. Xiao Huihui reported that the conditions of Sanbao and Sibao were relatively stable. With proper rest, they would fully recover, growing as strong as their older brothers. Emerging from the spatial farm, Lu Chubai instructed Xiao Huihui to guide her in surveying the terrain of Buluo Star to ascertain the situation. As she rode Xiao Huihui, she checked her light brain, where Darren had sent numerous messages inquiring about her whereabouts, yet none contained usable information regarding Warner Lake. However, Lu Chubai could vaguely deduce that Warner Lake was likely Bill Locke's research site on Herschlet star, as the seawater that had previously housed Sambao and Seabao bore the scent of Warner Lake's water source. Herschlet star, being the capital of the Interstellar Federation Empire, indeed possessed superior water sources compared to others. It was only natural that Bill Locke would utilize it. Lu Chubai replied to Darren's messages, reassuring him that her daughter had been found and there was no need to worry. You need not search for me. You will not find me, as my location is obscured. The coordinates were shielded, and the address Lu Chubai provided was false. After responding, she opened Angus's messages regarding Warner Lake and relayed what she understood about Bill Locke's situation, also mentioning that the child was safe and there was no need for concern regarding her. As for Lansun, Lu Chubai continued to keep that information concealed. After sending the message, Darren's video call soon came through. But as soon as Lu Chubai answered, the signal froze, rendering her unable to communicate. That it seemed to be due to the shielding, although the communication channel had been set up, allowing her to send messages. Video calls were evidently impossible. Bill Locke had taken extensive precautions. Lu Chubai sent Darren a message, providing a truthful summary of her situation, but Angus had yet to respond. Although Darren was worried, seeing that Lu Chubai could still send voice and text messages reassured him that she was not in danger. While he wished to locate Lu Chubai, he was not overly anxious about her safety, only reflecting that Lu was exceptionally capable, and it was only natural for males to seek her out. Darren urged Lu Chubai to maintain communication with him and ordered his subordinates to begin searching for her precise location. While Lu Chubai was replying to messages, Xiao Huihui had already flown quite far. The map of Buluo Star was becoming increasingly detailed on the glass before them. Host, please be aware, you have reached a special location in the southern region, triggering a hidden mission. Lu Chubai raised an eyebrow. Glancing downward. Mission 1. The host is required to rescue the polluted beastmen and improve their living conditions. Completion rewards: 10 points and 10,000 star coins for each rescued beastman, with no cap on points and star coin rewards. Additionally, completing the mission will unlock the second area of the points mall, where points can be exchanged for any items in that area. Upon hearing this, Lu Chubai immediately opened the second area of the points mall. The points mall comprised 5 sections, 4 corners and a central portion. The area she was now unlocking was in the northern corner, where the available items were primarily consumables. The range was quite broad, encompassing both cultivated and manufactured goods, satisfying Lu Chubai's daily needs. The second area, however, contained tools and materials, supplementing the first area. Regardless, unlocking the areas of the points mall was undoubtedly beneficial for Lu Chubai. Furthermore, relying solely on giving birth to earn points was insufficient for her expenses. Points were akin to assets. More was always better. Lu Chubai promptly instructed Xiao Huihui to descend to the ground. Who is it? Someone is stepping on my head. As soon as Lu Chubai landed, surveying her surroundings, she was startled by a feeble voice. Oh, a beautiful female has arrived, a figure with skin the same color as the ground, even bearing dry creases, sat up from the ground, rubbing its head and sighing, "Ah, a beautiful female indeed." After uttering this, the figure lay back down, blending seamlessly with the ground, the cracked dry skin aligning perfectly with the earth. Lu Chubai twitched her lips. This must be the beastman the system referred to as needing rescue. However, what puzzled her was that these were indeed oceanic beastmen, whose ideal habitat should be within the seawater. Xiao Huihui reminded her, "Host, we have just explored 1/3 of this planet, with the majority still being seawater." Following Xiao Huihui's, Lu Chubai gazed toward the horizon ahead, which appeared entirely dark. Upon closer inspection, she discerned a division between deep and shallow darkness, likely indicating the polluted seawater. Lu Chubai inquired of the system, "How many beastmen currently exist in the seawater?" "Approximately 500 in your vicinity." Host, as for those in the ocean ahead, it is unpredictable, but certainly not a small number. However, host, please be cautious. Due to nuclear pollution, many of the beastmen... Host, be careful. Lu Chubai was attentively listening to the system when Xiao Huihui suddenly scooped her up and soared into the air. Roar! As Lu Chubai's vision began to clear, she was suddenly confronted by a menacing shadow that lunged at her once more. Xiao Huihui swiftly cradled Lu Chubai in one arm while the other unleashed a laser, striking the shadow down. The figure fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lowering her gaze, Lu Chubai beheld a fish-like beast-man with 3 hands and half a head. Its form was exceedingly peculiar, seemingly cobbled together haphazardly, with unexpected features sprouting from bizarre locations. The creature sported 3 ears, while its mouth was split in two. Understanding the interruption of the system's dialogue, Lu Chubai recognized the gravity of the situation. Chapter 61. Slaying numerous beastmen. Lu Chubai instructed Xiao Huihui to lower her to the ground. The commotion had roused many beastmen around them, who appeared feeble and bewildered, their expressions vacant despite being awakened. Xiao Huihui had not harmed the fish beastman. Rather, the laser net pinned it to the ground. The creature writhed, revealing its densely packed teeth, attempting to bite Lu Chubai. Many of these beastmen had mutated, losing much of their rationality and becoming highly aggressive, prompting the host to exercise caution. That Lu Chubai felt overwhelmed. With such drastic mutations, would aiding them restore their original forms? If not, could it truly be deemed a successful rescue? Restoring their health could count as a success, but reverting them to their former selves might require surgical intervention. She would address the matter of surgery later. Approaching the fish beast man, Lu Chubai retrieved a vial of spiritual spring water from her space farm. This water possessed certain properties that could temporarily subdue the frenzied beastmen. As she poured it over the creature, it indeed became noticeably calmer. However, this action incited movement among the other beastmen, who mechanically turned their heads toward the water jug in her hand, prompting them all to surge forward. Xiao Huihui, reacting swiftly, lifted Lu Chubai into the air. She personally dispensed the precious water to the beastmen, yet this effort amounted to little more than a drop in the bucket. Although the spiritual spring water from her space farm flowed continuously, it did so slowly. With this application, she had exhausted her supply, and she needed to reserve some for her baby. Thus, she could only offer a limited amount today. The beastmen clamored, mouths agape, eagerly licking the ground where the water had fallen, determined not to waste a single drop. Those that had missed out extended their arms, groaning and pleading. Little Lu, at that moment, Bill Rock piloted his flying ship into the scene. Before it had even come to a halt, he leaped out, having misunderstood the situation. Without a glance, he assumed Xiao Huihui was an abductor of Lu Chubai. He embraced her tightly, prompting Lu Chubai to retract Xiao Huihui, mindful of the differences between Xiao Huihui and the starship. Bill Rock's strength was remarkable. He effortlessly held Lu Chubai in one arm as he landed with unwavering stability. The previously agitated beastmen retreated in fear, casting wary glances at him. Yet Bill Rock showed no mercy. Covering Lu Chubai's ears, he let out a thunderous roar, his voice resonating with immense power, accompanied by his innate sonic waves. An invisible sound wave emanated from him, causing the already weakened beastmen to bleed from their orifices. They writhed in agony, their eyes wide with pain as they collapsed to the ground. "Stop," Lu Chubai admonished sharply. Those fallen were all her points. This was the first time she had witnessed Bill Rock's ruthlessness. In that fleeting moment, the indifference and hostility he displayed towards life were indeed chilling. Despite his cold-blooded demeanor, he exhibited restraint in Lu Chubai's presence. Upon her command, the malevolence surrounding Bill Rock dissipated entirely. He bent down, shielding Lu Chubai in his embrace, waiting for the dust to settle before loosening his hold slightly. "How could you have run so far in such a short time? Is everything all right?" He spoke as if nothing had happened, as though the massacre of beastmen had not been his doing, displaying a surprising gentleness towards Lu Chubai. Her expression was complex as she shook her head, still reeling from the shock and contemplating her mission, that if she were to rescue each beastman individually, it would take far too long. The most effective solution would be to purify the seawater, aligning with Bill Rock's previous actions. However, Lu Chubai's efforts alone would be insufficient, as she was not a specialist. Therefore, collaboration with Bill Rock was imperative. "Are you scared?" Bill Rock asked, lowering his head to place a gentle kiss on her forehead. Lu Chubai raised her gaze to meet his. "You killed so many beastmen." His expression remained stoic, his eyes devoid of warmth. "They deserved it." Lu Chubai pressed her lips together. "But they did not harm me." She calculated the loss, realizing she had just forfeited several hundred points. "How infuriating! But you frightened my little sweetheart. You were the one who scared me." she retorted, her voice unconsciously taking on a playful tone. "That I'm sorry," he replied, his apology straightforward, yet Lu Chubai sensed he would likely repeat the offense. With a hand around Bill Rock's neck, she declared, "You must not do this again." Her tone was commanding, laced with an air of defiance. Recognizing the potential benefits, Lu Chubai was willing to temporarily set aside her other emotions to coexist with Bill Rock. Bill Rock paused, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. This was the first time Lu Chubai had addressed him in such a manner. His arm trembled slightly. "All right," he acquiesced softly, a hint of amusement in his voice. He gazed at Lu Chubai for several moments, his eyes lingering on her radiant, exquisite features. Finally, unable to resist, he pulled her closer, kissing her deeply. Lu Chubai did not resist, displaying an unexpected docility. Eventually, as her breath grew shallow, she gently patted his shoulder. "Enough, let go." Her tone was laced with playful impatience. Bill Rock was captivated by her vibrant, unique spirit, finding it far more appealing than any feigned allure. "Very well," he replied, a smile dancing in his eyes. He embraced Lu Chubai and leaped into the air. The flying ship approached, automatically opening its doors to receive them. Bill Rock brought Lu Chubai back to the cabin, where he had prepared nutritional supplements for her. "I won't drink this," Lu Chubai said, wrinkling her nose in distaste, then produced 2 large tomatoes. "That I'll eat this instead." Bill Rock glanced at the tomatoes in surprise. "That I don't know how to prepare this." "Do you want to eat it raw?" "I prefer it cooked, sautéed," she specified. This request posed a challenge for Bill Rock, who had only encountered tomatoes through Lu Chubai's earlier presentation at the Agricultural Academy. He had seen images of tomatoes in the data, but lacked any culinary instructions. Furrowing his brow, Bill Rock realized Lu Chubai was intentionally putting him in a difficult position. However, she was unbothered. Finding amusement in the situation, to her surprise, Bill Rock picked up a tomato and calmly stated, "Then I shall learn that my ability to learn is quite strong." That he accepted her playful demands with remarkable composure. Chapter 62. My Sweetheart. "You just smiled at me," Lu Chubai observed as Bill Rock held the tomato, preparing cooking utensils while researching recipes. His towering figure busied himself at the counter, creating a striking contrast. Lu Chubai, stepping into her space farm, found that the 4 little ones had awoken, with Xiao Huihui entertaining them. Once she joined in, the mother and her children engaged in joyful play, while Xiao Huihui went to prepare a meal for Lu Chubai. However, Lu Chubai doubted that Bill Rock could successfully cook the tomato. Lacking any stir-frying tools, it seemed impossible. Looking toward the spiritual spring pool within her space farm, Lu Chubai noticed the water level rising slowly after her earlier usage. She retrieved the purification formula acquired from the royal palace, reviewing it thoroughly before deciding to test it out. After spending 3 hours in the space farm, satiated and ready, Lu Chubai waited until the 4 babies were asleep before emerging with seeds. The space farm was filled with an abundance of seeds, a variety of types at her disposal. Anything produced from the space farm would undoubtedly be robust, thriving easily in soil. Yet, one prerequisite remained: a sufficient water source. The water supply here was severely lacking, barely enough for daily consumption, insufficient even for Bill Rock's own needs. "Little Lu." As soon as Lu Chubai appeared, Bill Rock approached him, his hands clasped protectively across his chest, presenting a rather peculiar posture. "What are you doing?" Lu Chubai inquired, wishing to step outside, yet Bill Rock obstructed his path. "Are you hungry? Give this a try." With that, Bill Rock withdrew his hands to reveal an exquisite crystal plate. Adorned with vibrant red, diced tomatoes, succulent and sought addition, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. "That I've been waiting for you for quite some time. It's still warm, so do taste it." Bill Rock's gaze was profound. His eyes calm like a tranquil pool. He was no fool, yet his actions were undeniably foolish. The juxtaposition of his composed demeanor and such absurdity left Lu Chubai somewhat speechless, taken aback by the unexpectedness of it all. "I am full," Lu Chubai replied, having feasted abundantly in the spatial farm and previously shared fruits with 4 little ones before coming out. Initially, he had thought that Bill Rock would persist, but he insisted. "If you're not eating now, let me know when you feel hungry." Bill Rock's tone was steady, exuding a sense of reliability, as he casually placed the plate on a nearby table. "That I saved some seeds earlier. Since you seem to enjoy this, I shall delve deeper into this area of research. Perhaps I will also explore the purification of seawater." That Lu Chubai handed him the purification formula. Bill Rock glanced at it, surprised. "Did Lansun give this to you?" His curiosity was understandable, given that Lansun was still seeking Lu Chubai online, that no subsequently, Bill Rock escorted Lu Chubai to the laboratory, which was vast and equipped with a myriad of devices. Including those absent from the Agricultural Institute, that Lu Chubai felt a twinge of curiosity. Bill Rock, noticing the spark in her eyes, followed closely behind, providing introductions. His research encompassed a wide array of fields, including biochemistry and medicine. He truly seemed to possess remarkable intelligence in truth, Lu Chubai had a keen interest in biology as well, having spent many dreary days during illness engrossed in experiments and related literature, though she had never engaged in hands-on practice before. As Bill Rock elaborated behind her, Lu Chubai realized he was indeed an excellent teacher. Clear, patient, and articulate, a stark contrast to his imposing stature. This area focuses on water purification research. These machines are all part of it. This is TPO, For Life Energy Purification Solution. We currently have only 2 experimental cases, with others still undergoing testing. Bill Rock gestured towards a nearby machine. Lu Chubai approached to inspect it, where numerous glass graduated tubes were neatly arranged, over 1,000, nearly covering an entire wall. Each tube contained water samples, labeled with the names of their respective planets. This indicated that Bill Rock had visited all these locations, upon noticing the topmost tube containing an eerie purple liquid. Lu Chubai glanced at it for a moment. Bill Rock raised his hand and retrieved the glass graduated tube with ease, as its height was quite significant, beyond Lu Chubai's reach even if she jumped. However, for the tall Bill Rock, it was a trivial task. Standing beside Lu Chubai, his expression remained icy as he observed the water samples in that instance. Lu Chubai found herself momentarily entranced, despite a persistent annoyance she felt towards him. Stemming from the fact that he had taken her daughter, she found an inexplicable sense of security in his presence. Many of these planets lack specific names I named this one. He remarked that Lu Chubai turned to see the label affixed to the glass. Planet of Oblivion. 8th star. She glanced back at the wall, which also displayed the 1st star and the 11th star of Oblivion. These forsaken planets scattered across the galaxy had all been visited by Bill Rock. Is the royal formula effective? Lu Chubai asked in a low voice. Bill Rock returned the graduated tube to its place on the wall and walked to another station, responding to her inquiry as he moved. Of course it's effective. The Royal Research Team is the most elite in the entire United States of Aliston. Bill Rock handed Lu Chubai a vial of nutrient solution, just as she was about to decline. He interjected, "You must be thirsty, right? This isn't just any nutrient solution. It's specially formulated for you. What is it?" Lu Chubai's curiosity piqued, realizing she hadn't even noticed her thirst. Bill Rock's eyes glimmered with a subtle, almost imperceptible amusement I believe you will enjoy it, despite its unhealthiness. Lu Chubai took a sip, only to be astonished to discover it was carbonated drink, a beverage long deemed unhealthy and obsolete in the interstellar realm, no longer favored by beastmen. Yet, it was the most familiar and comforting thing she had encountered since arriving in this new world, prompting a smile to grace her lips as she lifted her gaze to speak. She found Bill Rock closing the distance he drew her close, effortlessly lifting her onto the control laboratory table. Bill Rock held her chin, planting a gentle kiss on her lips. "Sweetheart, you smiled at me just now." Lu Chubai's expression darkened. "Let go." She attempted to push him away. Moments ago, she had thought his discussion of research rather appealing. Chapter 63, You Have Filled My Heart. Lu Chubai's hand was captured by Bill Rock, who pressed it against his lower back, wedging it between her legs. "Sweetheart, I'm quite pleased." Bill Rock leaned over the laboratory table, gazing into her eyes, and compared to him, Lu Chubai seemed remarkably petite, comfortably nestled against his chest. Bill Rock's eyes were perpetually dark, rarely revealing any emotion, even when expressing his affection for Lu Chubai. "May I have a kiss, please?" It was not a request. Having spoken, he leaned in to kiss her again. Strangely, Lu Chubai found herself forgetting to refuse, her feeble resistance barely registering on Bill Rock's shoulders. His advances were assertive and irresistibly alluring, igniting a fervor within Lu Chubai. She squinted at him, having never studied his features closely before. Her gaze fell into the depths of his piercing eyes, which remained wide open, fixed on her without a blink. Who kisses with their eyes open? Lu Chubai, flustered and indignant, swiftly covered Bill Rock's eyes with her palm. The flutter of her long lashes sent a tingling sensation coursing through her, a delightful shiver that resonated deep within her heart. Bill Rock did not relent. He kissed her for an extended duration, until Lu Chubai found herself struggling to breathe. Just as he prepared to withdraw, she grasped his collar. "Sweetheart, you taste exquisite," he praised as Lu Chubai composed herself. "Warning, you must not touch me again, did I understand? You are upset that I took your daughter," Bill Rock replied, his tone lacking any remorse. "But do you realize, had it not been for this intersection, I would not have held you in such regard." Bill Rock took Lu Chubai's hand, placing it against his chest. "This is more miraculous than any living being that I in an instant. You have filled my heart. From now on, it shall no longer be empty." "Sweetheart, do you despise me?" His voice bore a hint of sorrow, his dark eyes seemingly flickering with shattered starlight. "Though it was but a fleeting moment, that I will make amends to the best of my ability. I will agree to anything you say, even if you were to stab me with a knife. However, I cannot refrain from kissing you." Bill Rock's gaze shifted to one of fierce determination that Lu Chubai felt a flush of embarrassment. She had merely uttered a few words, yet Bill Rock had rambled on endlessly. Was he growing old? The two locked eyes for a moment before Bill Rock suddenly lifted his hand to gently stroke Lu Chubai's nose. Company took her hand, leading her to a machine that he activated the blue virtual screen of the light brain, revealing a plethora of data. After taking a sample, he placed it under the microscope. "Take a look." Bill Rock finally released Lu Chubai's hand, transitioning from assertiveness to focused diligence in the blink of an eye. That moment. He resembled a mentor to Lu Chubai. She nearly succumbed to the urge to call him Professor Rock. Taking a seat, she peered into the microscope at the water source. "That it's not good," she concluded. "This has been purified, yet it contains numerous harmful substances." Bill Rock was experiencing a considerable headache that Lu Chubai did not respond. Instead, she retrieved some water from the spatial farm. "Take a look at this." After glancing at it, Lu Chubai made way. When she collected the water earlier, she had obscured Bill Rock's view with the machine, so he hadn't seen clearly. Hearing Lu Chubai's words, he took a seat. "That I've seen a lot of this before." Before he could finish, Bill Rock's expression turned serious. He had discovered the most exquisite water quality, an astonishing quality. It contained a multitude of minerals beneficial to living organisms, and even more. Where did this come from? Bill Rock's excitement was finally ignited. While he was inspecting, Lu Chubai had already extracted some spring water with a glass graduated cylinder. "Here you go." Lu Chubai turned to research other weapons, claiming she was starting her task by purifying seawater. However, she lacked relevant experience, feeling quite lost in practical application, essentially creating chaos in the laboratory. Sometimes she felt excessively clumsy. "No worries, my brilliant student." Even when his experiment went awry, Bill Rock remained unperturbed, teasing her with a calm demeanor. Naturally, Lu Chubai perceived this as mockery. "Then you can be busy," not wishing to linger in the laboratory any longer. Lu Chubai approached the door and glanced back, half expecting Bill Rock to stop her. To her surprise, he was engrossed in examining the spring water she had given him, diligently attending to the machines. She wondered which was superior, advanced technology or her enigmatic system that Lu Chubai intended to cultivate plants, which was her forte. She sought seeds for roses and peonies, surveying the incongruous building that was likely a villa. It just needed a flower wall courtyard. Lu Chubai first circled the house, marking a line. Then, following this line, she began to sow the seeds. "Will this soil support growth?" Lu Chubai fretted. "Rest assured, host, that if you irrigate with spring water in a timely manner, it will indeed flourish. The spring water can enhance the soil here, allowing the plants to thrive even more." Lu Chubai could already envision a beautiful wall of roses and peonies outside. The current interstellar beast era was filled with technology, yet it exuded a sense of coldness. Suddenly, Lu Chubai felt that she should transplant the scenery of her spatial farm onto the planet, though that could wait until she possessed her own planet. When Bill Rock emerged, he found Lu Chubai burying something in the ground. "Little dear, what are you doing?" Bill Rock approached. "Planting flowers." Bill Rock looked at the seeds in Lu Chubai's hands. Regardless of their origin, these seeds could not possibly survive in this soil. That he took out a towel to wipe the sweat from her brow. "Oh, you need my assistance." "No need. You should focus on researching the water source and quickly experiment to develop a purifying agent." "Understood." Bill Rock nodded, glancing at the lines Lu Chubai had drawn, clearly outlining a courtyard around the house. As if in an agricultural academy, the Lu Chubai was planting flowers in the courtyard. Did she wish to cultivate flowers on Brostar as well? This aspiration was beautiful and made Bill Locke feel that Lu Chubai desired to live here with him. His gaze softened as he turned to enter the house. Soon, he emerged with some iron frames. Will this suffice? A wooden fence would certainly be more aesthetically pleasing, but wood is quite precious. Fortunately, there are some iron frames in the storage room. What? Bill Locke raised an eyebrow, inserting a metal pipe into the soil. A fence. The lines and seeds you drew are meant for a flower wall. Aren't they? He understood. Lu Chubai was somewhat taken aback and deliberately asked, "Do you believe I can grow them?" Bill Locke did not conceal his thoughts, shaking his head, that no hearing his definitive response. Lu Chubai felt a surge of pride. She was confident she could make it happen. Chapter 64. A child needs Bill suddenly. Lu Chubai felt an urge to confront Bill Locke. She was determined to cultivate flowers. Ideally, to cover the entire planet with them. Observing Bill Locke's demeanor, she sensed he likely despised such flowers, which only fueled her resolve to grow them. Lu Chubai asked, "What if I succeed in growing them?" Seeing her unwavering confidence, Bill Locke's gaze deepened. "What do you intend to do?" Bill Locke believed that he could acquiesce to any request Lu Chubai made. Lu Chubai narrowed her eyes that if I succeed, you must never appear before me again. Bill Locke released the iron pipe in his hand and stepped closer to Lu Chubai. "Let us change the terms." He radiated a cold aura, his expression serious as he furrowed his brows and inquired, "Is it because I took your daughter without permission that you harbor such disdain for me?" Lu Chubai was momentarily taken aback by this question. It seemed the primary reason was indeed this. Yet deep down, another thought insisted that Bill Locke had not intended to harm the child. The dire living conditions of the Stellar Federation had clouded their judgment. They could not have known that Lu Chubai possessed a perfect spatial farm. Bill Locke was even striving to protect the child's life as best as he could. Lu Chubai shook off the thoughts swirling in her mind. Convincing herself that the voice within was merely a devil's whisper, she resolutely told herself that she ought to detest Bill Locke. "You annoy me in every way." Bill Locke's steady gaze finally showed a crack. "Do not speak like that." Bill Locke grasped Lu Chubai's hand, his voice trembling slightly. "Little dear, you should reflect carefully." That Lu Chubai angrily shook off his hand. "You are far too self-assured. Why do you think I should like you?" "You are overthinking this." Lu Chubai wore a mocking expression, unwilling to continue this meaningless conversation with Bill Locke as she returned to sowing her seeds. Bill Locke stood still, watching her retreating figure. His voice unwaveringly resolute. "Aside from your condition of wanting me to leave you alone, I can agree to everything else. Little dear, I do not like to regret my choices. That I hope you feel the same." He had adopted a professorial tone reminiscent of his days at the Agricultural Academy. Lu Chubai, hearing his unwavering words, felt an unquenchable anger rise within her. "Professor Locke, that is your opinion, not mine. No one can dictate my thoughts." Bill Locke nodded. "Indeed, the choice will always rest in your hands." Bill Locke picked up an iron pipe and continued to construct the framework. Lu Chubai swiftly began sowing the seeds. The scorching sun descended like a curtain, and the fiery twilight spread across the land like silk. Shimmering with vibrant hues, Lu Chubai found a room with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows and carefully brought the 4 little ones out from the spatial farm. After inquiring multiple times, she confirmed that the 3rd and 4th treasures were still in good health and should be fine with exposure to the outside AI. Lu Chubai was also eager to assess their condition. After all, being children, they could not remain in the spatial farm indefinitely and needed to adapt to the outside world. Moreover, with such splendid twilight, it was only right for her to share this moment with the children. The eldest and 2nd treasures were filled with excitement. Pressing their faces against the glass to gaze at the scenery outside, their eyes shimmering with delight. In contrast, the 3rd and 4th treasures were far more subdued. They sat on Lu Chubai's lap, watching the eldest and 2nd treasures without blinking. Lu Chubai noticed that the 3rd and 4th treasures did not smile as readily, displaying minimal emotional fluctuations, even when they were happily playing. Their smiles were reserved compared to the boisterous laughter of the eldest and 2nd treasures. Lu Chubai was endeavoring to encourage the 3rd and 4th treasures to be more vivacious. At that moment, Bill Locke pushed the door open and entered. Lu Chubai immediately tensed, tightening her embrace around the children and positioning her body to shield the eldest and 2nd treasures before she could speak. She observed the third and fourth treasures suddenly becoming animated in her arms. They kicked their little legs and reached out toward Bill Locke with eager hands. That Lu Chubai furrowed her brow in confusion at this unexpected reaction. After a brief argument between the two, she had scarcely spoken to Bill Locke for quite some time. Was he perhaps upset and employing some method to compete for the children's affection? Suddenly, the third and fourth treasures began to cry anxiously. Without hesitation, Lu Chubai took them into the spatial farm. Bill Locke watched in alarm as the individuals before him vanished in an instant. He understood that Lu Chubai had retreated into the storage space. However, he was puzzled. With his mental prowess, there should be no storage space he could not penetrate. Yet, why was he unable to access Lu Chubai's? Inside the spatial farm, Lu Chubai believed that the third and fourth treasures were frightened by the sight of Bill Locke. She gently comforted them, but they continued to wail. The eldest and second treasures hurried over to touch their sister's cheeks. Yet the third and fourth treasures still stretched out their small hands. Just then, Xiao Huihui approached, saying, "Master, the third and fourth treasures likely wished to see Bill Locke." That Lu Chubai was taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Why? Xiao Huihui explained, according to data monitoring, the third and fourth treasures have developed a strong dependence on Bill Locke. Their emotions visibly elevate upon seeing him. That Lu Chubai was reluctant to accept this reality. How could that be? The third and fourth treasures have no connection to Bill Locke. Why would they cling to him? She continued to soothe the children, but they remained inconsolable, with no other option. Lu Chubai emerged with the third and fourth treasures in her arms, looking at Bill Locke, who still stood in the room. "Little dear, do not fear me. I will not harm you or the children," Bill Locke said, taking a cautious step forward, his voice low and steady. That Lu Chubai bit her lip, observing the emotions of the third and fourth treasures. They had been crying with their eyes closed but quickly opened them upon hearing Bill Locke's voice. Reaching out their arms toward him, it was evident they desired his embrace. Bill Locke noticed this as well and explained, "In the days when I first took care of them, I held them closely. They may have remembered me. May I hold them now?" He extended his hands toward them. The third and fourth treasures grew even more excited at the prospect. Lu Chubai hesitated before reluctantly handing the two children over to Bill Locke. Remaining vigilant as she stood before him, her hands still positioned protectively behind her children. Should anything go amiss, she would promptly retrieve them back to the spatial farm. Strangely, once in Bill Locke's arms. The third and fourth treasures ceased their crying, much to Lu Chubai's dismay. The realization that her children preferred Bill Locke was disheartening. Bill Locke lowered his head, his expression calm but infused with tenderness. Gently patting the children's backs, the two little ones quickly quieted down, their eyes wide with curiosity as they gazed at him. Lu Chubai, her voice low, inquired, "Have you done something to them?" "No," he replied. "Then why do they settle down in your arms?" Lu Chubai pressed that if Bill Locke had not done anything to the children, she could not fathom another explanation. "They are merely children," he responded, "but they can sense that I treat them well." His words held deeper implications, suggesting to Lu Chubai that he had never contemplated harming the children. Their dependence on him was the strongest proof of that. Lu Chubai stared at him, speechless, unable to refute his claim. However, she remained skeptical. Yet, it was undeniable that Bill Locke exhibited considerable experience. It was hard to imagine that such a strong and robust figure could hold a child in one arm while administering nutrition. "Where did you acquire this nutrition?" she questioned. Bill Locke, keenly perceptive, recognized her curiosity. "That I developed it myself," he stated, leaving Lu Chubai even more wary of him. That he was undoubtedly formidable. Bill Locke did not press further, patiently waiting for the third and fourth treasures to finish drinking. The two little ones appeared quite spirited. That he then produced several toys, a handbell, a grass ball, and one that Lu Chubai did not recognize. Observing her confusion, he explained, "This is a Manhattan ball. That I researched that children of this age should engage in exercises for their vision and hearing, as well as tactile stimulation. They should also be spoken to often to encourage their grasping abilities." "Stop," Lu Chubai interjected, halting him as she realized he intended to continue. "Could you please share all your research with me?" It was evident that Bill Locke had done his homework, which both surprised and touched Lu Chubai. "Certainly," he nodded. "I will write everything down and send it to you shortly." "What do you mean?" she asked, intrigued. "My memory is quite good. I have retained it all in my mind without needing notes," he replied. Comparing their efforts, Lu Chubai suddenly felt inadequate. Much of the responsibility for the children had fallen on Xiao Huihui's shoulders, though she had seen Xiao Huihui providing necessary exercises for the children. She realized she had not done much herself. Her expression darkened further. Bill Locke added, "It is said that children require both paternal and maternal love to flourish. I believe I can do better than General Darren in this regard." Lu Chubai rolled her eyes at his boastfulness. Observing Bill Locke engaging the two treasures in purposeful play, she felt a surge of inspiration and promptly retrieved the eldest and second treasures from the spatial farm. After all, whether Bill Locke had 2 or 4 children to care for, it would be the same effort. Bill Locke did not refuse her that MY experiment results will be ready in an hour. They should be asleep by then, he informed Lu Chubai. She settled cross-legged beside him, and at that moment, they truly resembled a family. Together, they played games on the bedding, and soon the eldest and second treasures joined in the fun with Bill Locke. The 4 little ones crawled all over him, as Lu Chubai observed with a mischievous smile. Bill Locke exhibited immense patience and affection, and Lu Chubai suddenly noticed something. Was it because the 3rd and 4th treasures had spent time with Bill Locke? She observed that their emotional stability sometimes mirrored his demeanor. Indeed, after approximately 50 minutes of play, the 4 children began to tire and soon fell asleep. That Lu Chubai thought to herself that Bill Locke was far more adept than Xiao Huihui. The machine nanny. Perhaps because he possessed warmth and spoke with genuine emotion. 4 children lay side by side atop the bed, their little hands and feet restless yet obedient as they slumbered. Lu Chubai and Bill Locke reclined on either side, and as Lu Chubai gazed at the adorable infants, a look of contentment spread across her face. Bill Locke propped himself up with one arm. Shifting closer to Lu Chubai, just as she contemplated resisting, she heard his low voice. "They've just fallen asleep. Let us keep the noise down," he whispered, gently nibbling at the sensitive skin behind her ear. Lu Chubai, indeed anxious, glanced at the children beside them, her heart racing with trepidation. Bill Locke's palm rested on her waist, drawing her closer as he pressed his lips against hers. Unable to push back against his robust frame, she murmured, "Aren't you supposed to be preparing for the experiment? You should hurry. There are only 6 minutes left. There is no time for anything else, but we can steal 6 minutes for this." With that, he silenced her with a kiss, effectively stifling her words, leaving only the occasional muffled whimper escaping Lu Chubai's lips. Bill Locke timed their embrace perfectly. With 1 minute remaining, he finally released her. "There is an unusual taste in your mouth," he remarked. Lu Chubai's expression darkened, feeling both embarrassed and slightly irate. "Are you implying I have bad breath?" "No," Bill Locke replied, though a hint of confusion lingered in his voice. "It is more like the scent that comes with hormonal changes during pregnancy. But I haven't experienced it myself. I've merely read about it." He lowered his gaze to her, his hand resting on her abdomen, his large palm enveloping her waist entirely. "Are you expecting?" Lu Chubai's eyes shimmered with uncertainty. Despite Bill Locke's outward calm, she remained acutely aware of his true nature. That a flicker of fear coursed through her. What might he do? Her 3 seconds of silence conveyed her apprehension, and Bill Locke seemed to grasp the implication that he was certain it concerned that serpentine beastman. Lu Chubai thought to herself that Bill Locke was exceedingly astute. His tranquil gaze appeared to penetrate her very soul. Yet she remained mute, her eyes growing increasingly wary. Bill Locke let out a soft sigh. "Do not fear. I would never harm you. I am merely pondering when we might conceive a child together." He pressed another kiss to her lips, which tingled slightly. Lu Chubai's expression was complex. Each of Bill Locke's words and decisions seemed to catch her off guard. Chapter 66. Surrounded. Lu Chubai awaited Bill Locke's departure before returning the children to the space farm. She had no intention of venturing out that night, wary of Bill Locke's potential persistence. However, in the latter half of the night, she was stirred by noises outside. Bill Locke's voice, tinged with concern, called out. Sensing something amiss, Lu Chubai emerged from the space farm to investigate through the window. To her astonishment, she saw numerous beastmen surrounding the house, while Bill Locke stood resolutely against the mutated beastmen. His earlier voice had likely been a call for her, fearing she might venture out and encounter danger. Bill Locke unleashed waves of sonic energy that sent the mutated beastmen to their knees in agony. "Begone!" he barked, his tone dark and menacing. "Dare disturb my female, and I shall ensure you find no rest." After issuing his threat, he brandished a surgical knife, advancing toward the incapacitated beastmen. Though his weapon was small, It was exceedingly sharp, and he dispatched them with ease to Lu Chubai. Each fallen beastman represented points earned, prompting her to step outside. Bill Locke, why are these mutated beastmen here? Upon hearing her voice, Bill Locke quickly concealed his knife. Lu, why have you come out? He had not found her in the room earlier, and had assumed she had taken the children into the storage space, which emboldened his actions. Now, seeing her emerge, he feared it might startle her. Do you wish to spare these mutated beastmen? Lu Chubai frowned. While her mission dictated such a course, she would not save those who were evil. They seek a water source. Bill Locke continued. They can smell the clean water in the basement. But as Bill Locke explained, a mutated beastman with numerous arms suddenly lunged at him from the side, wielding a red coral as a weapon. Attempting a sneak attack, Lu Chubai reacted swiftly, her dagger flying from her hand and embedding itself in the beastman's chest before it could reach Bill Locke. Bill Locke, having already noticed the threat, added his own strike. Yet he was pleasantly surprised that Lu Chubai had saved him. Lu, you're quite the fighter, he said, approaching her with a grin. Lu Chubai took a step back, scrunching her nose. You reeked. It's the blood of these mutated beastmen, he replied, halting. You should return inside. I'll handle this. Lu Chubai furrowed her brow. How do you intend to deal with them? Are you simply going to kill them? Do you wish for me to spare them? Lu Chubai shook her head. Lock them up for experimentation. That I hope to develop a potion to improve the water source and, ideally, restore the beastmen to their original state. Bill Locke nodded. Very well, that I shall find a way. Did he believe this was Lu Chubai testing his resolve? Yet she offered no further explanation and did not return to the space farm. The commotion had rendered her restless, prompting her to consider reviewing Bill Locke's experimental report instead. Bill Locke worked swiftly, cleaning himself thoroughly before silently appearing behind Lu Chubai as she stood by the machine. That he lifted her effortlessly. And before she could react, he grasped her chin and kissed her. The more she struggled, the tighter he held her, ultimately carrying her away from the laboratory. Let go. Lu Chubai realized that Bill Locke had an insatiable desire to kiss her. They tumbled onto the bed, with Bill Locke pinning her down, using one hand to secure her wrists above her head. Sweetheart, please don't move. There are children here, he murmured, caressing her slightly protruding abdomen. Though the curve was subtle, it was clear that the child was developing healthily. Lu Chubai fell silent. What else do you wish to do with me? Nothing, he replied, shaking his head sadly. That if you do not consent, I shall refrain. That he leaned in closer. I merely yearn for a kiss. May I? Tonight. Let me hold you while we sleep. My dear. A flicker of weariness crossed his eyes. During Lu Chubai's lengthy absence in the space farm, he had not rested, enduring a self-inflicted despair. Then let me go first. That know you're quite cunning. The moment I release you, you will dart back into the storage space. Bill Locke pressed a kiss to her eyes, chuckling softly. All right, let us rest. His tall frame sank into the bedding beside her, and he nestled Lu Chubai against his arm, wrapping her waist with his other hand, gently patting her side. Sleep soundly. The warm air enveloped her. Yet it did not incite any discomfort. Rather, it possessed a wondrous soothing quality. In the vicinity of Lu Chubai's ears, there was a faint yet enchanting whisper, akin to a melodious song. Realizing this was the gift of Bill Locke, his exquisite sound waves, she understood they could both inflict pain and provide comfort. Indeed, Lu Chubai felt a hint of drowsiness. As she languidly closed her eyes, she suddenly sensed her lips becoming moist. Her weary eyelids fluttered, and Bill Locke seized the moment to kiss her, wishing to envelop her entirely in his embrace. Relishing the act without Lu Chubai, in her lethargy, paid him no mind. The following morning, Bill Locke roused her once more with a kiss. Lu Chubai extended her hands to rest against his chest, and he gently pecked her. The child should be awake. You ought to check on them. Unbeknownst to Bill Locke, the child was under the care of Xiao Hui. Indeed, that slumber was exceedingly refreshing. Lu Chubai could not resist stretching languorously. Bill Locke lay beside her, propping his head on his hand, observing Lu Chubai as he tenderly brushed her tousled hair. I shall prepare breakfast for you. You go see the child after we eat. May I examine you and your baby? Upon hearing this, Lu Chubai could not help but regard Bill Locke, whose expression was filled with tenderness devoid of any other sentiment. Yet, she could not shake her skepticism about whether he could truly accept that she bore the offspring of another beastman. Even if he could tolerate it, would he possess the grace to care for both her and the child she carried? Chapter 67. Not one to dispense affection, Lu Chubai entered the spatial farm, where she found the child indeed awake. They had already bathed and consumed their nutrient solution. As soon as they spotted Lu Chubai, Dabao and Airbao swiftly crawled toward her. The little ones were growing rapidly, their speed of movement increasing as well, while Sanbao and Bao remained seated, eagerly watching Lu Chubai. Lu Chubai first scooped up Dabao and Airbao, who, displaying remarkable understanding, requested to be set down to play after receiving her morning kisses. She then picked up Sanbao and Bao, who were obedient yet pointed toward the direction from which Lu Chubai had entered. What does this mean? Xiao Huihui speculated. Sanbao and Bao have been wanting to crawl that way for a while. They might wish to exit the spatial farm. It seems Sanbao and Bao indeed relied on Bill Locke. Lu Chubai wished to sever this dependency that I end the points mall. She exchanged for 2 charming toy dolls for them. These dolls could sing and speak when pressed, and could even walk on their own while reciting ancient poems. Such toys were unheard of in the Galactic Federation. Sanbao and Bao were quickly captivated by their new playthings. Xiao Huihui prepared a breakfast of shredded meat and egg noodles, which Lu Chubai found utterly delightful as she ate while watching the children. Although she longed to remain in the spatial farm with them, she needed to complete her task promptly to leave Broluo Star. After harvesting the crops and livestock on the spatial farm, she would replant and then play with the children for over an hour before emerging. Upon descending the stairs, she encountered Bill Locke holding a crystal plate. "This is your breakfast." Lu Chubai glanced at the plate, which contained 2 pink, petal-like food items. "This is crafted from frozen nutrient solution. Do give it a taste." Unable to suppress a smirk, Lu Chubai realized the effort Bill Locke had put forth that I am already satiated. She turned and headed toward the laboratory. Bill Locke gazed down at the carefully prepared food in the plate, aware that Lu Chubai still struggled to accept him. After a prolonged moment of silence, he set the plate aside and followed her into the laboratory. "Where did you place the water samples I provided yesterday?" Lu Chubai did not turn back, but inquired, "Did I in the computer to your left?" She promptly approached to examine them. The data reports indicated that all metrics surpassed perfect standards. That Lu Chubai then reviewed the purification formula, intending to use the spiritual spring water as a catalyst to enhance the efficacy of the purification agent. Bill Locke understood her intention and immediately began directing the process that he, too, was diligently engaged. Their first collaboration was remarkably harmonious. Astonishingly, Bill Locke comprehended her inquiries with remarkable speed. Thus, during their inaugural attempt at such a complex experiment, Lu Chubai found herself adapting swiftly, aided by Bill Locke's thoughtful inclusion of guiding arrows and detailed instructional tips on the computer. However, she still contributed less, with Bill Locke handling the more critical and intricate tasks due to his prior knowledge, allowing him to work expeditiously. By noon, he had already developed 2 distinct purification agents. "Shall we test them?" Lu Chubai nodded, and Bill Locke led her to the location where the mutated beastmen had been confined. Inside the enormous cage, the mutated beastmen huddled in a corner, recoiling in fear at the sight of Bill Locke. He filled a water jug with seawater and added the purification agent, transforming the formerly dark seawater into a clear, pale blue hue. The data from these purified waters indicated they met drinkable standards. However, the challenge lay in preventing rapid mutations upon absorption by biological entities, which would disrupt their physiological systems. While purifying the water itself was straightforward, sustaining its stability to prevent mutations after consumption was complex, especially given the varying reactions across different beastman species. Consequently, experimentation was necessary. Yet, the mutated beastmen hesitated to drink the water offered by Bill Locke, having witnessed his formidable power. Consequently, he placed the water outside the iron bars and led Lu Chubai to another room, where they monitored the situation via surveillance. Not long after their departure, the mutated beastmen could no longer resist the temptation to consume the water. They might exhibit symptoms such as vomiting, relentless headaches, and abdominal pain, which Bill Locke anticipated. However, Lu Chubai remained confident that the latest purification formula developed by the Royal Research Team, combined with her spiritual spring water, would yield positive results. 0.5 minutes passed swiftly, and the mutated beastmen who had ingested the water showed no adverse reactions. Bill Locke was taken aback that I didn't expect success on the first attempt. It seems effective. Indeed, let them remain for now. Lu Chubai returned to the laboratory, where she spent nearly the entire day alongside Bill Locke, Apart from a brief visit to check on the children by evening, they had concocted even more agents, sufficient to purify approximately 30 million cubic kilometers of water, while still far from purifying the entire ocean. If the agents proved effective, the remaining production would become significantly easier. The key is not in the formula, but in the water you provided, Bill Locke concluded after diligently studying Lu Chubai's spiritual spring water. Otherwise, this purification agent would not be so easily attainable. However, the purification agent produced that afternoon had already consumed half of the spiritual spring water from the spatial farm. Given this pace and usage, they would be limited to producing only this amount daily. With Broluo star containing nearly 1 billion cubic kilometers of seawater, it would take at least a month. By then, her pregnancy would surely be evident that my water supply is finite, and the purification agents are insufficient, that Lu Chubai expressed her concern. Once the technology matures, we can formulate agents with higher purification levels. This way, the range of this single bottle will be greatly expanded, that Lu Chubai nodded. Let us venture to the nearby water bodies to test it. Lu Chubai was filled with anticipation. Bill Rock cast a deep glance at her. Fully understanding her intentions, however, he found himself curious as to why Lu Chubai was concerned about those mutated beast men, for she was certainly not a mindless female who simply dispersed her compassion. Chapter 68, Darren. I have arrived. Additional update. Lu Chubai held a vial of potion in her hand, unwilling to wait for Bill Rock, that if he did not come, she could very well proceed on her own. Bill Rock was naturally aware of this and refrained from saying much. The two made their way to a rocky outcrop, where the briny, foul-smelling sea water swirled with the wind, assaulting their senses. Lu Chubai's long, jet-black hair danced wildly in the gusts. The sea now resembled a dark abyss rather than the azure coast she had once longed for during her days in a wheelchair. She gazed down at the nearby waters when suddenly, a pair of arms gently wrapped around her body. Shortly thereafter, a cloak draped over her shoulders, and Bill Rock placed his hat atop her head. Be careful, the rocks are quite slippery, he warned, producing a quantum black tech mask that functioned similarly to a gas mask, yet was lighter and more breathable. The pollution here is severe, that Lu Chubai nodded, aware of the grave contamination. For even in her era, the seas had already begun to suffer from pollution. Bill Rock held her in a loose embrace, grasping her wrist from behind, that if we pour this potion into the water, it may purify it, but it could also be tainted by the surrounding seawater. Therefore, we need effective barrier technology. Most importantly, we should manufacture a greater quantity of purification potions, enough to cleanse it all at once. Lu Chubai remained silent, acknowledging the validity of Bill Rock's assertions. She had merely been too excited moments ago. Shall we extract some seawater to test it? Yes, and at that moment, a group of mutated beastmen approached, carrying machinery. These were some of the more capable mutated beastmen requisitioned by Bill Rock, now working for him. The machinery was deployed into the sea, and Bill Rock retrieved 2 robots from his storage space. They moved with remarkable speed, ready to construct a large metal shed that would adequately isolate pollution and store machinery, as well as additional water supplies. This undertaking was expected to take 3 days to complete. Lu Chubai could only wait. Meanwhile, the mutated beastmen detained by Bill Rock showed no signs of physical changes. The water supply continued unabated, and they appeared much improved, at the very least, less volatile. Surveillance footage monitored their every change in real time, with data transmitted directly to the laboratory. While waiting for construction to finish, Lu Chubai remained busy, purifying seawater and delivering it thrice daily to the beastmen. Congratulations, host. You have successfully rescued a mutated beastman, earning 10 points and 10,000 star coins. Reminder: Southern region of the points store unlocked progress at 10, that the system finally made its presence known, filling Lu Chubai with joy. Once she successfully rescued 10 mutated beastmen, the Southern Point store would be fully accessible. However, after 2 days of feeding them water, she had only managed to rescue one. It seemed this was a long-term endeavor, but she felt no urgency. She even had Xiao Huai create an automated large water tank outside, a connected tank that could draw from the sea, purifying the water in the middle, and then distributing it to the outside for the thirsty mutated beastmen. The purified water was continuously monitored by various instruments, and should any issues arise with the water quality, the external faucet would automatically shut off. This device was incredibly convenient, yet the limited supply of spiritual spring water restricted the quantity of purification potions produced, resulting in a finite amount of clean water. Furthermore, Lu Chubai desired more than just this. She instructed the mutated beastmen to dig large pits, selecting a low-lying area to excavate further, creating a reservoir. This way, the beastmen could be kept within, greatly enhancing their chances of survival. After 10 days of diligent effort, Bill Rock's large temporary metal studio was completed, and Lu Chubai's equipment and reservoir were ready as well. Many mutated beastmen hurried to this location, some too frail to walk, while Xiao Huai made daily patrols, delivering clean water to them. Soon, the mutated beastmen of Brostar were well aware of Lu Chubai's presence, and their demeanor towards her became noticeably friendlier. With a larger population, Lu Chubai's endeavors grew increasingly feasible. She also provided them with a variety of seeds, encouraging the healthier beastmen to select locations to plant them. From the rooftop of a nearby villa, Bill Rock observed Lu Chubai as she stood in the wind, instructing the beastmen. His gaze was profound, the depths of his eyes brimming with unease that threatened to engulf him. To him, Lu Chubai's actions seemed to continuously create conditions that distanced her from him. But why not simply walk away? Why go to the trouble of rescuing these waste beings and even encouraging them to sow seeds? From where did these seeds come? Lu Chubai was an enigma. The closer he drew to her, the more captivated he became. After completing her tasks, Lu Chubai accessed the point store of the spatial farm. Having successfully rescued 300 mutated beastmen, the southern region of the point store had long been unlocked, though most of the available purchases were similar to those in the northern region, essentially living supplies and tools. However, some of the tools were innovative and user-friendly that Lu Chubai barely had time to delve deeper into the offerings when she received a message on her light brain. Just as she was about to check it, she sensed Bill Rock silently approaching, that he had a penchant for enveloping her from behind, and Lu Chubai had grown accustomed to it over the past few days. She forced herself to disregard the message from Darren on her light brain. Darren had been in contact with her recently, likely just to check in. The machines for mass-producing potions are on their way. Once they arrive, we will be able to produce purification potions quickly. Soon, the seawater of Brostar will be purified, sweet. You are both beautiful and kind, that Lu Chubai found herself unworthy of the term kind. She smiled slightly, wishing for the planet to flourish and for flowers to bloom in every corner. Her noble aspirations calmed Bill Rock's previously agitated mood, that if we reside here, it will undoubtedly be extremely comfortable. That Lu Chubai's agreement felt somewhat forced, yet Bill Rock interpreted it as a promise, pulling her into a tight embrace and pressing a deep kiss upon her. Bill Rock was off to receive the incoming machines, including a crucial one capable of replicating potions. These machines would facilitate full automation, rigorously monitoring every step. They would continuously release the produced potions into the sea, outpacing the rate of pollution. Within 2 months, the seawater here could be entirely purified, assuming progress remained steady. While Bill Rock departed to collect the machines, Lu Chubai intended to check on the children in storage space and did not accompany him. Once he left, she opened her light brain to find a message from Darren. Lulu, I have located your position 0.3 minutes ago. I received another message. Lulu, I am coming to get you. Come to this location. She immediately exited the spatial farm, headed to the laboratory to copy data and bring samples of the purification potion. Then, she took Xiao Huai and set off toward the coordinates Darren had provided. Chapter 69. You are running away with another man. Lu Chubai wished to make Xiao Huai invisible, fearing that Bill Rock might discover them. However, Brostar was rife with shielding devices, severely affecting the performance and signal of the flying ships. Consequently, Xiao Huai flickered in and out of visibility, yet its speed remained sufficient. As she approached the location Darren had sent her, she spotted a flying ship camouflaged as a cloud. Lu. Darren's voice called from behind her. Lu Chubai retracted Xiao Huai and turned, only to find herself enveloped in Darren's embrace. Lu. I finally found you. I just saw the flying ship approaching this way, but I wasn't sure. Darren had been following the flying ship closely, but further in, he encountered a protective barrier that forcibly obstructed him. Fortunately, he had managed to wait for someone. Let us hurry and leave. Lu Chubai glanced back, worried that Bill Rock might notice her. It would be best to leave this place for now. Darren, aware of the danger surrounding them, immediately sought to activate the flying ship and take Lu Chubai away. However, Just as the ship turned, an imposing diamond-shaped shield emerged before them, shimmering with an ethereal blue light. Bill Locke. Lu Chubai's expression grew serious. He was a formidable tiger shark orc endowed with hidden-level SSS mental power. Do not confront him head-on. Lu Chubai urged, gripping Darren's hand tightly. Darren exuded an aura of determination, filled with rage at the audacity of someone attempting to take his Lulu, regardless of Bill Locke's SSS mental prowess. Darren was resolute in delivering a lesson. Yet, upon seeing the concern etched on Lu Chubai's face, he affectionately rubbed his cheek against her forehead, reassuring her, "Do not worry, Lulu, that I will ensure your safety." Inhaling her comforting scent, his racing heart finally settled. "Little dear, come here." Outside, Bill Locke's voice echoed ominously, cold as the onset of winter, sending shivers down the spine that Lu Chubai recognized as anger. Yet it mattered little. She had to depart. Her mission was nearly complete, with all equipment for the purification agent functioning optimally and the technology well established. She wouldn't need to concern herself further. The seawater would be purified, and the mutated orcs would gradually regain their health, ceasing their transformations. Her task would conclude automatically, and her accrued points and star coins would continue to grow. As her abdomen swelled day by day. She sought a place utterly safe and conducive for childbirth. Ultimately, Lu Chubai remained distrustful of Bill Locke. What if he attempted something while she was in labor? Thus, seizing this opportunity, she resolved to leave. "Lulu, do not go outside," Darren instructed as he approached the control panel, opening a section of glass to provide visibility without revealing Lu Chubai's presence. Before them, Bill Locke stood alone against the wind atop the flying ship. His eyes dark and devoid of warmth. "In the name of the 5-star general of the Interstellar Peace Federation, I command you not to obstruct my flying ship. Open the shield at once, or face the consequences." Darren's words fell. A low, mournful sound resonated from outside, echoing with sorrow, weeping, and rage. Bill Locke's ultimate sound waved to Lu Chubai's dismay. The sound weighed heavily on her chest. She glanced at Darren. Noticing his grave expression, "Darren, let us leave quickly," she urged, realizing that the resonance was affecting her mood. She feared that if she listened any longer, she might soften. This was Bill Locke's innate tactic, sensing Lu Chubai's unease. Darren turned, enveloping her in his embrace, gently patting her back. "You stay inside." He carried her into the interior chamber, unaware that beads of cold sweat had formed at his temples due to Bill Locke's talent. The sounds he perceived were different from those Lu Chubai heard. They inflicted harm on his mental power. Faced with a mental force 1 rank higher, Darren found it challenging to endure. Nonetheless, he couldn't allow Lu Chubai to remain fearful. He settled her inside, activating the flying ship's protective mechanisms before stepping outside. "She dislikes you," Darren glared at Bill Locke, who stood before him. Though this was not their first encounter, it was the first time Darren witnessed Bill Locke's true nature, dangerous, dark, and mad. Such an orc would undoubtedly harm Lulu. Bill Locke, undeterred by Darren's words, was infuriated. The intensity of the ultimate sound wave surged around Darren, causing him to feel as though his heart were being constricted. He suppressed the pain, transforming into a white wolf orc, and lunged at Bill Locke, unleashing his innate ability to strike. Bill Locke did not flinch. He met Darren's assault head-on. Just as Darren closed in, Bill Locke unleashed a torrent of energy, akin to a colossal wave, sending Darren flying. Regaining his composure, Darren continued to unleash his attack, his whirling blade hooks encircling Bill Locke. The latter stood unwavering atop the flying ship. His gaze dark and foreboding. Darren's intent was not solely to attack Bill Locke, but also to breach the blue protective shield behind him, allowing him to pilot the ship away from Brostar. However, unbeknownst to Darren, the real Bill Locke had already infiltrated the flying ship, while a lifelike replica stood outside. The genuine Bill Locke opened the cabin door, catching Lu Chubai off guard as she prepared to enter the spatial farm. Suddenly, the dimension surrounding her shifted, an invisible force enveloping her. In an instant, Bill Locke had her firmly in his grasp. Bill Locke cupped Lu Chubai's face tenderly. "Sweetheart, are you planning to run away with another man?" Lu Chubai struggled in vain, panic rising within her. She had not anticipated Bill Locke's treachery, having crafted weapons to prevent her entry into the spatial farm. Was this the prowess of a scientist? Perhaps every time she vanished from her room, Bill Locke had been devising countermeasures. Chapter 70. You should not force me. Lu Chubai once more witnessed Bill Locke's formidable strength as he led her away from the flying ship. Bang! Outside, Darren had reacted swiftly, leaping into the air to intercept Bill Locke. The latter summoned a small flying vehicle, hurtling towards Darren. "Darren, be careful!" Lu Chubai shouted anxiously, still under Bill Locke's control. Darren unleashed his innate ability once more. But this time he could only cleave at the vehicle's wings. With a flick of his toe, Bill Locke lifted Lu Chubai into the air. Nearby, the flying ship approached, ready to catch them both. Darren continued to hold his ground. Although the previous sound wave had inflicted significant damage, he could not bear to watch Bill Locke abduct Lu. Absolutely not. Just then, Darren's loyal followers arrived, quickly surrounding Bill Locke, brandishing lightweight TK-07 laser net guns. These weapons were non-lethal but effective at ensnaring individuals. "Let me go, Bill Locke. I do not wish to stay here," Lu Chubai implored. Bill Locke glanced at the surrounding orcs before looking down at her. "If I allow them to take you today, will I ever see you again?" He questioned, the answer clear in his mind. Probably not. At Lu Chubai's, every potential mate would likely hide and protect her. "Of course," Lu Chubai replied, reaching out to caress Bill Locke's cheek, "that I must return. Angus is missing, and I cannot let my child's father fall into danger. Once I resolve these matters, I will contact you again." Her voice was soft and gentle, her gaze tender, resembling a helpless little rabbit pleading for Bill Locke's understanding. Bill Locke's eyes, dark and brooding, brewed a storm. "Sweetheart, you are lying." As Bill Locke's voice faded, a commanding aura enveloped him. In an instant, Lu Chubai witnessed Bill Locke tear open a rift in the air. Together, they vanished from their original location, and this marked Lu Chubai's first venture across dimensions, directly arriving aboard Bill Locke's flying vessel. Bill Locke activated the external flight controls, intending to whisk Lu Chubai away. She was placed on a nearby chair, her limbs restrained by lasers. With her gaze cast downward, Lu Chubai softly wept, hearing the sound. Bill Locke approached and squatted beside her, his palm large enough to cradle her entire cheek. "My sweet darling, is it truly so distressing to be near me?" he inquired. Lu Chubai shook her head, raising her tear-filled eyes as she spoke softly. "Professor Locke, I merely feel unwell. My stomach aches a little. Could you possibly assist me?" Her voice bore a faint plea, and she seemed utterly terrified of Bill Locke. At that moment, she had shed her defensiveness, appearing fragile and delicate as she leaned back in the chair, gazing at him with a pitiful expression. Bill Locke tenderly wiped away her tears, his hand resting on her abdomen. "Is this where it hurts?" he asked. Lu Chubai nodded slightly. Bill Locke released her from her bindings and lifted her into his arms, carrying her toward another chamber. "Let me conduct an examination," he said. Lu Chubai obediently nestled against his chest, resembling a small lamb, wholly dependent on him. Bill Locke sighed inwardly, recognizing how adept she was at invoking his sympathy. Yet, he was fully aware that her distress was feigned. Despite this, he found himself unable to disregard her. He laid Lu Chubai on a pristine single bed, propping himself on one elbow while caressing her long hair. "My sweet darling, when will you be sincere with me?" Lu Chubai blinked innocently. "Professor Locke, what do you mean?" she replied, feigning innocence. Bill Locke's lips curled into a bittersweet smile as he moved to retrieve a machine, pretending to prepare for her examination. Lu Chubai lay still, her demeanor tranquil, until suddenly her serene face contorted in pain. She bit her delicate lips, leaving white marks as she suppressed her anguish. Bill Locke rushed to her side, asking, "Is something wrong?" Lu Chubai looked into his eyes. And then, unexpectedly, she chuckled softly. Bill Locke, perplexed, felt as though a hole had been punctured in his chest. A chill wind rushing in, he glanced down, stunned, to see Lu Chubai plunging a white laser knife in her own chest. The laser knife quickly enveloped his heart in a tightening grip, threatening to tear it from him if anyone attempted to extract it. Yet if it remained, it would constrict his heart, inducing suffocation after achieving her goal. Lu Chubai pushed Bill Locke away. He stumbled backward, colliding with a nearby instrument, causing a crystal dish filled with frozen nutrient liquid carved into the shape of a tomato to crash to the floor. Shattering into pieces, Bill Locke pressed his hand against his chest, his dark eyes fixed on Lu Chubai. She slowly sat up, a wicked smile gracing her lips, reminiscent of an angel ensnared in a chasm. Her exterior appeared pure and noble, yet deep within, she danced with demons. "Bill Locke, You should not have forced me that I made my unwillingness clear. With a gentle sigh, Lu Chubai revealed that she had acquired the laser knife from one of Bill Locke's laboratories. A place where she could forge weapons. She had entered once and stealthily taken one, which now proved fortuitous. Bill Locke's expression remained largely unchanged, save for a flicker of pain in his profound gaze. Little dear, when will you ever forgive me? When indeed? This was a question Lu Chubai had also pondered. Although she had somewhat enjoyed her time with Bill Locke, thoughts of the anxiety she felt for her daughter during their separation made it difficult for her to forgive him, at least not at this moment. She first maneuvered the flying vessel to a halt before approaching the hatch. Just as she intended to leave, Bill Locke's voice resonated from behind, low and tinged with reluctance. The seeds you have sown will soon sprout. Before long, flowers will bloom across the entirety of Brostar. His words trailed off, as if pain had stifled his speech. Yet, Lu Chubai understood his meaning. He was asking if she would return to see the floral wall they had constructed together. Chapter 71. You are too heartless, Lu Chubai forced a smile. When you have that opportunity, we shall see. With that, she opened the hatch, and as she leaped down, she was met by a rushing Darren, who abandoned the flying vessel to envelop Lu Chubai in his arms. Noticing the trace of blood on her hand, Darren's expression turned to one of immediate concern. Lu, are you hurt? Where are you injured? His scrutiny was earnest and thorough. Nowhere, Lu Chubai replied, but before she could finish speaking, a powerful wave of air surged from the flying vessel behind them, emanating a prolonged, anguished sound that a sharp pain pierced Lu Chubai's heart, and even the 4 children in the spatial farm began to cry. Darren frowned, tightening his embrace around Lu Chubai. Unable to resist, she glanced back at the still open hatch of the flying vessel. The dim interior resembled a pair of dark eyes fixated on her. And coupled with the sorrowful wails, it evoked a suffocating sense of despair. Annoyed, Lu Chubai furrowed her brow. It was evident that Bill Locke had deliberately unleashed such sound waves to torment her. Let us go. We need not concern ourselves with him, she said coldly. Darren relaxed slightly. Frankly, he too found the sound waves distressing and worried that Lu might relent. After all, Bill Locke was indeed formidable and would make an excellent partner. Deep down, Darren believed Bill Locke deserved Lu, yet he primarily wished to shield her from any male who might vie for her affection. Upon seeing the blood on Lu Chubai's hand, he grasped the situation and feared that Bill Locke might react with anger, potentially harming her. He urged the flying vessel to accelerate away from Brostar, while Bill Locke remained a silent observer. Watching until the vessel became a mere speck in the distance, he lay on the ground, his body soaked in blood, his heart aching with an unprecedented pain that left his complexion pale. Even breathing felt laborious. Bill Locke reclined on the ground, slowly closing his eyes, inhaling the lingering sweetness of Lu Chubai's essence, still clinging to the air. This was the natural scent of her being. In that moment, he realized with a sudden shock that Lu Chubai had never deemed it worthy to share her sweet orange pheromones with him. He had never possessed them. This realization struck him hard, confirming that Lu Chubai had never harbored any genuine affection for him, intensifying the agony within his heart. Back at Darren's residence, the familiarity of the place now felt strangely foreign. The 2 rows of male servants at the entrance beamed with joy upon Lu Chubai's return. Darren held her tightly as they entered the room she had previously occupied. Lu, I have finally brought you back. This time, we shall never part again, will we? I promise not to act foolishly and cause you sorrow. I will certainly behave impeccably. I will bring the children out. Lu Chubai had just sensed that the child had been crying. Although the tears had ceased, she still felt a twinge of concern. Now that they had arrived at the Darren Palace, there should be no cause for alarm. Lu Chubai continued to feign the pretense of utilizing her storage space, entering the spatial farm in the presence of Darren. Darren squatted at the bedside, appearing somewhat bewildered, even feeling a bit disoriented. He had not brought Lu back with him. However, it wasn't long before Lu Chubai emerged, cradling 4 children in her arms. The 4 little ones sat on the bed, staring wide-eyed at Darren. Lu Chubai secretly hoped that Darren could take up the role that originally belonged to Bill Locke. However, she harbored concerns that the children had grown accustomed to Bill Locke, which might diminish their excitement towards Darren. Thus, she wanted to bring the children out to spend more time with Darren, as it was also a responsibility that Darren ought to fulfill. This is your father. Lu Chubai introduced the four children. Logically, the eldest and youngest should still remember Darren. Yet they merely cast a glance his way, showing little enthusiasm. Lu Chubai felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Bill Locke was, in fact, far more formidable, but he had pretended to be invested in the children before her. To her surprise, he had genuinely won the children's affection. That Lu Chubai also retrieved their toys. That Darren's gaze was solely on his two daughters. Still in a state of shock, he beheld his daughters, now exquisitely beautiful like porcelain dolls. He hesitated to reach out, fearing he might inadvertently harm them. With a careless touch, Lu Chubai remained silent, observing as Darren took his time to approach, first gently touching his daughter's tiny feet. His joy was immeasurable. Who would have thought that the iron-willed General Darren, known for his ruthlessness, would break into a silly grin simply from touching his daughter's little toes? Just as their family of 6 was enveloped in joyous play, Darren's light brain received a message. Upon glancing at it, his expression shifted dramatically. Before he could step out, the door was forcefully swung open, revealing Lansun. His meticulously styled hair was now somewhat disheveled, as if he had rushed over, his breath slightly uneven. He immediately spotted Lu Chubai sitting cross-legged in the middle of the bed, and his countenance flickered before shifting to the 4 plump children. Chubai, Lansun strode over. Having completely forgotten the elegance expected of a prince, that he moved to embrace Lu Chubai, but was obstructed by Darren's towering frame. Prince Lansun, you must first seek Lu's consent, Darren stated firmly, making it clear that whatever Lansun intended to do required Lu's approval. Lansun halted, his gaze shifting past Darren's shoulder to Lu Chubai. Chubai, you are too heartless. You even block my messages. Why? A fleeting pain flickered in Lansun's eyes, but was quickly masked. The noble prince could not allow himself to lose composure over a mere female. Lu Chubai smirked. Prince Lansun, didn't you soon discover my whereabouts? He undoubtedly had numerous spies placed around Darren Palace and its vicinity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have arrived so quickly after their return. Darren's expression darkened, that he had executed meticulous plans, only to find that Lansun had still discovered the truth. Lansun chuckled. He was unfazed by Lu Chubai's accusation of his underhandedness. If he hadn't resorted to such tactics, he feared he might never see Lu Chubai again. That I am your primary guardian, that I have the right to know about your safety. General Darren, step aside. Lansun's gaze turned icy. You have no authority to stop me. Witnessing the 2 men poised for confrontation, Lu Chubai's expression darkened. What are you 2 doing? My children are right here. Get out of here if you scare them. Just try it. Lu Chubai spoke slowly. Her typically gentle and radiant face now wore a smile that did not reach her eyes. Her calm gaze held an unsettling intensity. The 2 imposing males immediately suppressed their formidable presence and dared not make a move. The children need to sleep. You both should leave. Lu Chubai fabricated an excuse, unwilling to engage with them further. Lansun attempted to speak, but upon meeting Lu Chubai's unwavering gaze, his words lodged in his throat. He found himself unexpectedly unable to speak. Lansun felt a surge of frustration. Why did she, a mere female, possess such commanding presence? Yet, despite their reluctance, they complied and departed. Darren exited first, feeling discontented that he hadn't spent enough time with the children or shared tender moments with Lu. It was all Lansun's fault for showing up. However, he assured himself that there would be plenty of opportunities in the future to behave well. He couldn't risk Lu running away again. Once Darren left, Lansun hesitated for a moment before following suit. If Lu Chubai remained here, he might as well reside here as well. As the door closed behind them, Lu Chubai resumed playing with the children, summoning Xiao Hui to assist in feeding them nutritional liquids and preparing fruit puree. Soon enough, the children drifted off to sleep. Feeling a bit fatigued herself, Lu Chubai decided to return to the spatial farm to rest alongside them. Meanwhile, outside, Darren and Lansun faced off for quite some time, before ultimately deciding to engage in a duel. It was a fierce contest, but it remained evenly matched. Lansun lacked Darren's combat experience, so despite his innate advantages, he found himself at a disadvantage. Darren's combat skills and reflexes were formidable, yet he was mindful that Lansun was a prince and refrained from employing his full strength. Later that evening, Lu Chubai descended the stairs. Darren and Lansun were already waiting in the living room, but to her surprise, there were many others present, nearly filling the space. When Lu Chubai appeared at the top of the stairs, she was met with the gaze of approximately 100 pairs of eyes, all fixed upon her. Lu Chubai's lips twitched. Many of these individuals were likely from the Knopf family, all of them having come at one point. One might think they were preparing for a party. However, Lu Chubai did not feel intimidated. With calm confidence, she descended the stairs, meeting their eager and peculiar stares. Darren rushed forward, grasping Lu Chubai's hand. "Did you rest well?" Darren had quietly checked the room in her absence and, upon finding it empty, concluded that Lu Chubai must be in her storage space. Though puzzled, Darren was unconcerned with anything else. All he knew was that his female had returned and would be by his side henceforth. Furthermore, they had birthed 4 children together, including 2 extraordinarily precious daughters. Upon hearing this news, the family members hurriedly approached, some of whom were summoned deliberately by Lansun. However, Darren now recognized Lu Chubai's capability to stand on her own. So he had no intention of treating her like a sheltered flower. When Lansun saw the 2 of them walking hand in hand, his noble demeanor nearly faltered. He realized he had made a grave error. In the dead of night, he reflected on the consequences of his initial misstep, feeling utterly disheartened. Darren lowered his head, gently inquiring of Lu Chubai, "Lu, most of these individuals are from my family. Their arrival was sudden and without notice. So it may have startled you. However, since this opportunity has arisen, may I introduce you to them?" He showed great respect for Lu Chubai's opinion, demonstrating growth in his emotional intelligence and understanding of romantic relationships. Lu Chubai nodded. Since they had already encountered one another, it wouldn't hurt to familiarize herself with everyone, especially since she might be residing here in the future. "Hello, everyone. My name is Lu Chubai," she introduced herself. Her voice resonating like a melodious songbird, clear and confident, radiating warmth and vitality, like the morning sun illuminating the earth. They had never before heard a female speak with such a unique cadence. For the Interstellar Peace Alliance predominantly consisted of artificial females, who were held in high esteem. Over time, their tones had accumulated an air of arrogance, a sense of superiority. None could compare to Lu Chubai's voice, which danced like vibrant notes in the air. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. The elderly matriarch of the Knopf family was the first to regain her composure, scrutinizing Lu Chubai with a critical eye. "Are you truly a viviparous female?" Her tone was decidedly unfriendly. "Greetings, elder," Lu Chubai replied. The tone was neither servile nor overbearing, yet it did not directly address her inquiry. The matriarch of the Knopf family must have already gathered some information about her. Lu Chubai had perused the matriarch's social media profile and possessed a modicum of understanding regarding her. The other males of the Knopf family surrounded Lu Chubai with cheerful expressions, exclaiming in surprise, "We never anticipated that you are the female Darren spoke of. You are truly exquisite and precious, and no wonder Darren is so utterly captivated by you. Welcome back home. Henceforth, Darren need not feel sorrow. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command. The Knopf family is at your service." That in an instant, Lu Chubai captured the attention of all the males, much to the chagrin of the other artificial females of the Knopf family. A relatively young artificial female approached, stating, "You've caused quite a stir. Haven to you. Did you intentionally flee to witness Darren's infatuation? What sort of reasoning is that?" Before Lu Chubai could respond, another artificial female joined the fray, asserting, "Although females hold a high status in the Interstellar Alliance and may seek multiple beast husbands, I hope you will not toy with Darren's affections." The matriarch of the Knopf family added, "Now that you have decided to return, it stands to reason that you wish to become Darren's mate, that I hope you will contribute to the family, producing as many offspring as you can." Lu Chubai felt somewhat speechless. That it was evident that throughout history, whether in the past or present, the relationship between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law had always been somewhat contentious, even in the interstellar beast era. Darren stood protectively before Lu Chubai, questioning, "Mother, what are you all discussing?" He continued, Lu has already borne me 4 children. I am immensely grateful that I ask for anything else. I hope you refrain from meddling in our affairs." Darren's voice was stern, laced with a warning. Beside them, Lansun could not suppress a derisive chuckle. "General Darren, is it true that your desire to be with Chubai is solely because she can bear you children?" Lansun was adept at sowing discord. Listening to their words, Lu Chubai maintained a serene smile, realizing that within Darren's residence, tranquility was a rare commodity. Chapter 73. What is the purpose of love when life is at stake? Lu Chubai cast a dispassionate glance at Lansun, feeling no anger toward the Noth family's members, as she deemed them inconsequential. That in her heart, she had never regarded them with any significance. Lansun immediately shot her a conciliatory glance. But Lu Chubai withdrew her gaze, a hint of disdain upon her face, unmistakably signaling that she would not be swayed by Lansun's provocations. The expression on Lansun's face darkened, as did Darren's, that he took a moment to survey the room before turning to grasp Lu Chubai's hand firmly. Since everyone is present today, I wish to clarify my stance that I desire Lu simply because I cherish her, that it has nothing to do with her identity or her uniqueness. Regardless of how she may change in the future, my affection for her will remain steadfast, that I vow to respect her, prioritizing her wishes above all else. Should she request my death, I would willingly offer her a dagger, that I hope you all comprehend the value I place on Lu, and that such incidents as today will not recur. Nor shall I tolerate any malicious words directed at her. Darren's words echoed with conviction, plunging the entire hall into an eerie silence. Regardless of the veracity of Darren's declarations, his willingness to utter such sentiments was sufficient to demonstrate his profound feelings for Lu Chubai. His affection transcended mere infatuation. It was a deeply rooted love. The matriarch of the Noth family appeared displeased. Darren, the choice of your mate is your own affair. However, you must remember your station. You are not only the heir of the entire Noth family, bearing its honor, but you are also the sword of the Empire in our Interstellar Peace Federation, the mightiest warrior. How could you utter such words for a female? Though females were indeed precious, they did not warrant the sacrifice of a 5-star general's life. From this day forth, I belong first to Lu, and thereafter to the stars in our family, Darren declared resolutely. Lu Chubai felt a twinge of emotion at his words. Yet she deemed them unnecessary. She preferred to view Darren's proclamations in front of so many as a mere performance. Frankly, Lu Chubai harbored skepticism towards the notion that love surpasses life. What use is love when life itself is at stake? Nevertheless, she was quite satisfied with Darren's attitude. Lu Chubai returned his grasp, and Darren, somewhat taken aback, glanced at her. Her response fortified his resolve. However, the members of the family did not take their leave. They intended to stay for dinner. Even Lansun lingered as a guest in the residence. Darren found himself unable to dismiss them. Whenever he suggested escorting them away, the matriarch would clutch her chest, feigning discomfort. Lu Chubai understood their intention to remain and observe her. Thus she halted Darren, assuring him not to concern himself with them, that Lu Chubai was never one to shy away from a challenge, nor did she harbor fear. Noticing the children still resting, she retrieved some grass seeds. Planning to deactivate the holographic projections in the courtyard of the residence, intending to plant real grass and flowers, Darren hurried over to assist her, exclaiming, Lu, I never expected you to have such a passion for this. Those in the Agricultural Academy regard you as a genius. You surpass even the professors. The plants they have failed to cultivate over the years, you have successfully researched, Lu Chubai replied with a faint smile. These tasks are quite simple. Just watch, the grass I plant will sprout swiftly. Darren nodded. I believe my Lu is undoubtedly the most exceptional. Lu Chubai inquired. Have you managed to contact Angus? I do not possess his contact information. Are you unable to reach him? Lu Chubai acknowledged. Since the last time I was taken by Bill Rock, he has not responded to my messages. Mentioning this incident, her expression grew somber. He must be in trouble, Darren remarked, furrowing his brow. Seeing Lu Chubai so concerned, he promptly assured her, I will have someone investigate immediately. You need not worry. He will be found. Lu Chubai questioned, is it possible that the researchers captured him? I have not heard that. However, he is currently a wanted fugitive across the entire galaxy. Darren continued, that if he is apprehended, I will receive notification. It should not be the case. Lu Chubai remained unconvinced, after scattering the seeds in the courtyard. She took a seat beneath the parasol and sent a message to Angus. Soon after, she heard the children stirring. Lu Chubai entered the spatial farm. Not far away, from the floor-to-ceiling windows, Lansun and the old Marquis of the Noth family observed the scene. Both incredulous. The old Marquis queried, this viviparous female possesses no psychic power whatsoever, yet she can utilize a storage space. Lansun recalled the events at the royal palace, where the storage space, along with vital documents, had mysteriously vanished. Initially, they suspected it had been taken by the rioters. Now, Lansun suddenly began to harbor doubts about Lu Chubai, and it appeared he still did not fully grasp the capabilities of this viviparous female. Lansun mused. She is far more remarkable than you imagine. Remarkable enough that the crown prince would go to any lengths to pursue her. Lu Chubai's spatial farm was rapidly accumulating experience. She had almost perfected the timing of harvesting crops and livestock and was consistently opening manufacturing workshops. She even contemplated unlocking the misty area across from the spiritual spring, as the exploration space within the farm was dwindling with the growth of her 4 children. With their expansion, the grassy area was becoming insufficient for their play. Moreover, the manufacturing workshops Lu Chubai had opened could not be situated in that grassy expanse. They needed to be positioned on the banks opposite the spiritual spring. That Lu Chubai checked her experience points, discovering she was still 20,000 points short. However, the accumulation was swift. Within Darren's residence, Lu Chubai felt a sense of security, allowing her to spend more time in the spatial farm with her children. This, however, left Darren increasingly anxious that he was aware that Lu Chubai had entered what he termed the storage space. And with dinner approaching, he had prepared a plethora of new flavored nutrient solutions for her to sample. The family and Lansun were all awaiting her at the dining table. Lu Chubai emerged after a considerable time, having just finished bathing the children and allowing them some playtime. As she stepped out, Darren seized her wrist, saying, Lu, perhaps you should bring the children out. It must be quite taxing for you to care for them alone. I can assist in watching over them. All right, it was indeed necessary for the children to interact more with Darren. Darren then presented a nutrient solution before Lu Chubai, proclaiming, this one is peach-flavored. Do give it a try. No, thank you. Lu Chubai shook her head in refusal and placed a peach in Darren's hand, suggesting that he should indulge in a genuine peach instead. She took one for herself and took a bite, causing all those present in the grand hall to nearly drop their jaws in astonishment. Chapter 74. Doubt. Blind belief. They were astounded by the fruit that Lu Chubai had produced.